The 1-2. Sable strikes out to end the game. 100-mile-an-hour sinker. So Foley gets it done, a hit and a walk, and the Giants' road trip finally comes to an end.
Boy, that's how we're starting the show? Oh, baby.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Trying to put me back to sleep? Good Lord.
I have never in my life seen a professional team complain about being on the road more than the 2023 Giants.
Oh, my gosh. I mean,
they're just so tired.
Well, it was all good just a week ago.
They're just so tired. I mean, they only had 4 consecutive days off recently. They platoon the entire team. No one plays every day.
Nobody
but they're
plays
exhausted.
every day. I mean, it's all good just a week ago, right? With the Giants, they won 5 in a row. But I didn't even want to start the show off because we had a meeting with the boss man yesterday. And he's like, if you don't have anything good to say about the Giants, why even talk about them? And I'm at that point. My old grandma, the late, great Lorene William Tyndall, who left this world back in 2000, was always saying, you can't win. You win some, you lose some. But you also, just if you got nothing good to say, don't say it at all.
Yeah.
And I really don't have anything good to say about the Giants. With what they said in the offseason, with the way they're playing, you don't know what lineup's going to come out. They're platooning every single day. Like, I'm looking at the Astros highlights. I'm looking at the Rangers highlights. Well, I know Marcus Semien is batting leadoff. I know Corey Seager's going to bat second. I know Garcia's maybe going to bat third, or they're going to have Josh Young batting the rookie third baseman, batting fourth or fifth. Nathaniel Lowe, my guy at first base, is going to bat third behind Seager. The Braves, the Astros, you know what their lineup's going to be. I don't know what I'm going to get from the Giants every single day.
Well, I do know what I'm going to get from Ross Stripling. Here's my favorite. They're like, he pitched really well. He gave him 10 hits.
Well, did you see the article?
He gave him 10 hits.
You see the article in NBC Sports Bay Area? I'm talking to the youngsters to try to stay in it, to try to stay focused. And I'm just like, we need to be talking to you how we can manipulate you to opt out of that $15 million option next season.
The only guy who thinks you have a major league career left ahead of you is Farhan Zaidi. And then here's the thing that
I just don't get it.
B, I know you're a big Giants fan. You know I'm an optimistic Giants fan for the most part. I see all these trade rumors. I see all these guys that could be available. And you know what I think to myself? The Giants aren't getting any of them. They're so risk averse. They're not getting anyone. Look, prove me wrong. That's kind of my setting right now when it comes to the Giants. I dare you to prove me wrong and do something that moves the needle.
I talked to the boss man yesterday, and full disclosure, I was asking him, I said, man, maybe it's my fault. When we talk Giants, people maybe tune out or whatnot. But he was like, Bonta, when I first got to this market, you were a huge Giants fan. What happened? And I thought about it, and I was talking to Anna about it. I said, what happened is they came in, Farhan Zaidi came in, and he just basically told everybody how smart he was.
Yeah, it's the unearned arrogance.
And he came in his first ever game as GM of the Giants. And remember he started like Michael Redd and Connor Joe in San Diego? And yes, Bruce Bochy's like, I really got to throw these guys out there.
I do. And Connor Joe was here for literally 8 days.
Now, God bless his soul, he's had a nice little career.
Yeah.
Had a nice little resurgence with the Rockies. He's somewhere else now. Pittsburgh. And I just thought, man, this style of baseball, if you're right on a lineup card, I don't know who's going to be playing where day to day. You put the names in the jersey, you might as well take them back off. Because I have no idea. Like, Jock's batting leadoff. Austin Slater's batting leadoff. Now, God bless Wilbur Flores. He's been batting. He's been hitting. He's been balling.
Yeah.
And he's been a good Giant, Wilbur Flores. I'll give him credit. He's been a serviceable Giant. But he can't be your best hitter on a playoff team. He just can't. And so when you got all this platooning going on, you got guys pitching 3 innings, 4 innings, 5 innings. Ross Stripling is a guy who, again, we said this before the season, Chasky. Why would the Toronto Blue Jays let Ross Stripling go when they need pitching? They need pitching. And they let Ross Stripling walk. Sean Manaea, we watched him in the NLCS with the Padres get lit up by the Philadelphia Phillies. When he allowed that home run, who was it, to Bryce Harper, left on lefty? And he allowed that home run. That changed that series. They gave the Phillies the NLCS. And the Giants went out there and gave him $25 million with a $15 million player option. Both those guys stink. And Larry Bear's telling us, well, the light bulb's gone off with Giants fans, with Ross Stripling, and they're going to see Manaea pitching, and they're going to see all this stuff. And so I'm talking to the boss man. I'm talking to him. I say, I just don't have anything good to say about the Giants. Nothing about them inspires me. Nothing about them connects me to them. I swear to God. And it's actually disappointing because they were my first love. They were my first love right there with the Niners. But the Giants were right there on KTVU. They were the team that's like, ooh, they got me. They got me as a 7-year-old. And now I could not be farther away or detached from the Giants as I am right now.
What in particular is it about the unearned arrogance with Farhan that really bugs you? Because to me, it really bugs me. I'm this smart. This is what I do. Look how genius my moves are. And it's like, okay, great. Your landscaping on the property looks incredible.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible landscaping. Yep. Then I go inside your house and you have no foundation and everything's crumbling.
Right.
You know, you want to keep telling me about how you're going to remodel the kitchen. I'm like, dog, the entire foundation is cracking. You have no pillars to your home.
And he's not personable. You know, out here in the Bay Area, we love personable GMs.
I think you're right.
And presidents.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's Carmen Policy.
Yeah.
Even Brian Sabian, he had that New York bravado, but we liked it. Even Bobby Evans, to his credit. Bobby Evans will come on any show. He's personable. He'll talk to you. He'll answer them straight. He'll try to, he can answer what he can answer. There are certain things you can't reveal. Bob Myers, personable. Yeah. Hell, even Gary St. Jean when he ran in damn Warriors. Gary St. Jean, we love Uncle Saintly.
Well, there's a humility factor with all of those guys. Like when you talk to Carmen Policy, my wife worked up on the Hill at a restaurant for many, many years. Carmen Policy is one of the most down-to-earth, nice people of all time. Mm-hmm. And I know that maybe the younger audience doesn't know who he is as well as maybe the older audience. You're talking about someone who, when he comes into the room, grace, class, humility personified, as well as emotional intelligence to understand how to read the room.
John Lynch.
Yeah, I mean, John Lynch is about as successful. When you're a Stanford guy, I mean, you're pretty successful.
You're pretty successful.
Human being in general. But
just personable. Goes up
really
to people,
down to earth.
shakes people's hand. I first saw him in 2017 when they traded for Jimmy G before the game. He went up to Tim Kawakami. Hi, Tim. How you doing? Looked at me. Didn't even know who the hell I was. Put his hand out. Just shaking hands left and right. I'm thinking to myself, man, that's how you impress people in this market. I'm not even trying to name drop or anything like that, but you watch things like that from afar, how people act and read the room. And I've seen Farhan at a couple places. The PCA, the Positive Coaches Alliance at Chase Center. I've seen him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And it's just the vibe I get. The vibe I get is that, I'm smarter than you. We're winning, and I'm feeling myself right now. And I'm doing it on the cheap. Well, you're not really doing it on the cheap because you have a $183 million payroll. So the way you're spending the money, and so now you lose 6 straight on this road trip. Curly, out of all people, John Curly doing some producing for us. Go figure yesterday.
What?
I see my man. I see him yesterday because he's going to Italy in September. So I was giving us
with him.
He goes, Bonte, that was the Nationals' first sweep since 2021. I said, what? I didn't even know that one because I didn't read the damn recap after they got.
Gore looked like Sandy Koufax.
I will not be there this weekend, fellas.
Dominic Smith. What's the guy? Thomas stole 4 bases on that Sunday.
I know.
So when you think about that, they got swept by Detroit.
Abrams looked like a Hall of Fame shortstop.
C.J. Abrams looked like the prospect he was with San Diego, right?
10 years ago.
Ooh, he was legit over the weekend.
Yeah.
And so it was a lifeless loss, but you look at these players, and it's like, I can't wrap my hands around these guys. I don't know if they're going to be here next week. I don't know if they're even going to be in the lineup tonight against the A's.
There's an emotional connection that you have to all of the teams, right? There just is. And I think when you look at the San Francisco Giants, part of what made them, so lovable, especially the last iteration of them, I'm talking about the early 2010s, is there were so many likable guys, and there were so many homegrown guys that all came up in waves, right? It felt like waves. The pitching wave, and then there was the everyday player wave and the infield and stuff. And then, you could piecework an Andres Torres or an Angel Pagan, trade for a Hunter Pence. But it was the Pandas and the Panics and the Crawfords and the Belts and the Posies. And those were the guys that were going to lure you in. And I look at this team right now, and I just keep saying to myself, it's been 6 years.
Yeah.
And there's not one guy I can point to and be like, that guy's an everyday player.
Yeah. No, you're
from your own system.
You're absolutely right. And that's the problem. That is the problem. We just want to wrap our hands around somebody and love somebody. You know what I'm saying? To me, Gabe Kapler is the most recognizable face right now on the Giants, even more so than Logan Webb.
I actually think Kapler has done way more with less, and no one's giving him enough credit.
I think Kapler deserves all the credit in the world. I like Cap. But when you think about that, your manager or your head coach cannot be the face of your franchise. No. Bruce Bochy wasn't the face.
No.
Yeah, Lincecum, Bumgarner, Pablo, Hunter Pence, Kane, you name it. Kyle Shanahan is a big-time figure with the 49ers, but you also got some star players in Bosa, in McCaffrey, in Trent Williams, in Debo, in Kittle. You got all these guys, the Warriors. Steve Kerr's huge face. Huge.
Yeah.
But you got Steph. You got Clay. You got Dre. Even you got Kuminga. I always believe that your manager or your head coach cannot be the face of your team. They just cannot. And when we think about that, we drive by Oracle Park every day. I'm just like, I like Logan Webb. Is he getting me to the park?
No, he's more Matt Cain in terms of like
Right.
yeah, people loved Matt Cain, but not the fervor the way we did Lincecum.
Yep.
And that's not a knock. Lincecum's a comment, but like Logan Webb is an excellent player. But in terms of marketability, it's just look, kids aren't resonating with Logan Webb, right?
They're not.
The diehard baseball fan loves him, and they love everything about him. And I've been saying, and I love Logan Webb, but like ideally, he's a 2.
He's a 2, maybe 3.
Well, 2, I would say.
2 solid 2. And he's solid
in this era.
And he's solid, but he looked gas on Saturday.
He's been carrying this rotation.
He has.
He's the only guy in the rotation that goes 6 every time.
He
7
does.
most of the time.
He does. No doubt about that. And that's the other thing. For the season, and we're going to talk to Dave Fleming today at 8 o'clock. And I'm very intrigued to hear what Flem has to say. Because he plays, look, Flem's a homer. We're all homers. We get it. He's not going to throw the team under the bus. But a lot of people before the season said, oh, their starting pitching depth is some of the best we've seen in years in San Francisco. It might be deeper than the World Series years. Didn't we hear that?
Bonte, what did you and I say? I wish we could pull the audio.
Yeah.
I laughed at that.
We both thought, okay, yeah, we'll see.
Oh, well, I remember specifically you and I laughing at the Ross Stripling signing.
Yeah.
Like, who was the Mania was like, he was the worst pitcher in. No. Literally, the analytics told you for the amount of innings he pitched, he was by far and away one of the worst pitchers in baseball.
Yep.
And they were like, 2-year deal. Like, what?
With the player option, though.
I don't get it.
They have player options.
I don't get
for
it.
$15 million. And they're opting in because ain't nobody giving them $15 million next year.
Well, and then did I jump the gun on Casey Schmidt? Maybe a little, but this is what I did say about Casey Schmidt.
No.
I was right about the glove. The glove is legit.
The glove is legit. Let me defend you, though, because I got on you a little bit. I understand why you're excited.
Because it's the only thing that's exciting.
The reason why I'm excited about Montas and I want to see him bat second every single day, because I just want to wrap my hands around somebody.
Totally
I want to go to love somebody.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's been a while. And talking to Matt, I was just like, I've never been more detached from Giants baseball than I am right now.
How about my dad? My dad grew up listening to the radio in the bedroom, listening to Lon Simmons. Baseball's his first love. Bobby Bonds, Willie Mays. Those are 2 of his favorite players of all time. Obviously, Willie McCovey and whatnot. But, like, he grew up loving it. And he goes, I look at this lineup, and I'm like, what is this? And everybody, look at the Patrick Bailey thing. He Buster Posey. Can we like, Buster Posey is one of the greatest baseball players in the last 50 years.
I had to talk with Carlos Ramirez about that. I said, dude, you got to chill, man. You got to chill with this Buster Posey stuff. Laura Britt actually checked him on the postgame show one time. I was like, yo, dude, we're talking about Buster. Let the kid play half a season before we start throwing his name in there with Buster Posey.
But that's how I think we're so downtrodden, Giants fans, that we're just trying to cling to any little bit of lightning, any little bit of flash in the pan. And it's really sad to me. Like, this was a team for years, Bonte. This is a team for years that did a great job developing. It really did. And I know the well ran dry. Part of why this guy is in place, I'm talking about Farhan, was they told me that they were going to have waves of guys coming through. It's taken way too long, there's just not enough.
Well, I just wonder how much patience we're going to have, because some of the conversations we've been having when it comes to the Warriors, Niners, and Giants, we don't have any patience when it comes to the Giants or to the Niners and the Warriors. And Jet York and Joe Lacob spends a lot of money. Bob Myers and now Mike Dunleavy Jr. have made bold moves. John Lynch has made bold moves. They have given us some very memorable moments over the last 7 to 9 years. And the Warriors more so, starting in 2014-15. But the Niners, since they got Shanahan, 2017, those last 5 games with Jimmy G, you're thinking, boy, we're on the right track here. We are. And yet, we're forced to be patient with the Giants, and there's no end in sight. Like, I don't know where they're going. They're in such a weird spot right now, Shasky. Yes, they're in the playoffs. They're in the playoffs, but really, does that do something for you?
Well,
you go to the playoffs and get bounced?
No, I'm so glad you bring this up. To me, Goober said it best when he said, yeah, you want to win. Of course you want to. Duh, it's pro sports. But you also have to be entertaining.
Yeah.
I think the worst thing the Giants could be, which is where they're at right now, which is boring and winning it just enough to where it doesn't feel inept.
Nah.
It's like, well, that's not good enough. I'm sorry. Like, look, I have standards that are higher than that. I'm sorry. Like, I just do. I'm not the White Sox.
Right.
You won 3 championships.
Right.
You spend top 10 in money year after year. Can you be a little more exciting than being the most boring team above 500 in baseball history?
Well, not only that, I'm thinking about Baby Chez, and then it's like, hey, what jersey could we buy Baby Chez?
You know what I just bought my brother's son?
What's that?
I just bought the other day. It was at Target, and I said, you know what? I got a Brandon Crawford shirt because that's all there is.
That's all there is.
And he's on the IL. He's on his last leg.
I know.
Literally.
So you want to be entertaining. And don't give me this, hey, again, we're going through the same thing we did last year. There were 9 games over 500 last year, and they were so damn boring. And I called it out and said, this team is boring. It's just a matter of time before they fall off the map, and they limped to 81-81. All right, great. 81-81, they sold the fans, and some fans cling to, oh, man, well, they were 500. They dressed it up with a great September against the Rockies and Diamondbacks, who weren't playing for anything. And now they're 7 games above 500, losing the last 6 games of that road trip. And you see the schedule in August. You see the schedule in August, folks. I mean, this is getting scary. They're not healthy right now. You got 2 pitchers who can give you 6, in Cobb and Logan Webb.
Cobb's at the end of his career.
Cobb, yeah, he is.
I mean, I'm not trying to hate. But
he's got a 1.39 whip. He's got a 1.39 whip. He's leaking oil.
Exactly.
Alex Wood, we know he's not going 5.
They've ran out of pitching.
Like
this thing of we were the deepest we've ever. They've run out of pitching.
Well,
the same thing was going to happen in 2020 when they had the 60-game season and everyone was like, look how close they were to being over 500. And I said, did you not watch the last 3 weeks of the year?
Yeah.
They ran out of pitching, and the same thing's happened again this year.
No, it is. And so this August schedule where they got the Braves about 7 times. They got the Braves, I think, 6 times. They got the Phillies 3 times. They got the Rays. And the Rays, look, they've come back down to earth, but you got Cincinnati again. I just don't know where they're going to get the pitching from, and I don't know what they do. I don't know. Like this whole thing about buying Verlander, they're not 1 player away, folks.
No.
They're about 5 to 7 players away. Like legit. J.D. Davis, a nice story. But why did the Mets give up on him? Like, we're getting all these reclamation projects, and they're good for a stretch.
Well, you can have 1 or 2 of those guys in an 8-man lineup.
You can't have the whole lineup.
An entire, like Wilmer Flores, J.D. Davis, even Lamont Wade Jr., Mike Yastrzemski, Conforto Haniger. I mean, Haniger's hurt right now. Like, it's just too many. Even, at this point in his career, Crawford's really a platoon, too.
Right. He is. And look.
And I love Craw.
And then this is why.
It pains me to say that out loud.
And look, there's Giants fans out there like Alex who says, it's better than your preseason predictions, fellas. Farhan and Kappa proves you wrong already. Okay, great. They're 54-47. They have exceeded expectations this year. But is that all we want? Well, what is the plan? 888-957-9570. I'll open it. Look, we're not supposed to talk any Giants right now. Like, I don't want to talk any Giants right now, but I'm willing to open up the phone lines for Giants fans to tell me or explain to me what the plan is. What is the plan?
Well, I just feel like there's a majority of Giants fans are frustrated. They just don't connect to this team. They don't connect to the ownership. I'm going to be real with you.
Is that okay to say? Because the word I use is detached. I've never felt more detached from the Giants than I do right now.
Last week we were talking about teams being sold, okay? And if you could own any of the teams, which one would you own? And I said, look, the Warriors and the Niners are so close to championship level that if you inherited them, if I said, Bonte, you're the owner right now.
Right.
Number one, like the ownership of Lake Up and Jed, it's been pretty damn good.
Pretty good.
And if you won, it would be like, well, he did inherit a great situation. Think about what you would do with the Giants. It's almost a teardown.
Oh my God.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, tear it down to the studs.
Right? And how much credit would you get if you came in and took over the Giants right now and in a couple of years made them competitive? You'd be God. You'd be flying in on a red carpet.
And the value would skyrocket.
Absolutely. They're the most depressed of the 3 teams.
And the buzz.
In terms of valuation.
There used to be a buzz. The DNA. The lifeblood of the city. Down there, Third and King. It was buzzing. It was buzzing. So, I don't know, man. Look, my guy Anthony Cristofani. What's up, Cristofani? Went to wash together. You two should just stick up for crying to Philly about Philly fans punking. You leave the baseball takes alone. I'm just trying to say, I've never felt more detached. Is that a problem?
No, but like Juan Soto's available, and Ohtani's available, and Verlander's available. They're not going to get any of them.
Come on.
What are we doing?
They've whiffed so many years.
Their big calling card, Farhan's, is we didn't give Rodon a deal. We didn't give Chris Bryant a deal. Look how smart we are.
Doesn't it say a lot about Farhan?
That's their number one calling card.
Carlos Correa's got 12 home runs, 44 RBIs, batting .232, and that's after a hot streak. The fact that they were going to give Carlos Correa $350 million says a lot about Farhan.
Well,
that was going to be a $350 million mistake. Remember that day?
Yes.
I was like, I wouldn't do this, Shasky. But I don't like it.
Let me make it real quick. Correa is playing great defense on a team that's leading the division.
They are.
And the Giants still need middle infielders.
They do.
So.
Anyway, oh, man. Anyway, 888-957-9570. We're going to get to a lot of football.
I do want to hear from Giants fans.
But I want to, honestly, because I feel, emotionally, I feel detached from them. I've never felt this way about the Giants.
It hurts
It's getting worse and worse and worse. I'm not excited about them. I'm sorry. And that was a lifeless loss yesterday. All right. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Cars.com. We're going to get into a lot of trading camp stuff, a lot of quarterback stuff. I heard Willard yesterday. We'll talk about some of the things he was saying. Brock Purdy, Trey Lance. We got a lot going on here on the Morning Roast on the Tuesday morning.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added.
This is Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
GP2 in the building. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? What is it?
Rivian.
Yeah, the Rivian trucks.
We were just talking about vehicles. If anybody out there runs a dealership, all right, or anyone knows anyone, I have been looking for a Ford Maverick Lariat hybrid up and down the coast. I mean, I'm talking multiple states. I will drive multiple states over. And anyone knows
just have it delivered
where
to you.
one is for sale right now, preferably dark gray. I will come and get that vehicle right now. Dealerships, if you're out there, if you're driving into work, please call me. I need it. I need it yesterday. I got to throw the kayaks and everything in there, all my baseball gear. I need a truck.
I do want a truck soon. I just don't. I've been battling and it's like, I think we're going to keep the Tesla, blah, blah, blah. She's leasing or whatnot, but the Charger,
You like the Tesla?
I like it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look good on the outside, but they are comfortable.
They look fine.
And they're smooth.
Yeah.
You don't hear anything. They're spacious.
They're
I like
very
the
video
Teslas.
gamey.
Yeah, they are.
Do you know
And I
what
like
I
the
mean by
fact.
that?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
like the fact that the dashboard is like in the middle. So when you're
okay.
driving,
Yeah.
it's like you're driving a BART trade or something. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm Dwayne or something. You just got the window, you see the road or whatnot. But I do want a truck. I want to ride high. I've always wanted an SUV, but I just don't want to deal with car payments right now.
Well, trust me.
And I don't know if I ever want to deal with that again. But anyway, good morning, everybody out there getting after graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to the YouTube chat, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text line. We got some great news about YouTube and Twitch last night on the email thread. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. I don't
know if we can announce that yet.
We're coming up on 50,000 subs on there.
It's kind of crazy.
And I mean this with all my heart. Like the audience that loves this station truly supports us from the ground up. I mean, I remember when we started, there were like 3 people on Twitch and YouTube. Mm-hmm. And think about it now. Every single day we've got hundreds of people sitting there waiting to interact with us, interact with each other. It means so much to me. And what I noticed with the family members is that my little nephews and nieces, they know me better than all the other cousins because I'm on their TV every day.
Yep.
So shout out little Noelle out there who she loves Uncle Joe.
People love watching us for the facial expressions and all that stuff, which is sometimes not good. By the way, training camp opens up tomorrow, and we will be live at the Hilton Hotel down in Santa Clara Wednesday and Thursday. So stop by and see us. It'll be us. It'll be Steiny and Guru. It's going to be a lot of fun. Also, a reminder to join us at the Hilton Hotel down in Santa Clara ahead of every single home game this season for their public tailgate. And the tailgate's always fun. We started there. When we started overtime, we were at the Hilton Hotel. That's where we got our start and really rose here at 95.7 The Game. The chicken, the fun, the macaroni salad. I mean, everything was going down at the Hilton Hotel. That first year. Yeah. Hey, dude, that 2019 season. I know it didn't end well. That was a special time. We were popping champagne at the NFC Championship game. It was just a lot of fun.
I know we're going to get some little more Giants, but I do want to get into the Niners. And just a thought that I've been thinking about heading into the 2019 season. Were there more question marks about Jimmy G than there are today about Brock Purdy?
Yeah, no doubt.
You think so?
There was. Torn ACL. Yeah, there were some question marks because we had only seen it for 6 or 7 games. But I think where you're going here is I think the reservation about Brock Purdy right now, if I had to guess, is because of what we saw from Jimmy Garoppolo in 2017 when he got off to the hot start. And we thought, I know I did. I'll speak for myself here, Shaska. I won't speak for you, but I know how you felt about Jimmy. Going into 2018, we thought with Marquise Goodwin, Kendrick Bourne, Trent Taylor, we thought the Niners were going to the playoffs with Jimmy Garoppolo. All because of him.
Yeah.
Because of him. We thought we had our franchise quarterback. I know I did.
We all did.
When he lit up Jacksonville at Levi Stadium, and I walked into that Jaguars locker room, and Jalen Ramsey and Myles Jack are slamming helmets saying, I can't believe we lost to that guy, and blah, blah, blah. And then he beat the Titans, 2 playoff teams with nobody outside, like limited weapons. I thought we had our franchise guy. Then he tore his ACL in 2018, came back in 2019, and we just didn't know. Because of the reports about Mullins and how Shanahan was speaking about him. And then the practices started happening. It was like, I don't know. But 2019 was magical. I think that's why Niner fans have a little bit of a reservation about Brock Purdy coming back from the elbow injury and playing those 8 games because we just saw it in 2017.
How many times, like I've said this 1,000 times. How many times have we fallen for a quarterback? I'm talking about the fan base.
Yeah.
Since Garcia, it's been Tim Rattay,
Yep.
Ken Dorsey, the local guy from Orinda.
Listen, I'll never forget JT O'Sullivan lighting up the Packers in a preseason game at Candlestick Park, and I said, you know what, big dog, JT O'Sullivan's our guy.
Just touchdowns. Alex Smith, JT O'Sullivan, Tim Rattay, Sean Hill, like Troy Smith at one point.
I thought Troy Smith.
And people could say, well, it wasn't this. Do you not know how sick Niner fans are?
Yeah.
Colin Kaepernick.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Kaepernick. I think we've also forgotten how great Colin Kaepernick was. That's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
But like we have done this time and time again, preceding Jimmy Garoppolo, and then obviously what ended up happening with Jimmy Garoppolo. I just think we have PTSD when it comes to the quarterback thing.
We do. So I was listening to Willer yesterday. He was doing a good job, and he was saying, everybody was saying I'm hating Trey, but I'm going to ask the question: why does everybody hate Brock? Nobody hates Brock Purdy. Mark. Any fan out there, especially if you're listening to the show, by the way, the 601 Comcast Business Text Line. Got a shout-out from Mobile, Alabama. Been following the show since last football season. Keep it up.
Oh, thank you.
Shout out to you down there in Mobile, Alabama.
Is that the new sales guy?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
We met a sales guy from Alabama yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Ethan.
Yeah.
Bama. He worked on the football team.
Yeah.
He's a grad assistant or something like that, or student manager. Anyway, where was I at? Where was I? Oh, he was talking about Brock Purdy. Nobody hates Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy took us all by storm.
Okay.
And I actually think he got a lot more love than Jimmy G ever received, even in 2017. Like the casual fans, like I think about the casuals like Anna and my mom and just random fans, they love Brock. I don't think anybody, how can you hate a guy who was picked last in the NFL draft and goes out there and outduels Tom Brady and goes out there and wins his first 8 games? How can you hate a guy like that? I was wrong about him. But I don't hate him.
No, who hates him?
Nobody hates Brock Purdy.
Everybody's rooting for him to win. He had a devastating arm injury.
No doubt.
You can't overlook it.
You can't.
And the other part is like, I just think if you're an NFL fan, you've seen this. Look at, would you be excited? Of course you should be excited. But you also have to, in the back of your mind, be cautiously pessimistic in the sense of Baker Mayfield put together one of the greatest rookie seasons we have ever seen.
Yeah.
With a team that had no weapons, who had lost literally 31 of 32 games before he got there, and put together a near 40 touchdown season and had a swashbuckling Cleveland Brown team feeling like they were a Super Bowl contender heading into the offseason, only to have the entire bottom fall out. We saw Cam Newton go from the MVP of the league one year to being one of the most mediocre players in the league the next. We've seen this over and over. Colin Kaepernick, who I referenced, went from being one of the Haley's Comets of quarterbacking to couldn't read a defense.
Right.
The team fell around. So the NFL is brutally difficult.
Right.
To just say, hey, I'm a little worried about his elbow, and can he put together 17 games? That's not hating. That's just being like a normal football fan, I feel like.
Doubt. And we're a little worried about that. But if he does play, we're going to support Brock Purdy.
Hell yeah.
I just nobody hates Brock. That's for nobody hates Brock Purdy. Everybody wants his jersey, a Brock Purdy jersey, but nobody hates Brock.
I've seen a lot of T-shirt jerseys.
A lot of them. I think Niner fans just want a damn Super Bowl.
Yeah, I agree.
And they want to be settled at the quarterback spot.
Let's finish this convo on the other side.
Yeah, we got that. Plus, we still got to tie a ball on the Giants. They lose to Detroit yesterday. Babe Ruth series. Does anybody care about that? Anybody care about the Babe Ruth series? Lubman put his hand up. Yeah, well, we know Lubman cares. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. More of your phone calls. If you want to call, 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about Brock Purdy? How are we feeling to Brock Purdy? I got another question that kind of ties the Warriors and Niners together a little bit later. Plus Fleming at 8 o'clock. That's all coming up on the roast.
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Loon Dog getting that work. Out there running the stairs at the beach. Loon Dog ready to go. By the way, you see Jordan Poole, Kevin Durant shooting around together, playing in pickup ball. Interesting. JP, an easy money sniper.
You think they're sparring as well, like Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole were doing earlier?
No, but I guarantee you a lot of Warrior fans are probably like, screw those guys. They deserve each other.
Who, KD and JP?
JP, yeah. Whatever. It's good. Good for
Screw those champions for our team, yeah.
Yeah, it's just 3 rings between them, 3 straight finals appearances, that's all. One of the greatest players and one of the greatest free agent acquisitions ever. It's just unbelievable. Anyway, the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shaska, let's do this. Let's get back on the Giants when Fleming comes on at 8 o'clock. Let's save those bullets. We got the 7 o'clock audience coming in soon.
Don't fire till you see the whites of their eyes.
Yeah,
Bunker Hill.
Well, do you see the whites?
The Alamo.
You see Ross Stripling's white eyes?
Well, they're
the whites of his eyes.
I mean, they're just.
The Tigers are out there just clack, clack, clack. Torkelson, Ryan Craig, David, the Tigers
with the Miguel Cabrera farewell tour.
He's so oh my God. It's depressing watching him hit.
My guy is ready to join the Double D softball league here in San Francisco.
When he's running back from first, my guy's lumbering.
I love him.
Casey Schmidt yesterday bobbled a ball at short. And Miguel Cabrera was a runner at first, and he was still able to get the force.
You cannot tell me the kid I saw at 20 years old hit a home run off Roger Clemens in the Yankee Stadium World Series against the Marlins in 2003. It's the same man I'm watching yesterday.
Yeah, with the Marlins, a young Miguel Cabrera
playing left
third
field.
base.
By the way, he didn't know who Roger Clemens was.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's a David Sampson story. He didn't understand why it was such a big deal. Just goes to show you, man.
Yeah,
kids don't know.
I'm glad he got himself on track because, back in those Tiger days. Remember the old...
he enjoyed himself.
Yeah, the Matrix.
Yes.
I was at Matrix one night.
Oh, yeah.
Him, Curtis Granderson, Eric Timms.
The Grandy Man.
The Grandy Man. And,
was Ian Kinsler there?
Ian Kinsler was not... I don't know if he was on the team at that point.
Delman Young?
Omar Infante.
Yeah, Delman Young.
Delman Young was sick. Didn't he have the minor league issue?
Yeah, he had a few issues.
Especially left field.
Blonde hair. He had the blonde hair for a while.
Yeah, one good playoff run, right, with the Tigers? Yeah, one good playoff run.
Delman Young was nice.
Yeah, he was nice. He was supposed to be a lot better.
Great video game player.
Yeah, very good player. And his brother, Dimitri Young.
Remember
him?
Dimitri was solid.
Yeah, I like the Young brothers.
Good pinch hitter off the bench.
I like the Young brothers, man. They have some issues upstairs, but, they're all right. They're all right. But we'll talk about the Giants at 8 o'clock with Dave Fleming because I want to be positive. I want to talk some Niner football. Again, we said this at the start of the show. If you don't have anything good to say, don't say it at all. And I really don't have anything good to say about what the Giants are doing right now.
So tomorrow camp opens up for the 49ers, and I'm really excited for it. And this is the prevailing, I think, sentiment from people, and I don't get it. JMC_1982 on YouTube. Lance has literally never looked good outside of a very first practice that got people's hopes up. Every minute of every game, he has looked bad, period.
We just go to the extreme with things. There's no gray area anymore in sports. It's either you really love a guy or you hate him. Like if I critique one throw from Brock Purdy, Ponte just wants to see his guy Trey play. He hates Brock Purdy. I don't hate anybody that's winning games for my football team. All right? Brock Purdy's a hell of a story. We had his dad on.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome.
His dad on. I was like, man, this is pretty cool. This is cool. Now, we're in sports media, and we're gonna get things wrong. We're not gonna hit 100% because, trust me, if we hit 100%, we'd be at Vegas, we'd be at any sportsbook betting every single day.
I mean, Jerry West, one of the greatest GMs of all time, is he batting 1,000?
Yeah, no doubt. No, not even close.
How about Brian Cashman?
No, not even close.
Exactly.
Brian Sabian, not even close.
Yeah.
Bob Myers, not even close. John Lynch, not even close.
Yeah.
But you applaud the effort. You applaud, the work. Anyway. That's inaccurate to say that Trey Lance has looked bad in every single minute of every single game he's played. The first 3 quarters against Chicago, I thought I saw a quarterback saying, you know what? He ain't great, but this is a very similar game to what Jimmy G produced over the last 3 years. I'm not talking about 2017 and, but like the tail end of 2019, 2021, it was very Jimmy G-esque. And we felt like, boy, there's a lot A lot of potential there for Trey Lance.
What do you mean by Jimmy G-esque?
Game manager, make a few throws here and there.
Okay.
Try not to turn the ball over.
Yeah.
But I thought in Chicago, the first 3 quarters, and the crazy part is Mark Wheeler was at that game with me. Box Campbell sitting right behind me. We saw some of the throws Trey Lance made. That's a lie to say that he was bad in every single minute of every single game he's played in. We attended the Texans game. If you don't like Trey, that's fine. If you don't believe Trey's the guy, that's fine. I told you this, Shasky. Going into 2023, I don't give a damn who the quarterback is. I just want to celebrate down Market Street at the end of the year and see the Niners get over the mountaintop. That's all I want to see. But don't lie and say that, hey, Trey Lance has looked bad in every single minute he's played at football. That's inaccurate. It is. I mean, I don't even know what to say about it. That's just inaccurate. Watch the game over. To say that he's looked bad at every single minute in every single game he's played, why should you have a sports take when you say dumb things like that? That's James C_1982 for you.
Well, you got the 510 saying the same thing. Well, outside of that practice where you guys over-exaggerated, blah, 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 he hasn't looked good at all. Did we not watch him win a Week 16 game when the Niners had to win to get into the playoffs?
More people put stock into the preseason loss against the Texans than they do that game. Think about that situation for Trey Lance. They don't win, they don't go to the playoffs.
Now, look at the Niners made sweeping indictments on acquiring Jimmy Garoppolo based off 2.5 games of Jimmy G in a Patriot uniform. Right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. Every single year, teams are making assessments about the quarterback based on practice, correct?
Yep.
These OTAs, these intergame, scrimmages, these 11-on-11s, these practices. Practice does matter. In football more than any other sport.
Yep.
Practice is it's the only sport you practice 6 times to the amount of times you play.
Right.
Literally, practice is the most important when it comes to the NFL. But everyone says practice doesn't matter, which I understand that because we don't watch it.
Let me ask you this. I was in Europe last year during the first 3 weeks of training camp. You're there at training camp. How much emphasis did this market put on practice when it came to Trey Lance?
Well, it's interesting that you say that because I actually took away a lot of different. I'm not ripping anyone. I'm saying when you're at practice, a lot of stuff is happening all at once.
Yep.
So, for example, you'll get Trey Lance out there and what you deem to be the first team, right? And I'm doing air quotes. Well, wait a minute. Trent Williams isn't playing today. So now Nick Bosa is going up against Jalen Moore or Colton McKivitz and having his way. That's number one. All right. Number two, Ayuk's not even out there. They'll have Juwan Jennings and Danny Gray. They're mixing up different combinations of the first team to give different looks. Debo didn't play for a couple of weeks. So
didn't George Kittle suffer a hamstring in training camp too?
Well, George Kittle was in and out of lineup the whole time. In and out of lineup the whole time. What I'm getting at is that practice was very over-scrutinized in terms of, hey, this guy completed, I'm just throwing raw numbers, 11 of 16, and Sudfeld completed 14 of 14. And well, wait a minute. Was he checking down? Would he have been sacked 4 times because Nick Bosa slapped him in the stomach and you're not allowed to tackle? Did he hold on to the ball too long and he missed his first read, but he checked down to a read that probably isn't going to be there in a game? Like, there's a lot of you have to fill in the blanks. So when I'm watching practice, when I was there last year, and I'm listening to everybody report on practice the next day or the day after, I'm saying, well, that's not what I saw.
Right.
And what I saw was this. There were times where Trey looked really good, and there were times where he looked really bad. There were times when Brock Purdy looked really good in the drills, and then there were times where I was like, yeah, that's not going to work in a game. And then there were times where I watched Sudfeld, and I was like, damn, he looks pretty good. He looks pretty good. And then there are other times where like he doesn't look good at all. Right. So it was a mixed bag from all of these guys. So in my estimation.
So you know what's funny?
It was
about
a mixed
all that?
bag.
How we move the goalposts when it comes to certain players. It feels like people do have an agenda. And, unfortunately on this show, we're the Trey Lance lovers because of the video we posted at his first practice at Levi's. It probably went a little overboard. But I know what I saw that day. I know what you saw.
Yeah.
The team's play-by-play announcer said it was the greatest throwing practice he'd ever seen in his career.
Over and over.
Over and over. Over and over. That's what he said. So
who was the D tackle that went to the Broncos?
Oh, DJ Jones.
DJ Jones took his helmet off, turned over and looked at us and was like, are you watching this?
Goes, wow.
Fred Warner came over from the sideline, took his helmet off, and was like, that boy's got it.
Dude, he rolled out to the right,
it.
and he threw that deep pass. Half the team And then you, being the team's play-by-play announcer, was on the hash marks to see where the ball landed. And that was an incomplete pass, but it shows you how invested everybody was into him. But yet, it's interesting because I say they moved the goalpost because when Jimmy was throwing 5 interceptions in practice, when Jimmy was looking skittish against the Denver Broncos, it didn't matter. It was just preseason. It was just practice. But when it comes to Trey Lance, we're a little harder on him, and I wonder why. Because he's a high draft pick? Because Shanahan moved up heaven and earth to go get Trey Lance and replace Jimmy G, who was, let's face it, Jimmy G was very polarizing here. He was a fan favorite. He was. A lot of number 10 jerseys, a lot of jersey shirts. The ladies loved Jimmy. Jimmy was a thing out here. He was a rock star. So I don't know why we pick and choose when practice matters or when exhibitions matter.
I think the expectations were so sky high for the guy. I'm sure we played a little part in that, but I think we're over. The amount of people that are actually Niner fans that saw our video is very minuscule. I mean, there are millions of 49er fans. You're putting too much credit for us, number one. Number two, I would say that when you're drafted number 3 overall, when they trade multiple picks to go get you, you're going to have unbelievably high, sky-high expectations. I think of someone like J.J. Stokes, and this is going back to the 90s.
Oh, my gosh.
J.J. Stokes could almost never live up to the hype. Jerry Rice was traded for multiple picks. Not first-rounders, but multiple picks. No one after 1 year would have told you Jerry Rice is worth all those picks.
Right.
A lot of people had said that he had no hands.
He had no hands. He dropped a lot of passes.
Jerry ended up being the greatest wide receiver of all time. So he was worth every single penny.
But think about J.J. Stokes, because that's a good litmus test. J.J. Stokes at UCLA was dominant. I mean, he looked like I was like, wow, the Niners got J.J. Stokes to pair with Jerry Rice.
That
was before Kate McNown.
I thought Kate McNown was with him.
No, I think that was before Kate McNown. 96. Right. Maybe Kate was there for a year.
But JJ was, and if you look at his career, he actually had a better career than we give him credit for. But we talk about him like he's Rashawn Woods.
He was legit. And now you bring up J.J. Stokes around here, and people bring up the spitting incident. They don't even bring up his football career. And he underwhelmed. He underwhelmed with the 49ers. There's no doubt. Wow, he's at UCLA 91, 92, 93, 94. I want to see who the quarterback is at UCLA.
Yeah, give it to me.
As we spitball here. Wayne Cook, Ryan Fiend, Rob Walker. I have no idea who Wayne Cook is. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was a running back.
Oh, number 33.
Yeah, went to the Dolphins, Miami Dolphins. The other Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. But so when we talk about practice, it does matter, but we pick and choose when it matters. We pick and choose. There's just no doubt.
The games clearly matter the most. And right now, when you're looking at things, Brock has put together some incredible film. That looks absolutely great. I mean, it's really spectacular what the guy put together. His film right now is more comprehensive and looks better than Trey's.
It does. There's no doubt about that.
There's no other way. I also would say that Brock's film right now is less comprehensive, but looks way better than Sam Darnold's.
Right.
If we're going to do the full body of work here and we're going to compare and contrast. Are there throws that Sam Darnold probably has on tape that look amazing? Sure. But I look at his overall body of work, and it's extremely underwhelming.
Yeah, it's very underwhelming.
But I am still open-minded to see if Sam Darnold can salvage himself here.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens at camp. Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, whether or not Brock Purdy's ready for week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's our YouTube poll question today. Actually, it's not even on my list. Lutman, what's the YouTube poll question? Go ahead, pop in here real quick. YouTube poll question.
Yeah, so the YouTube poll question today is, right now at the start of training camp, who do you think is the 49ers starting quarterback week 1 against the Steelers? Is it Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, or Sam Darnold? Right now, Brock Purdy is leading with 49%, with Trey Lance at 45%, and Darnold is a lowly third at 6%.
Interesting.
Well, Brock's your number 1.
He's your number 1.
There's no doubt about it. He's your number 1. The question to me isn't like who's your number 1. The question is, how long is the leash?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Right.
The question really is like, okay, can he get healthy? That's a prerequisite question, right? Like, is the guy healthy? And then number 2 is, how long are you going to allow him to falter? What if they get off to a 1-3 start with Brock? Can they afford to get off to a 1-3 start?
Well, that's my question here as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HU1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. It's a question I asked Lubman yesterday, and I'll ask it to you, Shasky,
like, is it
and all
his
our
year
listeners.
No matter what?
Well, I asked this question because you asked what happens if they start 1-3. Well, to me, I look at the Niners and the Warriors, and we think of everything that's going on with the Warriors, Chris Paul, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, and it feels like the Warriors. It is very imperative that they get off to a good start. But when you look at
Totally
both teams, who's it more important for to get off to a better start? Is it the 49ers or is it the Golden State Warriors? Now, let's break down the Niners for a second. They've made 2 straight NFC Championship games. They're both been on the road. And they've overcome slow starts in both seasons, 2021 and last year.
After a month and a half in the season, they were under 500.
Exactly.
And they were able to overcome it.
They were able to
almost
overcome
a third
it.
of the season.
It's kind of unprecedented.
It really is.
Right?
Really
but it's
is.
cost you home field
really
advantage.
is.
It's cost you the bye week.
Yeah.
And then you've had to travel in both. Think about 2021, you had to go to Dallas, Green Bay, and then down to L.A.
And you can't tell me that fourth quarter, the plane in the wild card weekend didn't
oil.
catch up to you in the fourth quarter.
They were leaking oil.
I believe that.
In 2021, the Niners opened up the season 3-5, and we're all panicking. They opened up the season 3-5. Last year, they were 3-4. And you're thinking, boy, another slow start, another one. But with the Warriors, what if they get off to a slow start? Think about the vibe right now with the Golden State Warriors, with even just the casual fan. A lot of people are on the fence. A lot of people think that, boy, you're trading Jordan Poole away. You got rid of Patrick Baldwin Jr., some youngsters. Wiseman's in Detroit. If the Warriors get off to a slow start, think about the dialogue that's going to be coming with that.
I think it just calms the waters for the Warriors if they get off to a nice start. It just everybody takes a nice big deep breath. We're playing well. We're playing nice. It allows you to rest people throughout the year.
Right.
It allows you to tinker with some of your rotations and your lineups. I think the worst thing that could happen for the Warriors is getting off to a slow start. Whereas the Niners, is it ideal? No. But I know that they can overcome it because they have, and this core has.
Wow. Who's it more important for to get off to a good start? The Niners or the Warriors? I'm back and forth on it because I look at the NFC. Philadelphia's stacked. They're the best team in the NFC right now. I think people are sleeping on the Seattle Seahawks because I guess people don't believe in Geno Smith. They think it was a fluke last season. I think Seattle's going to be good.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. But the Niners, it feels like they need that bye week because by the time they got to Philadelphia, they were banged up. The year before going to LA, they were banged up. Now, if the Warriors get out to a slow start, oh my gosh, all of a sudden the rumors are you going to trade Chris Paul by January? Are you going to trade Jonathan Kuminga? If they get out to a slow start, everybody's going to be talking about the dynasty being over. So I could see it both ways. I think it's important for both teams here, but who's it more important for? Is it the Niners or is it the Golden State Warriors? Like Conrad Arena says, the Warriors. The Niners always start slow. Danker, the Niners need the ring, so they need to start off faster. Morelli, I say the 49ers need a better start to the season. Warriors will be good. So, JC, this is a good one. Niners, they play less games. They have less room for error. And the Seahawks are a threat. I believe the Seahawks are a threat too, Shasky.
Well, I think we're already burying the Rams, and I'm not saying the Rams are world beaters. I'm not even pretending like there's some sleeper dark horse team. I'm just saying I'm not ready to put to bed Stafford and McVay. I'm just not ready to do it. They got Cooper Kupp. They still have Aaron Donald. I don't know. I feel like McVay's got something under his sleeve this year.
Let's go to TC up in Sacramento. TC, what's happening? TC.
Shasky, what's up, bros?
What's up, man? What's going on?
Man, just tapping in, man, this morning, kind of with this quarterback battle. I kind of like what's going on. In my opinion, you know how I feel. Brock Purdy was okay, but if you want to dead the noise and find out who really the dude is, this preseason, this training camp, roll the dice and let everybody duke it out. We ain't crowning Brock Purdy nothing. May the best man win in camp, and whoever shine in camp as the starting quarterback, and that deads all the noise, period. But if you want to crown Brock, that's like crowning Trey. Let him duke it out. If Trey win, he move forward. If Brock beats out Trey, then Trey wasn't the guy. If Darnold beats both of them out, then you move on with Darnold. But I say you let all three duke it out, bro, and may the best man win, in my opinion.
Well, that's probably not going to happen. If Brock is healthy, I think he starts as your number one, and it's pretty clear cut for me. The question then becomes is he your number one, unquestioned, no doubt about it, no matter what happens this year, and we're riding and dying, and this is all about, building him up for the next 10 years? Or is this like, hey, if he really, for whatever reason regresses or the team's just simply not winning, we got to shake it up at quarterback? Like I think that's a question I don't know I have an answer for because I can see both sides of it.
Now, is this lip service here with Kyle Shanahan when he says this with Steve Weiss on NFL Network?
Give it to me.
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got three guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got three guys who can play, and there's only one spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. But we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do. And he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff. And Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options, and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those three, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
Shanny's funny. But is he speaking today at 11 o'clock? Training camp presser, 11 o'clock. Shanahan, Lynch. Going to be very interesting. Very interesting to hear what they have to say as the veterans will be on the field Wednesday, and we'll be down there at the Hilton Hotel.
I think the injury for Brock is the biggest question mark. I think if there was no injury, there wouldn't be any question marks whatsoever regarding who's starting the year as your number one. I think there'd still be some murmurs about how long of the leash is it, blah, 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 which is fair. I think that's with every quarterback, right? Every quarterback in the league, unless you're one of the established, Herbert, Allen, Lamar, like there are a certain tier of guys. I think Brock is just slightly away from getting to that tier because you got to put together a full season, right? But the question then becomes, how long is the leash on someone like him? But that injury, like we're talking about his moneymaker. You can diminish it all you want. That's the arm. That's the throwing elbow.
Right.
I watched Joe Montana have his career wiped out. Now I know it was 30 years ago, but his career was wiped out because of that elbow injury. I mean, he basically called it a wraps here in San Francisco because of that same similar kind of an elbow injury. Not exactly the same. I just feel like we're all expecting him to come in and not skip a beat. All I'm saying is man, can we see him healthy on the field throwing, full before we know that one way or the other? And I feel like a hater even like talking that out.
Well, Gingy on YouTube, he went 7-1 and Kyle still isn't sold. Jimmy went undefeated in 2017 and Kyle wasn't sold.
They went 13-3 in 2019 and went to the Super Bowl.
And he was still searching for quarterbacks.
And they were beating Mahomes in the fourth quarter.
Right. And they were still searching for quarterbacks. So I got a question. 888-957-9570. What have you seen from Brock Purdy to convince you he is the starter moving forward? What have you seen from Brock Purdy to convince you that he is the guy in San Francisco?
Yeah.
On the flip side, what has Trey done to not convince you? What has Trey done to convince you that he's not the guy? What has he done? Has he not done enough? Is it simply that he's too raw? 888-957-9570. We'll dive into the quarterbacks as training camp opens up. And I cannot wait for Wednesday to be down there to watch him throw, Spinoni. I can't wait. The law offices of Robert Goldstein. That's what that next segment is sponsored by. If you have IRS and state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Well, now I know. The show you've been waiting for is here. Hip Hop made the base.
Nobody's mad.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Well, there's nothing to be mad about right now. Steph Curry doc is out. It's really cool. Ryan Coogler joined Willard and Dibs last Friday to talk about it, what stood out. A lot of people were watching it yesterday at Chase Center. Got a lot of texts again yesterday. Training camp starts tomorrow. Life is good right now.
Today is young Guido's 40th birthday.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Guido. Happy birthday.
Shout out young Guido, one of my oldest friends. His grandfather and my grandpa go way back. His dad and my dad go way back, and me and him go back. And so, happy birthday, buddy. I love you.
No doubt. No doubt. Nobody's mad today. We're going to be going. We got golf today. Dan Dibley have his golf odds. He had his golf odds on Twitter the other day. Yeah, my score like 109.5. What is it? 71. What's the course? What's the course over at the Berkeley Country Club?
What do you mean?
Was it 18 holes?
Yeah,
what
it's
is
18 hole. I don't know. It's probably a 71 or 72.
71, 72.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I mean, so me shooting 30 shots or being 30 shots over par, probably be 50 over par. Who cares? It's a lot of fun. But that was all cute. We're going to be at the Berkeley Country Club at noon. It's going to be a long day. Long day for the roasters. Long day.
Hey, it's Tiger.
But then after the Berkeley Country Club, we head straight to Santa Clara to the Hilton Hotel, where we'll be there overnight. We'll spend a night down there Tuesday and Wednesday, get away from the families for a couple of days, and training camp opens up on Wednesday. So come by and see us at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara Wednesday and Thursday, of course. And if you're going to be out there, make sure to stop by and see us. And don't forget, during the season, go to our pregame shows, post-game shows, and have a lot of fun at the tailgates. Great food, great beverages. It's a really good time before the Niners kick off during the preseason or regular season.
All right, so I'm looking at it here. It looks like it's a par 72.
Par 72?
From the Hunter tees, which I'm assuming is like the whites. I don't know. 6,100 yards. So not bad. Again, each course, you look at a scorecard and it doesn't have any, you have no idea. Like you go, it's only a 300-yard par 4. But, like, is it uphill? Is it downhill? Do I have to hit a dog leg? Like, what's the green look like? We'll see when we get out there. I heard it's very difficult, though. And, obviously when you play a place for the first time, you're going to struggle. So I'm looking to have fun. I'm looking at this logo. This logo is so cool.
Yeah.
It is so cool. I'm going to definitely buy a polo and a hat out there.
I'm going to be in the cart
if they allow.
Sipping. I'm in the cart sipping.
That's the move. Chilling.
Yeah. Chilling.
It's going to be windy out there, too. It's been windy in the East Bay.
I've got a secret weapon showing up today.
Oh.
Yeah. Got a big secret weapon.
A caddy? You got what? You got Bones over there with you?
I don't
Just
even
a
worry.
secret weapon who's gonna be out there.
We'll see. You open up to shout out.
Yeah.
You open up to shout outs now, Shasky. 415 Comcast Business Text Line. I know it's not Shout Out Friday, but can I wish my wife Natasha a happy 48th B-Day? We've been together since we were 13. That's Big Troy. Wow. 48. What is that, 35 years? Damn. Good for you, Big Troy and Natasha. Happy 48th birthday. Natasha, I'm sure you don't look a day over 25 as well. And by the way, shout out to Mondo, Team Kid, right? Mm-hmm. Mondo hooked me up with the owner at Leilani's on the beach in Maui on the west side. Jason, Leilani's on the beach. They comped the entire meal for Anna and I. Didn't have to do it. I was like, what is this? Wow. They hooked us up, man. And so I got to shout out Mondo for hooking that up. He's out in Pennsylvania right now. Jason Kidd, Select 17U. Nice. They won the Select 40 circuit, the best team in the country. So Mondo out there doing it with Team Kid and company.
Speaking of comped meals, guys, Gambino run, since we're going to be out and about all day. On me?
I just had my soda.
Thumbs up, thumbs down?
I just had my soda.
All thumbs up.
I just had my soda cereal. I had my soda cereal, so I'm going to wait on that. I'll wait for lunchtime.
Lubman, are you in?
Oh, yeah, I'm in.
The only time I hear from Lubman is, we got to hit these breaks. I'm like, dog.
Well, you better
that and Giants talk on Sundays.
Be careful. Be careful, because Boss Man is here. We want to hit the brakes.
No, Boss Man's probably out at the country club right
now.
now.
The Boss Man just walked in here.
Well, yeah, is he?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, yeah, he lurks, man. He's sneaky.
I see him every time he walks in.
For a guy that has a limp, he's very, very sneaky.
Every time he walks in, I see it from my peripherals, and I see Matt Nahigian walking in.
Look, guys, I have ears and eyes everywhere.
Yeah, he's here.
Watching.
He's just turning into Batman at the station now with his voice.
Seriously.
And
by the way, I watched the new Flash movie.
I haven't seen that. I heard it was bad.
It was too campy.
Ezra Miller is a terrible person, too, the actor of Flash.
Is he?
Yeah, really bad guy.
I've been on the documentary hype. I was watching part 1 of the De La Hoya documentary, Oscar De La Hoya.
I'm Matt Man.
He is a mess, Oscar De La Hoya. But I would recommend the Andre Ward documentary.
Okay.
SOG on Showtime. Oscar De La Hoya's. I've been on the doc hype, man. Bill Walton's 30 for 30. He had the American Gladiators 30 for 30 part 1. The guy who ran American Gladiators, what a dirtbag he is. Oh my gosh. He is such a he stole the idea. He stole the idea from his best friend. Check that story out. I won't spoil it for anybody, but let's go to Polo in Redwood City. We asked a question right before the break. What has convinced you that Brock Purdy is the guy for the Niners at quarterback? Because we all want the guy. We just watched the quarterback documentary on Netflix, and we're all jealous of Patrick Mahomes being the guy in Kansas City. Andy Reid has his guy. You know, Zach Taylor in Cincinnati has his guy in Joe Burrow. Sean McDermott has his guy in Josh Allen.
Vikings got their guy.
Well, the Vikings don't have their guy. They don't. They don't have no. They have nothing with Kirk Cousins. Nothing. We know that.
You don't think there are qualities that Kirk Cousins possesses? I'm not here to say that I want Kirk Cousins as my quarterback.
I hear you.
But there aren't qualities he possessed that you would desire out of the 49er quarterback, whoever that might be?
He has some good qualities.
He has a lot of good qualities.
But is he taking you over the top?
On this team, I don't know if you need a guy to take you over the top. Long term, yeah.
I think you need a guy to take you over the top. I think it's been proven the last 3 NFC championship games for the 49ers and the Super Bowl, that is. You need a guy to take you over the top.
So Brock can get to another level?
I don't know. I'm here to see it.
Yeah.
Are Niner fans convinced he's the guy? And what has convinced you that Trey Lance isn't the guy? You know, I was listening to Willard and Divs yesterday. They're having a good show, and Willard was saying, I don't hate Trey Lance, but why do people hate Brock Purdy? No. I don't think people hate Brock Purdy at all. There's a lot of hatred towards Trey Lance, but nobody hates Brock Purdy. How can you hate the last pick of the draft? I didn't think he was going to be anything. I was like, this guy. But you know what? He proved me wrong. And he played very, very good football for the 49ers. Very good football.
Wouldn't you say that of all the fan bases, the Niner fan base standard is probably the highest in terms of like when it comes to these players? You know, Nick Bosa is a great example. Nick Bosa is amazing.
Yeah.
He's excellent. You know what? Some people are like, is he better than Haley yet? Is he better than Alvin Smith yet? I don't know, right? Patrick Willis is one of the greatest football players any of us has ever seen. And there were still people like myself who were like, I think Bowman had a better season in 2013 than what Willis did. You know what I mean? Like, we do this crazy thing. T.O. is one of the top 3 receivers of all time. He will always be number 2 to Jerry Rice.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
Steve Young, in 25 other franchises, is the number 1 quarterback of all time. But he's number 2 behind Joe Montana, and it's not even close.
Not close.
All right. Frank Gore is the greatest running back of all time in how many different, settings?
But I don't think he's better than Roger Craig.
That's what I'm saying. Right? Like a lot of people feel
Roger
that way.
Craig should be in the Hall of Fame. Roger Craig should be in the Hall of Fame.
You're not alone.
Hell, Hugh McElhaney. He gets referenced a lot out here. He was a damn good player.
Joe the Jet Perry.
Yeah.
John Henry Johnson, who I know people don't want to get. But the point that I'm getting at is I actually think and then now it sounds like we're the wine and cheese fans because it feels like I'm trying to be Mr. Tastemaker here. But it does feel like the 49er standard, the fan base standard, is actually higher than almost anyone.
So has Brock Purdy met that standard already? Has he convinced you already, despite the injury, that he's the guy moving forward? Let's go to Polo real quick at Redwood City. Polo, 888-957-9570 is the number. Polo, Redwood City wants to chime in. What's up, Polo?
Yeah, yo, what's up, man? Hey, I'm going to say this. I don't think he's the guy. Even when Kyle Shanahan said Trey Lance was the guy, when he gave him the starting job over Jimmy G. And nobody's going to training camp fighting for the job, so we just giving jobs away. I feel like all 3 of them should fight for that job, even though Purdy had a good playoff run or a good run his first few games. Kyle Shanahan said Trey Lance lost his job. Well, how did he lose his job? Or how did he lose his chances? How did he lose his chances, Shanahan? By you just running him down the middle? Hey, man, that job rightfully is earned by Trey Lance, the 2.0 of Kaepernick.
Let me ask you something, Polo. What has convinced you that Brock Purdy's not the guy? What is it about him that you're just not feeling?
Man, I'm not. You gotta earn your stripes, man. You can't just give him the job because he had a good little run. He's a rookie. He's gonna hand the job over to this rookie.
Didn't he earn it?
No.
Didn't he earn it a little?
Keep doing it.
I mean, they were undefeated.
He reminded me of Tim Rattay.
Really?
Tim
Rattay. Whoa, Polo, really? Tim Rattay?
Is getting ran by the defense. the defenses that got our back. That's all that we have. I want to see Trey Lance in there. Give that man his fair chance, a real fair chance, and open up that playbook. Don't treat him like he a fullback. Nose dive right up the middle.
Well,
then go say he loses his chances.
All right, Polo. I hear you. 888-957-9570. You guys
strong.
Agree with Polo. Yeah, I'm not going there. And by the way,
not.
You know, I can't make a big deal about Trey Lance losing his job due to injury because Alex Smith lost his job due to injury. And I was all for it.
Well, that's what happens in sports.
That's what it happens in the NFL.
It
happened for Draymond Green. David Lee got hurt, and it opened up the door for Draymond Green.
Exactly.
And here we are today. Here we are today with Draymond. So play some. To go up to Seattle on Thursday Night Football on a short week, and the amount of pain he played with. I know everybody's going crazy over Kirk Cousins. Oh my God, he's so tough. You know how tough Purdy had to be to get through that Seattle game?
Well, that's the game. You're asking me what's the game where you know that he's the guy, and I would point to that game. But I also would have said the same thing about Jimmy Garoppolo on a Saturday night against the LA Rams at home in 2019, where I pointed to the second half of his performance in that game and said, that's why he's the guy. The New Orleans game, that's why he's the guy.
Right.
And you can have these moments,
right.
But I think what separates the truly great quarterbacks from the ones, like I would say a tier below, the Kirks and the Daks and stuff, is that they have those performances a lot.
Every week.
Maybe not every week, but
you know, when it comes down to it, you're like, okay, I don't want the ball in that guy's hands because he's going to make top tier throws.
When they don't do it, you're shocked.
Right, yeah, exactly.
That's, I guess, where I was at.
Exactly.
So, like, you know, again, Jimmy Garoppolo had maybe one of his finest, couple of drives in Week 18 of 2021. And then he literally the very next week went to Dallas, and they were up multiple scores.
23-7.
And he just threw up all over himself.
20-37. And Shanahan had to take the ball out of his hands.
So we act like these players are, once you get to a level, you're like a video game. You're going to stay at the 93 overall, and you're never going to dip down. For the guys that are in that second tier of quarterbacking, they're up and down. They're up and down.
Spider Rico, Bonte. No one hates Purdy. Interpolo for it with C. Well, we found one guy who is not the biggest fan, but he just wants to see a competition, and I think we'll see it. Now, I'm not sure if I believe Shanahan when he says we have three quarterbacks who can play. Nothing's set in stone. I'm sure he'll be peppered with those questions today at 11 o'clock down in Santa Clara. Who's the starting quarterback? And he's going to tell us all, hey, we're a little hard-headed. He's not going to talk about it.
But if Joe Montana can get yanked out of games, and even if we all agree it was probably not the best strategy, and Bill Walsh was kind of crazy for doing it.
He was.
Can we all agree, like, we literally saw this happen with Steve Young and Joe Montana with the questioning of a guy who felt, and Joe was way more established than where Brock's at, right? Yep. Joe had multiple Super Bowls under his belt.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, my gosh. Got some breaking news about Bronny James. Bronny James, yesterday while practicing, Bronny James suffered a cardiac arrest.
What?
Medical staff was able to treat Bronny and take him to the hospital. He's now in stable condition and no longer in ICU. We ask for respect.
Oh, my goodness.
And privacy for the James family. We'll have an update. We'll update media when there is more information. LeBron and Savannah wish to publicly send their deepest thanks and appreciation to the USC medical and athletic staff for their incredible work and dedication to the safety of their athletes. Wow. Thank God he's all right. He's alive. He's breathing. He's stable. Thank the heavens for that. That's tough right there. Oh, my gosh.
Tough. That's like the worst thing ever.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man.
Playing ball, and no, that's terrible.
Looks like TMZ Sports was first on that one, man. Jeez. All right. Well, Bronny's good, though. Prayers up to Bronny James as we get back into the 49ers. 888-957-9570. Is Trey Lance better than Brock Purdy right now? He hasn't proven that. He just hasn't. Brock Purdy, let's talk some of the attributes for Brock Purdy. His feel in the pocket, better than I expected.
Yeah.
Very good. The way he stepped up, the way he beat the blitz. I think about the Miami game when they ran that zero blitz against him right before halftime, and he hit George Kittle over the middle, and he stood in there and took that hit. I was like, damn. And then, matter of fact, one of the first play of the game, I think against Tampa Bay, they got hit for hitting the quarterback too hard. What was it? The guy hit him too high or something in the helmet. I forget who it was, but he gets knocked down. They get the 15-yard penalty. And then Brock Purdy leads a touchdown drive, and they're up 7-0. So his feel in the pocket, his feel against the blitz, his instincts, and he has some nice touch on his deep throws. A lot of people say he doesn't have a strong arm, But I watched him over and over and over deliver the deep ball down, whether it's Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, or Christian McCaffrey.
Wouldn't you say his pre-snap recognition and his command is excellent?
That's the first start of it, no doubt. He recognizes things. He knows where to hit.
And I think the way he goes through his progressions, boom, 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 like he's a quick processor. That's so evident. And to your point, like part of the processing is his ability to kind of, be agile as he's moving through who to throw to and make enough of a little hezzy move or a little quick twitch move to kind of buy himself that extra step or that extra time. And he's got really nice slot throwing where he can deliver it from a variety of different angles. There's a lot to really like about the guy.
No, I like where Brock Purdy was at last year. By the end of the year, he was so damn good. I thought the Niners were going into Philadelphia to win that game. And quarterback was not my problem at all. Hell, on the play he got hurt, Brandon Ayuk looked like he was about to deliver a dime to Brandon Ayuk. Who knows what happens after that? But why do people have reservations about Brock Purdy? And why are people so reserved about Trey Lance? If Trey Lance with all these weapons, that's the thing. We saw him last year. There was no George Kittle. There was no Christian McCaffrey. There's something to that. Because defenses was stuffing out Debo Samuel with those jet sweeps. Hell, remember the 50-yard play against Seattle where he broke that play? Debo, so there was two dudes in the backfield for a 3-yard loss. Debo made that happen. Debo made that happen with his legs. Are we sure Trey Lance can't be the guy?
Well, I think the biggest reservation that I have, it's not the film that he's put out or anything. It's the way his teammates talk about him over the last year. Not more recently, because it feels like the tide is turning on the conversation, but it's listening and reading how the teammates talk about him, how they look at him, how they're responding to him. I think there's a real element where you could totally tell the difference when Brock took over. It was almost like unanimous the way everyone was talking about
even
him.
Brandon Ayuk was like, yo, we got a quarterback. I got to look. This guy is making plays.
Right. So to me, the players always tend to know because they see a lot of the closed door practices that we don't see. And there's something that they all notice, whether it's in the huddle, whether it's in film study, whether it's just, hey, the ball gets delivered to me on time, or I'm blocking for him and he knows exactly, what's going to happen pre-snap. The way that the teammates have talked about Trey contrasted with the way the teammates have talked about Brock, to me, that's as big of an indicator as any of the film study that Brian Baldy or that you and I might, with our novice eyes, be looking at when we're watching games back.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. What has convinced you that Brock Purdy is a guy? I got another one, too. When I'm just thinking about the starts to the season. Because the Niners have gotten off the back-to-back slow starts. Now, it hasn't mattered because they got to the NFC Championship game. But on the flip side, you could say it has mattered because you don't get the bye week. There's only one bye week per conference. The Eagles are able to sit back at home, play the New York Giants on a Saturday night, and then welcome the Niners on a Sunday afternoon. They got the extra day of rest and the home field advantage. Niners 2021, oh, boy. Going to Dallas, Green Bay. By the time they got to SoFi Stadium in L.A., Trent Williams' ankle was busted. Debo Samuel was banged up. Jimmy Garoppolo had a broken thumb. He was banged up. They were hurting. They were hurting bad.
Well, as you watch that quarterback, Doc, I think this, to me, and we talk about reservations, and I just look at the whole room as a whole, right? Darnold, Trey, and Purdy. I don't know about Brandon Allen. We will see tomorrow. So let's just put him to the side. I look at that entire room, and I say to myself, the amount of guys who can make it through a season, like Burrow. Even Josh Allen got hurt with the UCL last year, and it affected his efficiency. Mahomes, seeing Kirk Cousins barely make it through the season. There's a real question mark on health for this quarterback room. This offensive line and the play calling and the quarterbacks themselves couldn't make it through 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks last year.
Right.
They couldn't make it through 2 quarterbacks the year before that. They barely got Jimmy G to the finish line in 2019. 2020 was an absolute disaster for quarterback health, right? So, to me, quarterback health is like the biggest unknown quantity in all of this. And I think it's a fair thing to be like, dude, the guy who we all love, who put out great tape, had a major elbow injury.
Yep.
The other guy, Trey Lance, who looks like an Adonis, has been hurt every single time he stepped on the field.
Yep.
And then Sam Darnold, poor play, and been hurt.
Yep.
Quarterback health is to me the number one variable for all 3 guys.
Honestly, moving in, now that I think about it, You said that the Niners have been the exception to the rule, and I agree with you that they don't need the greatest quarterback play to get deep into the playoffs.
For right now.
For
this team.
For this team.
But things can change.
But it feels like they do need that quarterback. Super Bowl 54. You didn't have that quarterback to take you over the top. Shanahan didn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo in the first half to run a 2-minute drill. Then by the end of the game, he doesn't make the throws. He misses guys. And it's like, all right, maybe you move on from him. The quarterback doc proved to me that you need a guy. You look at Burrow and Mahomes going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I don't care if it's Purdy, Trey, or Darnold. Are they good enough to get past those type of teams?
You don't need to win the gauntlet of the AFC, though. I think being in the NFC gives them a much easier path. But you might not face Philly. Who knows? Maybe something happens before you get to them. You can't control that. Who else really scares you? Like, who are you out dueling in the NFC?
Well, we'll see.
Jordan Love?
We'll see. Jordan Love. Let's be careful with him. I hear you.
I'm interested to see Jordan
I'm interested
Love.
to see him. But
Matt Stafford?
But honestly, say if it is Philly.
Derek Carr.
Philly. Yeah, right.
Get out of here.
Philly. If it's Philly, and they're there.
Yeah.
Because they may be like I don't see a team better than Philly in the NFC right now.
I agree with you.
Jalen Hurts was going blow for blow with Patrick Mahomes.
He would have been the MVP of the Super Bowl if they won.
Right. Do you have a quarterback who's going to go in there and outduel Jalen Hurts with all the weapons that he has?
Well, you're hoping that that for a one-game scenario, yeah, you can do that.
All right. See, I don't. And then you play the AFC Super Bowl representative. And that could be Mahomes. That could be Burrow. That could be Josh Allen.
So we're talking about 2 games. But I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, you could still be a Super Bowl contender.
But also, when you go ahead.
No, but you could still be a Super Bowl contender, and maybe you don't have to have that variable play itself out. And then we also don't know. Like, let's play this thing out here. Brock, at some point, whether it's week 1 or week 4, comes back and he starts to ascend. Who's to say by playoff time that he reaches a whole nother level of quarterback play? Because he was a rookie last year.
He could.
Right? Lost in a lot of this is he was a rookie.
He was a rookie.
Can he get better?
Can he get worse? I don't know. When we looked at Jimmy G in 2017,
I hadn't considered that can he get worse.
Well, we looked at Jimmy Garoppolo after 2017. He got worse. He came in 2017 without knowing the playbook, throwing to guys like Marquise Goodwin, Kendrick Bourne, and Trent Taylor.
Was playoff Jimmy in 2019 worse than regular season Jimmy?
Well, Kyle, no, he was worse than regular season Jimmy.
Okay.
Yeah, no doubt.
What about in 2021?
The regular season was uneven, man.
I think he was better in 2021 regular season than he was in the playoffs. Playoffs, he didn't score.
In the playoffs. I thought you were talking about 2019.
That's good. So, this does happen. Like, Dak is a better regular season quarterback than a playoff quarterback.
It does happen.
Steve Young was a much better regular season quarterback than a playoff quarterback.
Playoff quarterback, he was not good.
I mean, these are the facts. These aren't, I'm not going to argue. I love Steve.
Here's the thing, though. Having quarterbacks who are not great, right? Okay, 2 games you got to get past. Let's just say in this hypothetical, you got these quarterbacks and you're like, hey, they're not great, but I just need them to beat Jalen Hurts one time and I need them to be the AFC representative one time. But the problem with having quarterbacks who are not great is that in the regular season, all of a sudden you're having battles with the Las Vegas Raiders and you're going to overtime. All of a sudden, Seattle, that game is a lot closer.
Jarrett Stidham.
You know what I'm saying? Jarrett Stidham. All of a sudden, you're like, we don't have a lot of margin for error. You look at the Dallas Cowboys, and they're going to be coming with that defense. All of a sudden, that game's a lot closer because you don't have that great quarterback to get you over the top. All of a sudden, the margin for error, you kind of go back to the pack a little bit.
That I agree with. And they have such a comprehensive roster that it feels like it offsets whatever deficiencies you might have in the quarterback, whether it's Jimmy from years past, Brock, if it's Darnold, Trey, whatever. Like, they're loaded. And that's where, we were really robbed of seeing it last year.
Yeah.
I mean, we were robbed of it.
We were.
I still believe Philly's going to win that game. The Niners winning would have been an upset, but we were robbed of seeing if he could rise to that moment.
Right.
Because he did rise to the moment against Seattle, and he definitely rose to the moment at times in the second half against Dallas.
Right. And look, late in Seattle, he did have a great fourth quarter against Seattle in that wild card game. But boy, late third quarter.
It was constipated.
It was. There was some hairy moments.
It felt like Seattle started to lay down in that second half.
After that fumble with Geno and the Niners went down and scored, it was like, okay, night. Yeah. It's over.
I'm very worried about Seattle this year.
Well, that's the thing. And would you be worried if you had a franchise quarterback? Honestly, if you had a franchise quarterback on this team with this roster.
I mean, we'd be saying 15-2.
But again, some people may think Brock Purdy is the franchise quarterback. I'm eager to see who thinks that right now. Because when we talk about franchise quarterback, now we're talking about big boy money.
Well, franchise quarterback, to me, there's no debate. So if I say to you, Patrick Mahomes, franchise quarterback.
No debate.
Who's debating you?
Yeah, nobody.
Josh Allen, franchise
Nobody's
quarterback.
debating you.
Joe Burrow, franchise quarterback.
Trevor Lawrence.
I think there might be a little debate. And that's why. A little. And again, using the Brock metric, people want to see him do it again.
But he is the number 1 overall pick. He was just.
His pedigree's great.
His pedigree's great. And taking that Jaguars team last year to the playoffs and winning the playoff game.
Monty, if he has a great year this year, I don't think anyone questions it.
That's 2 in a row.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I don't think anyone questions it. Just like if Brock had a great year this year, I don't think anyone's
I don't think
questioning
there's any debate with Trevor Lawrence.
You really don't?
No, not right now. Not after what I saw last year, his second year, because Urban Meyer ruined his rookie year. And even in his rookie year, he showed flash. Remember, he went over to London, he won a game, came back, and I was like, okay, this guy can make all the throws. He's got to learn how to take hits, get out of bounds or whatnot. And then he wins that playoff game last year. They go to Kansas City, and it was a little back and forth. The guy fumbles late in the game. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Trevor, I think, is him.
Well, that's fine.
That's just me, though.
My setting on franchise quarterback is no one's debating it.
Is there a debate with Lamar Jackson?
I think there is. Whether fair or not, I do think a lot of people are skeptical on him. And going back to the regular season versus playoffs, right. What's the number one thing?
He hasn't won playoff games.
Exactly.
I get that.
Right?
He's got the one playoff win in Tennessee.
And to me, he's amazing, but there are some legitimate questions. Aaron Rodgers is a franchise quarterback, even though he's old as hell, right?
Yeah.
And there's questions about his playoff performances.
Justin Herbert, is there any debate?
I think Justin Herbert is a franchise quarterback with a crap situation around him. I don't think there's anybody. Watching him in person.
Yeah.
He made some throws.
They didn't have anybody playing in that game.
Wide receivers.
Right.
No, I was watching him and I kept thinking, if the Niners had Herbert, we'd be talking about could this team go undefeated? If they had a guy like that, I tripping?
And I think Trevor Lawrence, I would rather have him than Herbert.
Really?
Absolutely.
Herbert's put together a couple of great years.
He has. Trevor's been here 2 years now.
Herbert's stuck in a bad division, unfortunately.
He is.
He's
with
screwed
the worst
in that
coach.
one. Yeah.
Right.
With a defensive coach and an
McDaniels.
offensive league and an offensive thing.
Dude, Trevor Lawrence gets Doug Peterson and boom, they go to the next level.
Yeah. That's a great point.
But even if you put Lamar Jackson on the 49ers.
I think everyone will be saying 14-3, 15-2.
Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, with McCaffrey. Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they would.
You think about some of these guys, like no debate franchise quarterbacks. That's why watching the quarterback doc, I get it with Kirk Cousins. And I saw somebody on the chat, the Comcast business text line that is, I forget the number, but they basically said, Kirk Cousins is underrated. I'm thinking to myself, you can't be underrated when you make that much money. When Minnesota pays you that type of money and you get paid that money, and he's had weapons in Minnesota. There's been no debate about the weapons he's had.
People thought I lost my mind. I'm not saying resume. Randy and T.O. and Jerry. I'm saying in terms of physical God-given talent, Justin Jefferson has as much God-given talent as any wide receiver at the position ever. Some of the plays that he's making in that doc, it's like one-handed, two fingers,
right. Kirk
and
Cousins.
4 guys. Am I tripping?
Kirk Cousins throwing in double coverage.
Sick.
So Kirk Cousins can't be underrated when he makes that much money. He can't be underrated when you had the weapons that he had. Before Thielen got a little older last year, but Thielen was really good for them for a long time. David Cook, really good. Hell, don't forget, Kirk Cousins did have Stephon Diggs at one point. And Stephon Diggs couldn't wait to get out of Minnesota.
Let me use this one on the Brock thing. I think outside of the Bay Area, people view Brock the same way a lot of people outside of Miami are viewing Tua, where it's like, yeah, I know, but I got to see more, and you got to stay healthy. And now they're very, very different situations, right? Obviously, Tua has better pedigree because of where he was drafted, so maybe people have their things set in stone on him playing at Alabama. But I think also with the head injuries that he's had, a lot of people are like, I just don't think he can stay healthy. I think people with the Brock elbow injury, it's like, that's a legitimate, serious injury. I think Brock's played better than what we've seen from Tua in a much smaller window. And yet I think there's the conversation about the two is very, very similar outside of their markets. I think there's a reservation on both of them. Like, I got to see it for a full season.
Yeah. Will we see that for a full season this year? Will we see it? Or will Trey start week 1? Will Sam Darnold start week 1? Training camp starts tomorrow. We'll be down live at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. I cannot wait for that. We got Dave Fleming coming up in 12 minutes to get back into the Giants for about 10 minutes. We'll ask Flem's thoughts on the Niners quarterback situation. See if the Giants even do anything.
Let me ask you this one. This is an interesting thought that I was having. Just like thought experiment here. If I took all 3 quarterbacks and moved them to the side, knowing everything you know to this moment on Justin Fields, would you feel better about the Niners with all the risk and everything on the other side in terms of injuries and the unknown play from some of the like Darnold and Trey?
Would I feel better about Justin Fields being a quarterback?
Would you feel better about the Niners quarterback situation if Justin Fields, with everything you know right now, was the quarterback heading into this year versus the unknown of Brock's injury and the other 2 quarterbacks?
I would.
Really?
Justin Fields is one tough SOB. Now, you talk about lack of weapons and lack of offensive line play in Chicago. He doesn't have any of that. They try to trade for Chase Claypool. He's got a couple guys, but ain't much happening in Chicago. But the way he can run, and I do think he has a good arm, if he had a Shanahan, I would feel really good about Justin Fields. I would.
I feel like Brock has already shown more than Justin Fields, though Justin has a long way to go, and he can prove a lot of people wrong, myself included. I feel like Purdy's done more already, and in this system, I feel like he's a little better fit.
I agree with
that. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
No. I agree with that. But what the hell does Justin Fields have to work with?
Nothing. No.
Right, let's look at his
nothing.
Cole Kmet was his leading receiver at tight end.
They traded for Chase Claypool, who anyone could have had.
All right, just 140 yards receiving in 7 games in Chicago. Dante Pettis. All right, David Montgomery
scored a game-winning touchdown. On the Niners.
Equanimous St. Brown.
I like the St. Brown bros.
I do, but I mean Darnell Mooney was his number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah.
And then you think about the running back situation, Khalil Herbert or David Montgomery. Now, Justin Fields ran for over 1,000 yards, ran for 1,143. You give him a McCaffrey and a George Kittle, Debo, and a Brandon Ayuk? And I'm not saying that's not an excuse. Brock Purdy played better than Justin Fields last year. He did.
Way better.
But then the same argument is, damn, I would like to see Trey Lance with all these weapons too. Let me see him fail with these weapons. Again, in 4 starts, Trey Lance has played with George Kittle 1 time. 1 time.
Dude, what about the Darnold factor? Is there anything that you're looking for tomorrow from Sam Darnold? Because I'm very interested to see him.
I think Sam Darnold has a chance to. It wouldn't shock me if Sam Darnold became the guy in San Francisco. That's how fickle this situation is.
Really?
He's got a new lease on life, man.
Wait, just real quick. Forget Trey, because everyone in a trade. Just throw Trey to the side for now. You really think that, let's say Purdy's healthy, 100% healthy. Then we don't know, but we'll know better tomorrow. You really think Darnold has a chance? Even like
No. If Purdy's healthy, he's starting. Purdy's healthy, he's starting. Right now, Purdy's the starter.
Is there any scenario where Darnold could somehow outclass these guys and take that spot?
What if he looks better in the preseason against Trey? Versus Trey. Trey doesn't look good in the preseason as Darnold does, and he takes the number 2 job.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He's 1 play away from starting. He's 1 play away from being on the field. Hell, and if Brock Purdy's not ready for week 1, then Sam Darnold's starting in Pittsburgh. And what if he comes out and like gangbusters and lights up TJ?
Sam Darnold starting in Pittsburgh? Can I stop there?
The Niners signed him on the 2nd day of free agency.
And that feels like they promised him, like, you can compete for the job.
Exactly.
If Brock's not 100%.
Exactly. We'll see. Well, the Saints have signed Jimmy Graham to a 1-year contract.
No way.
Yeah, Adam Schefter.
Jimmy Graham's back?
He's back.
He must need the money.
That's one of those, I didn't even know he was still in the league kind of signings.
He's got plenty of money. I don't think he needs money. He's got plenty. Saints signed Jimmy Graham. That's funny. Joey Nichols, YouTube. Purdy has not been named the starter. Gotta feel like
Purdy's the starter. Purdy's the starter until otherwise.
Tyler Miller, Purdy isn't the starter. We'll see. We'll see.
Every player, every coach, every person who has ties to the 49ers is telling you Purdy's the dude. Can that change? Sure. Over time, it can change. For now, he's the dude.
Do you believe in him being
What
a dude?
more did he need to do?
We'll get back into that at about 8:20. We'll get back into Brock Purdy 8:20. We got Flem coming up in 7 minutes, and we'll get right back into the Niners. But first, we need to talk about the injury report.
Ow!
All right, the Niners have reported to training camp with no surprise injuries to report. That is a good thing because they've been over the last 5 years, haven't they been the most injured team in football?
Surprise, surprise.
Somebody's hurt.
I've got a torn labrum.
Honestly, the Niners go down with
I mean, really?
Think about how many injuries they've had over the last 5 years.
Too many.
It's actually a blessing in disguise. They've come in banged up every single year to training camp. Somebody's been hurt. Somebody's had a stiff hammy, but no surprise injuries to report. Same cannot be said for the Buffalo Bills, who announced that running back Nyheim Hines will miss the upcoming season with an injury to his left ACL that he suffered in a jet ski accident. Luckily for Hines, he suffered no major life-threatening injuries in the accident, but he will undergo surgery on the injured ACL, meaning that he will most likely not see the field again until 2024. That means a lot more James Cook up in Buffalo, the younger brother of Dalvin, out of Georgia. Of course, you know I love the Cook brothers. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll go back into football. By the way, Saquon Barkley signed a one-year deal with the New York Giants with incentives. He's going to camp with the New York Giants. Josh Jacobs got on a flight leaving Las Vegas. He's not coming back to Las Vegas. But Flim's going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk about those struggling San Francisco Giants. And again, that's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
All right, team.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A long Tuesday for the Roasters. We're going to Berkeley Country Club after the show. Go play some golf. I think Willard and Dibbs, what time do they tee it up? 9:30?
8:06, I believe.
8:06. Oh, in 4 minutes.
So I'm imagining Dibbs being like Judge Schmelz right now. Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, and I never slice.
Please.
As he slices it into the woods.
My arm.
That's
It's
from
broken.
Caddyshack.
Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's going on, man? Training camp opens up tomorrow, but we're going to pivot for a second here and talk to our guy, Dave Fleming, as we talk to him every single week, the play-by-play voice of the Giants. Also a little ESPN, college football, college basketball. Also ask him about the Open Championship. How about Harmon? Brian Harmon just rolling in the Open Championship. What did he finish by 6 strokes? Was 13 under in the Open Championship? Pretty damn impressive for him. What hasn't been impressive have been the Giants. After winning the first 5 on that 11-game road trip, they lost the last 6, including yesterday to the Tigers, a season-worst 6 straight loss for the Giants. They come back home tonight for the Bay Bridge series against the A's to begin a 9-game homestand. So what is going on with the San Francisco Giants? They can't hit right now. They're not healthy. Pitching's been a problem. Let's dissect it with Dave Fleming. Flem, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Have you recovered from that road trip, man? You were away for a while, man.
I haven't recovered yet, that's for sure. Need a little more time. But it was good to be back home. That is for sure. And to sleep at home and to wake up this morning on sort of West Coast body clock time. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, just sort of in a vacuum, but gosh, it really is not. It's not a fake thing. When you ask these West Coast teams to do what the Giants have been asked to do, it is grueling. And so I think just getting back home, I think is going to help change things back around.
Hopefully he gets the bats rolling, man. This slump has been bad. They started off so well on their road trips, winning the first 5, sweeping Pittsburgh, winning the first 2 in Cincinnati. Then you lose the last 2 in Cincinnati, but you get the split. But losing 3 straight to the Nats, getting swept by them, and then losing that game to Detroit, which basically is another sweep at the hands of the Tigers. What's going on with these bats right now, Flem?
Well, part of it is simply just, hey, stuff like this happens. You have a week where you don't hit, and you hope you win a couple of those games. Find a way to win a couple of those games. The Giants also have combined that with with a week of starting pitching that hasn't been great. So when you fall behind in games and you're not hitting, it's almost impossible. The Giants just aren't equipped right now to be coming from behind, and we haven't seen the back end of the bullpen for a week. Maybe the number one strength of this team is get a lead, get into a close game late, and use that bullpen. And those guys, I mean, I've forgotten what Camilo Doval looks like. He just hasn't been in the game in so long. So that's a problem. They're equipped to be a front-running team, and they've fallen behind day after day. But I mean, look, it's also the case. It's not just like cyclical. They are missing some pieces. A lot of those veteran guys are really not swinging the bats well right now. Mike Yastrzemski, J.D. Davis, those guys are really struggling. Jock Peterson's finally got it going. Conforto's kind of run hot and cold. Lamont Wade has continued to get on base, but hasn't been doing any kind of damage. We're used to Lamont combining the on base with also some power, and that's kind of disappeared for him. So, okay, what does that do? That puts way too much on these young guys who at the bottom of the order just are not, there's no balance to the Giants lineup right now. So one of those two things has to change. Either those young guys have to kind of get it going again, or more likely and more importantly probably, those veterans who have the track record, those guys are going to have to start to snap out of it.
I know, and it feels like the Crawford injury doesn't help things right now, and the Estrada absence has been huge. I feel like him as a catalyst at the top of the lineup, him just being in the lineup every single day, like they really miss him.
Yeah, they do. They do. And it's two things. Number one, it's those two players, especially Tyro these days, but it's also what they have behind those guys at those positions. And everywhere else on the diamond, they're sort of covered, like J.D. Davis goes down. Wilmer can play some there. Same thing at first base. The outfield, we know we've got, some mix and match parts out there. But in the middle infield spots, the Giants are just thin. And they built this team around depth, and they tried to account for just about everything. But the one spot where they still haven't accumulated a lot of depth is the second base shortstop position. So you're right. That's really, really hurting right now. It is.
Well, so as we, kind of keep our eyes on the trade deadline, in your heart of hearts, I mean, you're not going to name names, but if you had to go pitcher or hitter right now, where are you going? Because they need both.
Yeah, they need both, but I think they need hitting more than they need pitching. I mean, everybody could use a starting pitcher. Everybody could use a starting pitcher who's good enough to start a playoff game above and beyond the guys that you already have. So that's a pretty, for the Giants, that's a pretty high bar in that the Giants, I think, would feel real confident with their first two starters, and I think they'd feel really confident with one pure traditional bullpen kind of game in the playoffs. So really you're talking about maybe one more spot that the Giants would need to cover in the starting rotation. And that's not to say that a combination of Stripling and Wood or whoever couldn't help you figure that out between now and the end of the year. Who knows? Maybe even Kyle Harrison, something like that. But I do think they need some help on the offensive side at the middle infield spots. Like, are you going to go out and get a massive upgrade to some of those veteran names that I said? Probably not. You could get somebody maybe equivalent, but you'd just be crossing your fingers and saying that player is going to be better than the guy we already have, and the guy we already have isn't going to come out of this funk, which doesn't seem all that likely. I mean, I think the spot on the field you can identify. You got two young guys up the middle in Schmidt and Wisely who are learning at the big league level, and it's painful at times. And so can you upgrade those spots? I think you could.
No doubt. Dave Fleming here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Now, I may disagree with you because I'm looking at this pitching staff, and Stripling has been better the last couple starts, but not good enough. Alex Wood is struggling to get through 5. Cobb is, here and there, and Logan Webb that was an outlier Saturday night, but he looked a bit gassed with all the innings he's thrown here. I know everybody needs pitching, but boy, it looks like the Giants, they've got two reliable starters right now, Flem and DeSclafani. You never know what you're going to get. Sean Manaea, can't spot start him. He's struggling. The pitching, the starting rotation this season, Flem, I got to say, has been a big disappointment with where the expectations were for that starting rotation before the season.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, they've got 7, borderline 8 starting pitchers, and I would say you would say 2 of those have had the seasons you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a very good hit rate. I mean, that is Sean Jelly didn't pitch well in the beginning of the year when they gave him a chance, and then all those other names that you rattled off there. I mean, we were in spring training going, how in the heck are they going to do this? And now here we are in mid-July talking about, do they have somebody to start games? There's no doubt that the starting pitching has been disappointing. Now, that doesn't mean that the overall pitching still hasn't been good. The Giants have had a good pitching year, and all credit to guys like Keaton Wynn and Tristan Beck, who aren't even here right now. Manaea in his bullpen role has been good, not spectacular, but good. Ross Stripling is showing some signs. I mean, Ross has been the last 3 times out. If that's what you got from him as your 4th or 5th starter, I think you'd be totally happy with that. He's given the Giants length. He's not been dominant, but he's been good. I think Ross Stripling has turned a corner. That's a real encouraging sign. But the difference is, Bonte, I guess, is that with this Giants team, mm-hmm. I just don't worry that much about their ability to figure that out. Even though those individual names, it's been frustrating. I mean, Anthony DeSclafani right now is lost. It's not good. And Alex Wood has been way up and down, riding the wave of highs and lows. But they figured it out. I mean, I think they are going to do that over the last couple months of the season. I hear where you're coming from, and but I think the pitching's going to be okay.
What about the fact they faced a zillion lefties in a row, and it feels like they're going to go up against more against the A's here? Are we holding out any hope that maybe we see a Ramos or a Luciano anytime soon? I know it may not help them for today, for example, but it just feels like they cannot hit lefties right now.
Yeah, they are really, really exposed against lefties. I mean, if you're not going to get anything offensively from Schmidt and VR, two young guys that you sort of think, okay, even in the midst of rookie struggles against a lefty, those guys are going to produce something, and it's just not happening right now. So if that's the case, then they're going to be thin there, because without Haniger and Estrada, I mean, when you're designing your team at the beginning of the year, you're thinking the top of your order is Slater, Wilmer, Haniger, Estrada in some order. Like that's against a lefty, right. That's how you attack the left-handed starters. And so two of those four are out right now. And of the two that are left, I mean, Slater's a shell of himself at the moment. He's still producing, but I mean, the hamstring, the elbow, he's just patched together and trying hard to stay on the field. So yeah, it's going to be a problem. And I think, I don't think it's a coincidence. Now, Hunter and I were talking about this, and Hunter, I think he disagrees with me. He thinks it's just sort of coincidence, but I do believe that teams are now starting to, if there's any maneuverability and wiggle room, left-handers are going to be 100% the Giants. Yep. They are.
I totally agree with you on that. So is there, I mean, obviously Luciano got called up this week to AAA, and he's only been there a short period. Is it pie in the sky to think he might come up at some point this year?
No, absolutely not pie in the sky. I mean, I think you've seen the Giants. What did Patrick Bailey, how many games did he get at AAA?
Yeah, not a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like 10. I mean, not many. So I don't think that, and I think what you've seen each time the Giants have done it, like, is it perfect developmentally? It's not. But every time the Giants have done something like that, it has given them a spark. And so if you're in a spot where you're trying to buy the last week and a half to wait for Tyro to get back, and you think that Luciano might be able to give you that spark, I think it is a possibility that the Giants could try it. It is possible.
Wow.
Is it likely? Is that their preference? Probably not. But if you really feel like, good Lord, here we go again, they're just lining up the left-handers against us, and Casey needs a reset, and VR's just kind of a shell of himself, then you might have to try it. You might have to.
You know what, Flem? No, Matos is quietly putting together some good at-bats. He's got 6 strikeouts in the month of July and 55 at-bats. I'm not mad at where Matos is at right now. Actually would like to see him moved up in the lineup, maybe batting second or first, heck, with his speed or whatnot. But you brought up Hunter Pence, and I want to end this conversation on a positive note. You think Hunter Pence wants to do this long term? Because he's so damn good with you in the booth.
The chemistry between the two of you is
you and Javi Lopez are really good too. I don't want to disrespect
no.
Javi Lopez, but I think you got something with Javi and Hunter Pence.
And before you respond there, I'm being real. Not that we're on your level. You're on such a bigger level. But finding chemistry is the hardest thing to do in this industry. And it's very difficult to manufacture chemistry when you just don't have it. You guys have it. And I want him to be a part. I mean, obviously, Krug Kuiper legends. No one's admission. But I'm saying, do you think he wants to one day?
I think he does want to. Hunter, I don't want to speak for Hunter, because one thing you know about Hunter is he's got a million things going on. Hunter's got his coffee business, he's got corporate stuff, he's got teaching and coaching, he's got all kinds of things going on. Hunter is a mile a minute. But I think he really does love doing this, and I don't think it's a coincidence. Again, I'm probably speaking out of school. This did not come out of his mouth, but I don't think it's a coincidence that he dropped his Apple TV and kept his Giants broadcasting.
Interesting.
And, those two things are so different. Doing a network game where you parachute in for one game, two teams you don't see a lot, and you got a network crew of production versus a local baseball telecast where you know everybody, you're familiar with everybody, you know the players, you know the coaches. They let you, hang out in the clubhouse and in the cage and talk to the coaches. And Get all your info that way. I think Hunter really enjoys that part of this job, is feeling like he's part of the team, and it makes it in a lot of ways a lot more fun to do what we do, to work for a team that you know and identify with. So I do hope that he wants to keep doing it, because I think you're right. He's got a natural talent for it. It's not just, I think some people assumed and stereotyped with Hunter that it was going to be rah-rah, the Reverend speech every telecast. It's not that at all.
Nah, he's good.
It's a lot of real work digging into what's going on with pitchers and hitters and predicting what's coming up. He's really good at it.
Even the umpires, you just got to report what the umps.
I'm waiting for my call today. He's got to give me my umpire scouting report.
There you go. And then even Javi Lopez, man. I don't want to discredit him, because I think Javi's gotten a lot better as well. I enjoy Javi and that reliever expertise, that perspective from the bullpen there. Javi, you guys are good, man. You guys are good. I think we're in good hands once Crooked Kike decide to lay it down. Real quick before we get you out of here, 30 seconds or less. The Bay Bridge series. How much sizzle does it have left, knowing what's going on with the Oakland A's, Flynn?
Well, I think it has more sizzle than it would otherwise. I think just that the possibility of it ending, looming over the whole thing, makes it a little different feeling going into tonight. I'm going to be interested to see what the ballpark feels like. Plus, these are just big games for the Giants. Yeah. Like, they got to play better here this week. So, starting tonight, hopefully Giants fans really give this team a nice boost. Alex Cobb throws the ball so well at home, but I think that A's Vegas thing, in a weird way, makes these more precious. We'll see.
Dave, are they going to bust out these Will Clark jerseys at some point? Like, come on, man. We're waiting.
I wish I had any inside info on that. I don't.
Well, tell the powers that be that my generation wants them for one night.
I know what, Flem. I want the creams with no names. I want to go back to no names on the jersey.
Such an old man.
Yeah, I am an old man. But you know what? The no-name jersey, like the Yankees and Red Sox at home, those are special to me. Get the names off the jerseys at home.
Oh man, we have the City Connects, we have the Orange Fridays, we have the giant black home tops. We got a lot going on right now.
I know.
There's a lot. And they got to win some games. They got a 6-game losing streak going on, too. You got to snap that thing, get back in this race here. All right, Flynn, man, we'll talk to you next week. We'll see where they're at on this 9-game homestand.
Oh, next week's going to be right around. I haven't plotted out the calendar, but I mean that's about the trade deadline, isn't it? Next week,
the trade 31st. Deadline, and I've already scouted out August. I know the Braves are, 6 times against the Braves, the Raves. You got the Phillies. Trust me, I'm well aware of what's happening in dog days, Flynn.
Yeah, just got to get better here at home. Just be yourself at home, and they're going to be just fine.
All right, Flynn. Take care. Get some rest, buddy.
Talk to you guys.
All right, Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. While we were talking to Dave Fleming, Jalen Brown and the Boston Celtics agreed to a 5-year Supermax deal worth up to $304 million. 5 years, $304 million. It's the richest contract in NBA history. The Celtics just gave $300 million. And I love Jalen Brown because he went to Cal for 1 year. But they gave $300 million to a guy who can dribble, to a guy who can go left. $304 million.
So he's essentially making $60 a year. Is he the highest paid player in the NBA now?
It's, as I just read,
does it tick up?
It's the richest contract in NBA history.
Wow. I couldn't pay him that much money.
$304 million. Wow. And the Warriors was able to extend Andrew Wiggins for I forget 40? The number.
140?
No, it wasn't even 140.
Was it not 140?
It's like 108.
Was it that cheap?
Yes.
Wow. Watching that Steph Curry doc, you realize how incredible Wiggins was. Even though they only showed small highlights, he yammed in so many people's faces.
That's why I feel a lot better about the Warriors. 4-year, $109 million deal.
Wow, only 109.
That's why when the whole Jalen Brown rumors came, I was like, wouldn't you rather just keep Andrew Wiggins? That to me is the difference.
$300 million.
You get 70 games out of Andrew Wiggins this year. I feel a hell of a lot better about the Golden State Warriors because I think Chris Paul's going to help. Chris Paul's going to help a lot.
$300 million.
Chris Paul's going to help a lot. and everybody's so fixated on Chris Paul. Hey, keep it down back there, guys. I can hear you guys.
Yeah, we can hear everything through the door.
Chris Paul coming off the bench. Everybody's fixated on that. But it's about who's finishing games. And that's going to be the interesting thing with the Golden State Warriors. Who's going to finish games? I've been saying that for weeks.
Jalen Brown. I can't get it out of my head.
$304 million.
$300 million.
For Jalen Brown, who can't dribble.
If we were just follow me on this exercise, and I know this isn't how contracts are doled out, but like, what's he? The 20th best player in the NBA?
Probably.
15th?
He's a top 25.
25?
I give him top 25. But boy, he didn't look.
Steph, LeBron, no order. Steph, LeBron, Giannis.
Jokic.
Embiid.
Anthony Davis. Would you have Jamal Murray higher than Jalen Brown off of that playoff run? Jason Tatum. Luka Doncic.
Doncic, absolutely.
Jimmy Butler.
Yes, Jimmy Butler. Like the Miami Heat would not trade Jimmy Butler straight up, even though he's 33 for Jalen Brown.
I wouldn't trade Anthony Edwards straight up for Jalen Brown.
Okay, that might be a stretch for most people, but
I don't know. Speak for yourself. Anthony Edwards, special player.
I don't know. $300 million. Maybe I'm putting him a little too low. Tatum.
I said Tatum.
You said, what up? Did you say Booker?
Devin Booker. Kevin Durant. 11. Yeah. Would you rather have De'Aaron Fox or Jalen Brown?
I think I'd rather have De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have
It's
De'Aaron
funny.
Fox.
The Ringer
12.
just put out their top 25 player rankings.
Yeah.
Jalen Brown not even in the top 25.
There you go.
There it is. There it is right there.
Who else are we forgetting?
$304 million.
For him.
For Jalen Brown.
We mentioned Luka.
Yeah, we said Luka.
Okay, there you go. Donovan Mitchell.
Oh,
that's a tough one.
Oh, I think I'd rather have Brown than Donovan Mitchell, but the
better
price
two-way
tag.
player.
Yeah.
Better two-way player.
Yeah.
Better two-way player. Wow.
This is going to be controversial. I think I'm taking James Harden over him. I know you don't like James Harden.
I misspoke. He's at 22, just ahead of Trae Young, Anthony Edwards, and Paul George.
Wow.
I think I'm taking
Anthony Edwards.
I would rather have Anthony
I'm
Edwards.
having Paul George.
I'd rather have Anthony Edwards. I'd rather have Jalen Brown than Paul George. Oh, I don't know. That's tough.
And over Trae. Yeah, I'd have him over Trae.
I'd definitely have him over Trae.
What about Kyrie?
Yeah, I can't count on Kyrie. Here's a controversial one. You want to get controversial?
No, I don't. Of course I do.
As you're moving in that chair back and forth.
Yeah, pulling a Steiny.
No, Steiny holds the mics. He breaks the mics and starts holding the mic. No.
And he stands a lot too.
I sit down and chill. I'd rather have Paulo Banchero than Jalen Brown.
As an Italian, I respect that.
As a closet Duke fan, you got to respect it. I'd rather have Paulo Banchero. Where's he at on those rankings?
Not in the top 25.
No, probably not. Year. Boy, find out where Paulo's at.
I'd rather have Paulo Banchero than Trae Young. That's for damn sure.
There you go.
I wouldn't even argue that.
Jalen Brown, what did he do last year to play? Now, the regular season, he had a dynamic regular season. There's no doubt. Him and Tatum, they look like the second coming to Pippen and Jordan. They really did. Like, Jalen Brown was hooping. 26 a game last year, 7 rebounds, 3.5 assists. Shot 49% from the floor, 33.5% from the three-point line, 76% free throw shooter. Got to get those free throws up. Now, 27 a game is nothing to laugh at.
No.
Now, in the playoffs, he shot nearly 50%. He shot 35% from three. He shot 69% from the free throw line.
Yuck.
22.5 points per game in the playoffs, and that was in 20 games.
I think I'd rather have Mikal Bridges than him.
Ooh.
Just as a fit on my team.
Ooh.
I think Mikal Bridges is an excellent player.
I think I'm with you. I'm with you.
And I don't think that's I think he's a really well-rounded player.
So that's $60 a year?
More catch and shoot.
That's $60 million a year for Jalen Brown.
Yeah. That was the math I did.
Who's more overpaid? Jalen Brown?
Or Barry Zito?
Or Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins.
What's coming up on a game sponsored by 7-Eleven? Wide open phone lines, 888-957-9570. Tyler Miller, I'm taking Paulo Banchero on my Orlando Magic any day of the week over Jalen Brown. Give me Paulo right now.
How about Dame Lillard?
I'm not taking Dame over Jalen. I'm taking Andrew Wiggins over Jalen Brown, though. That's a fact. That is a fact.
I think that's a hot take.
Who got outplayed in the finals? Who got outplayed in the finals?
That's true.
Who got shut down in the finals? Even Klay Thompson. Y'all talk about his defense.
Well, he clamped up.
He clamped up on Jalen. Fourth quarter, game 4, clamped up on him. Put some respect on Clay's name. Jalen Brown. Wow.
Is that worse than the deal that what's his face got? The Desmond Bain? Because Desmond Bain was a lot of money too. A lot of money.
Not $300 million.
And Desmond Bain's a good player, but $200? I couldn't believe that deal.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh boy. I'm not going. Woo-wee! $304 million. 888-957-9570. Wiggins over Jalen Brown all day long. Lines are lighting up here. I think people want to talk some hoops. We'll get back into football as well here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 in Game.
A small blue raspberry Slurpee drink from 7-Eleven is the perfect frozen accessory for any summer outfit, winter outfit, or midnight craving outfit. We don't judge. We just sell small Slurpee drinks any flavor for only $1. Slurpee. Anything flows. Expires 12/31/2023 plus tax. Visit store.
Kike and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
No, we have Good Morning Football on NFL Network. It's on our screen here in the studio. And the headline was, Kirk Cousins has won over America after the Netflix documentary.
Mm-hmm.
He's won over America because he took some punishment. Well, just wait until week 2 when they play Philadelphia and he throws 3 interceptions. And we'll see how much America loves him then. Because that is a primetime game. Let's see how much America loves Kirk Cousins.
I love how that's a thing that he even acknowledged. And the coach had to give him the game ball because it was a primetime game.
Stop hyping up Kirk Cousins, folks.
I did get more respect for him, though.
Okay, he's a tough course. They're all tough. He's tougher than Mariota. I'll give him that. But wait till Thursday Night Football when they go to Philadelphia, 5:15 at night in Philadelphia.
I'm going to be real with you, though. A part of me envied his relationship with his wife in just this one sense. When she said Tuesdays are for us, and that was their one day that they had marked off for each other.
Right.
I wish my relationship was as pure as that, where we could have a designated day that was just for us. Because right now, if it ain't on my phone, in terms of my Outlook calendar, it don't exist.
Yeah, we don't have any designated
I mean, we got to
days.
plan weeks in advance when we're going to have some time, just the two of us.
We don't have designated days.
You feel me?
But it helps when you're making. Hey, how much money is Kirk Cousins making? Can somebody pull up his contract?
I'll pull
real
it up right
quick?
now.
Pull up his
Let me do
contract.
that.
Because Kirk Cousins, again, this guy Kyle Brandt is just way too much on NFL Network. Kirk Cousins has won over America this summer because of the Netflix documentary where he flamed out in the wild card game at home against the New York Giants and Daniel Jones.
Oh, my God.
He won over America.
Oh, my God. Okay. How much do you think he's earned to this point?
I think he's earned over $200 million.
$201 million with some change. Just an extra cool $669. So basically $202 million. He's set to earn another 30 this year. That would put him at 231 overall. For the Vikings alone, he's cashed in $155 million.
And he's won over America?
I love how disgusted you are.
All right. And it's the guy who we should be talking about is Patrick Mahomes. That guy's won over America. Not only because of the documentary, because of him and Kelsey whooping up on Steph and Clay in the match in Vegas, and then seeing him at the Celebrity Golf Classic. Patrick Mahomes has become more lovable. We should be talking about him. Not a guy who flamed out in the wild card game and can't win a primetime game. Got beat by the Dallas Cowboys 40-3 at home, and the coach had to talk to him like, it's okay. There are better days. They were giving Kirk Cousins sympathy game balls. And the guy's getting paid $35 million a year, and he's getting sympathy game balls.
This is you and me having a normal conversation amongst just two normal dudes. There is an element when we throw this money around on the air, 300 million, 200 million, it's all monopoly money to us normal folk, okay? Do you know what the average, I did this last week, do you know what the average median income is for America?
What?
Median income.
80,000?
70 grand.
Wow. See, I wasn't too far off.
Okay? So when we talk about all these hundreds of millions of dollars, like it all becomes monopoly money at some point. But there is a real element here, and just bear with me for a second. There's a real element. Owners and players and management, all right, who are all getting buco bucks. There's an element of like kind of delusion when it comes to the amount of money that, look, they work their butts off. No one is denying that, right? Like, I know there are electricians out there who work their you-know-what's off would never even sniff a fraction of the workout bonus money that some of these guys get in football, for example. And I understand they're doing it for entertainment, all this, but there is an element when this is where, like, for example, I don't mean to bring it back to Draymond. He's not the only one. But when I hear these athlete pods and I listen to some of these guys, and I'm just like, dude, do you really get it? Like, you have been so, like, Kevin Garnett is a great example. I listen to Kevin Garnett sometimes now. I'm talking about as an adult in his 40s. And I listen to him and I'm like, KG, you're not the working man. Love you. Love you. You are an all-time legendary person. That's the difference between when I listen to Steph Curry, and I feel there's a graciousness and a humility that he carries himself where he kind of realizes, like, all this other stuff, like, we're very lucky in what we do. Like, I don't know if enough guys understand how exclusive The amount of money that they make.
They do. They understand. Trust me. They understand. But in their profession, you got to realize that they're playing for billionaire owners.
Of course.
So they're getting a low percentage of what they're making or what these owners are making, and think about what the owners are making off of these players. So trust me, they remember where they come from. They save their money. These players get it. They get it. The 100 pences.
The majority get it. The majority get it. I'm saying the few and far between. It's like I'm looking. I'm like, everyone goes back to Latrell Sprewell comment, and that's right. It's extreme. I got to feed my family, but there is like an element of it's just the amount of money we pay as fans for a jersey or for tickets or to follow our team and do all this, and you're seeing $300 million going to Jalen Brown and $205 million going to Kirk Cousins. At some point, it does become numbing.
But we all have choices.
No doubt.
We don't have to buy those jerseys.
No,
we don't have to buy those tickets.
Right.
We don't have to buy the family. We don't have to do that. We can watch the games at home. Now, I get people want to be part of that. That's why I don't get, as a fan, I have a choice to pay for a ticket. When I hear people say, oh, man, for a family, for it costs this, that,
well,
you're still doing
it's prioritizing.
Well, don't do it.
If you choose to prioritize.
Right, exactly. We all got options in life. We all got choices.
Yeah.
So, but Jalen Brown, $304 million, he's the highest paid player in the NBA. It's the richest contract in NBA history. And he's number 22 on the Ringers list for top 25 players. He's not even a top 20 player. He's the richest in NBA. Like, that is just insane.
Let's do an exercise. Mbappe was offered $700 million.
Was that true or was that
for
a dupe?
1 year?
Some people told me I was duped. Oh, so that was 1 year. That was legit. Some people on a YouTube chat yesterday was telling me I got duped. So it was $700+ million.
So $700+. Okay. If Steph Curry was in the open market for 1 year, any team could have him, and there was no salary cap in the NBA.
Well, somebody's giving him $500 million a year. Are you kidding me? Your season ticket packages go up. Your jersey sales go up. Your ratings go up. It's Steph Curry's box office. You're doing it in a heartbeat. You don't think the New York Knicks would come in and say, here's 500. Then the Lakers would be like, yo, here's 600. Then the Miami Heat come in with Pat Riley and said, hey, here's 650.
You think, okay, so you
no
think.
No state taxes.
Would he be the number one? If you were to just have an open, fantasy style auction draft right now, financially, you think he'd command the most open money for a 1 year deal? You think it'd be Steph? Of all the NBA players?
I don't know. Jokic, Luka, I don't know.
1
That's a
year.
great question.
1 year.
1 year. Who's getting paid the most?
Not the future, not 10.
Who's getting paid the most in 1 year?
You think more than LeBron? Because I think it's between him, LeBron, Giannis.
Jokic?
I don't know if Jokic, as a player, yes, but when you're spending that kind of money, it's about market share and Q rating and buzz.
It is. Jokic, his box office still. He's an entertaining ass player. He doesn't show personality, but what he does on the floor, oh my gosh!
If using this algorithm of the Saudi money, the Saudis would not be offering Jokic the same amount of money as Steph Curry.
Probably
or LeBron,
not.
Right?
Probably
let's deal.
Probably not.
Yeah. Who is it? LeBron or is it Steph? Because I think both of them is bigger than Giannis. Both of them are bigger than Giannis.
I think one would wait for the other to sign so they could top him. Right? I mean, because
Willie Mays, I gotta have $1 more.
Right. I mean, it's wow. Jalen Brown, $304 million. Even Kirk Cousins. We're talking about money. Kirk Cousins. Think about that. He's going to be a free agent next season, right? There's a chance he's a free agent. What the quarterback situation in 49er land is not figured out.
We're really gonna do this, old man Kirk Cousins.
People have already talked themselves into it. Good Morning Football, and there's a lot of people out there who think, boy, Kirk text? Cousins. Who's the text from?
I'll let you read it. Yeah, I'll let you read it online right now, live on air.
Oh, Steiny, here we go. Oh, yeah, I forgot he's a Kirk Cousins fan. 31-39, 273 yards. 2 touchdowns, no picks against the Giants in the wild card game.
The Giants were one of the worst wild card teams ever.
Not only that. Where did Kirk Cousins throw the ball to on the last play?
I don't know
he
where.
Threw it 6 yards short of sticks. And who was it? To TJ Hawkinson?
Yeah, make a play.
Make a play, TJ. Your last play.
He explained that play in quarterback. Did that explanation check out for you at all?
No, it was hilarious, though.
I was just kind of curious what you guys thought about that. When he's explaining it, I'm like, he's got to explain it, but I'm chuckling while he is.
There are 2 parts that are my favorite part of the entire doc for Kirk Cousins. The first is when he calls for the quarterback sneak, and the entire huddle is like, oh, and all you hear is Dalvin Cook. What? Like literally questioning him in real time. The second.
Not only that, how about this, Steiny? Look at New Year's Day at Green Bay. Vikings lose 41-17. Kirk Cousins 18-31, 205, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. Packers didn't even sniff the playoffs last year.
That was their Super Bowl.
That was their Super Bowl, right?
Well, then they lost a couple weeks later to Detroit, which was Detroit's Super Bowl.
Right.
But like my other favorite part is he's playing obviously with broken ribs, and he's out there and he throws one and immediately, oh no! And it's the way he says oh no as they have him mic'd up as he's literally throwing it, going oh no. And we've all been there. It was like Madden. You press square, you're like, no, I meant triangle.
If you're not a quarterback for the 49ers, you're going to throw for a lot of yards because the Niners are a run-first team. They're going to bludgeon you with the run game. They want to play physical, short passes, slants, tight end screens, jet sweeps, all that stuff. Kirk Cousins gets allowed to throw the ball a lot. He throws the ball a lot. So he's going to put up some numbers. But what is he going to do when you need a win? When you need a win.
He's going to do the Minneapolis Miracle.
That was Case Keenum.
Oh, that was Case Keenum.
There you go. You took the words out of my mouth. Out of my mouth.
Case Keenum, another one-year wonder. No one ever brings up.
Biggest win for Kirk Cousins. The New Orleans wild card game.
That's a Superdome, yeah.
Superdome.
Yeah.
And really, you watch that game. Dalvin Cook in the first half carried that team, opened up the entire game.
Who are we kidding? The biggest win for him was signing with the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, wow.
That $75 million guaranteed, that kind of changed the quarterback market.
You imagine Kirk Cousins in the Niner uniform?
No, I couldn't.
Oh, absolutely.
Would you take Kirk Cousins right now over the 3 quarterbacks?
No. I'd rather what I've seen from Brock. To me, even with all the injury risk on Brock and all whatever doubts you have on Brock, I'm swinging, and they're both risky. I'm swinging on Brock over to Kirk Cousins.
888-957-9570.
I've seen Brock do more in one game, second half against Seattle, than I've seen in a playoff game than what I've seen from Kirk.
Let me ask 49er fans. 888-957-9570.
Am I alone?
If I gave you a choice right now, 49er fans, I said you could have Kirk Cousins right now instead of the 3 quarterbacks you have. Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold. Hell, I'll even throw Brendan Allen in there. Since some people pumped up Brendan Allen. I gave you the choice. Kirk Cousins or the 3 options you have, or the 4 options you have right now in San Francisco.
Are you with me on the raft? Purdy. Or are you
taking Kirk Cousins?
Or are you doing the Joe Spadoni?
Oh, Joe Spadoni's a Cousins guy?
Oh, he's a huge Cousins guy.
Oh, my God.
Huge.
He
thinks they would have won 1 Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins already.
God.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he starts, Bonte. It's kind of a prerequisite for the 49ers. No one starts every single game for them, man. Kirk Cousins, what does he do, Bonte? He starts every single game.
Do you guys remember Kirk Cousins at Levi Stadium?
Yeah, they didn't have the better team.
He did
no chance he was winning that. Come on.
To Stephon Diggs.
And that was that.
That was that.
And that was that.
They had no chance that game.
And that was
I don't care if Patrick Mahomes was the quarterback that day for the Vikings. They weren't winning that game. Please.
Oh, Patrick Mahomes,
No.
Patrick Mahomes is winning that game.
Thank you, Steiny.
Patrick Mahomes is winning that game. Kirk Cousins.
They couldn't stop how many points did the Niners score in that game against
27.
the Vikings? Please.
They ran the ball down their throats.
There you go.
Is this crazy?
27 is not a lot in today's NFL. Vikings got held to 10. Bosa was incredible in that game. I get it. Kirk Cousins on the Niners right now, or the 3 quarterbacks that are coming into training camp. 888-957-9570. Can I speak my piece? I'd rather have the 3 quarterbacks right here in camp as opposed to Kirk Cousins. Just because you watch a documentary and he gets his ass stuck over and over and he's whimpering on the ground.
That I'll defend him.
Purdy went up to Seattle. His ribs were shot.
On 3-day rest.
Did he complain?
No, he actually stuck the ball out on first down. Made one of the most savvy plays I've seen a 49er quarterback make in a decade.
Winning with Kirk Cousins? My God.
They won with Jimmy Garoppolo. You act like this is this crazy thing. They're the same
guy.
guy.
Because of the defense.
Okay.
Could you imagine Kirk with Kyle Shanahan? How Kirk is obsessed about a mistake from the first quarter. The two of them would not. I as much as I know Kyle is obsessed with him or whatever, or at least seems to be obsessed with him. I don't think that's a great match made and have 2 uptight, wound like dudes like that. I don't know.
I'm just fascinated that the biggest thing coming out of that quarterback doc is not Patrick Mahomes and how gangster he is on how he's talking trash, telling people, I'm like that.
Bonte.
And lighting people up. How's that not the biggest thing coming out of that documentary?
No, the biggest,
Patrick Mahomes.
The biggest thing coming out of that doc is, to me, if you said, Joe, you have to trade Ayuk, Debo, and George Kittle for Patrick Mahomes, I'd be like, yeah, I'm doing that.
Wow.
And that sounds insane. And I know people will be like, no. Yes, I'm doing that.
888-957-9570. You taking Kirk Cousins right now over the 3 quarterbacks you have in Santa Clara. This is fascinating to me because I'm seeing a lot of Kirk Cousins equals Super Bowl win.
I can't believe how many people are
That's
saying
from the 408 on the Comcast Business text line. 510, Kirk Cousins on the Niners equals Stafford on the Rams.
No. Stafford, no.
Nah, I'm with the 650. Kirk Cousins is surrounded by talent and still stinks. Who are you taking? Kirk Cousins or the 3 quarterbacks? I can't believe you know what? We deserve Kirk Cousins.
No.
We deserve Kirk Cousins.
I do not. No, I do
Who's
not.
Kyle Shanahan?
I do not deserve Kirk Cousins. I've been through enough 49er quarterback misery and turmoil and false hope. I do not deserve Kirk Cousins. I do not. Most Niner fans that I know do not deserve Kirk Cousins. Stop that.
I'd rather have
I'm not letting you do that.
I'd rather have Purdy than Kirk Cousins.
Just because Steiny has, a little affinity for Kirk Cousins does not mean that 49er fans have some affinity for Kirk Cousins. We're smarter than that. Come on.
If Kyle Shanahan had his way, do you think he'd choose Kirk over all these quarterbacks this season?
That's an interesting
I think
question.
he would. Wait, I think Kyle Shanahan feels he's a Kirk Cousins away from winning a Super Bowl.
Well, there's no doubt about that. He would. He's a Super Bowl 54, the week of Super Bowl 54, talking about Kirk Cousins. Getting ready for the Kansas City Chiefs, which I thought, oh boy, we're in trouble. We're in his master plan. Think about how sick Shanahan is. Now you're about to get me rolling here. Think about how sick he is. He thought he had a shot at Kirk Cousins, which is why he bypassed Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes.
Well, look.
He bypassed those two guys.
In retrospect, Bonte, in retrospect, this is going to sound dumb, but I defended it in real time because I didn't think they had infrastructure in place to be able to support a quarterback. I watched them do that with Alex Smith, where they drafted the quarterback and they had nothing else, and it ended up harpooning the young man's career.
What would Andy Reid have done?
The Kansas.
No. What would Andy Reid have done?
He actually took a tackle. No, he actually took a tackle when he first took over Kansas City. They took a tackle. They took
Andy
Eric
Reid
Fisher
in Philadelphia.
Okay.
In Philadelphia,
and
took
he learned
Donovan
from his
McNabb.
mistakes.
Took Donovan McNabb.
Yeah, and Philly
that
was
wasn't a
farther along.
mistake.
The Niners were an expansion
McNabb's
team.
a borderline Hall of Famer.
The Niners were an expansion team when Shanahan got here. Expansion team.
Start with the quarterback.
I disagree.
Why the hell did you draft C.J. Beathard?
Oh, no, that was later on.
Andy Reid saw Mahomes available, said, "Ooh, I'm going to take him."
Well, they had won back-to-back AFC West, division championships.
Still took Mahomes.
Or division titles.
Still took Mahomes. I mean, the fact that the master plan was to take Kirk Cousins. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I don't love that plan.
Dave and Fremont. Who would you rather have, Kirk Cousins, or would you rather have the stable quarterbacks right now in Santa Clara? Dave, you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, Dave. Who you rather have?
I called in last week and said that I'd rather take Trey Lance with a wooden peg leg over Kirk Cousins. But here's my whole thing, and I'll take it off the air. All right, Kirk Cousins was so great. To all the people that want Kirk Cousins, he's got a really good defense in Minnesota.
He
got a lot of weapons in Minnesota. Been to the playoffs. How come he's never won anything? So that's all I'm going to say.
I think that question was for Spinoni.
Had a horrible defense last year. Who are we kidding? We gave you no shot. They're in a horrible defense.
2019, they had a legit defense.
Okay,
2019, they had a legit defense.
Good, not
under
great.
Mike Zimmer. Had a legit defense.
You had a defensive head coach who got thrashed against the Niners.
Well,
please.
Got thrashed.
Yes.
Jimmy G outplayed Kirk Cousins. And then Jimmy G outplayed Kirk Cousins in 2021.
Yeah, he did.
We forget about that game?
Yeah.
You forget about that? Levi Stadium?
Yeah, he looked terrible in that game.
2019 and 2021. You're talking about Minnesota, Kirk Cousins. Oh my God. You know what? We deserve Kirk Cousins. I want Kirk Cousins now in the Niner uniform. Some people's going to get their ass fired.
What jersey number would he wear? Because 12 is not available.
You can have number 8.
8 is not available. Because Steve Young.
Steve Young could give it to him.
No, Steve Young's not going to give Kirk Cousins. No. I will get mad at Steve if he does that.
Vikings defense in 2019 was 5th in the league when it came to points allowed.
Yeah, they had Hendricks. They had the
Griffin,
cornerback from
Danielle
Arizona.
Hunter.
Yeah, they looked great
Hunter.
against the Niners.
Yeah.
They had a really good defense coming in.
They looked awesome.
They had a 5th defense, but
Hey,
only
they almost
facts
missed
are
off
facts.
Jimmy
They got
twice.
smacked.
Facts are facts,
They
which
got
is
smacked.
why they got smacked because the Niners are physical and they ran the ball down their throats.
Not Kirk's fault.
Yeah, Kirk was so great they scored 10 points.
Not Kirk's fault.
They scored 10 points. He was so great. Oh, what about the interception to Richard Sherman? That was great, huh? Oh.
I mean, when you have a defensive head coach, that's what happens. Now they got this guy, O'Connell. Now he looks great.
Oh, yeah.
Put up great numbers last year.
Put up great numbers and got knocked out in the wild card game at home by the New York Football Giants.
Wasn't
and
Kirk's
Daniel
fault.
Jones.
Wasn't his fault.
Oh, yeah, he just threw it 6 yards short of the sticks on 4th down. Way to give the team a chance
Gave up
to
30
play.
points. How many points did they score in that game? Enough to win.
They scored 24.
Enough
Is that
to win?
enough to win?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Should be.
Come on, Spinall.
Come
You're
on,
losing
man.
this battle, man.
Come on.
You're losing
He
this
loves
battle.
Kirk.
24.
I don't get it.
But you know what? He's a Raider fan. He's been tortured with bad quarterback play his entire life.
Not an indictment on Raider fans.
That's why when the play-by-play announcer for the 49ers said, Trey Lance, it was the greatest throwing practice I've ever seen, then I had to sit back and think, well, you know what? He has been around a lot of bad quarterbacks in practice in Raiderland.
Hey, Jamarcus could throw it 70 yards on his knees.
Not in
Bonte.
practice.
All right.
Didn't even practice.
He's on his pro days, I think.
The amount of people texting in saying that they would have won against Kansas City is
With Kirk
unreal.
Cousins?
Yes. It's
Smart
unreal.
listeners. A lot of smart
Jimmy was
roasters.
21 of 23 in the third quarter, late in the fourth quarter, for like 200 yards. He was going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl. And now, again, the final 8 minutes happened, and so there's a variety of things that they left on the table. And that's without the offensive pass interference call, which was a horrible call right before halftime, where it was the greatest throw in Jimmy Garoppolo's 49er career. Jimmy had a good Super Bowl until the end.
Minnesota had 7 first downs in that game against the Niners in 2019.
Yeah, they were terrible.
7
Dalvin
first
tapped out.
downs. 7 first downs.
I can't believe anyone would want Kirk Cousins
You know what?
over the three
I want
quarterbacks.
Kirk Cousins to be a Niner. We talked so long. We deserve Kirk Cousins in this market. 49er fans, we deserve Kirk Cousins.
So we're going to pay him $20-something million a year?
Yep.
That's insane.
Maybe give him 30. Because he's great. He puts up numbers, right? Kirk Cousins puts up numbers.
So if the contracts were exactly the same, you would take Cousins over the three quarterbacks that they have now.
Who? I would?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I started this whole conversation like, why is America loving Kirk Cousins off the quarterback documentary? Yeah, they don't do that too much in Minnesota these days. You don't hear too much of that.
Greatest comeback in NFL history, Kirk Cousins.
Well, guess one of the worst
they're gonna
teams in
write a
the
book.
league.
They're going to write a book on it.
The Indianapolis Colts.
He does have pre-TV Bonte fits, though. Like, his fits are a lot like your old ones. A lot of plaid, a lot of flannel. You
Flannels
guys
are
would
in.
get along.
Flannels
A lot
are
of
good.
Coles cash.
His significant
Yeah.
other lays out the clothes for him.
Yep, absolutely.
You guys have a lot in common.
Absolutely.
No wonder you don't like him so much.
No. He's a good guy. But I don't get why we're salivating over Kirk Cousins over the quarterback documentary. Did you not see Patrick Mahomes on the same doc? How is Patrick Mahomes like the biggest takeaway in that quarterback documentary on Netflix?
Well, my biggest takeaway is how did we not even look into drafting him at all?
I just said that. You just came down my road and told me don't start a... They drafted C.J. Beathard that year.
I know.
Because the master plan was to sign Kirk Cousins.
I know. Hey, but in drafting C.J. Beathard, maybe they never see the tight end from Iowa,
Oh,
right?
God.
Maybe they never see George Kittle.
It's like Dwight Clark, right?
I don't
go
know what
work
else
out Fuller
exactly.
and Clemson, and then, oh, wait, there's
Exactly.
Dwight Clark collecting passes. Let's go take Clark.
I mean, I just, the Kirk Cousins thing. We're never going to be away from it, are we?
You like that? You like that?
He's going to be linked to the Niners until he retires, right?
Remember that big game in 2021? They came to Levi Stadium? Woo! Kirk Cousins, 20 of 32 for 238, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Oh, he looked rattled. How many sacks for Bosa that game? 3?
Cousins only got sacked once that game.
Oh,
this is the 2021 game.
Oh,
The
okay.
regular season game.
Because I remember in the 2019 playoff game, 2020.
Bosa was all over him.
I mean, it was everywhere.
See, that's the problem right now in Niner land. We're arguing about mediocre-ass quarterbacks.
Why are you doing this to me?
And we're trying to convince ourselves that,
Why are you doing this
that
to me?
mediocre quarterbacks is going to win us a Super Bowl.
But we have we have 6 guys in the top 50 for PFS ranking.
And it doesn't
6
matter.
Guys.
And
Fred
it doesn't
Warner,
matter.
George Kittle, Trent Williams, like Nick Bosa. You want to go Debo? Fine. Like, Juszczyk. They are loaded. They got Javon Hargraves. Back-to-back years, they got the number 1 free agent on defense available. They got Charvarius Ward, who played like it.
And it doesn't matter.
And then they get Javon Hargraves.
And it shows that it doesn't matter.
And they still have Eric Armstead.
The Philadelphia Eagles last season led the league in sacks. Hell, didn't they set the NFL a record?
They have Christian freaking McCaffrey.
The Eagles had the number 1 defense last year in terms of sacks. And they still couldn't get off the field because of quarterback.
They have 2 of the brightest young guards in the game.
And it doesn't matter. Well, that's Cap. Spencer Burford, brightest young guard. He's solid.
They looked good last year.
He's solid.
They looked really good last year.
And it doesn't matter.
Burford and Banks looked good last year.
And it doesn't matter because you don't have a quarterback. Or at least we think we do.
I think we do. Maybe.
Only God knows.
I hate you, Spadoni.
888-957-9570. Boy, people are mad at us.
Why?
XG. Yeah, Bonte Shasky are pretty pathetic. We're pathetic. You guys think Kirk Cousins is going to win us a Super Bowl. That's a pathetic thought. You know what? I want Kirk Cousins now on the 49ers. 888-957-9570. I'll say this. Give me Kirk Cousins right now over these 3 quarterbacks just to see it. Just to see it.
You want to see a dead body?
Just to see it.
There is part of you, right, though, because Shanahan he's always linked to this guy. All right, Shanny.
Which is crazy.
Well, but Shanahan, you finally have your guy if you get him. No excuses, right? You would think?
Well, after 2019, we said, Shanahan, go get your guy.
We have Brock.
I thought Trey Lance was his
Kirk Cousins?
But I thought Trey Lance was his guy.
We have Brock. We have Brock. All right?
Brock's the guy now?
Well, he's better than Kirk. Was Brock's 9 games last year better than Kirk Cousins?
I think so.
No, I think everyone thinks so.
No. Because some people think that Brock Purdy equals Super Bowl.
Well, no. Like, we're just talking about individual players. Give Brock Purdy, JJ. Give him Justin Jefferson and see what he does. I'm dead serious on that. Like this whole thing about, give Kirk the weapons. Like, you still got to execute and you got to go out and make plays. Brock Purdy did that.
Here we go. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. We need to open up our minds, people. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonto, your professional sporting analyst. Unless you have Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, you won't win the Super Bowl. Good talk, good job. No. It's been proven over and over. Now, there's outliers. Nick Foles, Joe Flacco, Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson.
But Flacco carried that team in the playoffs. People forget. It's one of the greatest performances of all time.
I agree, but people use them as outliers.
He dismantled the Niners from
the most part.
From the pocket in that game.
Don't you need elite quarterback play to win Super Bowls? Hasn't it been proven it
for the most
over
part.
time?
Yeah, for the most
over
part.
time.
Yeah.
In the history of the Super Bowls. Hasn't been proven.
Yeah.
For the most part, you need great quarterback
People are still
play.
bringing up Trent Dilfer from 1999 and Brad Johnson from 2000 and whatever, 2, 3. Those
you
are
need elite quarterback play.
years
So
ago.
it's not just Mahomes and Burrow. Jalen Hurts now looks pretty damn freaking good, right? He looks pretty damn good. He played elite last year. Hasn't it been proven here in Ninerland that, damn, no elite quarterbacks, no Super Bowls?
But Brock played elite last year. Just last year.
He did.
He played as good as you could play the position.
And then he got hurt.
The injury, the injury is an unknown. If he wasn't injured, we're not having any of these conversations.
Wow. So when you say, you're an analyst, so you need great quarterback play, well, it's been proven that you need elite quarterback play. Or you need a quarterback to be playing at an elite level. And going into the Philadelphia game, Purdy coming off that Dallas game, he was not elite in that game. He was not.
I wonder how many people out there, forget Trey and Purdy, I wonder how many people would rather see if Darnold's got it over Kirk Cousins.
Oh, my God.
I think that's a bigger litmus test.
What are we doing today?
If I said to you Sam Darnold or Kirk Cousins, you're taking Kirk, right?
Of course.
Okay. Because I agree with that.
You know what, though? According to Shanahan, you got 3 quarterbacks you can play.
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got 3 guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got 3 guys who can play, and there's only one spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. So, but we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do, and he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff, and Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options, and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those 3, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
How's my guy always winded? like he's like always like getting like waterboarded while he's being interviewed.
Shanahan speaks today at 11 o'clock.
Let me ask you this one. I'm dead serious on this because you and I, we feel topic fatigue as much as anyone, right? Like if we talk about the same things, I feel like Bill Murray and Groundhog's Day. Every day I wake up, it's the same thing. More toxic conversation that has rotted your brain. Draymond, Jordan, Poole, 49er quarterback.
Oh, it's been 49er quarterback. It's killed me. Because at least Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, we were down in Market Street last June.
That's true.
We had confetti rolling around before everything.
That's true.
I mean, at least we got a championship. You know, at least they made the playoffs, and it was like, all right, fine.
It feels like deja vu with the Niners and the quarterback thing,
It's every
right?
single year. And it's the same guys. And it's all because I was just looking at the quarter, and I was like, damn, everybody's going crazy over Kirk Cousins in this quarterback documentary. And I'm thinking, I'm watching Mahomes saying, I just had a chance to get him. But no, they wanted to wait on Kirk Cousins. So you know what? I want Kirk Cousins here now. I want Kirk Cousins to be a Niners quarterback. Go trade for him. Go trade Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold right now to Minnesota. Go bring in Kirk Cousins. And let's see if that Super Bowl is happening.
You bringing baby Chess to that first game for Kirk Cousins?
She's going to be going to a lot of games this year. A lot of games. You know what? Somebody, and it's so crazy. Like, Kirk Cousins is fine. He's fine. He's a fine quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
He's somewhere between 11 and 16.
Yeah, I'm with that. Just outside the top 10.
Yeah.
But somebody yesterday claimed and said, you just don't want Kirk Cousins because he's a Christian. And
What?
I'm like, no, I just don't want Kirk Cousins because I see him fail in primetime games over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
So Steph Curry, who I believe is also a Christian, is one of your favorite players of all time. But Kirk Cousins you hate?
Right.
So is Brock Purdy and Trey Lance.
I mean, come on, man.
How dare you?
See, but that's why I get topic fatigue with the quarterback. Because people lose their minds. Bonte, you're stupid. You're stupid when it comes to quarterback. Okay, whatever, man. Look at the history in the NFL. Why did you want Jimmy G out of town? Because we saw him in the biggest games not be able to make throws when it counts.
You think people are going to be, because he just got cleared this week to basically play for the Raiders. They're going to get a third-round pick back as compensation, the 49ers are. Are you going to be monitoring the Jimmy G thing closely, you think?
Absolutely.
How closely did we monitor Alex Smith?
Oh, we did. You remember Alex Smith's first year with the Kansas City Chiefs? They came to Levi's Stadium.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They played the Niners.
Yeah.
The Niners won that game because Harbaugh called a fake punt late in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
That was a huge game.
Yeah.
The Niners had to win that game. So, yes, we monitored Alex, and we watched him lose against the Indianapolis Colts and blow a big lead, even though he was balling in that first half. Then we watched him against Tennessee blow a 21-3 lead at home in Arrowhead Stadium. And then Adrian Peterson, you got that drop, Spadoni? When he said Patrick Mahomes at last, when I saw him throw that ball, I said, oh, boy, Alex, you in trouble.
It's one of the great lines of all time.
I mean, we got that somewhere in the system. So, yeah, we monitored Alex Smith said, yeah, he's in trouble.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
Why do you say it like that? Keep going.
When I seen him throw that ball,
Keep going.
I was like, oh, my God.
Do you have the full cut?
the Alex, you in trouble.
Alex, I said, boy,
That's
Alex.
the best part.
You in trouble. You in trouble. The Niners bring in Kirk Cousins next season.
Let me ask you.
Hold on.
Yeah,
the Niners bring in Kirk Cousins next season. We'll be looking for another quarterback and talk about the quarterback spot next offseason.
Lubman, you're 30 years old?
Last I checked, yeah.
Okay. Who's the best quarterback 49ers in your lifetime?
Ooh. Probably a tie between Garcia and Kaepernick.
Well, I mean, we were like 5 with Steve Young, so Steve Young.
Like, I didn't really start watching
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you didn't really.
2000 when I was like 7. So since then, I guess it's Steve Young theoretically since in my lifetime. But I guess in my lifetime watching the Niners, the quarterback who I've been like the most excited to watch is probably Kaepernick.
Okay, so a year and a half of Kaepernick, and what? 2 years of Jimmy G, 2 and some change.
Go to St. Lakota. I'm with you. We've been talking about Kirk Cousins for 7 freaking years.
7 years.
7 years. They just had to feature him on the quarterback documentary.
Of all the guys. It could have been anyone in the league.
But I thought, you know what, watch it. I said, you know what, all right, fine. Kirk Cousins, nice story. But damn, Patrick Mahomes is really good. And yet NFL Network can't help themselves saying how Kirk Cousins stole America this summer. He won over America. No, he didn't. No, he did. Wait till September 14th when Minnesota walks their ass into Philadelphia on Thursday Night Football. We going to be saying the same thing?
The Kaepernick thing is so interesting. People have forgotten. Kaepernick out-dueled Aaron Rodgers. Can we just real quick for a second on Kaepernick? And what Purdy did last year is amazing. Put him to the side. Kaepernick went into New England and won a primetime game throwing the ball in the sleet.
I know.
He went to New Orleans and beat Drew Brees at the height of their powers.
In his first ever road start. That was his first ever road start.
He played Aaron Rodgers, was one of the deepest Green Bay teams of all time, and dropped 45, threw for 300, ran for 200 in the final playoff game at Candlestick. Then went to Atlanta. The team was down 17-0. They couldn't run the ball. And he threw from the pocket to win with a Michael Crabtree fumble in the red zone in the second half, by the way, that everyone forgets about. Then threw for damn near 300, or maybe it was 300.
It was over 300
against the Baltimore Ravens. Okay? Following year, backs it up with, I believe, 3,900, 24 touchdowns and 12 interceptions, which are, outside of Jimmy G, the best number since Jeff Garcia from the quarterback position, on a team that didn't have Vernon Davis, and Michael Crabtree popped his Achilles. Okay? So they didn't really have a true number one wide receiver, although Bolden was emerging as that guy. And then...
Well, he beat Cam Newton in Carolina.
I was going to say dismantled them.
Yeah.
And then also beat Aaron Rodgers again in the Frozen Tundra game, and then went up to Seattle, and until the final couple minutes, had them in a position to win that game.
And now we're talking about Kirk Cousins in 2023.
We've forgotten how great Colin
John
Kaepernick was.
Gambadoro, we love him from Phoenix, 98.7 in Phoenix. We'll ask him about Kirk Cousins and the 49er quarterbacks and what he thinks about them, and plus his thoughts on CP3 and Dario Sarge. We love John Gambadoro. We'll have a fun 10 minutes with him and get right back to your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Kirk Cousins or this current stable of quarterbacks with the 49ers? That's what's coming up. Sponsored by S.E. Johnson STEM.
You like that? You like that?
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests, but Raid can. For 60 years, Raid scientists have worked to protect people around the world, including the ones you love.
better not be roasting me if I'm giving him all these intros.
No, that'd be Joe Shasky, Clay. Not Bonte Hill. Joe Shasky, Matt Steinmetz, JD, all these guys. They roasted you, Clay. I got your back, though. I got your back. Wow. Can't wait for basketball. NBA basketball's been incredible. I'm not going to lie. Can't wait for the season. Jalen Brown, $304 million, 5-year extension, Supermax. He's now the highest paid player in the NBA right now. Bronny James, prayers up, man. Had a cardiac arrest. He's doing better. Prayers up to the James family. That you never want to see that. That's his firstborn kid too, man. He's going to USD. You never want to see that. NFL is king, and NFL is back. We're going to be at the Santa Clara Hilton Hotel starting tomorrow and Thursday. So if you're going to be out there, make sure to stop by. The Morning Roast will be out there. Starting Guru will be out there. Training camp opens up on Wednesday, and we'll be live again from the Hilton Hotel. Don't forget, during every home game in the regular season, got to join them for the public tailgate. That's where we met Robin Sanbruno. Robin Sanbruno will stop by. You know he's going to be at camp.
Chopper City?
Big bats, baseball bats it is here. We call them Louisville Sluggers. And he'd be like, I'm like, yo, Rob, where you sitting at? And he hit his Louisville Slugger. Oh, you know I'm sitting next to Jesus. Hey, I ain't mad at you. Not mad at you. Always fun at training camp.
I hope Ronnie's okay.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know, it's a very serious thing. It doesn't matter who it is. You never wish that on anyone. And it's they're asking for privacy. So, you know, I know that there's an obligation for us to say it out loud because people do care about LeBron and they do care about his family and they're emotionally invested in him for a variety of reasons. But at some level, it is a kid, and man, it's just I hope he's okay. I really do. I hope his long-term health, he's able to get back to just living his life.
So you see Steve asks, why 95.7 The Game had the guys at the hotel not near the practice field? Well, it's not up to us. It's, there's laws we got to abide by, and we don't have the rights to the 49ers, so we can't necessarily be on the property. So we got as close as we can to the property, which is fine. Trust me, we would be on that practice field, if we had the rights to the 49ers. You imagine if we were the flagship of that state? We basically are the flagship of the Niners. Nobody goes to the flagship station here for the 49ers. They come to 95.7 Game. Who are we kidding? Oh, man. Only God knows. John Gambadoro, afternoon drive host out in 98.7 in Phoenix. We've been able to build a relationship here on the Morning Roast with Gambo, and he's really, really good. He knows everything down in Arizona, so we're going to ask him some questions. CP3, Dario Saric. We got Gambo on the line. What's up, John? Good morning.
Bonte, we're just dealing with the craziest heat wave we've ever had here in Arizona. We're breaking records every single day, about 118, and while everybody else is outside in the summer, we're stuck indoors.
Oh, my gosh. My girl is actually going down there to a bachelorette party in Scottsdale this weekend. I got to warn her, man, 118. But I say, Gambo, Phoenix is a very, very nice place. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It is beautiful.
Except for the 4 months in the summer when it's 117, 118 every day. It's unbearable.
All right. So we'll get to CP3 and Sarge in just a second and Kyler Murray, what's going on there. But what's your perspective on the outside looking at the 49ers quarterback position? Brock Purdy got the UCL injury. We don't know if he's going to be ready for week 1. Trey Lance, of course, who they drafted number 3 overall a couple years ago. We'll see about him. He's only started 4 games. And, of course, Sam Darnold, the ultimate reclamation project. What's your viewpoint on the Niner quarterback situation coming into the season?
Purdy's a local kid from here. So I think a lot of people were rooting for him, wanted to see him do well. I don't know. What's Trey played? 8 games in his career?
Not even. Started 4 games.
Yeah, I don't think he's been given a fair chance. I'd like to see more of the kid before you determine that, hey, he's not the guy. Now, Purdy did a great job last year, but I remember going into the Super Bowl and everything. There was a big question about, the championship game, the NFC championship game. All of the big wins were at home and on the West Coast, and he done it on the road and on the East Coast. And I remember that was a storyline there that most of those wins were either home wins or on the West. And then he went out there and he didn't play so well in that game. But I'd like to see Trey get more of a chance, guys. You gave up so much to get him. He's super athletic. He's super talented. He just doesn't have the reps. He just doesn't have that. like with Kyler Murray here, they've got to make a determination whether they're going to keep Kyler Murray after this year, or if they get the number 1 overall pick, do they go get Caleb Williams? Do they go get Drake May? They've had a lot of reps to determine whether Kyler Murray is good enough or not. I just don't know that you guys have had the proper amount of reps to really make a fair evaluation on whether Trey should be the guy.
Wow. We've been talking a lot about Caleb Williams and our affinity for him. You really think that that's already starting to be a buzz? Caleb Kyler?
Absolutely. I mean, Steve Keim is gone. Cliff Kingsbury's gone. The Cardinals have their pick this year, which may be the number 1 overall pick, guys. I mean, they're absolutely rebuilding. I don't want to say tanking, but they didn't bring back Byron Murphy. They didn't bring back Zach Allen. They let go of DeAndre Hopkins. They're going to win 2 games this year. And they also have Houston's pick because they made a great trade. Monty Osborne made a great trade. They got Houston's pick. So there's a chance they get the number 1 pick. And if Kyler Murray plays in 10 games this year or 12 games and, you don't love what you see, you're a new regime. You've got no ties to him. I mean, absolutely you can make that decision and draft the quarterback.
Wow. There's a lot going on in there. Did you get a chance to watch Did you watch the quarterback doc at all on Netflix?
No. I mean, we're watching, the Cardinals have an in-flight thing we're watching. So that's, I think it's called Cardinals in Flight. So that's the thing that's on now is each week something with the Cardinals.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, anyway, they had Kirk Cousins on there, but neither here nor there. I want to ask you about CP3. Warriors got CP3. Now, I went to the final game of the year. My buddy is a season ticket holder for the Suns. I went and saw Durant and Booker and basically a bunch of nobodies go up against the Nuggets and get throttled. It might have been one of the worst games of Durant's career, to be honest with you. And the prevailing thought was they're going to get rid of the coach and CP3's gone. Now the Warriors have CP3. What was it like when he was in Phoenix?
Look, I mean, there's no mistake. That was a salary dump for you guys. Don't let anybody tell you any differently. I mean, I don't think they wanted Chris Paul. I think that they wanted off of Poole's contract. I'm sure you guys have talked about that a million times. CP3 hit a wall last year. Listen, Phoenix owes him a lot. Okay, the year they went to the bubble, they went 8-0 in the bubble. Ricky Rubio was their point guard. They had a really great season. They had a good season. Didn't make the playoffs, but they did go 8-0 in the bubble. Chris Paul got them over the hump. The next year they get Chris Paul. They go to the NBA Finals. They kind of shocked the world. They swept the Nuggets. They were up 2-0 on Milwaukee. And they owed it all to Chris. I mean, Chris changed the culture here. He changed the way, the players prepared and the way everybody thought about games. He made Devin Booker a better player. He made everybody better. He wears on you after a while, but the thing with he just wears on you after a while. I mean, guys just don't like playing for him. He's hard. He's hard to play with. Look, I think age has caught up to him. 38 years old. Next year in the playoffs will be 39. He hit a wall last year against Dallas. The injuries have piled up. Groin injury this year in the playoffs. He missed the final 4 games. Last year he had a quad and shoulder injury, so he does miss a bunch of games now. He gets injured and I think he kind of hit a wall against that. Now, the regular season's different. Regular season, you've got one game. Chris is great. He's smart, basketball IQ. I can get to the elbow. I'll hit the Playoffs, when you've got 5, 6, 7 games to figure out how to shut him down, we've kind of seen teams do that and shut him down, especially the last 3 playoff series.
Right. John Gambo here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, 98.7 in Phoenix. Longtime afternoon drive host. He is the mayor down there in Phoenix when it comes to all sports. But, Gambo, you could make the case that him being in Phoenix, he was the second and third option, right? Here with the Warriors, he may be the 4th or 5th option, and he's probably going to come off the bench. Now, that may help him and preserve his health. We'll see about that. But how do you think he'll handle I don't think it's coming off the bench. I think a lot of people are making a big deal about that. I don't think that's the big deal. I think it's what's going to happen in the last 5 minutes of the game. How would Chris Paul handle not finishing a basketball game? That's the question I have.
Yeah, we don't know, Bonte. I mean, he's never come off the bench ever in his entire career. He's never come off the bench. His assist to turnover ratio is still great. He's not a catch and shoot 3 guy. So, but what he does is what we noticed here in Phoenix. You want to play at a faster pace. You want to move. The Suns actually were better pace-wise, much better when he wasn't playing. They were able to get up and down the court and play at a more frenetic pace. With Chris, it's slow, methodical, bring it up the court, take your time. It gives the defense a chance to set up. It gives the defense a chance to set up their rotations, and it makes it easier for switches on defense. And So I do think that that's something you got to look at. Golden State likes to play fast. Suns wanted to play fast, but Chris doesn't really allow you when he has the ball to play at a quick pace if he's bringing it up. Now, what the Suns did in the playoffs this year, Chris wasn't bringing it up a whole lot. I mean, not like, last year against Dallas and New Orleans, Chris was the point guard. This year, against the Clippers in Denver, if you go look at his, he played in 7 games this year in the playoffs. Only once did he have 10 assists in a game. He wasn't the primary ball handler. They were having Booker bring it up and Campaign bring it up and other guys bring it up because they wanted to move it along a lot quicker.
Right. Real quick before we let you go, Gambo, and we appreciate the time. Our text line loves you, man. They're saying Gambo's a legend out in the Phoenix area. We know that. Real quickly, Saric, how's he going to fit with the Warriors? Does he have anything left in the tank?
Yeah, listen, I mean, this is his 5th team, so come on, guys. It is what it is, right? I mean, the guy's been on 5 different teams, and he's still in his 20s. He's a nice role player.
Yeah.
He's smart. You could play him small ball 5. He's great for the regular season. He may not bust your playoff postseason rotation, but in the regular season, you're looking for a guy 15 minutes, smart basketball IQ, will shoot the 3. You can play him in different positions. You can play some small ball 5. Non-athletic, guys, completely non-athletic. So not great at getting up and down the court. He's not going to block shots. He's not the best defensive player. He uses his body for defense because he's a wide body, but he doesn't have the long arms. He's got short, stubby arms. But you'll like him as a role player. I mean, he'll have some good games for you. 2 out of every 6 games he'll play well. I don't know if he's a playoff rotation guy, but I think you'll enjoy watching him play because he's a smart player.
Right. And lastly, would it be a surprise if the Niners didn't win an NFC West? Because I got a sneaky suspicion that Seattle's going to be a lot better than what people give them credit for.
No, the 49ers should. I think the 49ers are the clear-cut favorites to win that thing. That's what I think. Even with the quarterback situation the way it is, I think they're the favorites. And you got 2 wins against the Cardinals. That's an easy 2 wins because then the Cardinals aren't going to beat them.
Cardinals are kind of low-key own the Niners.
Yeah, it's crazy the way it's kind of gone. Like, with Seattle has always owned Arizona, and Arizona's had some success against San Francisco. And the whole thing with Kingsbury is he couldn't beat McVay. I think he beat him once in the 5 years that he was here. So it's crazy how it goes. But this year's Cardinal team, guys, it's going to be bad. I mean, 2 to 3 wins. They're going to, Matt Murray's going to be out for a little while. They got rid of so many of their, key players. They got a lot of draft picks going forward. They're going to rebuild that way. It's going to take a little time.
Gambo, on the heels of Twitter rebranding itself right now, we were actually doing a fun exercise last night, which we might bring to the air in a second here, about rebranding. I had the Arizona Cardinals as my power rank number 1 in all of sports that needed a full rebranding.
Yeah, I don't know that I would disagree with that. I mean, they made it to the Super Bowl, with Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald, lost to Pittsburgh. It was the only time they've ever been there. I mean, the organization as a whole. I mean, here, and the Suns have had a lot for a team that's never won a championship and been around since the 60s. The Suns have had a lot of success.
Yeah.
They've been in the NBA Finals. I mean, they were in the NBA Finals against Milwaukee. They were in the NBA Finals in the 70s against the Celtics, in the 90s against the Bulls. They've had a lot of success. The Cardinals have not had a lot of success. Even when they redo their uniforms, they did it this year. They redid their uniforms.
Yeah.
People were like, it looks the same.
Yeah,
It does look the same.
They look terrible, man. They're terrible.
Full rebrand.
Yeah, now you got to wait 5 years for some more terrible uniforms. It's awful. Gambo, you're the man.
Thanks
for
buddy.
the time today, man. We'll catch up soon.
You enjoy those 72-degree temperatures. You enjoy those.
Yeah.
We will.
Oh, we will. Trust me, we love it.
Like
Have
an
fun
air
in
conditioner.
118. Have fun in 118.
All right, boys.
All right, Gambo. John Gambadoro, 98.7 in Phoenix, man. He's a fun dude, man. He's a fun guy.
So using that same thing to you, and we don't have to go too long on this, but I was thinking about rebrands, right? Just with Twitter rebranding itself, and some people don't even care about that, so I understand. But it is an opportunity. What?
X is what they're calling it.
Well,
they took down the Twitter sign downtown yesterday.
That guy's
Elon Musk is a control freak. I mean, to say the least. I'm being nice.
How many years ago was it when I went on my Elon Musk rant at night? Was that 5-6 years ago?
Sure, maybe every day for that matter. I'm not sure.
I was destroying him when that Cybertruck came out. Oh my goodness!
What a Cybertruck needs that does.
Well, the funniest part was when they threw the rock right through the window when he said that they're bulletproof windows.
Yeah, and it broke.
It was hilarious.
It was
hilarious.
So bad.
We were watching it live here in the studio.
Man, that's funny.
No, but so rebranding, right? And I was thinking, like, in sports, if there is a team or an organization that needs an unbelievable rebrand, like I look at the Washington football team and I'm like, they probably, even after the Commanders, I think they need another rebrand.
I tell you the team that needs a rebrand.
It's the Arizona Cardinals for me.
It's the Houston Texans. I watched the Tennessee Titans come out with those powder blue Houston Oilers uniforms that are so damn sweet with the Decker on the helmet. How did the Texans have those terrible? Their uniforms are awful.
Yeah, they are.
Awful.
They're bad.
And the bull, the little Texan, the bull, whatever it is on their helmet.
The majority of red, white, and blue jerseys. The majority of them.
It's just, they need to ask Tennessee, hey, can we pay you off for the rights to the Oilers and rebrand ourselves as the Houston Oilers?
What was the whole point of going away from are you not allowed to say the Oiler thing? Why didn't they?
Well, I guess it's part of Tennessee's history. Like when Baltimore left, the city of Cleveland, if I'm not mistaken, fought for the rights for the name the Cleveland Browns. They said that name has to stay here. So Art Modell went to the Baltimore Ravens and whatnot, and then when they obviously got the expansion team, they became the new Cleveland Browns. The Titans left and actually started off in Tennessee with the Oilers uniforms.
Yeah.
Remember that? Tennessee Oilers.
Yeah.
Then they were like, all right, we're going to rebrand and call ourselves the Tennessee Titans. But now they're wearing those Oilers uniforms, and it's like, oh, my gosh, how did Houston not do something about that?
I think you're right on that one. I really like them. They're definitely in the top 5. A team that I always think about that needs a good rebranding, the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I like them, though. I think they're all right. Okay, they're not bad. They're not bad.
The Supersonics were iconic, and then they went to that, and it's just
that's what I'm saying.
It was.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's not bad though.
It's interesting. Football has 2 of them in there though, because like you could. I'm going to go Arizona, the Commanders. I'm riding now. Now I'm bumping one out. I'm definitely putting the Texans in there as well. So they've got 3 in the top 5.
Honorable mention: Washington Wizards. Very boring to me. Very plain. Again, another red, white, and blue kind of thing.
The Wizards was fine with the Gilbert Arenas uniforms.
Yeah, those ones are okay.
They're okay. They're okay. Then they went back because now when I see them, I think of the Bullets.
Yes,
Washington Bullets, and obviously you don't want them named Bullets because of what it means and whatnot, and they had to go away from that. I'm with you on that one.
Is there a baseball team that you're thinking of that could use a full rebrand?
Well, I'm looking at it right now. The Cleveland Guardians don't hit to me.
Well, the Guardian thing was because of the freeway or whatever.
And the statues. They got the Guardians overlooking the city.
I like their uniforms, though.
The uniforms are not bad.
The name, it means something to those people, and I believe they voted on it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to roll with it. How about the Pels?
New Orleans Pelicans? Yeah, no doubt. They're a team that needs a rebrand. They need to just move out of New Orleans.
Well, I wish Utah would find a way to allow them to have the Jazz name back.
Yeah, New Orleans Jazz, that'd be sick. That would be sick. Yeah, the Pelicans is a good call. Baseball, not too many teams. I'm looking at the Angels, Astros, Rangers. I'm pretty cool with all the baseball names.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm looking at all the, what team other than the Guardians, maybe the Guardians, Tampa Bay Rays? I like the Rays name.
And the team that needed it most was the Padres, and they got it. And it changed everything. Like, talk about,
changed everything.
People might be scoffing as this is a topic. I'm like, it changed everything for the Padres. They became cool.
I remember 100%. Begging for them to go back to brown because the Navy Blues just didn't
It did not hit.
It did not hit at all.
And the pinstripes look so sick.
Yep, they did. So in basketball, Pelicans.
Yes, the Pels are definitely there for me.
Thunder. I'll beat you guys halfway with the Thunder.
Well, I just threw the Thunder out because to me, going from Supersonics to Thunder is a huge downgrade.
Yeah.
Huge.
I'm glad the Hornets went back.
I agree. I like the Hornets.
Instead of the Bobcats. Yeah. No, I'm with that.
I love the court. I love their uniforms. They've done a good job blending the retro with the new.
Mm-hmm. I'm with that. Yeah, my number one team, though, would be the Houston Texans. They need a full
That's
rebrand.
a good call on that.
They need a full
Isn't it kind of crazy for as much money as the NFL makes? They've got 3 horrible brands.
Well, Daniel Snyder ruined it with
that's
Washington.
True. Well, and it's a term that is now out of,
Yeah, no doubt.
We've deemed to be inappropriate.
Even though those uniforms are just so sweet.
Well, I like the Washington football team. I actually thought that stuck. With the numbers on the helmets, I thought it looked really cool.
What if they went to the Red Tails or the Red Hawks or the Red Wolves or something like that?
I'm down with that. I like the Chargers. When the Chargers kind of rebranded under their new uniforms, there's not a bad uniform that they have.
They don't.
They're incredible.
They're sweet.
They're really incredible.
Really, really good.
Even though I hate them being in LA, the rebranding worked.
Rebranding the Cardinals. What would you?
I would change the name completely.
Yeah, because their uniforms are
terrible.
terrible.
Yeah, they're terrible.
Red, that that color red, that dark red. It's just not. It doesn't pop.
To me, I would embrace something that's Arizona or Phoenix.
Yeah.
I don't know what that would be. The Jackrabbits, something either to the topography, the sunset.
We got Diamondbacks because of all the snakes in Arizona,
which is incredible. Even though there is no Diamondback,
right? But I
yes,
like that.
I love
like
the
that.
D-backs. They actually have really good unis.
I agree. The Suns, the Mercury
is incredible. Those are great jerseys.
Arizona State Sun Devils,
Coyotes have sick jerseys.
Even though they're going to lose. I mean, even though they may move. Any rebranding in hockey? Hockey?
Ooh, deep cuts there. Sharks are so sick, though.
They are.
I gotta say, they're probably top 5 in AHL when it comes to Bay Area in general. As far as swag goes, the jerseys, they might be top of all the major markets.
Yeah.
I'm putting the Bay Area. A's, Giants, iconic. Niners, Raiders left, obviously, but go back to Oakland.
Yes,
are you kidding me?
I agree with you.
Come on, all those.
I'm with you on that.
Not only just rebrands, but I was thinking about stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
Just like teams who need new stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
Like Tampa Bay Rays need a stadium. Obviously, the Oakland A's need a stadium. The Sharks need a stadium.
Well,
I don't know if Chase Center has the capability of holding hockey games, but how sick would it be if the San Jose Sharks moved up to San Francisco, played in the
Mark
city?
Purdy's head would explode.
Probably. Or you just tore down the Cow Palace, let the Sharks play right there.
Well, I don't know what they're doing at the Cow Palace. I'm not really sure.
What if they just tore that down and had the Sharks play there?
The Sharks have great unis.
They need a new stadium.
Swears.
I like the SAP Center. I do. But it's getting a little outdated.
But it is cool that they represent San Jose as the sole team. That I find to be very cool and unique. Like my buddies that are Sharks fans, they're diehard Sharks fans. Yeah. Diehard. And they're all black jerseys with the white laces are so sick.
Mm-hmm. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte and Joe, you're really going to skip over the fact that Gambo said CP3 is a terrible move for the Dubs? A lot of people feel like that. I don't think it's terrible. I think on the floor it could really, really work. It could.
They're saying the Bay Area Panthers are iconic.
They're playing in the conference championship this week. Shout out Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy on the call. 95.7 the game.
It's a big game for Grandy and Evan Giddings. Huge game. Playoffs? Is it at SAP Center?
It is. The number 1 seed in the other bracket got knocked out, so the number 2 seed, the Panthers, are now hosting. The number 4 seed.
What's that game?
I'll find that out.
Is Grandy going to do the Kirk Cousins and not rise up to the occasion, or is he going to do the Jalen Hurts and actually become an extreme playoff performer?
That game's on Sunday. Let me take Baby Chess to a Bay Area Panther game. Wranglers? What time? Arizona Wranglers? Ooh.
Northern Arizona Wranglers, 6 o'clock this Saturday. SAP, be there.
See, Arizona Wranglers, that's
a good name.
That's a good name.
That's a good name. That's been a name for a long time. They've been good in arena football for a long time. I like the Wranglers. Maybe that's not bad. Because their USFL team, I believe, was the Wranglers too.
Well, no, it was the San Antonio Express and then the...
No, it was San Antonio Gunslingers, I thought.
Was it Gunslingers? One of them was the Express.
Old USFL.
Wasn't one of them the Express?
Let's see. The LA Express.
Oh, it was the LA
Steve
Express.
Young.
Was the Steve Young
And you had
team.
the Houston Gamblers with Jim Kelly.
Was it the Desperados?
Yeah, you had the Nashville, Philadelphia Stars. You had the New Jersey Generals. You had the Tampa Bay Bandits, I want to say. Jeff Perlman wrote a great book about the USFL.
I'm pulling it all up right now.
The old USFL. Not the new league, the old league.
Yeah, the old league.
Not this
There you
new
go.
one.
Okay. So the Houston Gamblers.
Yep.
Memphis Showboats. Which is a great name. The
Yep.
Pittsburgh Maulers.
Yep.
San Antonio Gunslingers.
Yep, told you.
Oklahoma Outlaws.
You know who played quarterback for the Gunslingers?
Jim Kelly.
They had no. Kelly played for the Houston Gamblers.
There you go. I
Rick
knew it was one of the Southern
Neuheisel
teams.
played for the San Antonio Gunslingers.
Rick Neuheisel.
Yeah.
Who got in trouble for NCAA betting.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Washington.
Nate Newton played for the Tampa Bay Bandits.
Yeah.
Reggie White played for the Nashville Showboats. You said the Memphis Showboats? Memphis Showboats.
Memphis Showboats.
That's where Reggie White
Jacksonville
was.
Bulls.
Yep, Jacksonville Bulls was a team.
Yeah.
You had the LA Express with Steve
Arizona
Young.
Wranglers was one of the team names.
You had the Michigan Panthers before they moved to Oakland. It became the Oakland Invaders with
Invaders,
Bobby Hebert.
yes, the Invaders.
Bobby Hebert and Anthony Carter, who led up the Niners in
Yes.
1987 in the second round playoffs. Who else did you have? You had the New York Generals
the
with Herschel
Generals,
Walker.
yes. Everyone remembers
and
that
Doug
one.
Flutie.
And Donald Trump ruining it.
Yeah, Donald Trump ruined everything. What other teams do they have? They had somebody in Alabama. Chicago. Who was this? The Chicago team. They had a Chicago team, too. Anyway.
This knowledge is incredible.
Denver Gold is the
Denver
team.
Gold
The Chicago
Denver.
Blitz.
Chicago
the
Blitz.
Michigan Panthers.
Yep.
The Tampa Bay Bandits. And I believe Lee Corso was a part of that?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Boston Breakers was a team,
the
too.
Washington Federals.
Washington Federals was a team. That's right. They would get nobody. George Allen was a coach for the Chicago Blitz. And it was just, I got to give you guys this Jeff Perlman book.
Yeah, give it to me.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I
it's
read it.
unbelievable. Like, first of all, the 30 for 30.
I don't read.
Yeah, the 30 for 30 on the USFL. This book is hilarious. I'm telling you, this book will be amazing.
All right, so who else in sports needs a rebrand?
Well, not the Bay Area Panthers. Real quick, want to get this through to you guys. Ticketmaster.com, 10 o'clock. Tickets go on sale today. Saturday, SAP Center.
Nice.
Panthers, Northern Arizona Wranglers. Evan Giddings doing the play-by-play for that game. Mark Grandy on the color. Our own Evan Giddings.
Don't they
Mark
switch
Grandy.
off halves?
No, they did the full games. Mark did play-by-play last week. Evan Giddings did the analyst for that. So Mark's got the dub. Now we need Evan to come through play-by-play this week.
Lot
pressure,
of
you,
pressure.
dog.
Bay Area Panthers, big game. Big game. Marcus Dupree
Is it
did
a
play.
legacy game?
Marcus Dupree did play with the New Orleans Breakers.
Is it a legacy game,
It
though?
is a legacy game. It is a legacy game.
Loveman, what's the team that needs a rebranding the most in sports? Give it to me.
Somebody's phone's going off.
Rebrand in sports. I need to think about that one for a second. I was doing a bunch of other stuff.
I threw it to everyone last night. I was hoping you'd have some.
I know.
Bonte had a rat-a-tat-tat ready to go.
I know. We need a producer.
What would you change the Houston team to? You'd go back
Houston
to the
Oilers. Got to go back to the Houston Oilers. Those helmets are sick.
Yeah, they
I
are.
remember playing in Pop Warner with the San Francisco Seahawks and playing Napa. They were the Napa Oilers, and they were just like the Houston Oilers. They were sick. I was like, man, those hormone run and shoot days in the Astrodome.
Yeah.
Oh my God, those are so sick, so sick. How can they not be the
Billy
Houston
White Shoes
Oilers?
Haywood?
Oh my God, Haywood Jeffries,
Haywood Jeffries,
Alonzo
wow.
Highsmith, Warren Moon. Sean Jones.
Wow, there's a lot. Sean Jones was
what
sick.
are some iconic
Sean Jones
jerseys?
was sick.
What are some iconic jerseys that you guys just don't like, though? It's like a hot take. For me personally, I really don't like the New York Giants jerseys. I think they're very boring because it's red, white, and blue.
Can't stand the New York
They're
Giants
just very
jerseys.
but I understand there's like an iconicness to them from the 80s and stuff like that. But to me, they're very boring. Like any for those for
The
you guys?
creamsicle jerseys, Tampa Bay. They're not that hot to me.
Really?
Yeah, they
They're cool.
represent losing.
Okay.
They were like the We Believe jerseys and Warriors.
Yeah.
The creamsicles were like, ugh. And a lot of Warrior players who played in those uniforms, like, yeah, the uniforms are. The We Believe you, like the creamsicles at Tampa Bay, they're going to wear them this year. They were. I remember those jerseys, and like they're for nostalgic reasons. I get it in Tampa Bay, but they represent nothing but losing. They were the Tampa Bay Yucks for years and years and years. As soon as Tony Dungy got there with Warren Sapp Company, they flipped those uniforms and boom, you know, you look good. Like the creamsicles to me, they're throwbacks that I do not like whatsoever.
I don't love these jerseys, even though I recognize their icon status. I don't like the Red Sox jerseys. Never have. I told you I don't like red, white, and blue. I don't like dark, navy and blue and red. I just think, Red Sox jerseys, like,
Yeah.
I never. To me, I think the Yankees have way more iconic uniforms than the Red Sox.
The Yankees are great.
The pinstripes are all time.
Pinstripes are all time.
Way more.
The
more
navy
iconic.
blue New York hat. It's just sick. The gray uniforms, New York.
There's always certain
Yankees.
teams when you're in Little League you wish you were on. The Yankees, White Sox, and Cardinals for me were those teams.
White Sox do have
White Sox
White Sox have
pinstripes are also
classics.
sick.
Yeah.
Classics.
I do like the White Sox uniforms. Yeah, that creamsicle's not hitting for me. The Seahawks throwbacks look sick.
They look incredible.
And the way they put out that
They look
video,
incredible.
That video going back and he hit it.
Did you notice one of the posters said Bay Area Hip Hop and it had Mac Dre on it?
Yeah, it did say that.
Go back and watch that.
No, I did.
So whoever was part of that videography team that put that
probably from the
together,
Bay.
yeah, they're from the Bay. They threw Mac Dre up on the wall.
Which, if you're a Seattle fan, you're probably ticked off.
Oh well, come on.
Oh, this is great.
Macklemore or Mac Dre? I don't know.
This is great. This
Jimi
is
Hendrix.
great. Carlos Ramirez.
Yeah.
Should he be getting ready for the Bay Bridge series, NBC Sports Bay Area? My guy's been working hard on that road trip, man. Him and Laura, they need a day off. Call us.
FaceTime me.
Call me.
I'm
Call
available.
me, Carlos. You need a day off? I don't think the Giants want me doing any of their pregame shows.
Welcome back to Giants pre and post game. I'm Bonte Hill here with my guy Carlos Ramirez
And
and the world champion George Contos.
And I've never been more detached from the Giants, but we're going to break it all down.
No, this is what you'd say. God, what an at-bat from Matos. Even though he struck out on 4 pitches, it was an incredible at-bat.
Matos doesn't strike out. That's Casey Schmidt.
I'm freewheeling here.
Let's go down to AP down at the ballpark. Pabs, how you doing, my man?
Great AP.
Imagine if I had to interview Alex Wood. Alex Wood, man, what a start for you today. 4 2/3. You got around the lineup twice. Carlos Ramirez said the LA Rams' new look is whack. He's right. They need to go back to the Eric Dickerson, Jim Everett, Kevin Green.
Yeah.
Those were sick.
They went halfway there.
When I was younger, my favorite helmets, even though I was obviously a big time Niner fan.
Yeah.
My favorite helmets in the league was the Bengals helmet and the Rams helmet.
Well, of course, because they actually had something on there.
Dude, that was just sick.
Yeah.
The stripes.
Yes.
Like
absolutely.
the OG. So the Bengals
well, the
kind of go
Eagles
back.
had good helmets too, and they're
the
going
Kelly
back
Greens.
to
They're going back to the Kelly Greens.
With the silver
gray,
wings. As much as I can't stand Philly, those are iconic.
Are sick.
Even the Philadelphia Phillies have iconic uniforms too. All of them. Their entire collection.
They do. Are we having a fantasy football league for the morning roast?
I'm not in it.
How are you not going to be in our league?
Because last year I tapered down to family and friends. I'm in 2 leagues. That's it. No more. It was the most fun I've had trying to set rosters.
For the morning roast.
I'm done. Nope.
It's for the morning roast.
I'm out, my man. Family.
Talk about not
how
being
you
a
not
team
going
player.
to do even Matt
2 teams
Steinmetz
minimum.
Even Matt Steinmetz does a fantasy football league for his show.
Nope.
Matt Steinmetz
Steiny's doing it for the station this year.
For the station?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Is that his only league?
Who the hell are you?
I'm saying that I'm at 2 teams. I'm no more. I don't have enough fan width. I don't have enough fan width to be able to do this. I'm not rooting for 17 different players on the field at once.
You can't do a show league?
Nope. I have family and friends. I've
got a league I've been in for 20 years now.
Me too.
All right. I've got the Frisco Ballers League that's gone on for 15 years.
5 league.
Then I got my league with the LA Cats. I've been over there for over a decade.
Oh.
That's 3.
Okay.
Do I have another league? I don't. I got 3 leagues.
I'm telling you, it was liberating to be able to only have 2 leagues last year. I tapered down. Best thing I ever did.
Fan engagement. I got to go. We got to
Why
get the
are you
roast
shaking
league.
your head, Spadoni?
This is embarrassing. That's shameful.
2. I'm down to 2. Family, friends.
Shasky, I'm going to ride to your defense here because I'm the same way. When I have too many fantasy teams, it's too much to handle. It's too many balls in the air. Like, I had 2 last year. It was really nice. I might want to try and do 3 this year. Just give myself more of a challenge. But there is, I think, such thing in some circles as having too many fantasy teams.
I agree.
Gingy saying, I have a friend who was in a league with Bonte, said he was cheeks. Hey, Gingy, what league was this? Go check my Yahoo profile out, buddy.
It's a shame.
Don't do
it's
that.
embarrassing.
Go see
Just
my
because you're
case.
diamond on Yahoo and your
go see my
leagues.
trophy case.
Come on.
Frisco Ballers,
That's what
you can
JP
hang.
Money does
You can hang. You can hang in the Frisco
Look at my Yahoo
Ballers.
leagues. Like I was on ESPN for 20 years.
No. You can hang in the Frisco Ballers, nor could you hang in the SF Players Club. You cannot hang. Cannot hang. I seen when you was in this league in 95-7 game where your team was.
I don't think I've ever been in the 95-7.
Oh, yes, you were.
Was I?
I don't think you made the playoffs. I know I did.
Well.
Come on. You got to be in a Morning Roast Fantasy League.
I'm out.
Oh, my God.
You know what I'll do? I'll let a listener out there control the team for me.
That's weak.
Well, that's not fun.
That's not fun. This is a league with the listeners.
I told you, I am family, friends, that's it. I draw the line at 2.
And the friendly league is terrible because your papa's in that league.
Well, my grandpa's won it, and my dad's won it way more than
this shows
me.
just how bad that league is.
I know. It is bad. I agree. But here's what I would say to you guys. I'm telling you, my wife gave me a list of 15 ways to say no politely. Guys, my cuppeth runneth over when it comes to fantasy football. Family and friends, and that's it.
Michelle's turned you. What's going on with Michelle? You guys have become mean, man. I thought the Shaskys were lovable.
I'm overcommitting myself these days. I'm trying to taper back.
Wow. I can't believe it. Final thoughts. Nobody's mad. No, I do agree Like in baseball, I have one league.
Yeah.
It's our league.
Yeah.
I can't do multiple baseball leagues.
No.
Too many players.
Football, I think it's
See,
fine.
to me, I'm telling you, I got down to 2, and I've tried to create teams, even if I know it's not going to be better for my draft. I try to have comparable or similar players on both rosters.
Yeah.
I try to do that because I
Well,
just,
you know what?
it's too much. I draw the line at 2. Family and friends, and that's it.
You know what? We're going to get the Laurie Matthews. We'll get the Tyler Millers. We'll get the Morellis. I'll even get JMC _ 1982. Hell, I'll sit in San Jose. You want to be in a morning roast league? The invite is open. I'm going to do it for the roasters. The roasters won the league.
You know what? I'm going to let...
And we'll keep you out of it, and we'll have fun without you.
I bet you Carlos Ramirez is listening right now. I call him the Inferno. I bet he's good in fantasy football, and I would have him run my team.
He ain't good at fantasy football.
Carlos the Inferno Ramirez. Absolutely.
Everything.
You know he's got
Carlos,
the analytics.
Carlos will overthink everything. Carlos been looking good on TV, man. He's been rocking those pocket squares. Tough. I'm proud of my guy. He looks like he's in good shape. That's my final thought. Carlos looks good on Giants pre- and post-game alongside Laura Britt and Terrence Contos. Not sure it's going to get the Giants a win tonight, but they look good. My final thought. Oh, anyway, destroying Stephen Fulton today at 5 in the morning on ESPN+. Anyway, one of the best pound-for-pound boxers in the world. Destroy Fulton, who was undefeated. Then we got another big fight on Saturday. Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford. It's been a great season. You guys talk about golf all the time, and I get golf has been good. Boxing has been unbelievable in the year 2023.
All right.
All the big fights are getting made. I love it.
That's a good take.
There it is.
Anybody else?
Yeah, so I've been seeing the previews for Winning Time Season 2 coming out next Sunday on HBO. I'm kind of jazzed for that. Really excited to see what Magic Johnson and Paul Westhead can do. That's a duo you can count on, right?
Do you think they go off script and trade away Magic?
Whoa, that would be some serious liberties to take there. Yeah, maybe lock Paul Westhead in long term, let Pat Riley walk. Let's see what they do here.
All right, Steph.
Shout out, real quick, Monty, not to cut you off.
Oh, sorry.
The Philippines stunned New Zealand today 1-0 to earn its first ever Women's World Cup victory on Tuesday off California-born Serena Bolden's
from Santa
24th.
Clara.
There you go. Santa Clara's own Serena Bolden, 24th minute goal. Bolden's first half header was the country's first ever goal in the competition's history. Shout out to Philippines. My mother-in-law, Diane, if you're listening, love ya. She was born and raised in the Philippines, so there you go.
There it is. There it is. Final thoughts. Final thoughts. Did you give your final thoughts, Shasky?
Yeah, my final thought was family, friends,
Oh, yeah, that's
2
right.
leagues.
Yeah,
That's
I
it. Max.
just wanted to hear it again. What a softie.
I know. A man needs to know his limits.
Brought to you by Xfinity.
Wisdom is knowing what you don't know.
Can't take the heat. I feel it. These roasters will expose you on the fantasy leagues. That's right, BSNG League. We still get emails about that. That was fun. Matt Steinmetz could do fantasy football. You can do it.
I do fantasy. You're acting like I don't do fantasy.
I mean the station fantasy.
I bet Matt doesn't have an extra fantasy team.
He does it for the station. Does it for the listeners. Come on. Come on.
My favorite part of every year in the family draft is when my wife goes, "Is Edward Lacey still available?" Michelle, Eddie Lacy's been out of the league for years.
Oh, my gosh.
Edward Lacey. That's who I like.
I do love football season. You get the pick 'em pools, you get the survivor pools, you get fantasy football. It's on and popping, baby. When we talk to you tomorrow, we'll be live at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara for training camp. That's right, it opens up tomorrow. But we got to go play some golf at the Berkeley Country Club. I'm going to try to squeeze in a nap before that. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
Mom, Dad.
right, Guru back in the house.
What's
and
up,
wow,
baby?
man, I'll tell you what, we're never going to be at a loss for content.
Dude, I don't think there's a slow time anymore.
You said something you don't even know.
Oh.
You said something 3 minutes ago to Bonte Hill. I had to write it down because it has nothing to do with anything.
Well, thanks.
You can't recommend a movie you've never seen. You can't tell Bonte to watch Attica when it's my recommendation and you've never even seen it yet.
I'm your Ebert, and if you're telling me to do it, I'm telling Bonte. He was like, Goo, I couldn't sleep last night. I said, I'm going through documentaries. I said, the Steiner has told me Attica, Evan, so I'm passing that along. Your heart had to quiver. Like my boy Goo, like I'm trusting you on you telling me to go, and I'm giving it to my man. Dude, this is a tough show.
What if you don't like it?
Dude, no. I watched Oz on HBO. There's no way this can be a miss. But this is a tough show for me, Steiny.
Why? You nervous? By the way, just let me set it up.
Yeah, set it up.
Today after the show, Guru and I are going out to the Berkeley Country Club and going to play some golf. It'll be the first course she stepped on, and
my first time 18.
Oh my God, it's going to be.
I'm a virgin. Steiny, I'm nervous, man.
You should be.
I told you how I am with number 2 and hoop, so I'm telling you where I'm at. Right. I wish I didn't have to work today. I love the people, but all I'm focused on is embarrassing you and my family.
You're not going to embarrass me. How are you going to embarrass me?
I'm part of your 4, and Ryan DeWitt and his guest.
You won't embarrass me.
Well,
but I will say this: I was talking to my friend Dave. You met Dave?
Oh, he's the best. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, he's a golf guy.
Okay,
I was talking to him Saturday. He said, "Hey, Stein, I got to tell you something. Seriously." I said, "What?"
I'm picturing him right now.
You know, the Berkeley Country Club is no place for a beginner.
Oh, no.
Oh,
so
did I say that out loud?
Over unders. Steiny, I'm like,
forget that. I mean,
that's what I'm aiming for.
What?
The number 109 under.
You're not even going to be close.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's a hard game.
Oh my!
It's a hard course. And in fact, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to push, believe it or not, playing the forward tees.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so again, one of the great things about golf is that they can do things to make good players able to compete with not so good players. So typically courses, they'll have at least three sets of tees.
Okay.
One tees will be what they call the blacks or the tips. Those are for the best players. Like Tiger Woods plays the tips.
I've never heard this.
I've never played the blacks, nor would I ever play the blacks.
Because you're not good enough, strong enough, or just
all of the above.
Wow.
I don't hit a drive 300 plus yards.
Oh my goodness.
But you can put tees at another place where I can play to a score that's kind of similar to what Tiger Woods would play at. So in other words, he'd start a hole, and for him, the hole is 490 yards.
I'm with you.
So he's got to take 2 shots to get to the green, even for him.
Okay.
Well, my hole would only be like 300 yards, so that I'd hit one drive and I'd be theoretically close.
And that's affecting your score.
That's called handicap.
Okay, no doubt. Now it's making sense. All right. You missed me yesterday.
We're gonna have fun.
Okay.
That's all I know.
And it's nice scenery, Steiny. I'll see some water.
No, it's in the hills.
Oh, okay.
I'll
see some hills.
You'll hear some wind.
All
you'll
right.
see some trees.
There we go.
And you'll see some leaves blowing in the trees. I'll tell you what. I was in a good mood. Oh man, I get up today and feeling good. And where should I go? Should I go with? You know what? Should I ask a question or should I? Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to lay it out there.
Yeah. Look at my boy. He did the sniff.
You know, so whatever. There's some people out there that weren't able to comprehend what I was going for when I said that Steph Curry could come off the bench and he'd be great at it.
You took hella heat
for
that.
They took it literally, and that's fine because I realize, as always, there's some things that some people just can't understand. That's fine. But who are our guys here? Austin. Oh, big guy Austin.
Our guy San Jose's finest.
Who else is on this text line?
Drew Down.
Austin. Oh, Drew Down. Absolutely.
Never go left, fool Jeff. Got the Klay Thompson jersey.
So for these guys, Austin and San Jose Jazz fan, we'll see him tomorrow. Louise Roberson,
Damon Chang,
she'll stick it to you every once in a while. When do you guys come clean about your L's?
Well, I do it all the time.
No, I'm talking about these guys, these so-called fans.
Right.
You guys are having a terrible year. You guys are having a terrible year out there.
Did that come up on yesterday's show with JD?
What?
Did you let JD know you're having a good year?
Well, again, my hell of a year continues to be a hell of a year.
What did I miss?
Steph Curry. Oh, yeah. Definitely wanted.
Oh, man.
Definitely wouldn't have minded KD coming back.
I ain't mad at you. Oh, my goodness.
Somebody said, would I like to play with KD again? Hell yeah. Yeah. But
I was the one saying hell no.
But the know-it-all. I call them the know-it-alls. Because that doesn't mean everybody. That means the good fans are the good fans. But the know-it-alls. The know-it-alls. Tough year for you guys.
Look at my boy spraying them.
The know-it-alls. Oh, why are you guys even talking about Kevin Durant? Why are you guys even talking about Kevin Durant back 3-4 months ago?
I scoffed at the notion.
Why are you guys even talking about? You guys don't even know anything. No chance. Steph doesn't want him back. You're wrong on that.
Man.
You're wrong. Tough L for you on that.
Look at you.
Chris Paul, take an L on that one. Austin and San Jose, take an L. You guys leave the professional sports talk.
Boy.
To the professional sports talkers. Okay? That's about the Giants in the offseason, they're going to stink. We didn't get Judge. We didn't get Correa. We can't do anything. We're going to be lousy. There's going to be no excitement. Yeah, you're in the wild card race. Another L for the know-it-alls.
So you're saying you're not hearing enough people?
How about last year? Debo Samuel having a bad year or not a good year. A little critical of Debo Samuel. Oh, what are you talking about, Steiny? Debo Samuel's great. He's great. He's been great. He's great. Debo Samuel after the year, I stunk. That's another L. What a bad year you guys are having out there. Get something right and get back to me.
Oh, boy.
All of y'all.
My man has his chest out. Look at him.
Kevin Durant, Steph wanted him back, baby.
I can't. And you asked me last time we were together Friday about the documentary
fan base.
And what stood out. I didn't tell you. It hit me in the cardiac muscle. Kevin Durant was there when Steph, this is on Underrated, the doc. But we'll get to Curry with Rajah Bell and who's our other guy? Used to cover the Warriors.
I'm looking at the text line.
Look at you.
Go ahead.
And Steiny, Kevin Durant was there in New York. They had a moment, and when KD walked off after he gave Steph the bro hug, Steph Curry, I don't want to say he was tipsy. He had some fluid in him. I think it was vino, whatever they were sipping, some wine. And he said, Kevin Durant is the most misunderstood player in the association. So that was a moment I was not expecting. It wasn't Clay. It wasn't Dre. It wasn't Andre Iguodala. So that stuck with me. And then I find out he's on the podcast with Rajah Bell and our other guy, I'm forgetting the name, Steiny, and he talks about when Kevin Durant, when we got into it.
Logan Murdoch.
Thank you, people. Oh, my gosh. Like Curry was ready for that. Yeah. He wasn't against it. And I had a shield like an old barbarian with you saying, hell no, he ain't Kevin Durant left and burned bridges. But they made beautiful music on the court, Steiny. And for whatever reason, Steph Curry licked himself in the mirror to see, can we possibly get him back?
So, of course.
They would have had to gut the team.
Of course.
Yeah, but the chef was on board.
Hey, Travis Irby, you lost. Travis Irby, you lost. Austin and San Jose, you're banned for a week.
Look
Austin and San Jose. Because here's the other one. Why don't you guys tell me right now how much Kirk Cousins stinks and how he can't win the big one, and he's going to be on the Niners next year, maybe sooner.
Well, not this next year.
Another L coming for all the people who make fun of Kirk Cousins.
He ain't coming, Steiny. That
We'll
one
see.
I can.
We'll see. He's a free agent at
I'll
the
tell
end
you
of the
what.
year.
If he ended up here, this year went bad. Michael Jackson bad. From the quarterback position.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's a lock that the 49ers are going to be great.
Have you seen the new throwing motion from your boy Trey? Looks good. You still got to go out and be a quarterback. But Steiny, it looks good and faster.
Can somebody explain to me this? And I know Bonte and Shasky are on the way to. Oh, not yet.
Oh, yeah. Who you see?
I can't talk.
I hate that I can't see him.
I can't talk about it until they leave.
Is it Shasky or Bonte? Dude, that's a coward. You're not a coward.
No,
Howard Cosell. Hey, cut, go. Thanks for leaving me
Drew
out to
down.
dry.
I appreciate that, but you're banned too. You're
Dude,
banned.
you're going
like
at everybody.
Kramer in a fruit stand.
Oh boy.
You and I have to take our L's like. I don't want to say like a man, but like a grown up.
Yeah.
And these guys get to just mess around on the text line, mess around on the YouTube chat. They're wrong 92% of the time, but they cower.
But what part of the show do I take my new victory lap?
Oh, you do have a victory lap coming.
Oh, from who?
From me.
Oh, this special.
And it'll be in 1 minute.
Well, before you get to yours, I got one myself I just gave.
No, it's your victory lap.
Well,
I'm going to say I rethought of something, and now I want you to take.
But what about the one real quick? I got to get off that I thought of that I want to get it out now.
Uh-huh.
Chris Paul, I fought you and said he's not ready to come off the bench. Can we now? I was gone down. I thought I should start thinking when he said you coaching, that's a sign he ain't ready to come off the bench.
Yes, but I'll say this: if you got to remember the whole conversation, here's how it went because this is nuanced. I said, Chris Paul makes sense. And he said, Steiny, he's not going to want to come off the bench. And I said, well, that's something you're going to have to talk to him about before you make the trade. If he'd be willing to do that.
You did say that.
Well, they clearly did.
No doubt. You coaching?
So,
I
I think I remember saying at this time, well, obviously, if he's got no interest in coming off the bench, that's a different story. So, but yes, you're right. You're right. Here's your. I got to get some. You know what? Let's go to Philmo Mike real quick, and I'll get some stats up because I want you to take a victory lap.
Oh man,
Philmo, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey,
y'all having a great conversation. But all last week, real quick, I got 2 points. All last week, y'all was talking like, yeah, man, if y'all gonna be playing golf, you want to come and join us, you got to know how to play golf. Guru is going to be so trash out there today. You ain't never been on a course.
Wait a minute,
Guru.
but that's not. This isn't the time.
He's being real.
This isn't the time or place.
No, go ahead, Mike, because it's what I'm thinking. I got the bubble guts. Never been on a course on 18 like that, Mike. No, I haven't.
Bro, you gonna be trash. I'm gonna keep it real with you, and you not even want to you're not gonna want to keep your score. That's how bad.
Oh, whoa!
But I'm gonna keep it real.
I agree with
I'm keeping it real. You're gonna be horrible. But look,
wow!
I can give you 3 people. Well, let me explain it for you, Steiny.
Yes.
Steiny was only saying this. Steph Curry is such an awesome person. He's such an awesome teammate, athlete. He has he sees the bigger picture. This is all Steiny was trying to say. Steph Curry could be a 6-man because of his temperament, his attitude, and his scoring ability, right?
Yep.
In spurts. We all know Curry flurries. That's all he was trying to say. My last point is this.
Thank you,
I'm going to give you 3 players that could have been great 6-men, but their attitude didn't allow them to be great 6-men.
Rick James, give it to me, baby.
Early Monte Ellis.
Great call.
Late Monte Ellis. Monte would have turned into a 6-man. He would have been in the league 2-3 years more longer. Allen Iverson and Stephon Marbury. Stephon Marbury went over to China and was balling in China. You couldn't tell me he couldn't be a 6-man. Stephon Marbury, Starberry. So all Steiny was trying to tell you idiots was that Steph Curry is a great player, but his temperament allows him, he could come off the bench.
Yeah.
And he would be the greatest 6-man of all time.
Fillmore.
All y'all hating on Steiny.
Fillmore.
Yes,
Mike riding for you.
The bottom line is, why did my mind go to Steph even? What I can't
he's
tell my brain
presidential
what to
and
do.
he has the characteristics
That's
and the
right.
traits of I'll do what's best for the team. But we know, Mike, that will never happen. But the Allen Iverson, he was washed in Denver. He was.
How about Memphis?
Oh my God, I don't even. That's worse
Fillmore,
than Jordan and the Wizards.
I'll be a torch this weekend.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, thank you for that early Steiny video last night. I'm going to bring that up on the show today. Yeah.
Yeah, bring it up.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You didn't see it?
Thanks, Phil Mo. Have a good day, buddy. What's that?
I just,
oh, no.
Sometimes we weren't together yesterday. You know,
well, no, we didn't yesterday.
I had some deaths in the, you know what I was doing.
Yes, I do.
And Mike has video of Monte Ellis, who you guys told me started the tunnel shot. Yeah. I thought that was Steph's baby.
It wasn't Steph. Oh, I know. There's another L you all take.
As much as
Steph Curry invented the tunnel shot. That's another L for the YouTube text line.
Ellis, I never knew that was his baby.
Get in the game, fans.
Mike sent me video of Monte practicing it before the fans were coming in. And he goes, look at your boy at the end. And I go, my boy. So I'm thinking this film on Mike. Right. And I keep running it back like a detective trying to solve a good murder. And there's young Steiny with Monte.
Oh, me and Monte were tight,
had
baby.
the hair to the side with the gel in it. Boy, you were a facto back then. Well, you were working.
What do you mean back then?
Well, Steve, you were younger. Shout out, Steve.
I just got to make
it was young Steiny.
Bay Area sports fans, you're having a terrible year. You guys are having.
I don't know if I like
terrible.
You're going at him.
Year. That's right. That's right.
You must be back on Twitter.
What
or
a bad year you guys are having.
It's X now.
What?
The Twitter. What is going on?
I don't care. Couldn't care less. Yeah. I just know that the Bay Area fans, they're on a losing streak.
My boy.
They are on a losing streak. Bay Area fans, get one right and get back to me. All right?
I got to say something. To him. Yeah. Oh,
in
Austin.
San Jose.
I don't see him. He left the chat.
Hey, Teddy DiBiase. How about, I kind of like Louise Roberson, so I won't call her out. Absolutely San Jose Jazz fan. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow. Never go full, Jeff. You're out. You haven't won in 3 months. Travis Earby, I don't even know who y'all are. But you're 0-6 too, Earby.
Look at Drew there. LOL. But Steiny, the Durant thing.
Here's why
it's real. I'm hurt now.
Here's why you're going to take a victory lap.
Oh, cut this.
Absolutely. So you were talking about Jordan Poole, and they're going to have trouble making up his scoring. And I said, yeah, but Chris Paul will get others involved, and they'll get scoring out of other areas, and da-da-da. Yesterday, I looked at Jordan Poole's game logs.
Oh, I missed this.
Check out this stretch of games. These are just, I get it, these are just points.
It ain't Kobe stretch back in, what was it, 09 or 8 for Tony?
This is what happened starting in December.
Give him to me.
This past year, Jordan Poole, I know, he stunk, everybody. He was terrible. He stunk. These are points.
I got my feed.
I'm not omitting any games. Get some water in my mouth. I'm fired up. 30, 21, 23, 36, 20, 18, 20, 29, 43, 26, 13, 32, 24, 26, 41, 28, 24, 21, 27, 25, 15, 32, 24, 32.
I'm in tears.
Yes, they are going to miss his scoring.
Man.
They are going to miss
What made you go there and get this?
Because,
dude, look.
I'll tell you why. Because I kept looking at the YouTube text and those everybody's saying how Jordan Poole stunk, and they're wrong. 0 for 8. Dude. You're 0 for 8 on the YouTube chat line. Because Jordan Poole scored a lot of points.
This has nothing to do with Chris Paul, Steiny. I appreciate that, and I am running the lap. I mean, that boy was special when it was going good. And if you're telling me that the Warriors won't miss that, come on, man.
Yeah, they're going to miss that. He was
perfect in his role. And if you want to do the whole, how many games is such and such going to miss? The best Geico was Jordan Poole. I don't know what to make of this team, and I didn't like Logan Murdoch and Raja Bell and Steph Curry being open. I always loved that. But, Steiny, I'm telling you now, all I'm thinking about, and it'll be on the ride to the golf course, is what if Kevin Durant could have remained a Warrior or they could have got him back? I'll just leave that there.
Draymond's
but that's
better.
what do they call it? That's what hype I'm on right now when it comes to the Warriors. Because other than that, everything is confusion. But Klay Thompson, you are my number one today, and let me tell you why. He went to Arkansas. I don't know if Moses asked him and didn't ask everybody, but Klay probably had 100 things to do. But Klay Thompson was a mentor. He could have been on the boat, could have been on a date. He was being what a mentor was for his youngster. Yeah. And I like that. And I know, it didn't mean anything.
All expenses paid.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
All that was.
You know about...
Right, Spadone?
See?
That's all expenses paid to Fayetteville.
He gave his time up for the youngster.
With an unbelievable per diem.
Then why would you go there when you got money? Speaking of which, Jalen Brown, we'll get to that. My goodness. Poor running backs can't get a damn nickel.
What are you talking about? Saquon Barkley just signed.
How much?
$10 million a year, I think.
Oh, for the franchise.
Yeah. Well, it was an update. What was it called? The franchise update. It was like an
he has incentives for an extra $1 million built in there. So basically, it's $1 million in incentives.
I'm sure he's happy, but don't he? Yeah.
So he's gonna. So
Josh Jacobs
instead of $10 million, he's got a chance now, Guru, to make $11 million.
Whoa!
So you know
there
what?
You
it's funny. These running backs cry, and just in the snap of a finger, everything changes.
No, everything has not changed.
What do you mean?
McCaffrey was
make
part
$11
of that
million.
Zoom call, which I do appreciate.
McCaffrey. There's another one. There's another one. YouTube. We don't need McCaffrey. They can't get McCaffrey. They don't have interest in McCaffrey. They'll give up too much for McCaffrey. Quit talking about McCaffrey. The 49ers are going to get McCaffrey.
That was Vontae's victory lap.
Quit talking about McCaffrey. God.
They got him.
When are you guys going to get something right out there? Seriously. 888-957-9570. Tell you what, I'll open up the phone lines to grown-ups who will take their L's like a man.
You think we'll get calls?
Or a woman. No, because they're gutless.
Nah, they'll call.
No, the people who are wrong are gutless. They don't, they don't get it. Have a good move.
We got and we're going to be at the Hilton tomorrow, the Morning Rose, you and I.
Now that I'm worried about. Because this is where right here and right now, the YouTube text line cannot see me face to face.
We're going somewhere after 2, I thought. Santana Row. Death Row, baby.
I got a little change of plans for tomorrow.
You couldn't get a day pass?
No, I'm gonna golf after the show tomorrow down there.
Wow, Steiny. Well, you come back.
888-957. Well, yeah, I'll come. Yeah. No,
because we got rooms. We're staying over.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
Is that TMI?
888.
Gotta go.
888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, all you grown-ups out there, don't be afraid to call in and say, you know what? You know what, Steiny? I was wrong. You were right. I know we only have 5 phone lines, so you all won't be able to get in, but that's all right. Hey, I buried the lead, and I'm dead serious here. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talking to the media today at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. We're going to take that live. So Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, live press conference right here on 95.7 The Game, and that starts at 11 o'clock, which is in about a half hour. Don't forget, we're down at the Hilton Santa Clara tomorrow and Thursday doing shows along with the morning show. Come by, say hello. They got great tailgates down there before every 49er game. It starts 3 hours before. Admission's free. You can go there after for an hour. The Hilton Santa Clara is the place to be in terms of you being a 49er fan, down watching the home games. Always free admission. You can follow them on Instagram to get more information and a sneak peek on upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items. Today, my chance to hand out L's to all you all on an NJ.
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests, but Raid can. For 60 years, Raid scientists have worked to protect people around the world, including the ones you love most. Raid, protection for all.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and I wanted to let you know that our friends at Buon Vino opened their new location in downtown Walnut Creek. If you're looking for the perfect spot for date night, they got you. Wine, beer, gourmet food pairings, they will set you up right. Stop by and visit my friend Dan at 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138 in the lovely Walnut Creek and see their incredible private tasting room for your business, or check them out on the web at buonvinoinc.com. That's B.
I don't see it, Bob.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What happened?
I don't need you telling the YouTube chat that I'm feeling good. You know what I'm saying?
I can type what I want.
You
Those
can.
are my people.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you do.
I don't know,
You
who's
what?
impersonating
you telling
today.
me I'm feeling good is going to make me go back to the old Matt.
I don't think you can
like.
find that guy. But listen, my wife, my sister took Norm to his doctor's appointment. Sciatic nerve acting up on him. And he just texted me, Steiny feeling good.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I shared
So
that
wait,
with
Norm
the YouTube.
said it.
Yeah.
Norm knows. Now, Norm can say it.
He said Steiny feeling good.
How about that? I am feeling good because I'm realizing. Hey, listen, if you're a Bay Area sports fan, you haven't gotten anything right this year. I know there's a lot of you out there. By the way, my main man here on the Comcast business text line 510, bunching everyone together. That's great radio.
I missed you.
You can't you can't be that serious. I'm talking about the know-it-alls. The know-it-alls who are 0 for 7 this year in terms of sports knowledge.
Almost as long as the Giants losing streak.
That's just, I'll give you a 3 for that. I'll give you a 3
But they're
for
still
that.
okay.
You know what? I think I'm going to be completely honest here, Goo. So we're doing a show tomorrow from 10 to 2 at the Santa Clara Hilton. I think I am going to hit some golf balls after.
Okay.
But you
got to come back.
Oh, I will.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
staying,
a rodeo. We're
I'm
road trip.
staying at the Hilton in Santa
We are
Clara
staying.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, we're not staying in the same room.
It's the same hotel.
Better not be.
But it's the same.
Or I'm out.
Anyway.
But how about by the end of the show, we'll have somebody pick. How far is Santa Clara from San Jose?
I want to say
San
20
Pedro's?
minutes,
Ooh.
like 20. Yeah, probably not even.
They border.
Yeah.
So it's an Uber ride, but we can't.
We got the caddy.
We probably can't. Are you going to want to drive?
I'm on soda, so I ain't going to have.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't going to have one. But
so why don't we pick a place?
Let's do it
to go, and we'll be there around 7 tomorrow night.
I got some spots. I'm telling you,
what?
man.
I don't. Here's the thing about Goo and I. Here's why we are who we are. We don't need promotions to get involved. We don't need a salesperson going to the bar saying, "Hey, do you want to make a deal, Monty Hall?"
Well, what about the talk the boss had with us this morning about how we act?
That was a tune-out.
That I couldn't believe it. Yeah,
I have never fudged on a company expense report in my entire life.
Kind of hurt my feelings
I have
a little bit.
never taken advantage of a company.
Boss. I know how to act now.
With a company, with a company.
Send up your bottle of best champagne to room. Blah,
So I'll
blah,
tell
blah.
you, here's what we'll do. 888-957-9570. We'll open up the phone lines to our South Bay people. If Guru and I are gonna have a pop tomorrow with maybe a bite to eat, maybe around 7 down somewhere in San Jose, where should we go? That'll be a good place for Goo and I. And if
We got
anybody,
San Jose
if anybody in the
Jazz fan
South
in the
Bay,
lead.
if anybody in the South Bay wants to pop, we'd love to see you.
Yep.
What?
Where'd it go?
We'll just need a place and give us some recommendations, and then we'll.
We can watch the Giant game. Bay Bridge Series. Is it dead? They got a game tomorrow.
Well, it's not dead then.
Yeah. No, I'm saying the energy around it. Like, I'm excited. And the Giants need to win.
They do need. Hey, Rich and Hayward, what's going on, Rich? Richie.
Hey, I'm just letting you know, I was one of those people. I whiffed on that McCaffrey. I will say it.
Rich, let me tell you what you are.
Rich is a big
Rich, you're a grown-up. And if we had more grown-ups out there, I think the world would be a better place. Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, just I didn't see it at the time. I kept saying, "Are you kidding me?" And then
look at him.
It happened, and I was like, "Wow."
Everything's changed.
Rich, you're the man. Thank you, Rich. And you know what, Rich?
I'm going to write them down how many we get.
Yeah, the most important lesson that Rich has is you can't take yourself too seriously, right, Rich?
Yeah, you got that right.
There you go. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call. Have a great day.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Is he going to say that today? 11?
Kyle? No, Kyle
He's feeling
Shanahan.
good. He's feeling like you today. That last soundbite, Kyle, about his quarterback situation, it's kind of like you today.
What do you mean?
Kyle's in a good mood. Like, we're all Kirk Cousins. Come on, stop. They don't need him is what I'm saying.
That's fine.
They might have 2 franchise quarterbacks.
Here's what I don't understand. What is it with fans? Like I'll
Short
say
for fanatic.
I'll say Bay Area fans, but it's any fans. It's like why can't you stand Kirk Cousins? Like, he plays for another team. He's never beaten you. But by the same token, if he were the 49ers quarterback for the past 6 years, they may have a Super Bowl. Kirk Cousins is better than any 49er quarterback that's been here. He's
but you understand where the hate and the shade comes from.
No, I don't, actually.
His prime time record, but people just put that at his doorstep. You look at his earnings. I actually am a fan now after
so you
quarterback
hate him
on
because
Netflix.
He got paid.
I never said I heard you. He just has that moniker for being a choker, the thing that sets you off.
Yeah. 49ers would love to have a choker like Kirk Cousins at quarterback.
Great day.
That's another one you're going to take an L on when Kyle finally gets his boy here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kirk ain't no punk.
And I love Bonte. He stuck it to Kirk, though, this morning.
No, I missed it. What did he say? Yeah. Bonte been running hot.
He said, hey, has he?
Yeah.
Hey, he just got back from Hawaii. He's not running hot.
I too did yesterday on my way to the funeral. I was
Thank you. You know what? Look at Drew Down. See, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Drew Down. You're trying to now get back on my good side because I called you out. He said the hate on Kirk Cousins is weird.
Which is my new favorite word.
Look at who's in my corner now, Drew Down.
No, hey, stop it. Come on. Kirk is, look at his stats. He's just not a winner. But like you said, there's a lot of, he's just not a winner.
Disagree. No, I disagree with that. I disagree with he's not a winner. I don't think he's a... Kirk Cousins is a loser?
And they've worked together before.
So what's Garoppolo?
He played in the Super Bowl. But he ain't a loser.
You think Kirk Cousins couldn't have gotten those 49er teams to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, no, they probably can't.
So stop.
Anybody that's here, you or I might get this team to the Super Bowl. That's why your boy was giddy the other day. I'm talking about Kyle, because he feels like I don't need Roger Staubach. I don't need Joe Montana. And at the same time as that, I give you credit, Kyle. It does madden me that you didn't draft Mahomes or Deshaun Watson when you had the chance, because imagine that combination. Lethal. Look at you.
Man. I mean, you acknowledge, right? And I'll even throw it to Evan. You guys acknowledge, though, right, that since Kyle Shanahan took over the 49ers, they haven't had a quarterback who's as good as Kirk Cousins.
I ain't even mad at you.
Of course not.
I'm not
mad
mad
at why? Because it's a fact.
Well, let's be real. If we put on the poll, Evan, I know you're about to crack
just let Evan agree.
Go, take your time.
Well, you're setting a pretty low bar.
I don't care. Just say yes.
3.
Just say yes.
Evan, I hate
it's a yes or no question.
Sure.
Okay.
Just say yes.
Okay.
Say the word.
Yeah.
Si, senor.
All right.
Spadone's nodding with a thumbs up back there.
Where's he at? Is he by Mike?
He's got 2 thumbs up.
Look at. If we put on the poll right now, I'm being so real, sir. Jimmy or Kirk Cousins? Does Jimmy have a chance in that poll?
No, he doesn't.
I don't know.
He doesn't have not with 49er fans.
He's played in 3 NFC championship games, and he's went to a Super Bowl and almost had MVP. Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
No chance. And I'll tell you why. Is because they're Garoppolo haters. They would absolutely take Cousins. And for people like me who had a healthy respect for Garoppolo, I'm taking Cousins too because he's better. That would be an 80-20 poll.
He's got a stronger arm. He throws a better ball.
And
but he hadn't played in the biggest games that Jimmy's played in.
Well, it's because he hasn't had the team around him like Jimmy has.
Snotty, they had a good team last year and let Daniel Jones come in there and beat them.
The 49ers have the best team in the NFL outside the quarterback position.
One of them. Yep.
Better than the Vikings.
Yeah, I'm just saying the Vikings lost to the Giants, and Kirk Cousins was a quarterback. That was a game he was supposed to win.
And this,
he didn't play all 10 other positions.
And see, here we go. This is another thing. You take an L. He was 31 for 39. 273 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Oh, but he threw short on a desperation play the last game.
The dude was
the
in
last
his
play
face.
of the game. And he was. Just...
He's the Carmelo Anthony of the NFL.
How about this?
How about that? And he's not that good.
Hey, Bay Area fans, be better at your job. I'll give you the old Fitz. Be better at your job.
I'm missing
fans. A couple things I had. We got Kyle Shanahan coming up in 15 minutes. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch press conference. So I didn't do this with JD yesterday. I could have, but I just feel like I do this stuff with you more. So I went to an unbelievable venue on Saturday night.
You got to tell me.
An unbelievable venue. And I'm I guess
the Coliseum.
No. Okay. I guess I'm late. I guess I'm late to the party, but
you're stealing my words now.
Our Redwood Empire friends can maybe help me out. I was at a place on Saturday called the Hop Monk Tavern in Novato.
Wow.
And I saw
the Hot Monk.
Hop.
Oh, the Hop Monk.
Hop Monk Tavern in Novato.
What took you out there?
A musician named Anders Osborne, who I've liked.
Why do I feel like that name came up on the show last week?
And I probably said I'm going to a concert.
Yeah.
He's actually from, I believe he's from Norway originally, but now he lives in New Orleans. He's a guy he's phenomenal, just phenomenal. I liked him now for about 15 years. So anyway, this venue is so cool.
Talk to me.
It's small. I would say 300 people
outside.
Well, there's a.
Is it bottleneck vibes in Napa?
I've never been to Bottleneck.
Oh, wow.
Have you?
Yes.
So, yes, the venue's outdoors, but there's a big indoor area with a bar and restaurants.
Oh, that's up your alley. And it was hot.
Half the outdoor venue is lawn. So you can take a lawn chair and sit up on like an inclined hill.
All right.
And then the other half is, there's seats and you can stand. And
what was the ambiance? A lot of people?
It was crowded.
What time did you get there?
It was crowded, not too crowded.
Evening, early day?
Evening.
And it went into the night?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So it was an opening act, and then this guy, Anders Osborne, who's incredible. And let me tell you something. There's action.
Anybody recognize you?
Yes. In fact,
look at my man. Well, only Goo would ask that follow-up. Anybody recognize you?
Hold it. I got, you know what?
And did my name come up?
No. Two guys said they liked the show, and I said, you know what? Too many people do this now, and I forget. So I want to take your names down. So
look at my man with the notepad.
I would like to say a shout out to Dave and Joe. They're Napa Elementary School teachers.
Yeah.
I met them at this show on Saturday. They came up and we chatted for 5 or 10 minutes.
Look at my man.
He bought, I think Dave was the one who bought me a drink, but it doesn't matter. Dave and Joe both brought me a drink. Not two. I only had one. But they were two Napa Elementary School teachers that introduced themselves, and they were totally cool. And the show,
that's tight,
show
man.
was incredible.
We had the changeover on how disappointed we are with when we go in-person concerts, and your boy didn't disappoint.
That's a place I'd like to get into cahoots with. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't know what I mean.
No, I was looking at the name like, make it happen, Captain.
Yeah.
See, Drew, look at Drew down. He's really trying to get on my good side. I love it. Anyway, the Hop Monk Brewer.
I love it. Who'd you go with?
My friend Dave.
Dave. Okay.
Yeah.
Dave's my guy.
Dave's a huge music guy. And I'm a music guy too, but not like him. But
you didn't have lawn chairs. Or did you? Yeah, you brought him in?
Oh, no, I stood.
Okay, yeah, that's what you do.
Dude, you're like literally 7 feet from the stage.
That's it.
Incredible. Had an unbelievable time.
Well, good.
Yes, you're right. San Jose Jazz fan. He was born in Sweden, but he identifies as an American. He lives in New Orleans now. Tremendous musician. Let's see. What else do I have on my list?
Well, hold on. Before you look, thoughts and prayers to Bronny James and LeBron James and his family. Sonny, I missed that yesterday.
Well, I think it happened late in the day, but
oh my gosh, that's scary. That just I'm talking about loss of life and funerals. It's scary. You never know, man. That's what I keep saying to you guys. Right. Everybody.
So can I be? This is where I'm working on everything.
Okay.
Well, let's let our listeners know what happened. Not just that. Can you believe LeBron James? Yeah. So Bronny James had a heart attack while he was practicing.
Now,
yesterday.
do we know it was
We don't know that for sure.
It's a cardiac arrest. Is that different?
He collapsed during a practice at USC
I saw
yesterday.
cardiac arrest in the actual report.
Yes, but there's not any details as far as what happened. It could be something different.
And he's 18 years old.
Okay, so he suffered cardiac arrest.
Yeah. We don't know what the term
He's
is.
in stable condition in ICU.
Man, that's got to be scary. There's no doubt. Got to be. It is. But, man, thoughts and prayers to the James family. Just think about that, Steiny. You're doing something you do, and, you know.
I know.
Man.
I know.
Yeah.
In fact, like, you know what? You ever notice, or every once in a while, like, something's going on, like, bigger than you? Like, for whatever reason, like, okay, so Ronnie James now has this health scare.
Yeah.
And I know he has nothing to do with me, but by the same token, the last couple of weeks, I've been like, Steiny, something's not right. Something not right.
Now, health-wise, or
just something's not right.
Well, you got to get
my leg. Yeah, it's a bunch of different things. You know, I'm getting older, obviously.
But think positive, though.
But anyway, schedule a doctor's appointment for next week.
No, that's wow.
I'm going to go the full route. I'm just going to say, give me all the tests.
When I went and did my numbers.
Give me the battery of tests.
Because you did it before. So good for you. You know how many people ignore that, Steiny? I love you for that, man.
So Monday, I'm going to go in. We're going to start the process of getting
Let's go.
A physical and... oh, there goes the boss.
Yeah, he probably running in there and like, what the hell are they doing? Listen, what do you expect to hear from Kyle and Lynch today?
Oh, I don't know. Kyle will downplay the quarterback situation, but it'll be fascinating to listen to.
Because he's got to get it, Steiny. They got to get it done. Yeah. You guys keep year 6, year 7. Let's go. You got Dallas, that roster, is the Eagles, and Niners.
I don't care about football. Is Nahegian going to this event at the Berkeley Country Club with that Michigan pullover?
Oh, wow.
No, he's not.
You didn't say that.
He's going with that Michigan pullover? That's because I didn't see he had the Michigan pullover.
Dude, wow.
He wore the Michigan pullover to the parade last year.
Dude, and that heat.
Everywhere.
Tony, I didn't tell you that he got to me last year at that parade.
I mean, I might be wrong here, but he didn't even go to Michigan, did he?
He is that a prerequisite?
Did he go to Michigan?
No, I asked him the same thing, and he did not. But he just grew up rooting for him. I was like, it's kind of weird.
It's kind of high school Harry-ish.
Yeah, that is
not everyone can get it.
How about this? How sad are we?
You?
Do we all know? Anybody know where Nahegian went to college?
That is wow. He ain't on air though.
Did he even go to college? I don't even know.
No, he did somewhere in Chicago.
Well, yeah.
I'm guessing.
I always am sensitive to ask that question because some people didn't go to college. Most of them are more successful than I am, but you know, you don't have to go to college.
Tom Hanks and I got the same alma mater. Let's see if my boy can guess.
DeVry?
Cal State East Bay?
No, great stuff. Well, come on, Evan.
Mills?
Come on, guys. Mills.
Union City.
Chabot College.
Wait, you spent a week there?
No, a couple semesters.
Oh, so I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Right.
Then the transcripts came in the mail to the house. Norm was on TV.
Should have done what my brother did. Just not finished and never gotten the grades. God. My brother.
But how did Mary and your dad know, though? They would have been on to him.
He just dropped out. He dropped out halfway through the semester, never told anybody.
Oh, no.
Lived down in the event. And then midsummer, my dad's like, Bob, what are your grades? I don't know.
Oh.
Nah, I didn't. Not going to be any grades, Dad.
That's a TV show.
What do you mean? I didn't go to school last semester.
Oh.
What do you mean? I'm sick of it.
I made it up.
You don't think you should have told us?
I'll be taking that MG from you.
That's what he had. Yeah. Convertible.
Can't believe how much crap I spill. Yeah, my brother got a scholarship to the University of Pennsylvania, an ROTC scholarship. You know what those are? Yeah, we have to go do some stuff.
I got you.
Oh, on the weekends, once a month. But you get a
region.
You don't have to pay. Yeah. You don't have to pay. So my dad said, "Well, look, if you're going to go through this ROTC program, I'll get you a car so that because we don't have to pay tuition." My brother couldn't understand why Pops took the car back after he dropped out. Now, how dumb is my brother?
For real. Oh, like, dude, you understand why he got it for you. Yeah. Shout out to Gladiators.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch going to have a press conference, preseason press conference, and obviously the quarterback's going to be the top topic of conversation. And it's one of those things where the subject is so interesting that it's just a matter, we know he's going to be asked about it. It's a matter of how he answers it, and then we'll try to make some headway into what does he mean? Does that mean Brock's going to be ready? Does that mean Brock might not be ready, but he's still going to start Brock at 80%? Does that mean Lance has probably got the first few games? Could Darnold beat out Trey Lance? That's what we're going to be doing at about 11:45, but it's going to be interesting.
And I'll tell you this, because that is the biggest question mark, I think, in the whole NFL, this quarterback position for the Niners. And we also said this last year going into the season with Jimmy and what was left of Jimmy and Trey Lance. But Stoney, I was saving this for tomorrow, but I'll give you guys, I'll tease it. But I do wonder the pressure that's on Kyle in the sense of how he's going to distribute the ball. Because guys got to get fed. This was Debo's offense 2 years ago.
So?
Now Kittle's emerged under Brock Purdy. You got McCaffrey. You got Ayuk. Are there enough footballs to go around?
Not
or do
every
they got
game.
5 guys that are like,
every game.
I could get 3 as long as we win, we're good. We always talk about the Warriors did it with
This is
Durant
not an
perfectly.
issue. This is not an issue.
All right. So we think now.
You think George Kittle expects to catch passes for 1,000? Ayuk catch passes for 1,000.
Well, those two are at the bottom of my list.
McCaffrey run for 1,000, catch for 800. Debo another year like he had 2 years ago. It doesn't work like that. The only way they all get fed is if the 49ers have the most prolific offense in NFL history, and that's not happening.
And you said because they're missing the one component that makes that go around, the quarterback. That's how you feel about any of them.
No, I just feel that if you expect everybody
fireworks.
Why?
But it could be by committee because they were doing it under Brock.
Sounds like you're answering your own question.
No, now it's
There you
okay.
go.
Now we know what we are. I'm just one. Like if I'm a receiver, Steiny, you cool with not getting 1,000 or 1,200 yards?
Like it's a
realistic.
What do you mean? Are you
question.
cool with it?
If I'm Ayuk or Debo, I mean, at some point when it used to be all about me. If my touches go down,
okay.
I'm just wondering. We'll find out his personality. Will he be okay with that? And what if they go down and they don't win the Super Bowl? Things change, and I'm talking about attitudes too.
If there's any 49er that thinks they're going to get the ball week in and week out consistently, other than McCaffrey, then you know what? Then they're stupid. How about that? Christian McCaffrey is going to be there game in and game out. Like this to me is never. It's like not that hard to figure out. Christian McCaffrey's the foundation. He's going to get 15 carries every game probably.
And he has a
He's
history
going to
of
get at
being
least
injured,
5
Steiny.
catches.
All right.
Right. So he gets hurt, then everybody else can eat. It's like.
But the whole premise was if he don't get hurt, how are you going to distribute
Well, if he gets
the
hurt,
ball?
they're done.
No, come on.
If Christian McCaffrey gets hurt, wait a minute. You've spent the last year saying if Trey Lance had Christian McCaffrey, he would be better. Right. But now they're going to lose McCaffrey, so their quarterbacks are going to get less effective, but they can win it without McCaffrey.
So,
we got to go.
No, yeah.
And you know what?
They played 3 NFC championships in the Super Bowl without his ass. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they didn't. 2. Right?
No, 2.
They've been 3.
Yeah, you got me. No.
But so
2 in the Super Bowl. We got to go.
But you were the one who said, it's McCaffrey's the greatest. Now all of a sudden they were great without him. Kyle Shanahan next on the other side. And if he's late, you get to hear us before that. Let me see. It's all sponsored by Lucky California. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn points.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan, and momentarily we will be going to the San Francisco 49ers facility in Santa Clara. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are meeting the media as they normally do before an NFL season or training camp starts. It's scheduled to start at 11, and the minute that thing gets rolling down in Santa Clara, we're going to bring it to you live. What if I told you I think it's not the be-all and end-all, but yeah, you can tell a little something about teams and how punctual they are at their own press conferences.
I would say expand on that.
Because there are a lot of great coaches and organizations that believe in discipline. And when the Golden State Warriors, let's say, practice, it's practice at 11. It's be on the floor at 10:45. Practice is at 11. We're going to do this till 11:20. We're going to shoot free throws till 11:30. We're going to work on our defense till 11:40. And it's boom, 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 boom. So, it's the media now. They can wait. They can wait. Well, we're not on time for the media. You notice the Warriors are very frequently right on the money.
I just thought of the Myers.
To me, it's just a subtle sign of respect for the media to start a press conference on time. There could be extenuating circumstances. Kyle Shanahan, the practice might be running long, or a speech might be running. I don't know, whatever. Yeah. But anyway, Kyle Shanahan, not Kyle. Jeez, Evan, you'll let me know the minute we're due. Okay, so there we go. Today we're having fun. Before we go down to Santa Clara, we're acknowledging that a lot of you fans out there, Bay Area fans, you've had a bad year. You really have had a bad year out there, some of you. From the no chance on Chris Paul, boom, he's a Warrior.
I was leading the brigade.
To why'd you guys ever talk about Kevin Durant coming back to the Warriors? Well, because he almost did. Steph Curry said, "Oh yeah, we would have definitely had Kevin Durant back." Mm-hmm.
You think he regrets leaving, Steiny?
I don't know. Remember, you guys
that embrace they had on the underrated doc.
Yeah,
it'll stay with
another L that a lot of you have taken is the not thinking the Giants were going to be any good because they didn't get Aaron Judge. We're not going to be any good.
Well, they did get Correa. They just. Yeah, and get consummated.
And Correa, they look so. That's embarrassing. Oh, what happened with Correa is embarrassing for the
because we didn't know.
They're embarrassing.
We didn't know it was my neck and my back. We didn't know it was medical.
Let's take the L. Just take the L, guys. You didn't think the Giants were going to be any good, and sure
what
enough,
if they don't make the playoffs? Then
they're still. They're still in it. They're in it. They're interesting, and we're talking about whether they should make a move or not. So they're more interesting than you all thought. Many of you. The know-it-alls. That's all. And so what I'm going to tell the know-it-alls is be careful. Be careful. Because Kirk Cousins may be your quarterback in a year. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man.
I know. Say it. No chance. Go ahead. Say no chance.
I'll never say that again.
Say no chance to Kirk Cousins.
Highly unlikely, baby.
Because you said no chance about Durant, and there was smoke. And you said no chance about Chris Paul, and he's here.
Well, the Durant one, you don't get the people don't get credit because it didn't happen. It didn't manifest.
No, wrong.
It ain't about how close you get.
Here's why. Here's why the know-it-alls. No, here's why the know-it-alls are wrong. Because they didn't even get to. Well, I'd like him back, or I wouldn't like him back. The know-it-alls said, "Why are you even talking about it?" They got no interest in him. He's not coming. They don't care. Guess what?
Matthew.
Guess what? Get that Hey, Evan, can you do me a favor? Can you hit that buzzer? That's for you, fans. Give me 3 because they were 0 for 3 in the last 3. There he goes. Thank you. That's all right. It's all right. I'm not going to stop listening to you.
Number 3.
Please.
I'm not going to denigrate you all.
I'm
not going to
troll running my lap.
You all. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your boy's running his lap that you gave me.
Who, you?
Yeah. For the JP.
Problem with you when you run laps is you get so winded because you don't run many of them.
I'm going to get Evan, this dude is ready for the punchline. That's pretty good.
Guru's the only guy who can't run a victory lap.
Let me give you some numbers.
It'll be okay.
These are Jordan Poole's numbers last year.
You're piggybacking on
it was so impressive that I wrote everyone down. 30, 21, 23,
Shut
36.
Press conference. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch.
And ready to go. He's been cleared. He's going to be without restrictions. Now, having said that, we're sticking and we're adhering to a plan that's been put in place for some time. And he got after it the last couple of days. We upped his pitch count, so it was kind of the peak of the buildup. And so he'll take off day one. But we believe in that plan. So he's cleared without restriction. There will be some time off, due to pitch count and all that, sticking to the plan. But the great news is Brock has worked his tail off and he's ready to go.
Kyle, will he be the quarterback who takes the first reps with this team? Will he be running with the first team offense?
He will when he's out there. The throwing plan's a little different. We're never going to have him go 3 days in a row. And so, like today, he threw just with his schedule from the weekend and everything. So today he threw. So tomorrow he won't practice. So the other guys will do the same thing as OTAs. They'll both go with the ones. And then Brock will have practices 2 and 3 to go. Then he'll take the next one off. So keep going that way.
Frame that was cited was 3 months, a 3-month ramp-up program. It's been 2 months since he started throwing.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, but is it safe to say that he's ahead of schedule?
Dr. Meister, everybody had always said, now remember, we're speaking in timelines. These are guidelines, but there's markers along the way. He's continued to hit his markers. And to the point where Dr. Meister, Dr. McAdams, they felt comfortable. Our guys felt comfortable. A lot of that's a testament to Brock and his work ethic, some good genes, and I think it's all good news.
Is there a time frame for when he'll be just full go, 3 days in a row, keep going like normal?
Yeah, but I think the goal is a couple weeks from now. I haven't looked that far past. We won't change that till that happens, and as long as it keeps staying on the course, then I'll eventually go all the days. But
quarterback tomorrow, will it be like the spring where you'll alternate Sam and Trey as with the ones?
Most likely. We're going to go through that this afternoon as the coaches, so that is most likely what we're going to do, but hope you guys allow me to change my mind if you do it differently. But we'll make sure it's even for them, whether we split it up that one day or we give one practice and the guy the next one that Brock's not there.
Are you guys going 3 days on, 1 day off this year, this summer?
Yeah, that was our goal last year too, but the NFL had a mandatory welcome back to NFL practice that was on our 4th day, so we didn't have a choice. So we only did 4 in a row, the first 4, because of that mandatory back to work, I guess, that everyone did. We don't have that this time, so we're able to do 3 the whole time.
Where do things stand with that Nick Bosa and his extension?
So look, everyone, our first. Everybody's reporting today. 12:30 is our first kind of event as a team. That will be our conditioning test, our tempo run, as we call it. And I've seen various players, have not seen Nick, and I would expect he's not here to start off. We're working. We're having really good communication with Brian Ayrault. He's got good, competent, and people we have an immense amount of respect for, working for him. And we're working diligently to try to come to an agreement. I think the challenge is you're talking about a real special player. You're talking about one of the better players in the league. You could argue that could simplify things, but I think at times it's just finding that sweet spot and where the right spot. And we're committed to working towards that. Just spoke with Brian this morning. We're also committed. You guys might have heard Mike Brown today. We're going to keep things private. I always appreciated that as a player. I feel like there's some sanctity to those things. You don't want everything being aired out. And so we've agreed with Brian and Nick to keep our dealings private. So I think that's the extent of what I'll say. And when there's updates, we'll give them to you.
Do you expect him to get on the field and practice with his teammates without a new contract?
I wouldn't. That would surprise me. Yeah.
That's a mutual decision, coach or team and the player.
We want all our players to be here. We got a pretty good track record of having our guys here and done, with contracts. So, like I said, this one may be perhaps a little more complex and no timelines there, but I'd tell you that we're working hard. We have good communication and we got to keep doing that. And the interest is mutual. Yeah.
Players
holding in? Is there an expectation that he might show up but then not practice?
I think it's different in his situation because he doesn't. I forget what the 5th-year option or whatever. He's not getting fined $50,000 a day, so he's not in that same situation. So.
Trey Lance, since he's been back, did you talk to him throughout his work with Jeff Christensen?
Yeah, Trey and I will FaceTime here and there over 40 days away, and Trey's in a great spot. He's pumped to be back, feeling as good as he has, and he had a great OTAs, and really excited to get started for this.
Tell Trey to work with Jeff Christensen, recommend Jeff Christensen, or did Trey find him on his own?
No, yeah, he found him on his own. We never really pick who they work with. They all have different guys.
You've seen out of Brock and his throwing, just the velocity of it. And you said you ramped him up. So what are you seeing from him so far?
We don't get to see a lot because we're not out there in person with them, but I get videos sent to me all the time on my 40 days away, and I'm allowed to watch from my window, so I got to see that pretty good this morning. And he looks like Brock, and that's when you talking to like quarterbacks who've had this and stuff before. Like I remember talking to Steve Berline, and he had this, and it was so scary, but kind of what he told me is how it usually goes. It's a clean thing, even though it takes a while, but they always say like 6 to 9 months because it is clean. And if everything goes right and you do all your stuff, I just remember him telling me most likely it would be like that because it was for him. And just watching Brock go through it and watching all the steps and the milestones that he had to get to and watch him throw every day, it looked like that. So I always thought in my mind, just so I wouldn't be disappointed, it would take a few weeks in camp. But he always looked like he would be ready because you didn't see any setbacks. And just talking to other guys, that's how it ended up. And watching it on our own, I thought it would go that way. But you don't really say that. You wait to hear it from Brock. And to get back and talk to him last week and just to hear how he felt just mentally and being able to see physically, he's ready to go. So we're pumped.
And I think he deserves a ton of credit for the work he's put in. There's a lot of people involved. Dr. Meister, I really sent him a message today how much I appreciated him sticking to his guns. Remember the delay in the surgery. Would have been really easy to succumb to pressure. A lot of people whose livelihoods depended on that. He made the decision it was best for him, and ultimately I think that proved right. And, everybody from Ben Peterson, Dustin Little, who worked tirelessly, Ryan Donahue, with Brock, I think they've done him one heck of a job. He works with some throwing guys down in Jacksonville, been spending some time there the last few weeks. Done a really, really good job, and from all accounts is doing really well. And it's been a cool process.
At all to see, any timelines, things like that, text or anything.
I didn't, but I remember when Nick did it, and that was his last time with us, and just hearing how bad it was, I was like, man, he's not going to be able to do it next year probably in preseason. And he wasn't with us, so I didn't investigate a lot of it. But I remember watching him right there in the preseason. I kind of had the same feeling just from his results.
How pleased are you with the work Trey's done with Jeff Christensen, and how different does he look as a thrower to you, or does he look different?
He looks healthier. I think his feet look better. I think sometimes I'm not taking away anything from Jeff. But Trey has put all the work in, and it's awesome that he had a guy that he can do that stuff with. But that's exactly what Brock did. It's what Sam Darnold does. I've never had a quarterback who doesn't do that. They all do that. It's like golf pros. They go to work on things with their swing and stuff like that. And I think the most important time is after the season in that March, April before OTAs. And then it's always extremely important in the 40 days away. Trey's done that the last 2 years. He just went with a different guy this year.
Has Brock lost any velocity on his football that you guys can tell since the surgery?
We're watching him from afar. He's easing into it. So we're not asking, we haven't seen his max velocity. I'm not trying to see that yet. It'll be back to how it was. I was hoping for like a rookie of the year type thing. If you seen a movie when you were younger, like it was just going to come back all of a sudden like the fastest on the planet. But I think it's going to be the same. We got to see him in person a little bit more out there with players and stuff.
And I know the data says no. They had it. They have the GPS wearables these guys all wear these days, and it's good.
You're listening to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's press conference from Santa Clara, kicking off the 49ers season on 95.7 The Game.
To get this done with this core of players, and get over the hump and win the whole thing.
Every day. Every day we feel it. That's our jobs, and we've got a lot of belief in this team. That's why you go get a Javon Hargrave and add him to the mix, even though we've got a lot of highly compensated players because you've got belief in this group. Without that belief in this group that we currently have, the culture, belief in this guy and his ability to lead this organization, you don't do those things. But we have that much belief. That's what we're here for. And now we got to go do it. Kyle talks a lot. His dad used to talk a lot when I played for him. All you want in this league is a chance, and not everybody has that chance. We're a team that has a chance with the way we're constructed, the way we're coached, the character in that locker room, the talent in that locker room. Now it's our players' jobs to take that ownership. It's all of our jobs to give it our best shot. We do have a chance, and I think we have a really good one. I like this group as it's constructed, and there's a lot to like. Now we got to go do it.
I feel the same. I mean, it's one of the reasons we came here. When we talked to Jed and everything, just the commitment he wanted to have and what we used as a first-class organization, which is just to do everything the right way and every year to try to give yourself a chance. And it's hard to do that in this league. We felt, the first 2 years we were here, we worked really hard to get there, and I thought we did. And really since year 3, I felt we've been in that position every year, and we feel no different this year. Usually by this time of the year, going into a camp, especially after putting everything together off season, you always feel the best you felt compared to other years in the past. But that's what our goal is to be, and that's what our goal is to be next year too, and to keep doing that. But all we have is a chance, and not everyone does. And now it's what do we do with that? And that has to do with what we do going forward. How hard do we work? How hard do these guys work when they're away, which allows them to, us to get better in this month? How good are we in week 1, and how good are we in week 17? And what do you do in those 3 or 2 playoff games? So there's a lot that goes into it, and we like where we're at right now, but now it's time to start.
We talked to Debo the last minicamp. He was pretty harsh in his self-assessment on how he played last year. I think he said it was awful. And he said he'd sat down and watched film with you, and that was part of the reason that he came to that decision in terms of his own self-criticism. I'm curious how you look back at his season, and was he a disappointment last year at all, or is he just being self-critical, or how would you describe that?
I don't think Debo had to be that harsh on himself to you guys, but it was cool to watch. Debo's one of the best players in this league, and anytime he doesn't play like one of the best players in this league, everyone's going to be disappointed, including himself, and I think that was the case. It's a fine line to say that he was awful just because he wasn't one of the best players in the league. I think he was disappointed. I think he can get back to playing a little bit more like he did in 21. I think he took one small step back, but that doesn't mean he can take 2 steps forward. And where Debo was at, I think the last time you guys saw him showed that his mind was right to get back to that spot. And that's what's been real cool with him in these 40 days away. Just seeing him yesterday for the first time. Never had a grown man send me so many pictures with his shirt off, but it looks good. And I can tell he's put the work in. So I know you guys heard him that day. That's the last time I really heard him. But I see better than I hear, and Debo's in a really good spot, and I'm really excited for Debo this year.
John, we spoke about Trent Williams on the exit interviews last season, and about that quote he had considering retirement at some point. How was the offseason for him? What were those conversations like for you both with Trent?
He's never told us that, so and I'm glad. Trent's he's still playing at such a high level. He's a special player. I mean, he's a rare. I think I've played with some greats, but you think of the the Saps, the Derek Brooks. I mean, Trent is in that ilk, and he's a special human being, special athlete, and he's always ready. And provided he's having fun, and I think provided he believes that we have a chance to go compete, he's still in this thing very much, and we're very grateful for that. He's a pro. He really is. He kind of does it quietly, but his game is not quiet at all. He's a unique athlete, and really over time I've gotten to know him. I think he's a unique person. Got some unique character to him, and so he's the total package. And when you have the total package with a guy that much ability, you got the ability to be special, and that's exactly what he is for us.
Just starting this season, but as you look to 2024 and the salary cap commitments that you have,
yeah,
is that going to be the most potentially kind of creative financial dance you'll have to do? And does any of that kind of factor into the complexity of Bosa's contract talks?
Well, we're always forecasting. I'm blessed to work with some really talented people with Prague and Brian Hampton and their group, and they do a tremendous job of always looking out. That's our jobs, to look out and forecast out 3 years and not just think about this year. And yeah, have we had the pedal down? Sure. And but is it doable? Yeah, we believe, we've budgeted for a lot of things, and we always want to stay aggressive. We want to push the limits, and we have ownership that allows us that opportunity to do it. At some point, there's some realities that have to happen, and that we're no different. Everybody plays under the same system, so that's our challenge. 24, there will be some challenges, but we've prepared for a lot of that and confident we can make it work and still keep our team very, very competitive.
Prague, I know now with the Leeds acquisition, he probably has to be in 2 places at once. So who are the other guys that really deserve kind of a spotlight here?
Well, as we, Hamp as we refer to him, Brian Hampton. He's Brian's done a lot here for a lot of years, oftentimes behind the scenes. Prague's group has been a very talented one. Jeff Diamond's another guy, Jeff Wiedemeyer. Those are the names, but they're really good workers, and collectively, we can do it. Prague's going to have some responsibility with Leeds, but he's had that, so not a lot has changed. I guess the enormity of his role, maybe, and focus and attention. Prague's a multitasker. He does things well, and we're confident in our ability to handle these things as they come.
More clarify just Luter's injury and whether you need to get a replacement for Mitch.
No, we don't with Mitch. It's nothing we're concerned about long term, but with the back, you want those things to quiet down before they, if you don't, they can become chronic. So we want to put that to rest, and we don't think it's too serious. Now Luter, in one of the last OTAs, hyperextended his knee. It resulted in a deep bone bruise. He's working his way back. Still has a few weeks. He's a kid who really had impressed us throughout the whole draft process, but then in his work here, sharp kid. That's a tall order for a rookie, especially not getting all the reps. We believe he's somewhat. We'll see. He's got to prove it, but he's uniquely equipped because he's he's like wise beyond his years. Has been our experience with him. Now he's got to go do it, and I can tell you he never left here. His focus on the rehab was just excellent. So he's trending really well, but it is going to take some time. So not ideal, but that's where it is.
This might not be different than years past, but when you have Brock going to be the number one, how do you work that backup situation as far as trying to get enough reps for Trey, who got all the reps last year, Trey and Sam Darnold, and then while mixing Brandon Allen in there too? Is it a bigger challenge this year than in years past?
It is, just because there's more musical chairs with just one guy not always there. Going to take some days off. The fact that I was planning, because I was trying to be safe, that we'd have still a couple weeks before Brock came back. So the thought was always that we would just keep it going the same with Trey and Sam. But I always was ready that this could happen. So the fact that this did happen is good. But, Brandon came on and did a really good job in OTAs. So that's, to me, what makes it a little bit harder, how to fit in a fourth guy. But he earned that. So that's what we're going to have to figure out as a staff with reps and everything. The ones and twos, pretty much, they get the same reps. So it's not a problem with the ones and twos. The threes are the ones who don't get as much. I keep reminding Brock, who's might be stressed out, he's missing today or something. I keep reminding him all he got were 3 reps last year for like the first month. So he's going to have a lot more reps regardless of what happens this year. But that's now we got to figure out for the twos, because Sudfeld got those mainly with the twos last year. Now we're going to split those up with those guys, and I know that'll bleed into the threes. But when it's said and done, hopefully it'll balance out. I know we're going to give them all an op, and that's also why those preseason games will probably be a little bit more for those guys too than they have been in the past.
Gets after it during OTAs. It's pretty noticeable. I'm curious, once training camp hits, how much do you have to sort of tone him down, or is he good about backing off himself, or how do you get him through to week 1?
Christian's a very conscientious guy. Like, he knows everything that goes into his body, every step he takes, everything. He's a psycho in that way, in a very good way. So you don't have to worry too much about it from our standpoint, because he's pretty communicative with us. But I mean, we have a plan with him. We have a plan with a number of our guys, and usually our plan's pretty good. So they don't. Sometimes they ask us for more. Usually, so I bet it'll play out all right. But Christian's not a guy who would ever have a problem coming and telling us, hey, I need to shut it down for a couple days. But the way this is, the way it's 3 days on, 1 day off, the way we high-low our reps, the number of guys that you have at the positions, we've always given vet days and stuff. It's really hard to give a vet day now because the whole team has them naturally. But that's stuff that we know we need our guys ready for the season. It's our job and them to make sure they're ready to go in the season. Sometimes it's really tough just to get to week 1. If you just get to week 1, it's really tough to be there in week 4. So we got to make sure to build these guys the right way. And when you have a guy like Christian who did OTAs the way he did, the way he does really probably every single day except for probably 3 weeks right after the season, you don't worry about it too much. You don't have to do as much on him in training camp.
You're listening to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch in Santa Clara, talking about the San Francisco 49ers on the eve of training camp.
We haven't got it from everyone, but we've talked about everyone so far that we think are the only possibilities at PUP. So all those guys should be good. That's what everyone's going through their physicals now, so it's not finalized, but there's no one on our mind that we're expecting not to be ready that we haven't mentioned.
Apologies if this is too touchy-feely, but the last, 3 of the last 4 years, the way the season has ended, you push the boulder almost all the way up the hill and then fell down. I mean, is it something you have to discuss with the team, like some sort of psychological toll, like something that's kind of looming there that you need to address, or you just dude?
I mean, just like go to 2 years ago, I'd like to address doing better on 2nd and 1 and 3rd and 1, so we don't give the ball back to the Rams, and then if we do, maybe catch that pick or don't give that whole shot down the middle. The last game, I think we all kind of know how that went. So there's things we got to get better and get to that point at. Our goal is to make the playoffs, and then our goal is to have 2 games at home, because we all know what everyone's ultimate goal is. And so we kind of look at it in that stride, but to sit there and make some mental thing out of stuff, I don't think it has been a mental thing. I think we've had our opportunities. That last game last year was a little bit different just because of the situation that none of us had experienced, just playing that whole half without a quarterback. We knew the year before there was things we had to get better to finish. I felt like we did. We got to make sure we get back to at least where we were last year, and we got to take steps forward to get better. But no, we don't make too much of a deal out of that stuff. I think I like it because our players have experience doing that stuff. There's not many guys here from 2019. We lost a lot of guys here last year, but there's so many people in our building that have been in an NFC Championship game or a Super Bowl. And once you do that, you know how different the NFL is. I felt bad for guys like Ayuk and stuff for their rookie years or the COVID year. And all they got to see were no fans in the stands, and we didn't have the best record, and we had to live in a hotel for a month, and they don't give the passion quite the same. Almost every guy on our team has felt that passion getting that close, and that's to me what makes the off season so much better. That's why guys work differently and stuff, because when you get close, it usually makes you stronger, I think, if you're willing to go through it again. It's a long road to get there, and that's why you got to do stuff in the right season. But when you get close, you usually get stronger if you can handle it the right way.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, there it is. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch on the eve of 49ers training camp, greeting the media and delivering the most significant news.
Man.
Brock Purdy's essentially healthy. And he's the number 1 quarterback. And when he's on that practice field, he's going to take first-team reps. Feel better? He's ahead of schedule?
Yeah, but that wasn't the biggest news on my list. It was Bosa.
Oh, no, don't do this.
Dude, they expect him not to show up.
Why would he? He's a superstar. They don't show up for this. Common practice in the NFL.
No, he's trying to get his contract done.
It'll be done.
Okay. I'm not saying it won't get done.
Why, do you have a sliver of doubt?
No.
Okay.
You don't want him to miss as much time. I get where you're going.
I don't care how much he misses. He's Nick Bosa.
Yeah, and he's been hurt before too. So
not lately.
Well, what do you mean not late? It's on the file. He's
That
missed
was a long
the whole
time
season.
ago.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
I didn't expect him not to be there. I don't know why. I should have, but we hadn't talked about it. Huh? But to your Purdy point, you're right. It sounds like he's number one and he's ready to go. But we'll see how it goes down.
Well, I think that's how it's going to go down. Like if Purdy's
ready, right?
I mean, no, Purdy's the number one quarterback. He's gonna be the number one quarterback at least 2 out of every 3 practices. He's at least at the start because he's not throwing. They're not allowing him to throw 3 days in a row. So, you know what? You know who can take a victory lap? John Dickinson.
What'd he say?
I said, why'd they bring Sam Darnold in? He said, to compete for the backup job with Trey Lance. Everything I heard today, 888-957-9570 is the number. You just heard Kyle Shanahan. You heard John Lynch. They spoke for a half hour to the media. I think the big news was that John Lynch said Brock Purdy's been cleared with no restrictions.
Man.
Also made it clear that Brock Purdy is the number one quarterback, and he will be Matt Mayoko asked him, is he the number one quarterback? And Shanahan said he will be when he's out there. And then went on to say he'll be out there 2 out of every 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam Darnold and Trey Lance, they are going to split the reps, at least as of now, on that 3rd day.
Yeah.
So I think, did anybody hear anything other than Brock Purdy starting week 1 and the backup quarterback is to be determined? 888-957-9570. And I think obviously that was the message that those two wanted to send because they said it without even asking a question.
No doubt, Stoney. And I'll say this. This is how you know I'm not a Brock hater. You just look at the kid entering camp last year to where he talked about, how many reps Brock didn't get. I think it was 3 last year. Nobody had him even being a factor. But how can you argue what the kid did? And not on top of that, Stoney, he won 2 playoff games against 2 damn good teams, Seattle and Dallas. And obviously we know what happened in Philly. But am I enamored? Am I intrigued to see what Trey can do?
Well,
some will say I've seen enough. Let me finish. Some will say you've seen enough. But how I would be a hater to say this ain't the right move. This dude earned it. And
who did?
Brock Purdy. And we still want to see, can he do it for 17? But what you've seen thus far from from him and this Niner offense last year, all I can do is tip my cap and say he earned it.
I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff
he earned it,
past the first guy to read into this. I think here's another thing I think we found out, that the 49ers think Brock Purdy is significantly better than Trey Lance, or at least obviously better than Trey Lance. And I think if you really want to read the tea leaves, you should be a little worried now about Trey Lance. Because I think they brought Sam Darnold in here to possibly be the number 2 quarterback. So what that tells me is that the 49ers aren't even comfortable with Trey Lance as a backup. That makes them uncomfortable. And that, or at least Trey Lance as the number 2 without showing he can beat out a player like Sam Darnold. That's also what I heard.
And Stoney, tell me if I'm wrong, and I ain't mad at you. Did Kyle seem like he was taking something away from the quarterback guru that Trey Lance was working with when he said, like, every quarterback kind of, like, that wasn't the end all to be all, Trey working with him. I just got that from Kyle. He was like, every quarterback does that. They get their work in, but it wasn't like, he was talking about the feet more so than the release and the velocity on the footballs. I think Kruger asked him that, but I don't know. I just felt like Kyle was like, I ain't impressed, almost like that's par for the course.
I think every quarterback probably goes into the offseason and throws with a guy, the coach. And I don't think the teams give a rat's behind who the guy is for the most part, unless the guy's detrimental. So
you think we'll see a lot of go ahead.
The team can't make Trey Lance work out with anybody in particular in the offseason. They can suggest. So I think quarterbacks working out in the offseason with whoever, like for a pro team, isn't a big deal.
So do you expect to see, and I know it's day by day, Steiny, there was no part of me that thought we'd see Brock Purdy in a preseason game. Do you think we were going to see him if he's ready to go? And it sounds like he is. Man.
Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy will be the number one when he's out there. And he's going to be out there as the number one 2 out of 3 practices. That tells me he's going to play in the preseason. It also tells me they're going to treat him like the number one quarterback in the preseason.
Yeah.
So
I got you.
How much? Well, last year it was a little bit different, but how much does how much will, let's say, Geno Smith play in the preseason?
They'd shoot him like fine china.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't expect to see Brock Purdy in the preseason.
I want to see that arm, Steiny. I know they've seen it, and I don't know what he meant through the window, but
means he can literally only look at him through a window because I think he can't have contact
that's incredible.
with him. That's my guess.
Yeah.
I might be wrong on that.
But man, that's good news
literally
for Niners,
looking out his window.
Fans. Yep.
I mean, today to me was an overall
it was over
terrific press conference.
Yeah. And will you give me this, Steiny? I know you're not finished. Real quick here. The last soundbite we got from Kyle about how giddy he was about the quarterback room for the Trey Lance supporters or the Sam Darnold supporters, I kind of twisted that into, so you're saying there's a chance and it might be open. And today it was closed.
I think he did that interview before Brock Purdy was cleared with no restriction. And
that's interesting.
He said what was a very safe statement at the time.
Yeah.
And I think between then and now, Brock Purdy's gotten a clear bill of health. And the 49ers are saying he's the number one quarterback.
Be ready.
Yep. 888-957-9570. I mean, there you heard it. The ball, to me, has been moved forward, and there's more news at the quarterback position, and the position is Brock Purdy's position. Kyle Shanahan saying Brock Purdy is the number one quarterback. He's going to take the number one team reps 2 out of every 3 practices. As of right now, they're not going to have him throw 3 days in a row out of precaution. They could, but they're saying, why do that so soon? So Brock Purdy is the number one, and that's been affirmed today. We don't know who the number 2 is. That's also been affirmed today because Kyle Shanahan said that most likely Lance and Darnold will split the reps on the days that Brock Purdy doesn't throw. That doesn't sound great for Trey Lance. 888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you think about what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch said about your San Francisco 49ers? There was also Nick Bosa contract talks. There was talk about Debo Samuel's last season. But once again, the big news. Brock Purdy has been cleared with no restrictions. He's the number one quarterback, according to Kyle Shanahan. And Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are going to split the reps that Brock Purdy doesn't take. It's all brought to you by SC Johnson STEM.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. It looks like it's going to be a nice warm summer.
our goal is to make the playoffs, and then our goal is to have 2 games at home, because we all know what everyone's ultimate goal is. And so we kind of look at it in that stride.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. And if you're just joining us, we just listened to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch on the eve of 49ers training camp opening, addressing all the team's issues, but most important, they talked about the quarterback position, and there was a lot of good news and then one piece of news that makes you go, huh, okay. But the good news is Brock Purdy has been cleared with no restrictions.
But he did mention pitch count.
And Kyle Shanahan made it clear that Brock Purdy is the number 1 quarterback, and that when Brock Purdy is on the field, and anytime he is on the field, he will be taking all the first-team reps. That's at least 2 out of every 3 practices, because they're not going to have him throw 3 days in a row. So on the days where Brock Purdy isn't taking first-team reps, they will go to not just Trey Lance. He's going to have to split those reps with Sam Darnold.
Now, let me ask you this, Donnie. Help me out, because you're a man.
So
you like the words.
Yeah. Well, I could say that, it's another L for some of you guys. But that's all right. Well, it's not about you guys having a tough season. It's about
what would the L be? Because he still has to throw the balls, Donnie.
Trey Lance, he's going to start. He's this. Trey Lance.
No, we're saying there would be a chance.
Brock Purdy's the number 1 quarterback.
You sound like this guy that I'm going to read this. Kings at SF Bay Area. Guru, as it pertains to Brock, you sound hella sad. I'm not.
I kind of think so, too.
No, please stop. You're smiling because you're being selfish. No, listen. The whole thing is the medical aspect to this. We don't know how he's been cleared. That's fine.
He's been cleared 6 weks before they thought, so you're still going to worry about the injury?
No, we don't know how when he starts really putting mustard on the ball, and he mentioned pitch count. So I want to say this. What did Kyle mean by, because this is where I'm going, because I'm not sad, because I'd be a hater towards Brock, and I'm not that. How is Lance in a good spot? Because it sounds to me, just like you put it out there, he's got a bat. Like, you ain't just getting the number 2, bud. You got a battle for that. I don't know if that's a good spot.
I think it is. Maybe Kyle Shanahan has told Trey Lance, you got to compete for the backup job, and Trey Lance said, I'm ready to compete for the backup job.
Or, I mean,
and I'll come in with a good attitude.
What else can you do after that, though, Scotty?
Well, you can say, I don't want to be here. You could theoretically say that. So,
yeah. But you're right. Brock is way ahead of schedule, because they could have been announced he's going to start on the PUP list. And for them to say that's not the case, that's big.
888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling, 49er fans, after hearing your head coach Kyle Shanahan talk, after hearing your general manager John Lynch talk, couple other pieces of news? Nick Bosa, he ain't around. Why should he be? They're working on a long-term contract for Nick Bosa.
He's going to be the highest-paid defensive player in the game.
Here's the other thing. No self-respecting big boy player would show up right now.
Because, the league is not for long. But right now, Donald gets, I believe, 31.7 annually. Bosa could get 35. He could blow that out the water, Stoney.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing to see here with Bosa. Debo Samuel. Kyle Shanahan liked what he heard from Debo Samuel in the offseason. Debo seems like he's going to be ready to go. So as the 49ers open up training camp, I mean, it's as good as it could be. After the way the season ended last year, to now be at the point they are right now, they got to be loving life. Brock Purdy is going to be healthy. Trey Lance is still in the mix. Bosa's going to probably be back on a big deal. Debo Samuel is itchy. Christian McCaffrey, he's a guy you don't have to worry about. So in terms of, how, I guess, and I'm reaching here a little, but just only for an example. When did Draymond Green hit Jordan Poole? At what point? Shortly into training camp? Was that training camp or was that after the season started?
That was after they went on their trip.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as of right now, the 49ers don't have anybody punching anybody, so things are good.
No doubt.
But this team does look like it's
that's big news.
It's ready to go right now.
Yeah, that's everything. And that's why I'm telling you, we're all different, Stoney, but we talk about windows and expectations, but again, I just keep boiling the NFC down, and I know there's going to be some surprise teams, Detroit, Seattle, whomever, and it's not going to be easy. But you look where the Niners are, especially now with this Purdy news and the constant at quarterback, if he's ready to go. Philly and Dallas, and that's what it was last year. They got action, man. They really do.
You're not going to like this, but here's some text from the Comcast business text line from the 650. Bye-bye, Trey. Another one from the 650. It's a different number. I hope they can flip Trey for a project cornerback. Steiny, do you think the 49ers can get a 5th or a 6th rounder for Trey Lance?
Well, we don't know. Who played the night? No, I'm not. I just want to see the kid, see what he has. And then, wow, you guys, boy. Yeah, that was, I got to tell you,
I think you're going to be able to, I think you're going to be able to see him. I think you're going to be able to see him play.
Preseason?
No, for
preseason, bud. We got some preseason games coming up here shortly, Stoney.
I think he's going to play for the Atlanta Falcons.
Why y'all running him out of town? He said year. Brock was on a pitch count. I'm not rooting against Brock. He's on a pitch count, Steiny. He ain't played the game. We got to see. They might still slow play him.
See, this is what people mean. I'm just going to be completely honest.
F people, because that's how you started the show. Now you want to go to that card? No. With people. No, it's about what I feel. Yeah. I just want to see.
But this is why you're unhappy. I know. That's right.
Now, take that back.
No.
Why would I be unhappy?
There's a connection between this. The reason, it's okay. You want to see Trey Lance play. So that's manifesting itself in you still trying to say, well, what if Purdy's not ready when they just said he's 6 weeks?
Yeah, got you.
Purdy's the number one, Goo.
And I'm giving you that.
The number one.
And I'm okay with that.
Sorry, Trey, you can't play.
No. Okay. What I'm just holding the head coach at his words. He said Trey's in a good spot.
He is in a good
spot.
You
guys are running him out of town before he even hits the field for preseason.
Come on. It's his third year.
It ain't looking good.
Yeah, that's where you got to see the writing on the wall.
No, it's more than spray paint.
So why are you fighting it?
I'm not fighting.
You are. No, you're fighting it.
Stop it.
Steiny, what if he doesn't have velocity? Okay, he's fine now, but what if he has a setback?
If there was no Trey Lance here, your boy with it, I err on the side of caution. Yeah, I'm the worrier of the show. Don't forget that drop. But I'm just telling you, Steiny, this has not. I'm telling you, when Trey was out there, it was bad. It was concerning.
Yeah, not anymore.
At you. Like, are you okay?
Great. It is a great news conference today for 49er fans. But in this day and age, the one thing we've absolutely found, and we found it particularly with Steph Curry, is there are a lot of fans out there that like players more than teams. And so if you're a Trey Lance fan, it might not have been a great day for you. But if you're a 49er fan, you got to be feeling good. Because I got to tell you, I don't think they come out this confident
you're right,
about Brock Purdy unless they really believe that Brock Purdy is going to be ready.
Yep.
He's going to zip.
And think about what the other option was,
extra zip on that
the
ball
pup
now.
list. Like, that was like, okay, yeah, it was major. It was major. But, and the Steve Young sound, he won't be 100%. It sounds like he might be, Steve.
Not a doctor.
Yeah.
Not a
I'm
doctor.
going to give you two.
888-957-9570. I'm asking 49er fans, what did you just hear Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch say? How did it sound for Trey Lance? How did it sound for Sam Darnold? I think we know how it sounded for Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's the man.
God, I got Willard's voice in my head. I'll tell you why on the other side. I know we're up
Well, we got a minute and a half.
I mean, okay, he said it to us. Goo, what do you think Sam Darnold's agent told them, or why they would even come here to be a third if they didn't have something that was said or major action and traction that Sam could at least get the backup quarterback job? So now, that's why I called the handwriting, as you mentioned, Steiny, spray paint. You may be right, man. And they may be right. I've been fighting it, but man, oh man.
888-957-9570 is the number.
You ready to? We got a little time. You ready for? It ain't a victory lap yet for you.
Of course it is.
Nah, look, see, that's
I'm running a marathon this year.
What?
I'm running a freaking marathon. I'm like Phidipides.
Stop it. Because
I cannot stop running.
No, stop it.
Victory lap after victory lap. You would talk about somebody who's in shape? I am in great shape right now from countless victory laps.
I don't like the Trey's in a good place, because if we're right, he ain't in a good place. He's on his way up out of here.
He might not. You know what?
Go ahead. I'm not afraid to say what we saw was good.
A good place for Trey Lance, maybe backup. That's what I'm hearing. There's not a lot of pressure on him now.
It sounded like it may not be here. Like, if you want to pitch me on that, I'm like, That's what, if I'm Trey Lance,
You think the future's over for Trey Lance? I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, training camp opens today, and we're going to be live from the Hilton Santa Clara tomorrow and Thursday, both our show and the Morning Roast. Also, a reminder, join us at the Hilton Santa Clara in front of every home game this season. They're open 3 hours before kickoff. They stay open an hour after the game is over. And Wednesday and Thursday, come down and see us at the Hilton Santa Clara. We're going to be doing our show live 10 to 2. Anybody else out there hear Night Trey Lance on 95.7 The Game?
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Watch yourself. That's great. You coaching? Can we do a show and it not be about you?
My year continues, and you had a tough loss for you today, but that's all right.
What happened? It was coaches. It's like the girl telling you, yeah, we'll hook up. But until you actually do, Steiny, you can't celebrate.
He will when he's out there. The throwing plan's a little different. We're never going to have him go 3 days in a row. And so, like, today he threw just with his schedule from the weekend and everything. So today he threw, so tomorrow he won't practice. So the other guys will do the same thing as OTAs. They'll both go with the ones. And then Brock will have practices 2 and 3 to go. Then he'll take the next one off. So keep going that way.
Oh, hold on.
Dr. Meister, everybody.
Dr. Meister.
Now remember, we're speaking in timelines. These are guidelines, but there's markers along the way. He's continued to hit his markers to the point where Dr. Meister, Dr. McAdams, they felt comfortable. Our guys felt comfortable. A lot of that's a testament to Brock and his work ethic, some good genes, and I think it's all good news.
Wow.
Yeah. Remember, you were like, "Oh, Brock's not going to be ready."
I was scared. Right. Had this been Leroy Butler.
That's an L. And you know what else
What's
is?
the L?
And when Nick Bosa signs a multi-year contract in 3 days, you're going to be wondering why you were worried.
I just hate that you think my black ass would come in here.
Oh, hey, I don't know. I'm out on that. No, sorry, my man. No. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm getting ready for the golf tournament. I'm stressing. Listen, this is what scares me about you.
Yeah.
Let's just say Brock was delayed.
He wasn't.
You think I would have came in here, or the people think I would have came in here with a cake to say I was right?
He wasn't.
I don't approach sports like that.
You would have.
That's that Skip Bayless stuff.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Steiny.
Oh, no.
I was just telling you I was worried. This dude has already won, Brock Purdy. He's already ahead of the game.
This is less about the L's you take, though you do. It's more about my concern about your health. Your
talk to me
health.
after. No, dude, all I'm worried about is the tournament. I'm dragging.
6 months ago, when Brock Purdy got hurt, you started saying you were worried.
Oh, no
you
doubt.
were worried. And what did I say? Worry is an investment on a down payment you'll never make.
You did say it.
So that worry you had,
it's gone.
It's not gone.
Why?
No, it's gone. It's gone somewhere that will take its toll later in life. That stuff builds up. That anxiety, the angst, the tension, the sweat,
You're
the
not
worry.
a doctor.
No, I am.
No,
I'm not. But
that's why we exercise, Steiny.
No, but
offset that.
But you can't get that worry back. You wasted so much time.
I never looked at it like that. Nah, but that's why I go to the
gym.
Your
stomach was in knots, and that's. If there's a doctor out there, an MD,
Dr. Pangia,
can you? Tell me the truth.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Hair is not hair on 100.
There is an absolute correlation between worry and stress
and death
and living a healthy life.
Yeah. Well, my hair ain't coming out. That's a great sign.
Well,
people, it's Steiny. Stress
the waves are evening out a little bit.
I cut it low.
I'm just saying.
No. I don't know what you're saying, bud.
I care about you, and I worry about how you worry so much.
But I do got to tell you, and I'm not jealous, I don't like when you point out your years.
I know you don't, and that's why.
The whole concept is genius, but you're wrong because you're putting too much stuff under the win column. This is not a win.
I'm on like a 9-game win streak.
And I hate that the guys just giving me business on YouTube. Guru, you said I'm not. He said Brock was in a good place.
Yeah, as a backup. That's what he meant.
Trey's in a good place.
Or maybe
we're going to see Trey in preseason. I believe
where he belongs.
Well, I said you're too far off the mark with that one.
If you're a Trey Lance fan,
you got to be down right now.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, will you give me this? 2 days ago with the Kyle Sound and the Steve Young on Mayoko's podcast, didn't that make you think, man, maybe Brock will be on the PUP list?
Because he's not a doctor.
Nah. And he said as much. But I'm not sad, bro. I'm not only haters are mad when their predictions don't go right. We're not in the prediction business.
You're sad. You've been here before. You are something else. I worry about your worrying. I swear to God, I do. you're eating yourself up inside sometimes.
But it's under the category of sports.
I know, but
it's not kids.
But that's
My
your
kids
life.
aren't going to jail.
But sports is your
I know
life.
people that have kids in jail, getting in trouble, spouses cheating on them. That's that real stress that you talk of. This is
707.
sports.
Trey is out of here, Goo. Had all the first team reps last year. Purdy had third team reps last year, came in and kicked butt.
I'm not.
Goo, you have Trey fever.
No, I don't. I told you
not
it didn't
anymore.
look good. Let me give you some numbers because the Jordan Poole exercise you gave JD Steiny, I'm going to take this paper home with me. That was incredible. I ain't reciting those numbers. But can I interest you in 1,374 yards? That was Brock Purdy's regular season numbers last year.
So good.
13 touchdowns to 4 interceptions.
Wow.
The kid played his ass off.
Yes, he did.
And he could be the PSA of – and I heard Charles Oakley say this to some basketball kids. I get in that later. It ain't where you're drafted. It's what you do with the opportunity. And we are watching a dude, Brock Purdy, that may be the next great 49er quarterback. That's out there. Got him to the NFC.
We'll see.
Jimmy did that, and I know he's not around. But I'm just telling you, I
that's
do
a hot
not
take.
hate it number
Like,
on
that's a
number
hot
13.
take.
But
And that could result in a future L.
Some could say that's a front runner take in my world, Stoney. The fact that he had success, Brock did, on this great team with a great offensive play calling coach and play designer that they already had. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're stating obvious.
No. If you say Brock Purdy could be the next great 49er quarterback, that means he'll be behind Young.
Yeah.
That's high. Yeah, it's warm. Like medium high.
Yeah.
Medium high. Tia is in Texas.
Hey.
Hey, Tia.
Yes, hi. How y'all doing?
Dynamite.
I was just calling because I did hear the press conference and Kyle saying that Brock Purdy is the number one guy. If they don't like Trey Lance, I don't understand why they just won't trade him. Regardless of whatever they get for him, just get him off the team if you really don't believe in him. Because I think that's our biggest issue. I think most of the fans are. If you don't like Trey Lance and you're so big on Purdy and you're so big on Sam Darnold, move Trey so you don't have this conversation anymore. But to continue to have him on the team and to say, well, Brock is our guy, but we also like Sam Darnold, but we also like Allen. That's where the confusion and the uproar happens because there is like a limbo. We haven't seen Trey play enough to say whether he's going to be good or bad. So, in my opinion, I think they just need to either just move off of him, whatever they give you, take it.
Tia, let me ask you this.
With it and move on.
You make great points, but Tia, we have, and I'm rooting for Trey, we have kind of seen him. It wasn't the best, but what market do you think is out there to where teams covet Trey Lance and what he brings to the table? Because I'm starting to think, I don't know if there are a lot of teams out there.
Well, I don't think it has to. If they don't believe in him, if Kyle and Lynch don't believe in him, and they believe, like, some of the reports out there that he's a bust or whatever the rumors are, it doesn't matter what you get for him because you don't believe in him. You're saying that you don't believe in him. So if you don't believe in him, why would you worry about getting a 3rd round pick or a 4th round pick or a 5th round pick? If he's not good to you in your eyes, let him go. Because let the other team, let him make get an opportunity to play somewhere else instead of sitting over here and having more years where he don't play because you just want to say, what if?
Yeah, one reason they wouldn't is because of pride. And they did this with Jimmy Garoppolo. They quote, and I'm sorry, this is the way I believe it absolutely is. They quote unquote were looking for a deal for Jimmy Garoppolo, but they couldn't find him. Oh, why couldn't they find a deal for Garoppolo? Because they were asking too much. They were asking too much for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I guarantee you they're doing the same thing with Trey Lance. And everyone's like, well, wait a minute. Why would we give up that? We don't even know if this guy can play. And clearly you don't. Like, why would any team give up a thing for Trey Lance when the 49ers have shown no inclination in terms of liking him or wanting him to be the starting quarterback?
That's a good point.
And you think the league thinks John Lynch and Shanahan really like Trey Lance? Please.
Well,
that's Barnum and Bailey. There's a sucker born every minute.
Well, let me just give you this then, because I know where you're going, but we can revisit it. He did leave training camp last year, Steiny, and he was the starter.
Well, you also have to look at the circumstances why.
They really thought, and it's like when you get something new, an appliance or a new television, and you think the television does newer things, a smart TV as opposed to an old TV. That's what they thought. That's why they said night to Jimmy. But then we had conversations on this same show, 10 to 2, saying maybe they were asking so much so he would be a boomerang and come back, which he did.
Why would
he
they
was
want him
available.
back?
Bam.
So all the tea leaves are.
Yeah.
I mean, there is. What are we in? This is year 3 for Trey Lance. And now, as of today, it's official. He is not going to be the starting quarterback. Yeah. He's not the starting quarterback now, and he won't be the starting quarterback week 1. Yeah. That's what we learned today. And so.
Oh, I got you,
Come on, people. Come on,
Today
people.
was not, and I'm going to give you one. Today is not a good day for.
You know what? I haven't done this with you. Let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Oh, man. We haven't. Go ahead.
Forget Matt Steinmetz. Forget Guru.
Wow.
Look, the rat on the table is John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Don't like Trey Lance as a quarterback. That's the rat on the table. There's no self-respecting general manager in the NFL who would think, you know what, I think they really like him. They don't. Everything they've done has shown that, like, to me, you say he earned it last year. To me, I look at it as they tried to shoehorn him into the starting job.
Okay. Hey, and I forgot to ask, Steiny.
Look,
Atco Pest Control.
It is what it is.
AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. But go ahead. For whatever reason, Kyle did what he did last year. They didn't make Lance get hurt, even though I didn't like the play calls, and that was a killer, man. And we'll see if he can defy the odds. But right now, Brock Purdy took this team on a magical run, something we haven't seen, Steiny,
since Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, those 5 games he came in at the end, they were meaningless.
No,
Brock Purdy got through in the fire, Steiny.
Yeah, Garoppolo took him further though than.
No,
Brock Purdy.
But he had a whole offseason to prepare and know that it's his gig. Brock Purdy was third string and got thrown in there and ran with it.
He did great. There's nobody can say Brock Purdy did anything less than great.
Not at all.
Robert's in San Jose. Hey, Robert, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely.
Just real quick, just as a interested observer, I'm a Raider fan myself, but my mom and veteran are season ticket holders for 49ers. Are 49er fans happy with Shanahan and Lynch blowing 3 first-round draft picks?
They shouldn't be.
And I got something for them.
They shouldn't be.
Because let me before you go.
I got a question. Yeah. Robert, I got a question for you then at the end, but go ahead.
Well, anytime you blow that kind of draft picks on a maybe, and maybe Purdy works out, maybe he doesn't. But the fact of the matter is, you still gave up 3 first-round draft picks for a guy that apparently is going to have to fight to be the number 3 quarterback on your team. I would say that is damn near a fireable offense.
Okay, hold on real quick. I'm not to interrupt you, but I am. Let me get him, Stoney. But you got to give him credit for finding Purdy. Now, if there were no Purdy, I'm with you. I would be in that line. But you got Purdy, man. So at the end of the day, you got what looks like your franchise quarterback.
We'll see.
No doubt. But
you don't get credit. They got lucky with Purdy.
Yeah,
you don't get credit with the last pick in the draft. You got lucky.
Hey, Robert.
Aren't they the same thing, though?
Robert, look, I'm with you, Robert. This could go down like Jamarcus Russell. This could go down like James Wiseman. You're absolutely positively right.
Right.
I got a question. You're a Raider fan? I got to ask him because I was on the Vineland. So you're a Raider fan, Robert?
Get this guy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I tell you what, and don't take this personally. Marcus Peters is done. He stinks.
I could have told you that.
He stinks.
Probably.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything in the last couple of years. He's 2 years removed from a knee injury. Yeah. So we'll see what
he's
he
from
has.
the town, Stoney.
Oh, so we got to like him.
But,
he's from the Bay.
All right, Robert. Hey, good stuff, Robert. Thank you very much.
Real quick,
Appreciate
Sonny,
it.
unlike Wiseman, the Warriors didn't have another big that came from Santa Cruz or they got from overseas to kind of offset or play the same position. As much as I feel that call,
true.
They right
blew
now,
it.
yeah, and
They
Purdy
blew it.
and what he ends up being will be able to put this in the novel. But right now, to hell with those picks. The ship is headed in the right direction.
No doubt. But there are two things.
Right.
I mean, look.
Yeah. Purdy,
they can have a nice quarterback in Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
They still blew it.
No doubt.
With the number 3 pick.
Right, but
as of right now.
But the boat has not. I got to be careful here.
What do you mean?
Nothing's exploded because you're getting to your destination or close to your destination with the NFC Championship game. And even though, how can I tell you, Steiny, you got lucky with Mr. Irrelevant when you drafted him? Okay, we drafted him for a reason. You got to give me the win for that.
Well,
he turned out, we didn't think we were going to use him as soon as we did, but damn it, we drafted him.
I think they did get lucky with Brock Purdy, but they still
but
get
lucky
credit
can
for
be
it.
Is when you put what
but they still get credit
meets,
for it. Well, I mean, it's the same thing almost as when the Warriors took Ike Diagu.
Oh, boy.
Way back in the day with the 9th pick. And
the 9th!
He wasn't very good. But guess what? They got Monte Ellis with the 40th pick. And I know they're not the same position, but the point is
you got something.
Exactly.
Out of the two. So Brock's success moving forward is covering Shanny's ass. This will still be the 3 picks, but still, we ain't losing no games. And this is the better part. If Brock turns out to be what we think he's going to be, Steiny, we ain't looking for no quarterback. That's the venom that should have been on that call had Brock Purdy not been here. And you're dealing with the likes of, who did we have 2021, the Niners? Beathard and, what's my other, Mullins. That's not what this is. You got a guy right now that looks like he's the man.
Yeah, and that's good. What's bad is you drafted a guy who, as of right now,
I got you.
And I'll say, he can't play.
Yeah.
He can't play.
Yeah.
And you know what else I heard today?
I just didn't like the good spot.
What I heard today was, yes, what John Dickinson said. They brought Sam Darnold in here to compete for the backup job with Trey Lance. They never thought Trey Lance was going to start.
Well, they thought maybe your boy wouldn't have been ready.
You know why? That's right.
And your boy would be starting.
That's even worse.
Yeah, which I thought was just crazy.
How can you deny that the 49ers do not want to play Trey Lance?
Yeah, I can't.
Like,
I got you. I got you.
That writing on the wall can't be erased. Yeah. I mean, they've done nothing to show we believe in Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Damn. Antonio in Oakland. Hey, Antonio, how you doing, man?
Hey, doing pretty good, man. Honestly, man, instead of Trey Lance, I wanted the Niners to draft Kyle Pitts, man, because a play-now player. Imagine Pitts and Kittle on the field at the same time. That'd be lethal. But, yeah, man, Purdy, he hasn't lost the game yet, so he's kind of covering Shanahan's derriere a little bit. But at the same time, it doesn't matter who is going to be a quarterback. I think we're going to win regardless because of the talent we have on the team, man. And as far as Marcus Peters being done, yeah, I think he is done, Steiny, because I have brothers and my dad, they're Raider fans. They didn't text me not one time yesterday talking about, we got Peters. Usually they do. So that's how I know they think he's done it.
Hey, let me ask you this, Antonio. Guru's worried about Nick Bosa's holdout.
Oh, man. I'm not freaking worried. I'm about as worried about the Bosa contract as I was about Draymond Green re-signing with the Warriors.
There you go.
I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
It was an
I ain't worried about nothing, like French Montana said.
Oh,
yeah.
Frenchie.
Oh, yeah. I like him.
He did fell off a little bit. But Peters
it is a man?
Peter, yes. Yeah, rapper.
He's not French.
Yeah. But Steiny, Peters is, come on, he's at the back nine of his career. He was a baller. But yeah,
was good.
I didn't know why he was up on the. I had a long day yesterday. Yeah, you told me.
Yeah,
you've been coming with some nuggets here lately.
Yeah, so I'm having a hell of a year.
Oh my god, dude, we got. Hey, you'll have a hell of a year if you go win this golf tournament. How about that? If you bring the jacket home to this show tomorrow, look at him now. You're out there put a little.
It's just a couple people golfing. There's no tournament. There's no standings.
You got a number, Dibs, put out there, bud. You Willard
You think I looked at that number?
Oh, stop. It's the talk of the Twitter or X.
What do you mean by that?
Nobody's talking about it.
This
is where what? All you young guys' naivete, comes to the fore. Nobody's talking about our golf at Berkeley.
You've been missing the Twitter conversations.
6 guys. That's not everybody.
It's more than that, Stoney.
No.
People have been putting in their bets over for a lot of people had you under, Willard under, quietly.
And when you mean a lot of people, you mean 2. Ernie Chavez and Antonio.
Yeah, I don't give all the numbers of how many people.
I think my one piece of advice
Dude, I'm getting nervous,
not my
man.
one.
I am
borrowing
nervous.
it. I'm borrowing it from the great one. But it's true. And, Goo, I think you need to take this to heart. Nobody cares. The great one
That don't
said it.
sit well with me.
Yeah, well, nobody does, Goo. Nobody cares about our golf.
Well, Ibanez doesn't. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, there's more guys like him than Ernie and Chavez.
Yeah,
Ernie Chavez, God love you. Hopefully, we'll see him down in the San Jose area. Let's see. You know what? I see some calls starting to stack up. Lines are. What did Pete Franklin say? The lines are jamming. They're jamming.
Yeah.
Lit AF. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you just tuned in, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch held a press conference. It started at 11 o'clock. They spoke to the media for about 35 minutes. The big news is Brock Purdy, clearly ahead of schedule. He's been cleared with no restrictions, according to John Lynch. And according to Kyle Shanahan, when he's out there, he will be the number one quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. So I think some things, maybe they didn't get cleared up today, but I certainly think we got some things clarified. And it's Brock Purdy's team, and that starts right now. It's right now.
It
is when
already
it starts.
started.
So 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into this conversation. It's a lot of fun. But here's some other good stuff. Training camp. You know it opens today, so that means we're going to go live from the Hilton Santa Clara on Wednesday and Thursday. That's tomorrow and Thursday. So if you're out there, make sure to stop by, say hello to the Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru. We'll be there from 10 to 2 doing our show. Also a reminder to join us at the Hilton Santa Clara ahead of every home game this season for their public tailgate. You don't have to sit in traffic. You can go to the Hilton Santa Clara, enjoy refreshing beverages, a food truck. They open 3 hours pregame, and they stay open an hour after the game is over. It's always free admission at the Hilton Santa Clara. Again, you can also follow them on Instagram to get a sneak peek on upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items. 888-957-9570. Niners are back, and so is Brock Purdy.
All right.
I've been vindicated.
Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, the Guru Johnson with you. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had a press conference with the Bay Area media, national media, on the eve of training camp. And the big news is that Brock Purdy appears to be ahead of schedule. He's been cleared with no restrictions. The one thing the 49ers are going to do as a precaution is not have him throw 3 days in a row. He's going to throw 2 out of 3 days to start out training camp, and he will be the number one quarterback on the 2 days that he's under center at practice. And then the third day, when Brock Purdy doesn't throw or doesn't take the first team reps, Kyle Shanahan said that Sam Darnold and Trey Lance will split those reps, half and half. Although, in fairness, he did say, I do have the right to change my mind on that, though. That's the one thing he did say. In terms of who's going to take the most of the reps when Brock Purdy's not there. So,
and I'll give some positive advice before you go to the phones for the people that want to see what Trey Lance has. Preseason, you'll be able to see him.
Or maybe
I don't think he'll be gone by then.
Maybe move to Atlanta.
Or he could. But hey,
if you move to Atlanta, he could probably go see him in person in about 6 weeks.
You threw the readers on. You threw me off. You look good. You look smart. But I got to tell you, Steiny, come on, man. This dude might end up being quarterback 2 coming out of the. Not that that's what he's aiming for, but let's not just put him on the Southwest right now. That's what I'll do. And the 510, Steiny, real quick. Can Guru do a show without yelling? So extra. I was in a band. Come on,
I don't know what a band means.
California Casanovas in high school.
You played no instruments.
I rapped. So I used my voice, and you had to be loud. And it's from excitement, but go ahead. That's neither here nor there. I'm tired of getting There you go. Around. Come on. Thank you, Evan.
Let's go to Anthony and Benicia.
Yeah, Anthony.
What's up, Anthony? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas? So,
hey.
I heard the news just like you did, and
heard the news foremost, today.
Anthony, your boy's
the
feeling
Beatles.
himself.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I don't think that the Lynch and Kyle Shanahan they don't get any cool points for slipping and falling into Brock Purdy. Like the last caller said, that is kind of a fireable offense when you use how much draft capital they did use. And if they knew that Brock Purdy was going to be this and they knew he was good, they wouldn't have let him slip all the way to the last pick of the draft. So you don't get no cool points for that. The other thing I kind of wanted to say was I agree with the young lady down in Texas. If they don't think that Trey Lance is it and they are deciding that Brock Purdy is him, then I think it is fair to, let Trey Lance go and maybe, pursue his career elsewhere. I understand why they won't, because they went through so many quarterbacks, so they just want to keep as many as they can. But in all fairness, we haven't seen all that he can do, and so but they decided that they want to go with Brock Purdy, and I'm fine with that. I'm a 49er fan, so let's do it. The other thing I kind of wanted to say to you, Guru, is when did you guys at the station get so fixated on golf? Because it's super expensive, and
not always.
It's super hard. I bowl, and I'm like, why won't you guys bowl? Because bowling is the poor man's golf, and it's just as fun, if not more fun, and it's way cheaper.
Well, I appreciate the call, Anthony, but Steiny, a lot of my friends, including you and guys at the station, friends, they golf. And I've always ran from it because it was difficult. Now I'm ready to slay that beast. But I love bowling too. But as far as expensive, I got a job, Anthony. I ain't poor. Put it in the hole.
Golf's expensive. Golf, I should put it this way.
For
golf
regular folk, because you get it comped all the time because you're
No, that's not true. And that is offensive.
You just told us you went somewhere where a caller
bought me a beer.
No, that was
he
the
bought
that was the concert.
Beer,
I'm
Dave
talking about
and Joe.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, where the green fees were they knew who you were and they called fans of the show, and you went out and golfed, and they got it.
No, they didn't. I golf.
I'm trying to think.
Golf.
Who it was.
The cost of golf
depends,
right. But it depends on when you play. If you want to play at 10 a.m., you know what? That's going to cost the most amount of money. But if you start at 2 p.m., it's cheaper.
All right.
And if you start at 3 p.m., it's even cheaper.
Yeah. But
so
Anthony,
I got into it. So Anthony, I got into a routine till Willard tried to take it away from me.
What happened?
Because he's a hater of
when you leave.
leaving here at 2 o'clock, getting to a course at 2:40, teeing off at 3 o'clock, and that round is $25.
Now
that means it costs $25 to golf for 4 hours.
Yeah.
When you look at it that way, it's not that expensive.
And I'll say this about Anthony's call. Okay, Anthony, this ain't MTV Raps. They ain't getting cool points, but they getting dubs for the Purdy. They're still getting wins, and that's all that counts.
Anthony, I believe, is wrong on that.
Yeah.
Well, not wrong. I disagree with Anthony.
Well, we both do. I don't care what you went into. You got him, and Brock Purdy's a story. If he ends up being this Brock Purdy, I'm sorry. This dude, your partner, I won't talk about 3 picks. We'll be talking about parades and NFC Championship games again.
Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
Coach.
Hey, Coach, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon. I'm cooking dinner, a nice pot roast.
All
Nice.
right. With potatoes, huh?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, hey, guys, my take on Brock Purdy is I'm a Cowboy fan, but on Brock Purdy, I'm going to wait and see because he wasn't Mr. Irrelevant for nothing, okay? And there's some metrics there that are saying that he's not a starting NFL quarterback. I think his success coincided with Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey will make me look good as a quarterback.
Right.
The best pass last year was the one McCaffrey threw to the end zone. I mean, that he could be your starting quarterback, actually. So I think we should really pump our brakes on making Brock Purdy, the next, Warren Moon or something, because the metrics say that he shouldn't be a starting quarterback, and now everyone has tape on him, and the first 6 games of the year is going to really tell.
Good stuff, Coach, and I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. I'm everything you said is right on the money. Brock Purdy was terrific last year. No doubt about it. Took everyone by surprise and
probably
played
in his
so
own
well.
team.
He became the number 1 quarterback heading into this year. But you want to talk about a day-to-day league?
You're right.
He's going to have to go out and play like he did last year.
He set the bar high.
So can he do it? I don't know.
But he's in the perfect situation, Steiny. As far as what you have at the other positions, offensive line, okay, we'll get into that tomorrow. But I'm just saying, with Kyle calling the plays, this team is ready to win now, and he got him to that damn game before getting knocked out, man.
One thing I think is kind of interesting, and it just made me think as you're saying that, Brock Purdy's in the perfect position. Okay, let's say that's true. Isn't Trey Lance then in the perfect position?
I'll say he was.
Trey Lance is in the perfect position and still, this is the part that worries me most. They moved up to get Trey Lance. They picked Trey Lance. So they clearly want, Kyle Shanahan has a vested interest in having Trey Lance succeed. And even though he has a vested interest in that and a personal stake in Trey Lance still isn't good enough for Kyle Shanahan to put him in a game.
But it goes back to what I thought might have been gaining some traction. When I ask you to find the tape of Trey Lance under center, handing the ball off to McCaffrey, let me know. Because you'll never come back, Snotty, because it doesn't exist. So he unfortunately, it looks like he may not ever be in a position to do that.
Maybe not. Yep. That's the part. Like, you look at a guy, think about this. You look at a guy like James Wiseman.
The big ticket.
He was picked second. And in the first year, he started his first game as a pro, remember? Because things were a little sideways. Yep. But he plays a whole year. And that gets hurt, of course. It was an abbreviated year. But even though he was playing and putting up 12-6, the Warriors, after 3 years, said, can't play. And this is a guy we liked. So if Trey Lance is somebody that the 49ers loved, they have a vested interest. He can make them look good. He can make Kyle and John Lynch look great. But they still can't put him out on the field. You know why? because then they'll look terrible, apparently.
And that's which way it was going last year when he was named starter. And, excuse me, Stoney, they didn't have Lance. That was a train wreck ready to happen. In a crazy way, I hate that I'm saying this because I'm rooting for the kid. Was the best thing that happened to the Niners season last year Trey getting hurt? Like, where was that train headed?
I don't know.
And by the train, I mean just their season, that offense.
Not sure.
And in comes old Rudy.
Jackson, Louisiana.
Whoa.
What's up, Jack? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey, Dynamite.
I'm a long-time fan of the Niners. Fellas, I got some tears in my eye a little bit, man. It looked like writing on the wall for Trey, but, I kind of feel that he didn't really get a legitimate shot, man. I feel like that Brock was he was seasoned when he came into the league. What was it, 4-year starter, Iowa State, one of them, and Trey, he played a year, and then the COVID and all of that. And I think they have the confidence in him because he was started out last year as a starter. He got hurt, and, and it was all over. Brock came in and did a great job and, led us to the NFC Championship game. But I just wish that you guys see any scenario that, if Trey likes stuff in preseason, I'm just not ready to let the kid go. I just want to, the potential that he had to get drafted for. I just hate to see it go out the window, man. And I was trying to see any scenario that he might get a player package, because he can run and him McCaffrey. You guys see any scenario that he might can get on the field at all.
I love your truth and honesty, Stoney, but I understand the thug tears, but I don't see a scenario. And what's scaring me about the future for Trey, if it's not here in San Francisco, where he was drafted, and at least Wiseman went to Memphis for a year, Stoney, and we know what that was.
For 3 games.
But did anybody expect this?
Lance actually played more college games than James Wiseman.
And what's scaring me, where I'm getting, how many times is it better the second time around? Like, you know what I mean? Let's say Lance goes to another team.
Right.
How many times is the team that let you go look back and, that was the one that got away?
Kirk Cousins in Washington.
Well, no, he had RG3 up until he got hurt, and then Kirk took over.
Right, and how's their quarterback position been since Kirk's left? Kirk Cousins is Mr. Stability and Durability. It's funny, I know his name came up. The 49ers can't keep anybody healthy at the quarterback position, but 49er fans laugh at Kirk Cousins, who's played 16 games a year for like 9 straight years.
Oh, man, you are special.
2 things. One is, look, we got to be honest. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch drafted a guy because of a workout. Not because of a game.
No doubt.
Because of a workout.
Yeah.
They never saw the. Did they ever see Trey Lance play a live game? Live.
Well, it was a little difficult too because of the pandemic.
Right, I'm talking about the year before that when he had that season.
They individually probably not, but
thank you.
Well, it's very rare that a general manager or a head coach of a football team will go to actually be in person for a game. But my question is, do you think similar to 2021 that we could see both Brock Purdy and Trey Lance? Trey Lance was used in goal line packages. He was used in close yardage situations. There could be a route for Brock Purdy and Trey Lance to both be on the field this season.
That question is noted. I wondered, so did any 49er scout see Trey Lance play the year he did play?
I'm sure.
In person.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
In person.
Oh, I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
Because let me tell you,
prove it?
I can just go by basketball, and the one thing I hear time and time and time and time and time and time again, is the difference between seeing a guy in person and seeing a guy on tape is night and day. So, now, that's something, Evan, I'm going to be honest, I thought of that too. Because I do think there's a chance that there could be a Trey Lance package.
But
that's a damn good package.
Even if there is, the impact of what he was supposed to be, forget a damn package. He was supposed to be
can he help? Can he help in a package? Yeah, if he can help at all in a package, then you got to use him, I think.
The way we've seen him run, Stoney, I don't think he can help.
So, a couple years ago when Trey was a rookie, and Jimmy Garoppolo was a quarterback, Kyle Shanahan's plan was to have a couple packages for Trey Lance. And that's the way the year started. Remember, Trey Lance threw the first touchdown pass of the year 2 years ago as a rookie. And
the world went crazy.
Clearly, Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't crazy about it. That became clear. So then, shortly after that experiment, I think it was about 3 or 4 games, Kyle Shanahan said, we're not going to do that anymore. Why? He said, you know what? When we put that, I realized when we put a package in for Trey, it kind of gets my play calling out of rhythm.
Delay games.
Out of rhythm, he said about his own play calling. Well, I'm not sure that I believe that. I think it's very possible that Shanahan knew Garoppolo couldn't handle it. Like Garoppolo wasn't on board on it. Well, guess what? Garoppolo had been paid. He was supposedly the franchise quarterback at that point. Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft. It'll be much easier for Kyle Shanahan to say, hey, Brock, I don't really care if you like it or not. I think Trey can give us something in various packages. But when Jimmy Garoppolo says it, and you think he's your absolute positive best bet for quarterback, and you think it's affecting Garoppolo's play, well, then maybe Kyle Shanahan took a bullet for Garoppolo and said, yeah, I wasn't good at it. I think it's very possible that Trey Lance and the 49ers could kind of go back to that plan where they have some packages for Trey Lance and Purdy will come off the field. I think that's very possible.
Yeah, I don't see it. And you're telling me you got Elijah Mitchell, Steiny, you got McCaffrey, you got the big target, Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo. I mean, why would I hope you're right, but I think that's highly unlikely.
We'll see.
Yeah, this dude's tenure's up in the air. Just staying here is questioned now because that didn't sound good at all.
510, I've literally played more football than Trey Lance. Some people out there have, for sure.
Yeah.
Mike's in San Jose. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
As always, a great show. First, I'd like to start with, as a father of a son that plays Division III basketball in Southern California.
Where, Whittier?
Who, your son, and no, Chapman.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, but more than anything, you guys have kids in sports, and I mean, just prayers up for not a LeBron fan, but certainly a fan of my son's already made the anxiety call, and just normal for kids. Right?
No doubt, man.
Just being a parent. Good luck to all involved. So
sure.
So on to Trey Lance, I've been a vocal supporter of him being traded since the end of last year, and not because of his ability, not because I hope he doesn't succeed. I'm not a hater. It just seemed like he's the opposite of the way everyone else plays. I think they took him in the pandemic year. It wasn't a normal year. You didn't get to go see him. I don't think anybody saw him play because they didn't have him on the radar until the combine. So that would be my guess there. I think the best thing for the young man is to go somewhere else. And just because as a little older you look back at things, I think the perfect spot actually is the Raiders. The Raiders have a 4th-round draft pick as a backup. Jimmy and Trey got along.
See ya.
Jimmy's got a 2-year deal. Trey could come along at his own pace and actually find out if he could play football under what's conceived as a quarterback-type coach. I'm sure it won't happen. It's just my opinion of where it would work. You got to feel bad for Trey, but people keep saying it's not fair. It's sports. And the guy that called in that said, why aren't people mad about the 3 first-round draft picks? That's simple. If you win, no one cares. If
Agree.
It's on the front page.
Agree with that.
So, love listening to you guys. Once again, heart prayers for anybody with kids in college, right? Scary
that's
moment.
real.
So.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Love Mike.
Appreciate that.
And winning is the best cologne or deodorant?
You notice how nobody really cared that the Giants blew it with Barry Zito because they won 3 titles after they signed him.
Which, no doubt about you go on and had they not, it would have been hell to pay.
So, if you're just joining us, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch met the media today at 11 o'clock on the eve of training camp beginning, which apparently they're getting ready to run right now at 1 o'clock. What did Lynch call it? Their not conditioning run, but it's a shoot. I can't remember.
Yeah, I mean it's a conditioning test,
right? But he used a term that I hadn't heard it described as before. But maybe this is where the text line is money. It's like a.
Well, they'll lie.
Well, it'll ring a bell.
Yeah, I know.
It'll ring a bell. But anyway, Nick Bosa, Nick Bosa ain't running that. Nick Bosa ain't even in town. God. They're working on a long-term contract extension with Nick Bosa. He's not around right now.
He will be the highest paid.
The biggest news today, obviously, is the 49ers saying that Brock Purdy is ahead of schedule. Right now, he's cleared with no restrictions, and he is the number one quarterback. And he will be taking all the number one reps at practice when he practices, which will be 2 out of 3 days throwing the football. And on the days that they rest Brock Purdy, at least early in the preseason, then Trey Lance splits those reps with Sam Darnold.
Yep.
So that's where we are. I think overall, if you're a 49er fan, it's great news. It's great news. And I guess I'll ask that. Like, if you're, to me, and I'm being honest here, if I'm a 49er fan, of course I root for Trey Lance. Of course.
Whoever's under center.
But
yeah.
This is what I'm asking Austin and San Jose. Is it great news? I think it is. What I heard today was Brock Purdy's going to be ready for week 1. He's ahead of schedule, and he's the number one quarterback. So it's funny, the sound clip we heard about Kyle Shanahan, I know people want it etched in stone, but it's just not etched in stone. I mean, this is as etched in stone as something can be in terms of the National Football League. Brock Purdy's the starter, and now Trey Lance and Sam Darnold battle for the backup job. To me, yes, it is absolutely very good news for 49er fans that Brock Purdy, he's ready. He's ready, and he will be the number one starter. So, yes, Austin, I do believe that's not only good news, it's very good news. What about you guys out there who are 49er fans? Is it tempered because Trey Lance is battling for the number 2 spot? Not to me. I'm team first, player second. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, it's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
For a limited time, get 30% off your entire order of custom-fit home windows and doors. Call California Deluxe Windows, 800-918-5100, 800-918-5100. That's 800-918-5100. Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
We're BMO, the bank coming to California. I know what you're thinking. Oh, great, another big bank. But here's the thing. We're not like any other bank. For one, a BMO debit card gets you more fee-free ATMs than the 2 largest U.S. banks combined. And saving at BMO can actually earn you cash rewards. How many banks do that? Sure, we're new to California, but when it comes to helping you get ahead financially, we've been doing this for more than 200 years. BMO is coming soon. Learn more at BMO.com. Conditions apply. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Harris Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep SUV is now during the Summer of Jeep event. Now well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xE for $399 a month for 36 months with $4,499 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/31. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Find seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Get sustainable wild-caught fresh Alaska sockeye salmon fillets for $11.69 per pound with Prime through July 25th. Try a miso honey marinade for a sweet and savory flavor. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Planning your next trip overseas? Then consider KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. KLM can fly you to over 160 destinations worldwide where you can embrace new adventures, new business opportunities, and new connections. You'll enjoy a seamless travel experience on KLM where we know it's about the journey and the destination. At KLM, we always go the extra mile to make you feel welcome and completely at ease. So what are you waiting for? Book your KLM flight now by contacting your travel agent or going to KLM.com. Again, that's KLM.com.
Mom, Dad, I humbly suggest you save some money and shop Amazon for back to school. It's for my growth, meaning my body's growing at an alarming rate. And clothes you buy me this year will be very small very soon. Plus, the clothes I love today will be out of style tomorrow. But at least your wallet doesn't have to be my fashion victim if you shop low prices for school at Amazon. Hopefully this is helpful. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
All right, Team 95.7, it's time to report for camp.
Training camp is here, and the questions are endless. We'll be at the Hilton Santa Clara starting tomorrow for the opening of camp. The Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru will be live on site this Wednesday and Thursday. Come on by and see us. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I mean, I think the goal is a couple weeks from now. I haven't looked that far past. We won't change that till that happens, and as long as it keeps staying on the course, then I'll eventually go all the days. But
now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Kyle Shanahan from earlier today. He and John Lynch met the media and talked about the 49ers on the eve of training camp, and the good news is Brock Purdy is cleared with no restrictions. They're going to be cautious with him and only allow him to throw 2 out of every 3 days, at least as of now. But Brock Purdy will be the number 1 quarterback, taking all the first-team reps, 2 out of every 3 practices for the 49ers. And on the days that he doesn't take the first-team reps, Kyle Shanahan said Trey Lance and Sam Darnold will split him. They won't all go to Trey Lance. Tells me there's now a competition for the backup job, which a lot of people thought was the case when they acquired Sam Darnold. He's here to compete against Trey Lance for the second spot. And that's what it looks like is happening, Goo.
Nothing is surprising except for me the medical aspect of this. And that was what I thought, and I'm no doctor. I was just like, man, they'll probably slow play Brock Purdy. He'll be on the PUP list, but you point out our own John Dickinson said he thought that's why our guy Darnold was brought to town. And Steiny, he passed that test right now. Brock Purdy is way ahead of schedule, and they said it to the world, he's our number 1. So you look at what he did last year, and I know I sound like a broken record, but I don't give a damn right now at this point because I'm nervous about this golf tournament. Had he not got injured in that Philly game, I would have loved to see what he would have done, Brock Purdy. Could they have said, you know what, Mr. Irrelevant, take off the glass slippers, we're going to exploit you. I don't think with this offense and Kyle at his disposal, Brock, I don't think that would have happened. And now it looks like he is right back. And you're right, Stoney, there is a battle for number 2. And you could sell me or tell me that's not a good thing for young Trey Lance.
Well, it's clearly not a good thing for Trey Lance, but this is where, I don't know, I've always, even when I was a kid growing up and I had my favorite teams, when did it stop becoming about the team? Like, I get it, Trey Lance, we drafted him 3 years ago. We thought he'd be better. He's not better, but damn, we're still really good.
Why do I feel that only happens in the NBA now? Like the Brons, the Kobes, the Currys. I don't think that happens in baseball where you take...
Well, no, I disagree. I think we're seeing it right here. I think you and many people, Trey Lance is front and center, and his inability to win the starting quarterback job is like, I think in the building... Like, nobody really cares.
Okay.
It's not that they didn't make a mistake.
And I understand that.
Right. So,
but we're hearing a lot of fans, they're on the Purdy wagon. So I just saying that goes against my whole thing about Trey is I just wanted to see him play. But if you're going to tell me, player A is going to get you to 15 wins,
okay, so
then
let's
hell with that dude that I'm talking about.
Well, let's see let's see how often Trey Lance's name is brought up.
Right.
He's a backup right now. He's fighting for the backup position.
Well, it's kind of unfair, Stoney, because all this starts about where we started, the number 3 pick in the draft.
Well, but that's the point. I think Telmo's going to get into this too. Right. Telmo, what do you got, buddy? Because I think you're on the money here.
Well, what I keep hearing and from some fans and especially Guru, he keeps harping on like the Niners, like there's this big pressure to see what you have there or whatever because they gave up, and people kept saying 3 picks. It wasn't 3 picks. They gave up 2 picks.
I'm with you.
The first year was a swamp, so they gave up 2 additional first-round picks. My point. And Guru, as a man who occasionally likes to put a little something on some action, be it sports or whatever, would understand these terms. If I go to the racetrack, and there's a horse that I like, and he's a 4-1, and I put $100 on him to win.
Gotcha.
But then I say, hey, you know what? I heard about this other little horse who's got a little something in him that might be special. He's a 40-1. I put a little $10 action. If the 40-1 wins and the 4-1 loses, who cares? I won $400. Yeah. I'm happy.
Great way to look at it.
It doesn't matter at that point. That point anymore. The thing is, if Brock Purdy was a first-round pick, and he had played halfway through the season, won 8 games, and been injured, there would have been no question about him coming back in his role on the team. But because he was Mr. Irrelevant, whatever, all of a sudden there's that he's not proven. He's not this. He's not this. Look, he's in the organization's eyes, in the coach's eyes, and on the field, he's proven himself to be the better quarterback out of the 2. So that's where the 49ers and Shanahan's position is at this point. And I think in terms of Trey Lance, I think he's got multiple opportunities, maybe not enough as what some people would like him to have, but maybe that lack of opportunities. Guru's always talking about how Shanahan's the quarterback guru, but then questions him when it comes to his use of Trey Lance. So you can't really have your cake and eat it too.
Well, hey, don't hang up, Telmo. I'm in that line, and I told Steiny earlier, he's going to get credit for Brock Purdy, but the Brock Purdy result and what he is, a perennial All-Pro, is still up in the air. And the only reason it's up in the air is he hasn't played the full season. But you're right. Those kudos that I given to Kyle make me enamored with what is Trey Lance. And I'll just fight you on this, Telmo. At the end of the day, I will say this. What we saw of Trey, I did not like. I saw red flags. But, Telmo, be honest, man. He played a game and got hurt in the first quarter of the other game, which was last year, the second game, and he started 2 games prior to that. Have we really seen a lot of him? I just think we haven't, but I'll understand, and nobody has to talk me into what we seen from him. Didn't look that great, and he didn't get to play with McCaffrey, and I'll just rest that there.
Let me ask you this question real quick before I get off here. If it was Trey Lance that would have come in his rookie season, taken over for Garoppolo, won 8 games in a row and a couple playoff games, and then got hurt in the conference championship, the next year people would be clamoring for him to come back, and they would give him that All-Pro status just because the way and where he was drafted. But it seems to be that because of how Purdy got on the scene, all of a sudden the same standard doesn't apply as to where if a first-round pick or a first pick in the draft or second pick, whatever, would have put up those same kind of numbers or wins or been in that situation. That's my point.
No, I hear you, Telmo. I appreciate the call. Stoney, real quick, I'll throw it back to you. I gotta be honest with you, man. Before I even knew who Brock Purdy was, we had Trey Lance. So there has been a head start, people, of me or anybody else in the Bay wanting to see what was behind door number Trey Lance. And that was before the emergence of Brock Purdy. So it's kind of, there's episodes to this. This is not us choosing or not liking Brock. It's not black and white, which I tried to bring up at times, thinking it might have been. It's the bottom line is if Brock Purdy was the guy that Kyle thought he was going to be and the guy that Shasky and Bonte and the 49er voice were going all over last couple summers ago about that practice, I thought the new Donovan McNabb or Air McNair was in town. So for the Telmos of the world, that's where this starts. So it's not about me hating on Brock. It's about, are we going to get to finish watching that movie?
What movie?
The Trey Lance one.
You keep saying we haven't seen a lot of Trey Lance. We don't matter. Kyle has seen enough. Kyle has seen enough to make these decisions. Here's the other thing. 3 things.
That's a hell of a point.
That's one.
Because I was going to fight you on, well, he was the starter, but I get what you're saying.
About the games.
He was the starter by default.
I bet you Kyle Shanahan's learned 10 times more about Trey Lance in practice than he did about those 4 games. 2, I agree. Here's the other thing. I'm sorry. If Brock Purdy is better as a quarterback than Trey Lance, he's just better, which I think we all must acknowledge he is right now. Who cares if Trey Lance didn't get a chance to play with Christian McCaffrey? Okay, so Christian McCaffrey would elevate.
But it's it's just an observation.
But it doesn't make Trey Lance better than Brock Purdy. If Brock Purdy is better than Trey Lance, who cares that Trey Lance didn't play?
I feel you knocking.
With
but
McCaffrey.
Let me throw this at you. Last year when they told Jimmy bye-bye, when they thought they told him bye-bye, he was better than Trey Lance. So with that same thought process, why couldn't I apply that to and you even said it.
Okay.
Hey, he called the veterans in the room and said, hey, we're starting this kid. He really shouldn't even be starting. But if he's not, blah, 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 we'll bring Jimmy back out. So in that case, they went against the grain.
Okay, if you're telling me that Trey Lance with Christian McCaffrey would be a better quarterback than Brock Purdy with Christian McCaffrey, then I'll have a discussion. But certainly you're not saying that.
No. I'm just talking about the Jimmy.
So in other words, if last year it ended up if Garoppolo and Purdy were both better than Trey Lance, they're still going to be better than Trey Lance if all 3 of them have McCaffrey in their back. The other thing is, and I tell Mo, you struck a chord with me. Where they were picked does not matter once they're picked. The 49ers did not draft Trey Lance to give him the starting quarterback job. They drafted Trey Lance because at the time they drafted him, they thought he was a good enough quarterback where he could be the starter eventually, where he could compete for the job, and where maybe, just maybe, he could turn into a franchise-type quarterback. You know what he got for that? He got money. He was paid more money than everybody who was drafted behind him. So the only thing the 49ers owed to Trey Lance when they picked him at number 3 was the contract that came with it and an opportunity like every other player to be the number 1 quarterback on the team.
And he got that last year coming out of camp, and he got injured. Tough. It is what it is.
I'm going to tell you, we're going to cut to the chase here. I'm going to get, let me hear all the, you know what I'm hearing? You know what I'm hearing sometimes when
I'm going
I
to
hear
tell you what I'm hearing from you, but go ahead.
Here's what I'm hearing from you.
Okay.
Let's have a little pity party for Trey Lance and start him, even though he doesn't deserve it. That's what I hear when I give him a chance. This is what I want. We moved up in the draft to get him. It's like, okay, yes, you did all those things, but the essence of sports is competing.
Right.
And he hasn't beaten anybody out.
But how dare you put that in my doorstep when you said, and Evan can back me up, that Kyle did that.
Did what?
Kyle did that to Trey. That gave him the start because of where they drafted him last year because he had no business being the starter over Jimmy.
No.
Don't put that at my doorstep.
Jimmy didn't practice
and I'm throwing
last
no
year.
party.
Jimmy didn't practice last year.
There was a reason. Well, he was Steiny. There was a night bye-bye because it was Trey's time. Will you give me that?
No.
After you had a quarterback that just took you to the NFC Championship game. And that's why you got on these airwaves and said, he went in and told the veterans, hey, look, this may not be the best plan, but if this thing don't work in week 6, we're going to pull his ass and we're going to go to Jimmy.
Revisionist
You said,
history.
You said that.
No,
You're
I
smart.
didn't.
You did not say that?
After the season was over, they were moving off Garoppolo.
Why, Steiny?
Because we're going to go get Trey Lance.
And now we're going to go get him. We had him.
Okay.
And it was his turn.
Why'd they bring him back?
My point
because they didn't hand him the position.
That sounds like they handed him to me, telling Jimmy night
because by the
and bringing
time
him
they
back.
brought Garoppolo back, Trey Lance had all the reps because they brought Garoppolo
but that's
back
not
late.
what we're talking about, partner. We're talking about why he got the starting job, and I got you, and you can't get out of the corner.
Quit wanting a guy. Why do you want a guy to quarterback who can't quarterback?
You talk to the head coach about that. Don't put that at our doorstep.
You want
no.
Hey,
I'm going Matumbo.
Let's put a guy. Let's play a guy who doesn't deserve it.
Don't put it in my doorstep.
And that's
he
the
did
problem.
It last year. Then
and that's
if you're
the
saying
problem.
That, if you mean that he
that's
did it last year, and you said as much.
That's because Lance was ahead of Garoppolo last year because Garoppolo was hurt all last off season.
But this was.
What do you mean? No,
Garoppolo
wasn't hurt. Garoppolo wasn't hurt.
Was how the hell are you going to tell
over the
Garoppolo night?
Okay.
Did he get you to the NFC Championship game? Thank you.
Did they like him enough not to take Trey Lance?
Bite your lip, and I never bite my lip. You said trying to put you bite your lip.
You want the 49ers to start a backup quarterback,
and they did. You talk to the head coach. Don't put it in my doorstep.
No, put it in your doorstep.
I don't like that. That's timid. You say Kyle did it.
Oh. The guy got beat out by a 7th-round pick, but you still want to play him because, I don't know.
What you mean I still want to play him?
Some kind of morbid curiosity
I got you
about Trey Lance.
Because what you're saying, pity party. Kyle,
that's right.
The pity party started last year.
Play Trey Lance.
The pity party started, and you said, why is he starting?
You know what? Here's what you don't understand.
We know why he starts sports.
You earn job at practice. And Trey Lance has earned nothing. Clearly. Zero.
You tell me how many number 1, 2, 3 picks quarterbacks got to earn anything.
That tells you how lousy he is. That tells you how lousy Trey Lance is.
He's not my kid. You're not hurting my feelings.
No, but
you're
want
talking like that.
You want him to play without deserving
So
without
say
deserving.
Kyle got it wrong like you already had.
I said he blew it.
Okay.
Kyle blew it.
That's all I want to hear.
Two things can be equally true.
Kyle
can have blown it,
that's all
but that
I
doesn't mean I want to put in
that's
a lousy
all I wanted to hear.
quarterback.
Don't put it at our doorstep. The head coach did that last year.
I said that a long time ago.
I know, and that's why I'm trying to find out the difficulty of getting you to admit that. But
Admit
you just
what?
did. That you said it last year.
I've said it all along.
Yeah,
they
but it
blew
seemed like you were biting your tongue a second ago.
Can you not interpret when I say
I don't
they
need to
drafted
interpret
a guy
because
they
I
never
already heard
So when
it.
I say they drafted a guy they never saw, you don't interpret that as, Steiny's saying they blew it. Of course they blew it. They drafted a guy they never saw play. They screwed up.
That's all.
But you don't.
Right. Why are you
two
putting
wrongs
that in
don't
my
make
door?
it right.
No, I agree with you.
Well,
but you're putting it in my doorstep about the pity
because
party.
you continue to say, "I want to see Trey Lance. I want to see Trey Lance," and the kid
be honest,
hasn't earned it.
Yeah.
That's all.
I'm not going to fight you on that.
You can't. Like, you can't fight me on that because that is sports.
Right.
And that's the competition in sports. But he's got to beat somebody out.
I got you. But, Steiny, let's be honest. He didn't beat Garoppolo out last year when they said night-night. Until we found out Garoppolo was going to have to go under the knife and was going to be out.
Okay, so you know how I'll interpret that? You know what they did? They gave Lance the job.
No doubt.
Okay, and guess what? He failed.
Yep.
He failed.
Well, he got hurt.
You want him to
He
see?
got
He
hurt.
failed before he got hurt. How about that?
It was 5 quarters.
He was not very good.
No, I get it. It was 5 quarters, though.
Come on. Come on.
That's a short sample size.
I mean,
dude, I got
this idea of
call him out.
I
not
hate
us.
it. I can't stand it. It's like, and I hate to use this term. It's a freaking man's league. Right. NBA and NFL are these are men's leagues. You don't play a guy when he doesn't deserve to play. That ruins a franchise.
And
Laurie in Phoenix.
Laurie.
What's up, Laurie?
Hey, guys. Okay, so here's the thing. Today should be good news for us. We have healthy quarterbacks. That's number one. Okay, so all the questions of the surgery was successful, all of those things, that's all been put behind you because they've said Brock Purdy has been cleared at this point, and he's going to go in and start practicing. So the Niners can pick up where they left off last year. The Trey thing is still a question. They brought in Sam Darnold. Well, so what? You're going to have multiple quarterbacks. Now it is time to see who's got what, right? Brock's number one at this point because he was number one coming into last year. Let's see how the arm does. Let's hope there's no setbacks, and let's hope that they're on schedule to have him start week 1. Now, if Trey comes out and just blows everybody away, then that's a different conversation. But at this point, I think what you guys are missing, or what, not necessarily what you're missing, but the Niners are going for a Super Bowl. The best way to get into a Super Bowl is to have the most consistency. At this point, we saw what the team looked like with Brock at the helm last year. They looked pretty darn good. They were definitely contenders. So why would we want to change that? And again, you can lose a job, you can gain a job. Let's just let it play out now. We're fans. We're here to see what's going to happen. Get your popcorn ready, and let's hope that they come out and that they have a great season. That's exactly what that's what we hoped for last year. They fell a little short the last couple of years, and let's hope we get one this year.
The one thing that one of the things, a theme of mine, whatever, the hell with the kids.
I like that.
It's kind of funny, but whatever. It may not be funny to you. But the reality is, and I'm going to go here, it's like, this is a bigger picture of, like, younger people, like, this is what a lot of people think is kind of wrong with our society, is we're giving younger people who haven't proven anything something they don't deserve. It's called entitlement. Like, a lot of people, these kids today.
The hell with the kids.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, you don't get to come in and be the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers without earning it. And Kyle Shanahan clearly feels. Now, if you want to rip him, go ahead. But, like, Kyle Shanahan clearly feels as though Trey Lance, up to this point, has not earned the starting job. So I don't want him to play then if there's a quarterback on the roster better than him. I don't think most 49er fans would.
I just feel like you're forgetting the part where I can't wait for this answer. I just feel like you're forgetting the part where he was named starter last year. Did he earn it last year?
You know what? I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'm going to say no.
I was the guy who said last year.
They invested so much, Steiny.
Okay.
They were like conventional wisdom. Let me tell you something. Justin Fields, Mac Jones, all those other guys, they went to their spots. Herbert, it was a shot, and he didn't come in as starter. He got on the field because of what happened with the quarterback before him. But, Steiny, this is how it normally goes. You find out what they got.
Not if you're – no. Those teams stink.
Mac Jones, you said no competition.
No, I'm saying the Patriots are going nowhere.
Yeah. Well, they made the playoffs his rookie year.
Okay. 49ers have higher aspirations than that. And again, it's like, I'll say it, the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors blew it. They screwed up. They messed up in a big way.
I don't disagree with none of that.
They both thought they were in a championship window, which they were, and they drafted projects. It's really, to me, not any more complicated than that. And you know what? James Wiseman may be okay down the line. Trey Lance may be okay down the line. But he wasn't going to be good as quick as anybody thought. How could he have been? How could Trey Lance and or James Wiseman ever have been as good as people thought they were going to be when they had no experience?
But those are experts' jobs getting paid to
and they blew
envision that.
They blew it. They made a couple mistakes. As long as they keep winning, it won't be a huge deal.
I need you. But what do you mean the pity party? That's what I didn't like.
Because you want to play Trey Lance.
Not now. I want to see him.
Why?
But I understand, Brock.
But why do you want to see him?
Because
who's the backup? Hold on. Who's the backup in Philly?
Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, forget the years, but has anybody in Philly said, I want to see Marcus Mariota? And I get it. He's a veteran. He's the backup.
No, it goes to Telmo's point. So
I want to see Sam Darnold.
Yeah, so you're saying the 3.5 or 4 games, however many Trays, 5, you've seen enough.
It's like
you're done.
I don't know, Goo. I don't matter. I mean,
well, you're
zero.
writing him off, saying he's done.
I'm
here.
Observing
I'm asking
the way Kyle has coached him,
and the last time he coached him, Steiny, he was a starter, and he got hurt. That means nothing to you. And now you got a Mr. American at running back. That means nothing to you. That's okay.
That's not true.
Everything has changed if he were to get a chance to start.
I'm saying, why does it matter if McCaffrey makes Trey Lance better when McCaffrey makes everybody better? So, okay, he's going to make Trey Lance better.
I'm just following.
He's still not going to be as good as Brock Purdy with Christian McCaffrey.
The third pick in the draft. That's all.
What's that?
I'm following the third pick in the draft and what we're trying to find out they could have saw to make this kid special.
They've seen it. Like this, and it's just Kyle Shanahan's seen him for 3 straight years. For Kyle, you know what? Here's the other thing. For a guy like Kyle Shanahan, practice might mean more than games for a young player. Let's go. I'll take a break here. 125 on 95. So we got. You got to read it. You got to read. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. And we're a half hour from heading over to the Berkeley Country Club where Goo's going to try to break 100 on 95.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on Google.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm nervous, Steiny. I'm getting nervous. I'm nervous, man.
Don't be nervous. Just
play.
Just don't have any expectations. Darryl the Guru Johnson going to be swinging the clubs today out at the Berkeley Country Club. Our tee time's at, 3:30?
My first tee time.
So, Guru and I are teeing. I love this guy.
Don't tell him.
And look, there's something very exciting about learning about a sport. There's no doubt.
Evan, don't laugh.
But so Guru said to me, I said, so we're teeing off at 3:30. And Guru goes,
oh,
so what time do you think we'll get out of there? About 5?
I was thinking of my golf
5:15. I'm like, oh boy,
yeah. It's a trap.
It's called dusk.
Oh right,
We'll
the Giants' first pitch will already be in the boy, man.
You know, I'll tell you what, there is one guy who could get done by 5, and that's Eric Burns. He plays that speed golf.
What's speed golf?
You take basically.
I think I'm in.
You hit a ball and you run.
Oh, yeah.
And then you hit it again and you run.
Yeah.
And it combines score with the time you play around in.
It does depend if you want to play all 18 or not. You could get through 9 maybe in an hour and a half.
Yeah. I saw a picture of Dibley swing, Steiny. Kind of nice. Hey, how about that? Before we get to the grits of the show, and I know it's a short segment, ask me what I did Saturday.
What'd you do Saturday, Goo?
Went with my family to see Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise was incredible. The movie was incredible. And we were in the 4RK where the seats are like a roller coaster. So you got to be in good shape. But Steiny was incredible. Yeah. Am I offended that the world's infatuated with this Barbie movie? It's out of control.
Are you?
The adults, they were in pink.
Well, it's not a cartoon.
But she was a Barbie doll. What are we?
You better be careful here.
Okay, you know what? Go ahead. Let's check. Thoughts and prayers to Bronny, man. Yeah, and the James family.
Well, I'll tell you what, Goo. You know what?
Barbie?
No, Goo.
It's incredible.
Okay, you know what? I can't
escape her.
Okay. I can't agree. We disagree so often that when we agree, I must acknowledge that you're on the money. You are on the money. Let me take you inside the Steinmetz family.
Please tell me.
My one daughter texts the whole family.
Oh boy!
Anybody see the Barbie movie? My one daughter said yes. It was unbelievable. Da 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 da. And I said, I don't understand. Barbie.
So you win.
Barbie broke all the records. Not all, for this year. Yeah. They outdid Oppenheimer.
Even close. Okay.
And maybe a woman can call in the next 7 minutes. Because this was dead.
It's not even about that.
I'm dead serious on this one. So I wrote this to my family. I don't understand how women are so into this movie when I thought many or most women thought Barbie was all about looks and superficiality, which was frowned upon.
You complete me, man.
Can a woman help me?
You can, and Halloween's there for the adults. Remember, old wise man Matt Steinmetz told me, Goo, just because you can do something don't mean you need to do it. I just was looking around. It's everywhere, though, Steiny.
I know. I know.
I walked in the theater like, did Mardi Gras pass? They're partying in before the dollar boy.
Now, I need to be, I am curious. I thought Barbie, in this day and age,
this is great,
had a bad reputation because her body was completely out of proportion with most women's bodies. It was all about how she looked and how she dressed, and the outside was always more important than the inside. That was the rap on Barbie. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah. I just want to. There it goes.
I don't understand why.
I'll wait for my daughter and we'll go see it. But
because my one daughter said she loved it, and she.
No, I don't doubt it's not a good. I didn't think it was going to take off like that. And it's grown men and women in pink, and there's only one pink for breast cancer.
You know what? That was a laugh that was heard in here, even though we're supposed to be in a soundproof booth.
Go ahead, Snotty.
Yeah.
Keep it moving.
Okay, keep it moving.
Oh, boy.
Somebody's got a question for you. Fox in Oakland.
What's up, Fox?
Hey, Fox.
Gentlemen, how are you?
All right.
Dynamite.
Fantastic. Guru, real quick, just wanted to say, have fun with it out there on the golf course today, man. Don't be too nervous. I've been listening all afternoon and all morning. I heard what Philmo Mike said. He's going to talk what he's going to talk, but just have fun with it, man, this afternoon.
Okay. I've been hearing a lot more of that, but what other sport could you apply that to? Aren't you supposed to have your game face and your golf face? Like, just have fun with it.
If it's not your main sport, I would say no. If it's your main sport, like for you, I heard the whole story about basketball in Sacramento, and that was a whole bad outcome there with the bloody nose and all that. But if it's not your main sport, and golf obviously isn't, just have fun with it, man. Okay. You're going to be out there with your boys. It's all good.
Yeah, noted.
Okay.
You got the beverages for us, Daddy?
Nicole.
My God.
No chance. I'm not paying for a thing today.
No, I thought you have it in your our golf bag. You kind of sneak it in.
I don't do that.
Dude,
as far as you know. Nicole Diaz.
Hey.
Okay, the point of Barbie is actually the opposite. Barbie's point is that no matter how beautiful she is, she can be whatever she wants.
Wow.
Barbie is a doctor, a lawyer, an astronaut, etc. See, that's the kind of information
that's
I'm looking
deep.
for.
I'm in. I never knew that. I was with you.
But I will say this. Be honest. There used to be only one Barbie. And she was a little superficial.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Suzanne Summers.
I'm pretty sure they didn't make astronaut Barbie, et cetera, until the American Girl doll came out.
Well, interesting.
Now, the American Girl doll had themes.
I'm so glad I brought that up. And you had a whole text thread on it from the Steinmetz family.
And the other thing is, I'm not saying this. This is a problem. I can't. There's no harm in asking somebody to explain something that you don't understand.
That's my life.
All I'm trying to do.
No, I love it, and we just got the answer.
Well, we got a good answer.
I'm all over. I hope the boss ain't listening. Steiny, just real quick. If Jalen Brown, who I'm not mad at, got that much money, what is Tatum going to get?
I don't know.
Poor running backs. Can't get a breakfast burrito, but boy.
What are you talking about? Saquon Barkley might make $11 million this year.
We did.
He's got to hit 17 incentives, though. And the Giants have to win 16 regular season games.
Can't do it, man.
There was...
So seriously, Steiner, we'll be done like 6:37.
Do me a favor, Evan. Find out when sunset is tonight.
That's starting to get to me. Got the giant A's, man.
You ain't lying.
8:25.
8:25.
Oh boy, Evan.
We'll be there till 8:30.
And you looked at me.
That's like a 5-hour round, but it'll probably be a 5-hour round.
Cut it short.
Wow.
Like, I don't know. Who are we playing with? Joyce DeWitt?
Ryan DeWitt.
Ryan DeWitt.
Yeah. Had a Cowboy jersey on his Twitter profile.
I'll tell you what. Oh, God.
I got
Are you serious?
I just said, dude, I got a new best friend, man.
What do you mean by that?
That's great. Dude, Tom Cruise is special.
I don't like him.
Well,
and I like less action movies.
No, this is James Bond meets.
Nah,
dude, this is incredible, man.
Nah,
yeah,
no interest.
Mission Impossibles are awesome.
Dude, Evan,
it's no different than Indiana Jones, I'm sure.
No,
Indiana
that was
Jones,
and
the Magic Timepiece was the worst movie I've seen in over a decade.
Dial of Destiny.
Oh, we got money.
No, good to say it.
Pierce Evans, $5. Just want to give a shout out to the Bay Area partners and the people who do the radio broadcast. You do an awesome job.
Panthers.
You want to reread that?
Yeah, that's for Evan.
Just want to give a shout out to the Bay Area. Oh, Bay Area Panthers.
Yeah.
Why don't you read it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, no. If you want to come and see the Bay Area Panthers, the semifinals of the Indoor Football League are this weekend on Saturday at 6:05 at SAP Center. The Bay Area Panthers are taking on the Northern Arizona Wranglers, defending IFL champions, to see who goes to Las Vegas for the IFL National Championship.
Evan, you guys did a great job, you and Grandy. Did you know that Trey Lance was in the building?
We did. In fact, both and Brandon Ayuk were in the building.
I love stuff
and
like that.
Trey Lance was an honorary captain. He was a part of the coin flip.
I mean, that's like protocol. The second-string quarterback on the nearest NFL team has to be. What?
Who writes for you, dude? That's some protocol.
Gotta go.
Yeah.
I guess we do have to go, and you know what? We're going to hit breaks now because we'll be right back.
This is Protection. Yep, Protection. The everyday skin protection ritual that protects your skin from mosquitoes. Prevention is the best protection. Off, the #1 dermatologist recommended repellent brand, SC Johnson. Thanks.
Bay Area Ford dealer.
Because I go by what Jack Nicklaus said. They said, Jack, how come you use a T? He says, because I play for money.
I'm mad at
Just
him.
makes it easier.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, one of his greatest films.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, changeover time, and Willard and Dibbs are in the house, fresh off their round
Look
at the
him.
Berkeley Country Club. Dibbs, I have their
Hold on,
scorecard.
Dibbs is tan. You are fire right now.
It's a beautiful day out
Dude,
there.
look at my
It's
boy.
a beautiful day.
You can keep it forever.
I'm trying to catch up, Goo.
As I look at this scorecard, one thing comes to mind.
Yeah.
Willard's a problem.
Oh, he's legit.
86 from the Blues.
What do you mean I'm a problem?
86 from the Blues.
But
That's
it should
yours.
have been.
You're in your bag.
If you're actually trying to compete, which just go have a good time this afternoon. But
No doubt.
I left
86?
you. I left you about 4 or 5 strokes on the
Dude,
table.
a lot of meat
Just
left
lay
on the
out here
bone.
for a second,
God.
Willard. So
Lay
he's pretty good.
All right, I will.
He's pretty
good.
good. So we play the back nine first. So we get all the way around. We wrap around the 7th hole, which is a drivable par 4. And I tell him, go ahead, bring out the big stick, because he can hit the ball a good distance. So he hits it, and he's about 5 to 10 yards short of the green.
Okay.
Now you're thinking about, chip and putt, and I'm going to make a birdie here.
Par worst. Yeah. Par
Little
worst.
does he know that the pin, and you'll see on number 7,
Oh, my gosh.
the pin is set atop of a 4-pronged, multi-tiered, you have no chance at all of getting close.
It's a clown show. It's a complete and I don't mean that.
It's a blank show.
He
says
it's
clown.
a mini golf course. Like if it ends up.
But somebody's conquered it before, though, right?
Oh, sure. Somebody.
Pros.
I mean,
Scratch.
but if you've played, like you and I have played
Right.
Carica 89 times, we've played Metro 100 times. We know like where the trouble lies.
sure.
So Mark hits his second shot, and it's okay. I got 15 feet for birdie, and he doesn't realize that if he hits his birdie putt 2 feet too far. Hello, friends. Now it goes down the hill,
man.
and now you've got 60 feet coming back up for par. So he hits his birdie putt, and he goes, oh, get down.
Back over the other side or not far?
All
not
the way
hard
down the
enough?
valley.
All the way down.
Oh,
And
no,
then
Willard.
now his par putt, he hits his par putt, and it's
60-foot par putt.
That's
That if-
miniature
that if-
golf.
That if you hit it 59
Totally
feet, you get to do it again.
Yeah.
You get to do it again. Yeah.
So Mark's 84, or maybe his 82, turned into an 86 because.
So you both went over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm living by those
I
numbers,
was
Dibbs. I
over.
appreciate that.
And I would
Some
love
didn't
to.
like it. I loved it.
I would love to adjust your number because, man, it's tough out there.
So I might be looking at 200.
What I
No,
got
no,
to
no, no.
Here's what I got to admit.
Buck
What
30.
I got to admit is that this young man right here, this pumpkin that is sitting right
Thank
next
you.
to me, he got to me because for whatever why is the 84 in my head
And a half.
with 3 holes to go?
I told
It's just it's a random number that this boy put
Yeah,
on
no
Twitter.
doubt,
Not random.
no
And
doubt.
I got 3 holes to go, and I'm like, I want that 84 so damn bad.
That's all I'm playing for.
And I was just like, why? Why is that different than an 85 or an 83? All because Dibbs tweeted on Saturday.
Hello, friends.
So
I got a couple side texts about the number.
God.
I loved it. Steiny's like, "Goo, just have
So
fun." I'm like, "No, I gotta be 109."
Yeah, good
It
luck.
wasn't even just that hole. It's an easy par 5 on number 8.
It's a
And I
layup,
flubbed
Steiny.
the hell out of that and ended up with a bogey. But anyway, so we end up on the last hole, and I've got like 30 feet for birdie, and it's like, it's for an 84.
You going step
And
on
I'm
us?
like that. I sent that thing so far by the pin because I'm like, I'm not leaving it. No, I'm not leaving it short. I'm like, I'm giving it a shot.
Right.
I'm giving it a shot.
Will.
And so, yeah, we ended up with
How about the
86.
listener? Did you have a good listener?
Oh.
We had our listener on a scale of 1 to 10
we won
was
the
probably a
lottery.
37.
Oh, for real.
Dude, for real.
No
Guru,
joke.
I've played golf with probably
It's amazing.
70 to 80 different listeners, and between 69 and 70 of them have been either stalkerish, terrible golfers, or like annoying or drunk or both.
Okay.
This guy was like subtle, a good golfer, a fast player,
The fastest player I've ever played with in my life.
and the nicest
Like,
guy
just-
ever.
Yeah. Sean and his brother
And Alan, yeah.
Wow.
who
Yeah.
flew
Brothers.
up for the day from San Diego.
Yeah. Now that, come on, man.
No joke.
Dude.
This hat that I'm
Don't
wearing.
tell us this
hat that I'm wearing is honoring them because he brought this hat to us from his home course
you know
at
that
Moffett
course.
Field.
No,
Look at
Moffett,
this hat. That's his home course. They brought us golf balls, hats.
Dude,
they were the nicest dudes ever. We could not have had. We could not have had a better day.
Did they know they were playing with you guys specifically?
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
You need to get on the horn with
Ryan
this DeWitt guy.
Yeah, we're playing with him as a guest.
You better come with some
tough act to follow.
You better come with some swag.
I'm embarrassed, Steiner. You can tell the guys what I asked you, like with the. I was being serious.
I think they might have heard it.
Oh,
so between the break, Guru said, "So it's 3:30. 3:30 is our tea time." Guru goes, "So what time do you think we'll get out of there? About 5:15."
Hey, Willard, I was so for real.
Dude, it's you against
Giants
the sun.
A's on line one.
You're adorable.
You're racing the sun tonight.
That's what he said. Evan Winners.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Bring dinner.
I said,
there it is.
what time sunset? He looked it up. It's 8:25 tonight.
You're going to be fine.
Okay.
And
you're
I
fine.
do want to shout out the good people, Dave in particular.
Dave was great. And I want to shout out Bill on the third hole.
Thank you.
What did Bill do?
Hello, Bill. Well,
fourth hole.
Fourth hole. Sorry.
Yeah.
You'll see.
Okay.
You'll see. You'll meet Bill.
I heard you
So I'm
guys
not
say
gonna
real
win.
quick that you played the back nine first.
Yes.
I didn't get that, and why?
It just depends on like the course, and I think because at Berkeley Country Club on days like this, the front nine is inland, and so the fog is worse.
Oh, okay.
I actually can tell you the reason. The whole course, because Dave told me before you got
This
there.
is great.
Yeah. So back nine first because sometimes their members like to just play 9 holes.
Love it.
And they like to give them a different look.
I love it.
So today those members are playing the back nine instead of the front.
I thought it might have been fog related because we got out there and it was super foggy,
Really?
and by the time we teed off on 10,
That's right. You were the early group.
and Willard make a birdie on 10. This game
Look
is
at
so
it.
easy. This
Wow.
guy. Dude,
I think it's clear I can't play with Willard.
Why?
You can.
What
but
would make him say
I
that?
mean,
Like, if
it's
you-
all love.
if you
It's all
take-
good.
think about this,
I
Steiny.
love playing with Willard.
And
what he
think
was.
about like the percentage of you that hates Mark Willard,
Which is
And-
80, which is 86.
No, it's
86.
14.
Okay.
Okay, whatever that percentage is, my percentage today is at least twice as high.
Wow.
I made a birdie, and then we get to the par 3 second hole,
Oh,
our
gosh.
11th hole, and this guy hits it to like, I mean,
I almost made a hole in one.
like.
It was.
You're talking 5 inches.
I almost made a hole
And
in
he,
one.
I spun it back and get
look
in,
at him.
get in.
So,
Dude, the amount of hatred I have for this man.
this won't mean anything to anybody in the Bay Area except you or me.
Let's do it.
Can you compare him to a player that I know that we play with?
He's probably
Is he as good as
closer-
Alex Steele?
I was gonna say like Dell. He's like Dell and Alex.
Dell's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think Alex is a little better than Dell.
He's like Alex, where he hits it big and like he has no weakness. Although
Wow.
the one
Yeah.
weakness he has,
Heckling?
his putter.
Yeah. No, those greens were hard.
They
Those
weren't
were
that hard. You made them harder.
Shout out Colin Green.
They were
You
fast.
made them harder.
They were fast.
You had multiple 3 and 4 putts.
I did not have multiple 4 putts.
On 18,
Look at
it was a
Dibs.
gutsy 3 putt. You had like
It was.
17 feet for your 3 putt.
And then jarred it.
Yeah, you
Okay.
needed to. You were already
right.
talking about, oh, God.
You know what? Honestly,
it's going to be 4 putt.
I'm hoping.
Look at Will.
He's got game.
I'm hoping somebody from the course is kind of with us. Because
Dave
seriously,
will hang with you,
just do not sweat it.
No.
At all.
Don't have
Dude.
Like
any
the game
expectations.
face is what I like. I had problems
Hey.
sleeping. Like I'm ready, and they're
No.
telling me have fun. I'm like,
Have
what?
fun, bro. Your
What are
game
you-
face is your life face, which is why we all love you, because just go out there and swing. And if you hit one that goes 3 inches, today I had multiple ground balls. I had a couple that were
Okay.
skanky left. and
I'm going to put it
skanky
right on the
right.
table before I get out of here. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Go to echopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. Willard, my first kiss, your boy was a bad kisser. But how did I not know until somebody told me what it was? I got to go fight this bear that is golf to know how bad I really am.
Well, but how many times have you played golf in your life?
This will be the first.
Okay, my God.
my God.
So here, let me break the news to you. You're terrible at it. You don't like that's the way it works. No, but that's how it works.
I got it.
If you've never
nothing changing today about that.
If you've only hit at a range, playing at a course is a completely new animal. So just have a smile.
Okay.
They'll bring you a drink. Right? And
Okay.
It's tiny.
Go like take whatever the good is.
Okay.
And then whatever the bad is.
We call them the forwards. Or no, the Ratcliffe.
Yeah, exactly. Is it the Radcliffe?
Well, you know what's funny is when you said you played the blue, I was thinking
Heather.
But when you played the blue, I thought that was going to be 65. That's a lot. But it's
only
61.
61. It's 61 or 62.
Yeah. But the
no,
course,
right? Like you can't be good the first time you play golf.
they just
not
had
possible.
an
I wanted to be
amateur
better,
event
but you're
there.
right. You're not.
Nobody is.
So the
Pros-
course is not set up quite like Old Greenwood,
Right.
but the course is set up for good players. So play the
hope
play
DeWitt
the
stinks.
Heather or play the Willow or whatever it is.
Who had the
just go have a great day.
Who had
Like,
the the stuff in the bag that I always hear Steiny about, the little stuff.
Difference is they had to come to work.
Oh,
We're now
I'm
done
thinking
work.
my boy got
And
out.
You know what's funny though?
We were told that look.
Oh,
he's going to be out.
Yeah, but you know what?
That guy and alcohol.
Well, it got in my head for about 12 holes. I'm like, yeah, we have a show.
Look.
We have a show. But then I was like, wait a minute.
I
No,
was
the
day
rule is that we can't do it during the show.
Thank you.
I go, if I wanted to wake up every morning and
we
make
got
myself
that speech more than
a
anybody,
screwdriver or a Bloody Mary before, I'm allowed to do that.
No doubt about
So
it.
then, let's go, Dave. Bring the alcohol. So we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other thing
Only had
here's
one.
Here's the thing.
Ish.
But you know what?
Whatever.
No, but that's what kind of bothers me. He discourages moderation even. Like he doesn't even want you to have one.
That's
It's a bad luck. It could be a bad luck. It could be a bad luck.
But it was during the show. That was the blonde
You kept it on the down.
It didn't occur to me until 12
Nobody
holes
has
in.
to
I'm like,
know.
oh, wait, we can have a drink.
Yeah.
I'm not at work yet.
All right, you're listening. You're listening to
Wish us
95.7 The Game,
luck, baby.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. We got to get over there.
Let's go,
Let's
baby.
see how the traffic is.
Brock Purdy, week 1, huh?
Yeah.
How about it? No pup list? It's not even August
That's
yet.
incredible.
Guru shedding thug tears for Trey Lance.
Oh, yeah. Hey, the raw deal for the man.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we're going to make a promise right now, which is that we will not make the entire show any sort of an inside joke. But yeah, we're having a great day. We're having a great day. That was top shelf. Thank you, Berkeley Country Club.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean and Alan. Thank you, Dave. Thank you to Bill on the fourth hole. Thank you to who had the band. He had the Willard and Dibs banner out again for the second year in a row.
Sure.
Thank you to everyone at Berkeley Country Club for the hospitality. And thank you, Dibs. Thank you for being my cart mate today.
It was fun.
It was a great day.
And thank you for always driving into the rough to find my ball when you were, I'm in the fairway again. Who knew? Who could have seen that coming? You're a good cart mate.
I hit the ball okay today.
I normally will drive the golf cart when I am, in a golf cart pairing because I want to make sure that my ball gets focused on, but you're a very good driver. You're always aware of where I am. Even though you are 250 down the middle and I'm not, you always will be like, hey, you're over here on the right.
We're in no hurry. We're in no hurry. We can go do whatever. I'm like, I don't want to leave. We're not. And it's great, right? We mentioned, it's good to be a fast player, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm loving it out here.
Yeah.
We're not in a hurry. And then we hop in the car and we're hightailing it across another bridge to get to 95.7 The Game to talk to all of you fine folks. And it wasn't until then that we went, apparently Brock Purdy's just fine.
He's just fine.
There's no pup list even. This whole thing has gone about as well as it could have gone. And in that moment, not that I've never felt this before, I think we all have, but in that moment, it sort of dawned on me, good Lord, This has really just gone so unfortunately for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, this is just, there's nothing is his fault. And what sort of hit me in a different way is if Brock Purdy is just unquestionably healthy and unquestionably starting, I never really thought about it this way, even though we've had a lot of talk about the race to be QB2. But if you're the 49ers and the presumption is that Trey Lance is going to be your starter because you move heaven and earth to get him, and he's the number 3 overall pick, and he's only had 4 starts, and we all know the story of how they ended up with Brock Purdy. But not only have the 49ers not said, hey, politics will make you number 1. They have not said that, and they deserve credit. They didn't even say, hey, politics will make you number 2.
Right.
That's what's crazy. Brock, it appears, is going to be fine. And we don't even know if the politics of drafting Trey Lance will even allow him the backup job. This is just, it's unprecedented. This is totally, completely unprecedented.
Which tells me that they know more about Trey Lance than we think that they know, or that we believe in our own minds based on where he was drafted. If they aren't willing to give him the number 2 outright, if they're willing to bring in Sam Darnold as a competitive number 2 in advance, well, that tells me that they are a little bit uncertain about who Brock Purdy, or who Trey Lance is, rather, in terms of his ability to be number 2.
Not surprisingly, many of the questions today, as Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch spoke publicly, many of the questions were about the quarterback position. Here's what he had to say, and this is John Lynch, first and foremost, about Brock Purdy.
Brock's cleared and ready to go. He's been cleared. He's going to be without restrictions. Now, having said that, we're sticking and we're adhering to a plan that's been put in place for some time. He got after it the last couple of days. We upped his pitch count, so it was kind of the peak of the buildup, and so he'll take off day 1. And but we believe in that plan, so he's cleared without restriction. There will be some time off, due to pitch count and all that, sticking to the plan. But the great news is Brock has worked his tail off, and he's ready to go.
I mean, can we all be honest here for a second? Nobody thought this is what it was going to sound like in July.
Right.
We've all been questioning September, maybe
late August. Yeah.
Did you think you'd hear that before we got to August 1st? They're like,
No.
oh, he's cleared, ready to go.
It's about
All
pitch
done.
count. It's pitch
What?
count, yeah. Which means, the season starts in, 7.5 weeks, and so he'll be fine. The pitch count can get ramped up, and he'll be good to go.
This is your sweet spot. We got all kinds of your boy Kyle Shanahan today.
I need it and stuff.
How many stuffs do we have? Let's find out. Shanahan on the goal for Brock Purdy.
I mean, I think the goal is a couple weeks from now. I haven't looked that far past. We won't change that till that happens, and as long as it keeps staying on the course, then I'll eventually go all the days. But.
Okay, that's none. There's no stuffs in there.
Yeah,
but that's the goal.
He'll eventually go all the days.
Let's try another one. How about Purdy's velocity? Kyle Shanahan.
He looks like Brock, and that's when you talking to like quarterbacks who've had this and stuff before, like I'm talking to Steve Berline, and he had this, and it was so scary. But kind of what he told me is how it usually goes. It's a clean thing, even though it takes a while. But they always say like 6 to 9 months because it is clean, and if everything goes right and you do all your stuff. I just remember him telling me most likely it would be like that because it was for him. And just watching Brock go through it and watching all the steps and the milestones that he had to get to and watch him throw every day, it looked like that. So I always thought in my mind, just so I wouldn't be disappointed, it would take a few weeks in camp. But he always looked like he would be ready because you didn't see any setbacks. And just talking to other guys, that's how it ended up. And watching it on our own, I thought it would go that way. You don't really say that. You wait to hear it from Brock, and to get back and talk to him last week and just to hear how he felt just mentally and being able to see physically, he's ready to go.
You know what is standing out to me and because, again, we've been on the golf course. This is the first time for us hearing a lot of these comments from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. You know what stands out? They're talking about this Brock Purdy injury in the past tense.
Right.
They're talking about in the past tense.
He's gotten through it.
Yeah.
It's over. He's here. He's him.
What the hell's going on? This is wild. I mean, I can't wait, in fact, to talk to Doc Pandy, who's going to join us a little bit later, because Steve Young, just a couple of days ago, said after talking to the actual doctor who did the procedure on Brock Purdy, understand, yes, he could play week 1, but even if he does, he's not going to be 100%. And now I'm listening to Shanahan and Lynch and going, well, how could he not be 100% by week 1? Or what does that mean? Maybe like he's ready to go, but by the same token, there is some sort of a ramp up. Or as Doc always says, like even guys who come back from a torn ACL, they're not fully themselves.
Sure.
Sometimes for another full year after that. So I'm really fascinated to throw those questions at him after getting this information, because just listening to their tone, they sound unconcerned. They sound like this is done. It is a part of their past. They will manage his reentry, but Brock Purdy is going to be the quarterback throughout camp. I didn't even think that was possible.
Right. Throughout camp, other than every third day when he's going to step back, he won't throw more than 3 days in a row in the beginning of camp. And so when he's out there, he'll be with the first team offense. And the other part of it was when he's not out there, it'll be Lance and Darnold splitting reps with the first team. So we can get into that part of the comments, which tells me it's 2A and 2B. It's not QB1, QB2, QB3. It's a bit of a 2A and a 2B in terms of Darnold and Lance. But the fact that Brock Purdy is coming back with only a little bit of restriction in camp, knowing that he won't play 3 straight days. But you mentioned it, Mark, the fact that they're looking at this in terms of what he went through and what is already done. Although he did mention Jake Delhomme, which took him 6 to 9 months to get all the way back. So I wonder if, if there isn't still a little bit of concern in terms of, what might happen when Brock Purdy plays, or, what happens if he plays back-to-back days.
Here's what he said about exactly what you're talking about. First team reps and the plan to sort of get Brock back to action.
He will when he's out there. The throwing plan's a little different. We're never going to have him go 3 days in a row. And so, like, today he threw just with his schedule from the weekend and everything. So today he threw, so tomorrow he won't practice. So the other guys will do the same thing as OTAs. They'll both go with the ones. And then Brock will have practices 2 and 3 to go. Then he'll take the next one off. So keep going that way.
Okay, so 95.7 The Game, as you all know, is going to be out there live, Hilton, Santa Clara, both tomorrow and Thursday. We're going to go down and check out camp. Kyle's saying right there, we're not going to see Brock Purdy. We're going to see Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. And quite frankly, there's actually kind of some beauty in that.
Totally.
Because whether this is fair, whether it's not, whether it's annoying or not, this is what people are going to be watching, which is now the battle for QB2. And again, I'm struck in a way that even though it may sound obvious, we've had the conversation 100 times. I've been on the side of the fence, I think, as have you, that there is not the question that people think there is in terms of who the 49ers starting quarterback is. There was simply a question of health. The way they're talking now, that suggests there is no longer much of a question of health.
Right.
And now you start to wonder if the 49ers felt that way all along, if they really felt like things were looking great for Brock Purdy all along, why would they do what they did in bringing in someone to challenge Trey Lance to even be the 2?
Yeah.
It's wild, man. The whole thing is just, it's crazy, the lack of opportunity that he's getting. But it also speaks volumes.
Well, and opportunities earned, as we know. Like, opportunity in pro sports is never just given. You don't give Casey Schmidt at bats because, oh boy, we feel like we owe it to you. And Patrick Bailey is not the catcher now because you feel like you owe it to him to give him a shot. He's catching because he's been amazing. And that's the way that goes. And Trey Lance got an opportunity, and they saw what they saw, and they loved it, or they didn't love it. And so they brought in Sam Darnold to be a guy who can compete with him. And that's just the way that goes. And so that's why tomorrow, I think, is so fascinating on day one of camp, because Brock Purdy won't throw tomorrow. Kyle just said that in the soundbite you played. So it comes down to the ones will be split between Trey and Sam, and we'll all get a chance to see for the first time direct competition.
Okay, so 1-2 punch from Kyle Shanahan on that, which is first talking about how he plans to handle those two guys.
Most likely, we're going to go through that this afternoon as the coaches. So that is most likely what we're going to do, but hope you guys allow me to change my mind if we do it differently. But we'll make sure it's even for them, whether we split it up that one day or we give one practice and the guy the next one that Brock's not there.
Okay, so they're going to evenly split it unless they don't.
Right. And give him the latitude to do that, which absolutely we will.
Okay, so that was, by the way, that's Kyle right there being like, everybody calm down.
Back up.
If Darnold, don't go freak out if Darnold is the one day. And I'd like to tell Kyle this, too bad. That ain't how life works anymore.
But I wonder in terms of what you're talking about, and you're absolutely right, like for tomorrow, if that's going to be the plan, like one guy maybe gets more reps on the first day, you got to give Trey Lance more of that first day rep. Dude. Otherwise, all of us chuckleheads on the radio and all of the people on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and Facebook and X and Threads and whatever else we're doing these days, everyone else is going to go crazy saying, oh my God, Sam Darnold got 75% of the reps.
There's nothing that you could do about that. And I think Kyle...
Well, you can give Trey more reps on day one.
Not if you don't think it's the right thing to do. Like Kyle Shanahan is right. One of the things he does well is he's going to do what he does. He's going to do what he thinks is the right thing for the head coach of the 49ers to do. And if everybody wants to lose their damn bananas... We had this conversation yesterday. I have to imagine that somewhere with a cigar and a snifter, this guy sits around at night and probably turns on podcasts or social media, or quite frankly doesn't, and just laughs. We just spent the better part of 4 months, people even 2 days ago, now that Kyle has announced that it's an open competition, and here he is 36 hours later being like, Brock's cleared, he's our quarterback. Anything else? And stuff.
Nice.
I mean... So there's no changing that. Everyone is going to overreact to what we see at practice every day. And I will say again what I said a couple of weeks ago. This is going to be the most talked about, most sought after, most discussed, most focused on backup quarterback battle in the history of the NFL.
Right, and it should be, because if Trey Lance wins, then, why did you sign Sam Darnold other than as an emergency policy? And I get that, and you might need 3 quarterbacks. You tend to, as a Niner organization, you tend to need 3 quarterbacks. But if Trey Lance loses this battle, then what do you do with Trey Lance? Because you can't have him be QB3. So it's a good thing, and we talked about this yesterday. If your backup quarterback battle is the biggest talking point in your camp, you're a pretty good team.
You're awesome.
Yeah.
You're awesome. That's the other thing why Kyle's probably sitting back and laughing. Nobody's worried about the holes at offensive line.
Right.
No one's talking about Bosa's unsigned deal. Nobody's saying a dang word about any of it. They're just like, QB2? QB3? Should they trade him? Now, Shanahan did admit that rotating the backup QBs in, out, 1s, 2s, 3s, there's a little bit of a challenge there.
There's more musical chairs with just one guy not always there. Going to take some days off. The fact that I was planning, because I was trying to be safe, that we'd have still a couple weeks before Brock came back. So the thought was always that we would just keep it going the same with Trey and I'm Sam. But I always was ready that this could happen. So the fact that this did happen is good. But, Brandon came on and did a really good job in OTAs. So that's, to me, what makes it a little bit harder, how to fit in a 4th guy. But he earned that. So that's what we're going to have to figure out as a staff with reps and everything. The 1s and 2s, pretty much, they get the same reps. So it's not a problem with the 1s and 2s. The 3s are the ones who don't get as much. I keep reminding Brock, who's might be stressed out, he's missing today or something. I keep reminding him all he got were 3 reps last year for like the first month. So he's going to have a lot more reps regardless of what happens this year. But that's now we got to figure out for the 2s, because Sudfeld got those mainly with the 2s last year. Now we're going to split those up with those guys, and I know that'll bleed into the 3s. But when it's said and done, hopefully it'll balance out. I know we're going to give them all an op, and that's also why those preseason games will probably be a little bit more for those guys too than they have been in the past.
This is radio. I wish y'all could see our faces.
Man,
Grandy, I'm looking at you. Dibs, I'm looking. I wish y'all
Thank God I'm not looking at Grandy.
Are your faces doing the same thing our faces are doing? This man just sat down and said, Brock Purdy's healthy. That's our starting quarterback. Now, as far as our 2 is concerned, we don't know. And hopefully you guys will let me play around with that a little bit because, that's going to change on a day-to-day basis. Oh, by the way, before you go, we think Brandon Allen is amazing.
Our 4.
He's earned time in this. Oh, my goodness.
But there's no time because normally you split the time between the 2s and the 3s don't get a lot of reps, as we saw last year with Brock Purdy. He was the 3 and he didn't get a lot of reps. But Brock, don't worry about that. You're getting all the reps you want because you're the 1. But Brandon Allen, he mentioned his QB4. Brandon Allen.
Who does that?
No one.
What other NFL camp is opening up this week? And people are like, excuse me, can we sit down? Cameras are going crazy. Coach. Who's your QB4? Most coaches be like, do we have one?
Right.
Is there even a 4th guy in the
There'd
building?
Be that shuffling of paper like, hold on, let me look. Where are my readers? I can't see this.
I don't want to say this.
Say it. Don't be a coward.
Is everybody else having the same reaction? They're moving on. They don't want this dude anymore.
Brandon Allen?
Yeah. What? I'm sorry. What other conclusion can we come to? What? Oh my gosh. I don't want to have this opinion, but I'm listening to this stuff for the first time. We're talking about what QB4 has earned.
Right.
We're talking about a battle for QB2. And
with a guy who's been here for about an hour and a half.
And a request from the coach on day 1, don't get mad at me or overread into it if I start moving things around at that position.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, our QB1 is a guy who's barely played at this level, whose arm separated from his body about 5 months ago. He's totally cleared, and he is him. That's day 1.
And my QB4, by the way, is somebody who I actually kind of like. And I'm going to mention him.
Right. How am I supposed to believe that you still have any thought whatsoever about a future for Trey Lance on this team? I'm just telling you what I hear.
Well, the door's open. And I hear what you hear.
Way.
But I hear what you hear, but I also hear what Kyle's talking about, which is, look, it's a QB2 battle between Sam and Trey, but don't sleep on Brandon Allen because I really like QB4. And you know what? I want to make sure I give him some reps because, and we saw this at mandatory minicamp when you and I were out there, Brandon Allen looked better than both those guys, in my opinion, in my humble novice opinion. It didn't look like he was a guy who couldn't compete. Your QB4 looked as good as your QB2 and your QB2 minus, whoever you want to put in those roles. Brandon Allen didn't look bad. So if you're Kyle Shanahan, you're looking at 3 guys for 2 spots, and it's wide open. It's wide open, I think.
Listen.
And that's what he's telling you.
Sure. There's obviously an openness for this to go a bunch of different ways. And nobody needs to tell this organization that people get hurt. And so it would be wonderful to have 8 quarterbacks. And we've already heard, these are source reports from the summer, that there wasn't much of a market for Trey Lance, which means their calls were made at least in one direction. But it didn't happen. Could it happen in August? Could other injuries happen? Could Trey Lance have an awesome preseason performance that gets other teams excited? Sure. This could definitely still go a bunch of ways. That's not what I'm talking about. I think the openness, the invitation for Trey Lance to be a part of this picture, that will always remain. But is there a plan? Is there a plan in any way, shape, or form that includes Trey Lance, like on purpose? It sure doesn't sound like it to me.
Well, there is a plan. And the plan is he comes in and shows great stuff, and he shows that, he's improved and he's really better than the quarterback that they thought that he was when they last saw him. That's absolutely the plan. Or one of the other two guys gets hurt. And it's possible.
Here's what Shanny said about Trey, specific to Trey. Okay, so first off, apparently they were in contact a lot over the summer.
Trey and I will FaceTime here and there over 40 days away, and Trey's in a great spot. He's pumped to be back, feeling as good as he has, and he had a great OTAs, and really excited to get started for this.
I think Shanahan's just pumped to have a quarterback who takes his calls. So there's
Right,
that.
nice.
We got that. How different does Trey look than last year?
He looks healthier. I think his feet look better. I think sometimes I'm not taking away anything from Jeff, but Trey has put all the work in, and it's awesome that he had a guy that he can do that stuff with, but that's exactly what Brock did. That's what Sam Darnold does. I've never had a quarterback who doesn't do that. They all do that. It's like golf pros. They go to work on things with their swing and stuff like that, and I think the most important time is after the season in that March, April before OTAs, and then it's always extremely important when the 40 days away. Trey's done that the last few years. He just went with a different guy this year.
Okay, Jeff Christensen is who he's talking about, the head-to-head work with a quarterback, and so Trey Lance, again, what are we getting out of this, which is, I think, the stuff that we've already known about Trey. Trey's head is screwed on completely straight.
Right.
He's an awesome dude. He's
Putting in work.
Not going to take any shortcuts.
Yep.
He's going to do every single thing that an organization, a teammate asks him to do. And so all of that is great. I know what people want Shanahan to say there, and I don't know that he can, because you don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. But you're looking for a word different than how does he look? Healthier. How about better? Like, that's what you'd love for him to say.
Sure.
He's doing a bunch of things better than he did before. And
When he went on to detail the things that he has improved upon, his footwork would be one of them. He's healthier. His footwork is better. But ultimately, the thing that Trey Lance needs to be better at, it's playing quarterback in real games. And Kyle Shanahan either believes that he can be or he believes that he can't be. But at this point, you can't throw shade on Trey Lance, hoping that maybe you'll trade him.
I don't know why I feel some version of stunned right now. I don't know why I feel that way.
You shouldn't be.
I didn't think Brock was going to be cleared on day one.
That's surprising.
Like, what?
But the other piece
after this whole summer, that's how it ends? We just show up, we're like, okay, we're ready to go.
Well, and he's cleared, but he can't play every day, and they're going to baby him, and they're going to pitch count him.
Sure.
They're going to pitch count him.
Sure.
The part to me that is even more stunning is the fact that he's like, yeah, Sam and Trey are going to split the twos. I mean, we knew that when they signed Sam to come in and be a backup, but the fact that Sam and Trey are competing for the second spot feels to me more like Trey Lance is the underdog in getting the QB2 job.
I don't think there's any question. I don't think
that to me is more stunning than the fact that Brock is healthy.
Well, for me, it's not, only because I question from the beginning how you would get Sam unless they told Sam, we think you're probably going to be the two.
Yeah.
I'm not going to promise you anything, but I still go back to why Sam, on day one of free agency, takes this gig if he doesn't think he's going to be the two. I don't know why he would do that. I know that, yes, being in the Shanahan system is attractive.
Sure.
I know he needs to have his game rehabilitated in many respects. But I got to think that there were other offers out there that would get him closer to the QB1, or at least a guaranteed QB2.
Yeah, I guess, but at the same time, you look at the Trubisky model and you think, if I go somewhere that wins, I have a chance to rehab my image and then maybe go out and get a free agent gig.
Sponsored by Cars.com. So glad to be with you today. Twitch, YouTube, appreciate you. Comcast Business Text Line, 888-957-9570. Give us a call. Your reaction. What is Kyle Shanahan saying with all of this about the quarterbacks? We'll get into that next. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. For those of you, I don't want to act like all of you have been hanging all day waiting to find out how we did on the golf course. I am not that narcissistic.
I got the scorecard right here. I'm about to post my score.
But a handful.
78.
A handful. Oh, you're only going to do 13 holes?
That's about right, actually.
There are a handful of you on YouTube who are asked. If you want to go to the social channels, actually, this is who we didn't thank. I want to thank Lucas and Whitley.
Yeah.
And the 95.7 The Game team that was out there with phones and cameras. And so there's pictures, there's videos. If you want to go to the 95.7 The Game's Instagram feed and Twitter feed, you can see a good portion of everything that we did out there this morning. And I know Bonte and Joe are out there now, and Steiny and Goo are on their way. So there's much, much more to come on our social channels.
Yeah.
But it's a whole lot of fun, including my new story on social media, which is called We're Here to Hit Bombs. That's going to be my new album. I'm dropping it next Tuesday. We're in the lab putting the finishing touches on it right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, the bombs that you hit did not translate into late round success that would have gotten you under the number, because I set over-unders for everybody, and the Bonte and Guru ones
they're fake.
They're comical. They've never played a round of golf in their life.
Right.
And, and Shasky is a little bit better than me, not quite as good as you. And Steiny's a little bit better than me and not quite as good as Joe. So I was just trying to playfully put over-unders out there, but I went over.
Wow.
And sadly, you went over.
You got to me.
Man.
That's what
I got to you.
Well, no, my
I
point.
didn't say a word to you.
No, you didn't say. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming me. Why is a Saturday night tweet in my head with 3 holes to go? I probably would have been happy with my score today if I hadn't read your tweet.
86 for
I'd
Mark.
have been fine.
The over-under was 84.5.
Yeah, it's not a great round, but it's for how much I play. I was glad to go out there, and I played like me. You know what I mean? I just didn't want it to be all rusty. It felt good. We had a couple things go sideways there at the end, but that's golf. It's all good. The sun is shining. Our partners were awesome.
Sure.
The course is beautiful. I would have loved today, except for you and your stupid tweet.
Well,
that's the only thing that I'm bummed about. And I'm now I'm bummed that I'm bummed.
You should be bummed about what took place on the 7th hole, our 16th hole. And that had nothing to do with my over-under.
That was just,
you 4-putted.
Yeah, because...
And you were lucky to 4-putt.
Exactly. I was thrilled by the end of it. I'm that's a pretty good 4-putt. The thing...
Tough pin.
Yeah, a little bit. You think?
Yeah.
I was wondering when he got up, why is this par 4 only 230 yards? Oh, figured it out.
I get it.
The green's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, especially that pin.
All good. Dude, we had so much fun.
So much fun.
Let's go to El Fanatico. I'm going to imagine this is Rodeo. Is this? Yeah, it says Rodeo. But anyway, El Fanatico, it's fine. Lucas can have typos. He's been following us around all day. Hey, Fanatico, what are you doing?
I'm just headed out to Lucky's right now to get something for dinner.
Perfect. Taco Tuesday at my house.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking myself there.
I'll tell you what, we'll send you the address off the air, but go right ahead, man. What's cooking?
I'm just going to chime in with this Kyle Shanahan. He drives me freaking cuckoo sometimes, with this whole, I just wish he'd make up his mind and pick a quarterback. This guy, I'm 55 years old, and this guy, he thinks he's playing a video game, and it just drives me nuts with this quarterback situation. I wish he'd just pick one, and he's already setting himself up saying, well, just don't get mad at me when I do this and that. What the hell is it? What does that mean?
Well, can I ask you, though, like didn't he pick one? He has picked one. We're asking him to pick 2, right?
Well, kind of, yes, but he's not really giving the kid a vote of confidence either. He's my guy. I'm going to stand behind him 100%. He's still kind of leaving the back door kind of a little open. You know what I mean?
Well, what if we asked it to you this way, Fanatico? And this is going to sound harsh, but what if Kyle Shanahan truly is just out on Trey? Then what would you like him to do? Because that couldn't I argue if that's the case? And when I say out, again, that's harsh. But if he's not digging what Trey is doing and he doesn't have confidence in him, couldn't I argue that saying he is battling for the 2 with Sam Darnold, who we got on day 1 of free agency, couldn't I argue that that is kind of backing him, giving him something that he may not actually feel like he's earned?
Well, yeah, I kind of see that, but sometimes Kyle strikes me the kind of guy that he would, if something happens to Trey, he'd be like, and Donald comes in and becomes the number 2. He always, to me, he always gives himself a back door, and I totally agree with what you're saying, but to me, he always gives himself an out every freaking time. He always gives himself an out on each situation with the quarterback.
Interesting. El Fanatico, thank you, and enjoy dinner. I don't know. What's a coach to do in this situation?
Well, he has 2 choices.
What would you have him do?
I would have him do exactly what he's doing, which is pump up everyone, and then when you get to a point where you have to make a decision, make a decision. And he's either going to keep Brandon and Sam and say, well, Trey, you've been traded, or he'll keep Trey and Sam and hope that Brandon Allen can pass through waivers and go on the practice squad, which he won't do, or one of them gets hurt and he doesn't have to worry about any of it. But what's he supposed to do now in July to keep the value of Trey Lance while also keeping his integrity?
We always say that it's like it's lying season. Coaches are liars. I don't think Kyle Shanahan's a liar. I think that he tells the truth that he can tell, which is not the whole truth. I mean, obviously, nobody tells.
What did he say there that is on the record in terms of like something that you can come back and say, well, see, you lied to us, Kyle? There's nothing.
Well,
it was all nebulous and hyperbole and conjecture.
Sure. It's fuzzy. Like you keep your options open. Why would you not do that? You know what I mean? Like, this is not a relationship. You don't have to define it to the other person. And I believe, as we actually spent a lot of time on our show yesterday, the 49ers and everyone around them, not named Shanahan, have tried every way they can think of to tell people all summer long that Brock Purdy's the starter.
Exactly.
And nobody listened. Everybody was just like, oh my gosh, it's an open competition because Kyle wouldn't name his starter. Well, yeah, because Brock Purdy had surgery. Now they arrive at camp and listen to how definitive this actually is.
Brock's cleared and ready to go. He's been cleared. He's going to be without restrictions. Now, having said that, we're sticking and we're adhering to a plan that's been put in place for some time. He got after it the last couple of days. We upped his pitch count, so it was kind of the peak of the buildup, and so he'll take off day 1. But we believe in that plan, so he's cleared without restriction. There will be some time off, due to pitch count and all that. Sticking to the plan. But the great news is Brock has worked his tail off, and he's ready to go.
All right, so John gives him full clearance, and then Kyle said this about first-team reps.
He will when he's out there. The throwing plan's a little different. We're never going to have him go 3 days in a row. And so, like, today he threw just with his schedule from the weekend and everything. So today he threw, so tomorrow he won't practice. So the other guys will do the same thing as OTAs. They'll both go with the 1s. And then Brock will have practices 2 and 3 to go. Then he'll take the next one off. So
if anybody's waiting for something definitive, listen to even the words that he uses when he says that. Now, he was asked, what is the plan in terms of reps for Brock Purdy? And then he goes on 30 seconds talking about he and him. This is what he is going to do when he's out there. And then the other guys.
Right.
The other guys.
Exactly.
That's what Trey is now. He's just one of the other guys.
Well, that's always what it is when you talk about quarterbacks in the NFL. There's the starter, and then there are the other guys. Normally there's a backup, but usually the backup, if he's not just one of the other guys, then you've got a quarterback competition. And that's where you look at some situations. We talked about Tampa before, and maybe Indy, maybe Pittsburgh, but probably not. The more you look at other situations, if you're not one of the other guys, then you've got a quarterback competition, and that's the nature of the NFL.
It's just tough, man. It's tough because, again, as we work through all of these comments, My question is not what is the plan for Trey? It's is there one at all? Is there a plan for Trey? Because when you put that kind of resource into a player, there is usually a plan. I mean, a runway.
Right.
All
with a capital
of these things.
P.
I mean, come on. This is a multi-million dollar investment by a multi-billion dollar corporation. And we've reached a moment fairly quickly that feels like it's now just an afterthought. The secondary thought that I have, though, is this is set up to go down as the most epically unfair scenario a top 5 draft pick has ever encountered.
Unfair is
no one's fault.
Yeah,
no one's fault.
I don't like the term unfair.
Unlucky?
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Might work for me.
Okay, I'll meet you there.
Because, I mean, unfair, like, I look at James Wiseman, and can we say that was unfair in terms of his arc? Because
the injuries.
He played. Well,
This is James Wiseman.
Thank you. He played, and then he got hurt, and then he came back, and he got hurt. He missed a whole year, and they won a chip, and then he got a shot, and then they didn't play well, and then he sat, and then they traded him. So was that unfair, unlucky, unfortunate? Something else? Trey Lance, I think, is a little bit more unlucky in terms of the fact that he was given the job. You are our starting quarterback. You're the guy. And, we have Jimmy G just in case because no one wanted him, and so we kept him in a bargain as an insurance policy in case Trey wasn't good or if Trey got hurt. And, Trey got hurt after 5 quarters. All right, Jimmy G, we need you. And then Jimmy G got hurt. Trey, no, Trey, you're still hurt, so we can't. So to that extent, yes, that was unlucky. The fact that his injury was much like James Wiseman cost him a whole year.
And by the way, speaking of Jimmy G, what a fall from grace to go from Super Bowl quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers to Willard and Dibb's golf partner on a Tuesday.
That was crazy.
As it turns out. I'm sure some of this will end up on social, but we have mentioned our winning listener, Sean, and his younger brother, Alan, who flew up from San Diego to be with us. Alan is a Garoppolo doppelganger. He's a Garoppaganger. And so those will be on some of the pictures. It didn't even sort of occur to you and me until the second 9.
Until the end of the round.
I think it was Lucas who brought it up. He's like, have you ever gotten the Jimmy thing? And he's like, yeah, I've gotten the Jimmy thing. He even said his wife actually brought it up to him at the dinner table recently.
Saying
like,
that you look like some quarterback.
She's like, I saw this football player maybe on TV. You kind of look like him. Which is, that's a nice thing for somebody to say to a man.
It wasn't until the end of the round where either you said it or Luke.
Yeah,
I looked at him like, oh my God. Because I'm out there.
Alan Garoppolo.
I'm grinding bogeys all day. I'm not really looking at Alan. He had sunglasses on. And when I looked at him, he's got the brow. He's got the eyes. He's got the square jaw.
He does. He's got the, just the
little stubble.
Yeah, the 6 o'clock shadow.
Sure.
Oh, man. Yeah. That was him. He's him.
He is him.
Let's go to Tia in Texas. Hey, Tia, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hi, I was just calling in about the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
I know they said that, Purdy is healthy, but if he's cleared and healthy, why is he not practicing every day? If he's cleared by the doctors, he needs to be out there getting reps because he has not had any type of off season and just coming in, 2 days out of the practices they're going to have, you still don't know how many times he's going to throw. So I'm not understanding either he's cleared or he's not cleared. And then my second part, what you were saying about how Trey Lance is not getting really a fair shot, I don't think he is either. But at this point, if they don't trust or believe in him, then I don't understand why they just won't trade him, regardless of whatever they get back. Just trade him.
I think we can answer both of those questions. They are good ones. Tia, thanks. Here's what I'd say. The second question first. Why don't they just trade him? The reports have been out there that there is no market for him. And I know you said, well, no matter what they get for him. Well, what if that's nothing? I mean, literally nothing. What if nobody is offering anything?
Even like a conditional 7th.
Well, and actually, there is a line where I'd be like, well, why? What do you want that for?
Right.
A conditional 7th, I would rather, especially if you're the 49ers with their history.
Yeah, keep them.
Keep all the quarterbacks.
Exactly.
Or hope that something happens in the preseason that raises that value. So, and
which means injury to someone else.
Right. And then as far as your Brock comment, I would actually respond by saying it's not all or nothing. You're not going to say, oh, if he's cleared, then you're cleared. And you're out there every day. That's not how it works, especially this early.
In July, yeah.
There's no reason to push it that hard. It's kind of like a pitcher who comes off of injury. And then you go, okay, you're cleared to pitch. Well, you're pitching for us tomorrow night. Well, are you going 9 innings and 115 pitches?
Sure.
No. You're going to go 5 innings, and we're going to take you out after 75 pitches.
Yeah.
Because we would like to ease you back in to the physicality.
And that's
of all
what John Lynch said about a pitch count. He's on a pitch count, which means 2 days on, 1 day off, and it is July, and you don't have an actual real game for about a month and a half.
Wow.
So, yeah, why not just have him ease his way in? So it's never as simple as, okay, you're back. And think about it in terms of like the NBA. If Steph Curry misses a month or a month and a half due to whatever injury, you don't come back and play 36 minutes the first night. You probably play 20 minutes, then 24, then maybe 28 to 30. Then you play full on minutes.
Steph came off the bench.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, the 49ers are playing this right, number one. And number two, I'm still, I'm not there yet to where I'm not, my shock has not worn off. There was a little bit of a tip yesterday, an industry tip, if you will.
Just the tip.
For just a second, that looked like the 49ers were not even going to put Brock Purdy on the PUP list. That was enough of a surprise. Where I'm stunned is not just that he's not on the PUP list. Where I'm stunned is that they're like, yeah, we're good. So that injury was tough, but it's all over now. Whoa. So we have spent, and maybe some of you are hearing it this way, and I will fully sit on this grenade. To a degree, there is egg on the face of everyone who covers and follows the 49ers. Even though, right, some of us have been on the side. I was asked 3 months ago, what are you willing to bet that Brock Purdy's going to start week 1? And I was like, a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. I think he's starting week 1. But at no point did I sit here and think that people would sound like this on July, checks notes, 25th.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to sound like this. And if it was going to sound like this or there was any chance of it, what the hell have we been talking about for the last 4 months?
Right.
Quarterback open competition. What if he's not ready week 1? Trey this, Sam that. You got your quarterback. It's Brock Purdy. He's ready to go.
Barring a setback, which, Dr. Meister, give him all the credit for the surgery and the rehab from Brock Purdy, who put the work in to get as ready as he needed to get to where we sit here on July 25th and actual camp opens tomorrow. Today we show up and shake hands and do your physicals, but tomorrow we'll be out there between 10 and 12 with practice getting underway, and Brock Purdy won't be throwing, but all eyes on Trey Lance and Sam Darnold.
I'm glad he's not throwing. Hopefully he'll just be standing there. We'll go talk to him.
Yeah.
Hey, Brock, what's up? Willard and Tibbs, want to come on the show? Nathan, Calipatria. Hey, Nathan. You are on with Willard and Tibbs. What are you doing?
Guys, I'm actually got a little break from work. I just got calling to you guys.
Good for you.
And,
good for you.
So good for me. But here's my take on it. This is just my opinion. And overall, I would say obviously there's always good news when you get your quarterback getting healthy, and it's optimistic. But I will say this to you, and I believe this wholeheartedly: if Brock Purdy plays well, regardless of whether or not the 49ers win a Super Bowl, then Trey Lance's long-term future is not with the 49ers. And regardless of whether or not he performs well in practice or not, barring something setback, which we hope doesn't happen to Purdy, he's not really going to play. And everybody you cannot buy in and say that, hey, all these are my guys. At some point, you got to stick with one guy and just go with it. And the guy who you decide isn't your guy and isn't your franchise quarterback, then you do him. You got to do him a disservice if you keep him on your team.
Well, so, Nathan, I think you're spot on, but I think we might already be further along than you think that we are, or they are, is probably a better way to say it. In other words, you're like, if Brock Purdy ends up playing well this year, then you got to move on from Trey. I am not at all even a little bit convinced that Trey Lance is not getting traded next month. Listening to all this today, I am not even a little bit convinced that he's not getting traded next. The fact that Brandon Allen's name came up the way that it just did suggests to me that that is very much on the table. And the tradition in the NFL, go back to Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith. If you've got an accomplished quarterback and you decide he's not your guy, you get him out. You go get him to a spot where he can play. You do your guy a solid. You also get something nice in return. What did the Niners get for Alex Smith? Second rounder. And a conditional something else, too, right?
In the next year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay? Because he was an accomplished quarterback and somebody was willing to start him. The only difference between Alex Smith and Trey Lance is that Trey Lance hasn't actually shown it yet. He has been drafted as an accomplished quarterback, but he hasn't quite shown it yet. The good news for the 49ers is that he hasn't not shown it yet.
Right.
Right? So, therefore, you're still in this realm of the unknown. But the tradition would be that the Niners would almost be motivated to just kind of do Trey a solid and get him somewhere else if they like three other quarterbacks better than him.
Yes, and that's where, I mean, we have to wait for a month or so, and you have to wait to see what shakes out from other spots around the league. Because right now, if you look at every quarterback room around the league, the other 31 teams in the NFL, Trey Lance would not walk in and be anybody's one, and he'd be hard-pressed to be anybody's two.
Yeah.
Right now. Based on what we know about Trey Lance and what he's shown and how he's played. So you need something to happen to somebody's one or their two for that team to say, oh, boy, who could we get? Who's available? Trey Lance, and then the call gets made.
This is going to sound all kinds of rude, but I want to look at it coming up next. Like, are there situations around the league, are there teams who might call based on what's going on with their camp? We can dive into that a little bit next. We got some Giants A's stuff for you coming up here on the show. Doc Pandia an hour away on the Brock Purdy situation, and we will always continue to take your calls on what you think you're hearing from Shanahan and Lynch. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
All right, Team 95.7. It's time to...
Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's happening already. I knew it would. I'm not taking offense to it, but I get it. We've been doing this now for a number of months. I get it. So you would be disrespectful to Trey Lance.
Come on.
We are. We are.
Are we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, no.
Much like we were disrespectful to Jordan Poole. We were disrespectful to Jordan Poole.
It's a great point.
I don't know Jordan Poole. And, Jordan, the slander. And then the morning roast, the slander. No, the accuracy, the opinion, the fact. And then I said it back in, February, Mark, that I didn't think that Draymond and Jordan Poole could coexist on this team.
You did.
I didn't think that both would be on this team, and everybody hated on me for the statement.
Having a pool party.
Yeah, but we're not anymore. The pool's been drained, in fact, and now we're scrubbing the sides of it because the pool party's over. It's Adult Swim.
You know, I would get it if the basis, the background, the core of our opinion was our own eyeballs, and we were sitting here telling you, we've been to camp, we watch all the practices, and we're here to tell you that Trey Lance can't play. That, to me, is a very different opinion than anything that has ever been stated. At least, speaking for me, you could talk about Jordan Poole, you could talk about James Wiseman, you talk about Trey Lance. The core of the opinion is looking at what I think the team thinks. Okay? Kyle Shanahan was asked about how things are all getting split up. Just listen to this for a second. I want you to pretend you're Kyle's brain. This is your brain, and this is your brain on Kyle. Okay? Pretend you're Kyle's brain. Now, you arrive in Santa Clara, and here comes the assembled media. And the media gets word that Brock Purdy has been cleared to practice. And it's very clear that he's the one. All right, what are you doing with the rest of the guys? He said, well, the plan is going to be when Brock is not playing, the other two guys are going to split the ones, and I might switch that up every now and again, and don't get mad at me if I do. Okay? And then he was asked about the challenge of splitting up reps for other QBs, and listen to where his brain goes.
There's more musical chairs with just one guy not always there. Going to take some days off. The fact that I was planning, because I was trying to be safe, that we'd have still a couple weeks before Brock came back. So the thought was always that we would just keep it going the same with Trey and I'm Sam. But I always was ready that this could happen. So the fact that this did happen is good. But, Brandon came on and did a really good job in OTAs. So that's, to me, what makes it a little bit harder, how to fit in a fourth guy. But he earned that. So that's what we're going to have to figure out as a staff with reps and everything. The ones and twos, pretty much, they get the same reps. So it's not a problem with the ones and twos. The threes are the ones who don't get as much. I keep reminding Brock, who's might be stressed out, he's missing today or something. I keep reminding him all he got were 3 reps last year for like the first month. So he's going to have a lot more reps regardless of what happens this year. But that's now we got to figure out for the twos, because Sudfeld got those mainly with the twos last year. Now we're going to split those up with those guys, and I know that'll bleed into the threes, but when it's said and done, hopefully it'll balance out. I know we're going to give them all an op, and that's also why those preseason games will probably be a little bit more for those guys too than they have been in the past.
Yeah, I asked about splitting up reps for backup quarterbacks. It took him 21 seconds to start talking about Brandon Allen.
Right, and he talked about those guys, and he talked about splitting up reps, and he talked about how they're all going to get an opportunity, and how preseason games will mean that much more because you got 3 guys competing for 2 spots. You don't have 2 guys competing for 1 spot. The 1 spot is good. It's Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm. He's the one, and he had to remind Brock, don't worry about the reps. You got number 3 reps last year, which means you didn't get any rep for the first month, and everything worked out fine for you, son. You're the one. Don't worry about reps. You're going to be fine. It's the other guys that he has to worry about juggling reps with.
So that's what I've noticed is it appears that some of these people, Trey Lance is one of them, have lost their name. They are now the other guys.
The other guys,
or
yeah.
the twos.
Yeah.
The twos and the threes. Like, he's just in a bucket. He's in a bucket with other people. Now, You can call that disrespectful if you want.
Sure.
Go right ahead. I mean, this is what the 49ers are doing. Brock Purdy's their quarterback. A lot of you have taken months to even acknowledge that that is clearly the fact. And now we're sitting here we're in a very clear spot where the message today is we have our starter and he's healthy, and we don't even have any clue who our backup is. We're not even willing to say that Trey is that. In fact, we kind of got out of our way to go sign 2 other people to battle for that position.
Right.
If you would like to continue to say that this is a media-driven narrative, you are welcome to do that, but it's not. There's behavior going on here. It's been the same the whole time.
And that's the thing, and I like the way you put that off the top, although I would let my eyes tell me that from what I've seen, and it hasn't been a ton of practice time, but I haven't seen Trey Lance separate himself as the number 2, and obviously neither has Kyle Shanahan. Otherwise, he would be using different language to describe the backup quarterback situation. But all you have to do is let their actions be your guide. And they signed Sam Darnold immediately in free agency to add another veteran, quote unquote, to the quarterback room, even though you already had Trey Lance and you thought that Brock Purdy would be healthy. And, well, Brock Purdy's going to be healthy. He got cleared today. He's not on the PUP list. And so then you went out and you added another quarterback with experience, Brandon Allen. This is not last year where you had Trey Lance as QB1 and you added in Jimmy G because, well, you could and you wanted insurance and you had Brock Purdy, but you didn't really know. But you had Nate Sudfeld. And Kyle actually said that in the quote.
Sudsy got named as much.
Yes, Sudsy got named more than Trey Lance in that cut. Yeah. And Sudfeld was getting reps with the 2s last year. So last year, at this time, going into camp last year, it was Lance 1, Sudfeld 2, Purdy 3, Jimmy G was TBD. Think about that, Mark. Last year in July, at this point, Jimmy Garoppolo was in that purgatory. We didn't know what Jimmy G was going to be. And Trey Lance was the 1. And now you skip ahead 12 months. And now Brock Purdy's the 1. And the 2 is either Sam or Trey. And the 3 is either Sam or Trey or Brandon. And the 4 is either Sam or Trey or Brandon. And wow, what happened between then and now?
I think that is a great way to say what I'm hearing today.
In a year.
We have spent 4 months with people sort of, whether it was rational or not, they're batting around Brock or Trey or Brock. We are in a spot where it's not even just Sam or Trey. It's Sam or Trey or Brandon. Like we don't know if he's beaten anybody out.
Right.
So, Ryan in San Jose. Hey, Ryan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. How you doing? What's up?
Hey, it's great to be on. Needless to say, because of the ascension of Brock Purdy, a lot of people in the media, along with the fan base, it seems like they already want to just give up on Trey Lance and push him out of town. But the way I see it is this: we don't know if Brock Purdy is even going to be healthy for the long run. So why not just be optimistic about Trey Lance's progression in the meantime? And then, in time, if Brock Purdy, if he does turn out to be our long-awaited franchise quarterback, who we believe that could bring us to the promised land, then so be it. But why give up on somebody who you already gave up 3 first rounds and a 3rd round with a cherry on top, when you don't even know if Brock Purdy's going to be even stay healthy? Just the way I see it is, just let the natural way of things take its course.
See, Ryan, but I think that's what they're doing, and that's why I want to jump in right there. You say you don't know if Brock's going to be healthy. I don't know if any of them are going to be healthy. It's football. But we are out of, what I hear today is we are now out of the, I don't know if Brock's going to be ready by week 1 thing. We're totally out of that. He's practically ready now, and it's not even August yet. So he's as healthy as essentially any of the other guys are. So if you're going to question his health, we can question all of their health. And you then said at the end, why not let things take their natural course? This is what's hard for people. I think that 49ers are. I think they are. They're letting things take their natural course. And they are naturally being taken to a spot where they are continually signing quarterbacks to hedge against Trey Lance because they don't feel like he is naturally stepping forward in practice. To me, that looks, am I wrong? That looks very clear to me.
I think the evidence is crystal clear in terms of what they've done. Forget what they say, because they're always going to say, hey, Trey looks good and Sam looks great and everybody looks great. It's July, but their actions tell you how they feel about all their quarterbacks.
Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and we'll keep going with the 49ers. Coming up next, there was actually a sound clip about Nick Bosa and a contract. Want to hear it? We'll have that for you next. We'll keep taking your calls at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Coach Kyle Shanahan said he does not expect 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa to step on the field and practice at all until he's got a new contract.
It's terrible.
Why?
He's under contract.
No, that's the right decision. You don't mess with that.
Is he under contract?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Quitter.
Do you want him getting hurt as he's going into quote unquote a contract year? You don't want that. He doesn't want that.
As we've learned, you can get hurt in a number of different ways. And I will refer you to Nyheim Hines, who was just chilling on a jet ski.
But that's different. Then you don't get paid.
I know, but the man wasn't even like jet skiing.
Right.
He was just sitting there. He was waiting to jet ski.
Yeah. By the way, this is known in football circles, but I don't ever hear it get talked about by fans. This is a pretty crappy deal. Like, I mean, that is no different than a car accident, right? And it's like, well, you took the risk. You got in a car, so you don't get paid. Because you got hurt not playing football. In the NFL, often the injury designation in those contracts, you do not get paid if you get hurt doing something else. Well, that's wild.
What he was doing was outside of the contract. If he was driving his car, like on his way to the grocery store.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's a non-football injury.
No, but it's not. I think a non-football injury in like everyday life is different. I'd have to.
I don't know, because how do you designate what's normal?
Well, normal is like you're living your life.
Yeah,
you go to the dry cleaner and you accidentally step off the curb wrong and tear your ACL.
Right, but what if he says, look, I live by the ocean and I take the jet ski to the grocery store? It is a mode of transportation. I think that'd be pretty tough if, like, yes, you can get hurt in a car, but you can't get hurt on a jet ski. What about a bike? And I don't mean a motorcycle, like a bike, just a regular bike.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the contract language in the, and knowing what I know about the NFLPA, they don't have a lot of leverage in terms of their contracts. Their contracts suck.
Well, yes.
Baseball contracts, I'm good. Like Madison Bumgarner, did he have to give back any money based on his?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. Motorbike accident?
Yeah, that was, it was an issue, though. Jeff Kent had one of these in his career as well.
Sure.
Right? So
it's an issue, but it's not so much of an issue that you have to give back your deal.
I don't know. By the way, was he on an actual jet ski or was he on a wave runner? Because those get called jet skis a lot. And a jet ski is completely different. It's actually very difficult to get up on a jet ski. Wave runner, you just sit there.
Right.
I don't think you can just be sitting there on a jet ski because it will like dip down and you will fall into the water.
And is jet ski like the company that makes the Wave Runner
I don't
device?
think so. That's like a Kawasaki, I think.
Well,
or,
for example, Kleenex.
Right, that's a brand.
A brand of
tissues.
Facial tissue.
Right.
And, we can get into all these different things that we think are eponymous to the product, but in fact they aren't.
Right.
They are the company that makes the product, like Q-tips, for example. A Q-tip is not the thing you put in your ear. Q-tip makes whatever that is. It's like it's a
swab.
It's a cotton swab.
It's a swab.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's a cotton swab.
And actually, don't jam that thing too far in your ear.
Never.
Just around the edge, please.
Well,
it's very dangerous.
Of course. And, we've been trying to swab baby girl, my 11-month-old baby's ears because...
Be careful.
Well, and she, rolls around and,
nobody wants you to jam something in their ear.
I don't mean my baby when I say this, but babies are filthy. You filthy animal. Dude, if it's not one thing, it's another.
It's not just babies. It's all kids.
Dude, it's all humans.
I tried to get my 9-year-old to shower after basketball camp yesterday. And he's like, why? I showered yesterday afternoon.
Dude, you played 7 hours of basketball.
Could you just say that when there aren't other people around? It's embarrassing. I know. I'm a dude. I take days off too, but come on. Get in the shower, kid. Anyway.
Cotton swab, not a Q-tip.
Thank you.
Yes, anyway.
All right, so John Lynch spoke about why Nick Bosa is not in camp.
Yeah.
And where that all sits.
Seen various players, have not seen Nick. And, I would expect he's not here to start off. We're working. We're having really good communication with Brian Aralt. He's got good, competent people we have an immense amount of respect for, working for him. and we're working diligently to try to come to an agreement. I think the challenge is you're talking about a real special player. Talking about one of the better players in the league. You could argue that could simplify things, but I think at times it's just finding that sweet spot and where the right spot. And we're committed to working towards that. Just spoke with Brian this morning. You know, we're also committed. You guys might have heard Mike Brown today. We're going to keep things private. I always appreciated that as a player. I feel like there's some sanctity to those things. You don't want everything being aired out. And so we've agreed with Brian and Nick to keep our dealings private. So I think that's the extent of what I'll say. And when there's updates, we'll give them to you.
Any worry at all?
No worry.
Okay.
No worry. Although I was told by many, many people that it would get done today. And maybe it gets done tomorrow when players actually get on the field and start doing stuff. So we'll keep an eye on Twitter and Threads and all of your other social media networks to see if anything breaks between now and then. But I would have thought that the deal would get announced before they actually get camp underway, which is tomorrow, the first real practice, because you want to have him out there. You don't want to have it be a distraction. Well, it's not like he's going to fall behind.
Right. No, distraction, I'm with you. You don't want that. Do I really care if he practices in July? No. I don't even care if he practices the first week of August. I come from Sean McVay's school. Your important players, I mean, just keep them off to the side for the majority of the month of August, and that's fine. Just be healthy. Be healthy by week 1. This is different. I hear what you're saying. You don't want it to become a distraction, nerve-wracking. I've learned to trust the 49ers when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
Because they've nailed it every time with regard to when they say we're going to sign a deal, they do. Even when it was Debo.
Right.
And Debo was over there on the other side being like, no, you're not. No, you're not signing me to do. I want out. And the Niners are like, we like Debo. And we want Debo here. And now Debo's here. So I have full faith in this group. The only time that they're not going to get it done, they trade you, DeForest Buckner. They would have made a deal if they didn't think they could do this. So they'll do it. But you're also not wrong. I mean, every day that goes by, you wonder, okay, you're talking about the sweet spot and you haven't achieved it yet. Why not?
This feels like a Parag Marate kind of situation where Parag, who's the capologist, who's done so well at everything that you talk about in terms of, the cap, whatever. Well, he looks at it a little bit differently. He says the cap, I'm on it, and he knows how to prolong contracts and do voidable years and, reconfigure the money so that players get more now or they get more later, depending on what works. And so I think that's the only question right now with Nick Bosa. It's how do we get you the most money that you want while making it the most amenable for us as
Flexible,
the Niners.
Yes. Yeah. Financial flexibility. Yeah, what's
Mark,
up,
you're talking about how you trust the 49ers in these kind of instances. This is the 4th straight year a big guy has been up for a contract extension. They got all of them done. George Kittle in 2020, he eventually signed on August 13th. Fred Warner, 2021, he signed on July 21st. Debo Samuel last year signed on July 31st. So I think I'm with both of you guys. It's not a question of if. Really, the only question is when it gets done.
Right. And my bet is while fans may sit here and go, hey, pay that man his money.
Thank you.
He's going to be the highest paid defensive player, whatever, biggest contract. NFL. Yeah, thank you. Just do it. The flexibility matters. For example, are you a fan of Brandon Ayuk?
Good little player.
Because if you are, maybe the way the I's are dotted and the way the T's are crossed, maybe the difference between whether or not the 49ers can keep him next year. Because he's going to need his money. It was interesting, and Mike Brown, his name has come up. It was interesting listening to him talk about this with the Bengals, the owner of the Bengals. I think I saw this just yesterday, and he was point blank asked, in Cincinnati, the big three are Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. And he was asked, okay, financially, can you do this? And I won't go through the whole answer, but the answer was kind of maybe not.
Right.
It gets to a point when you've got great players that were all drafted around the same time or have contracts coming up at the same time where it's preventative to keep them all. He goes, Joe is the centerpiece of all of this. So obviously that's priority one. They're going to keep Joe Burrow. Now, what do you do from there? And you have to blend it with A, what does the player want? And B, just the realities of the cap. So when I listened to him talk, I was like, T. Higgins, he might not be on the Bengals for much longer.
Right.
And that's where Brandon Ayuk is. And so some of those finer points with whatever they do with Bosa, the flexibility that they will have to either get out of a deal or restructure a deal going forward may well mean the difference between keeping him and not. And I really hope they keep him. I think he's a wonderful player.
Of course, he's a fantastic player. And if you think about who the 49ers big three are, or even if you want to do a big five or a big seven,
that's interesting.
The quarterback is not among them. And that's the unique nature. And I'm talking salaries.
Well, right.
I'm talking about the salaries right now. If you look at this team, right now, your big three, Trent Williams is number one in terms of what he's making. And Nick Bosa is right there in terms of what he is going to make. And then you look at the other big boys, Kittle, and you mentioned Debo Samuel and Fred Warner. And Javon Hargrave next year, his contract goes up, and then the year after that, it goes up even more. So as you look at this team in the future, and I think that's where the complexity comes in this year, Mark, because you've got a situation where, according to overthecap.com, the Niners have $9.6 million in cap room this year, and that's counting Nick Bosa as $17.9 million. So how much can you give Nick this year to still stay under the cap, but also knowing that next year his contract's going to go up?
Well, and you just keep in mind all these players you just mentioned, right? I'm looking at Trent Williams' contract right now, okay? Trent Williams contemplated retirement, supposedly, after last year. I don't know if anybody really bought that, but it's obviously something that's in the back of his mind. He's 35 years old. He will make $19.4 million as a base salary this year. There's also signing bonuses attached. He'll make even more than that. But it might surprise people when a guy is contemplating retirement to learn that he is signed with the 49ers through 2026. He still has, if you're counting this year, 4 more years on this contract. However, where's the out? That's what you always, that flexibility. The out is next year. It is after this upcoming season.
Oh, after 23.
In 2024, there is the potential out for the 49ers. So you start to wonder, based on a few factors, what is Bosa's deal? How does Ayuk do this year? If he goes over 1,000 yards again, do you decide, okay, now it's time for us to break off Brandon Ayuk? If you're going to do that, does that mean a Debo trade? Does that mean that you let Trent Williams go? Does Trent retire? All of these things are on the table and need to be figured out, but many of them are based on how people are going to play and their health, and you don't know that. And so that's why I sort of support that the 49ers and Nick Bosa, like they're probably having what sound like very respectful conversations. Hey, Nick, we know you're amazing, and we're going to give you that number.
Thanks, dude.
Right? But we got to do this in a way that allows us to also take care of all your brethren and make sure you're on a good football team.
I get it, bro, but I'm going to want $100 million, dude. You know that, right?
You're going to get that. You're going to get that.
I just want to guarantee, dude. I don't want you to have to. I don't want you to sweat it, Parag.
Yeah.
I just want my $100 million, dog.
Who do you think you are, Kirk Cousins?
And
dog.
And you know what? If you look at next year in terms of not only Brandon Ayuk, which is a question, but Christian McCaffrey's contract goes up.
Yep.
McCaffrey bumps up to, I believe, a $14 million cap hit. Trent will be, I got him at 28 large next year if you bring him back. And Eric Armstead is at 25. George Kittle's at darn near 20. So this, I think, speaks to, and I hate to make everything about the quarterback, but as we go all the way down to, Trey Lance. If Trey Lance is not QB1, can you really afford in this construct to pay QB2 or QB3? Can you afford to pay him $10 million to be a clipboard holder?
Well, the 49ers will figure it out. There's always ways to manipulate it, as we've talked about. And yes, there are limits. It's not like you can just snap your fingers and do anything anytime. But you mentioned McCaffrey. Why does his deal go up in 2024? Because he just restructured it. Technically, Christian McCaffrey has a base salary of $1 million this year.
Yeah.
That's
worth every penny.
Yeah.
And he got a bonus for 2.1 as well.
Right. But there's all kinds of ways to sort of maneuver this around. And, you combine the information of how did guys play? What's our situation? What's their health? All right, which contracts do we need to remove, maneuver, change, or add? So all of that goes into it. I'm not worried about them.
I'm not worried either, but I do look at it in terms of like who at some point will have to go, because you can't give Nick Bosa $100 million guaranteed. You can't give Nick Bosa $5 and $150 with $100 guaranteed and say, all right, everybody gets to stay. Ayuk, you're getting $70 million guaranteed, and you get to stay. And McCaffrey, you stay. And Trent, you stay. And everybody gets to stay, because guess what, Mark? In a year, not this year, but the year after next, you're going to have to pay your quarterback.
Yeah.
If Brock Purdy is the sauce, or if Brock Purdy's not and Trey Lance is, one of those two guys is going to get one of these $30 million plus a year deals.
Maybe. I mean, Trey Lance.
If they don't, then your team stinks.
Right. Something bad happened.
Right.
Yeah. But Brock Purdy is still 2 more full seasons away from even having that conversation.
Right.
You have to be going into year 4, so they've got 2 more full seasons of data on Brock before you've got to do anything. And I think when it comes to this conversation, that might as well be 20 years from now. Like, there is so much information that you've got to pull in on Brock Purdy and the 49ers situation before you figure out where he's going contractually.
Well, you're paying Brock or Trey. And if you're not paying Brock or Trey, then something went terribly wrong, and a lot of things will have to change.
Sure.
And I also think that, to your point about 2 years is a long time, will Trent Williams still be on the team in 2025? Or is that a contract that comes off the books? If he retires, then now you have an ability to give a lot of that money to your quarterback.
Right. Well, I mean, it's hard to say these things in the moment because you're like, no, we cannot have George Kittle. But, I mean, how does Kittle look in 2 years? Does he feel like he's starting to get old? Does it feel replaceable? This is the conversation that running backs are going through. By the way, how about waking up to Saquon Barkley coming to a deal and he'll be in camp on time for the New York Giants?
Good for him. It was a 1-year deal, right?
Yeah. And he has the opportunity to make about $1 million more than the franchise tag, which sounds like not much. But, it doesn't make sense for these guys to sit out. Nick Bosa is going to get $30 million.
At least.
Nick Bosa is going to get $30 million. TJ Watt is the highest paid edge rusher right now. He's getting $28 million. So,
and I think Aaron Donald's making 31. I know he's not an edge, but he's the closest comp, I think, to Nick Bosa.
Yeah, no, his brother Joey is number 2, $27 million.
Yeah.
And Nick's way better.
Well, he's just way healthier.
Yeah, he's better.
If Joey's healthy, I think that there's a conversation, but Joey's never been healthy for all 17.
I hear you, but I think
Nick's better. I wouldn't say way better, but
he's better. TJ Watt is right in the same conversation. The top 5, Watt at 28, then Bosa 27, Myles Garrett 25, Khalil Mack and Max Crosby are both at 23.5.
Right.
Nick's getting 30. So, like I said, I don't think this is about the number. I think they know what the number is. It's 29 or 30 or 30 and a half or whatever it is. But it's about the guarantees. It's about the flexibility that's going to come along with it with this guy. But, yeah, I mean, without understanding the intricacies of the way all of this works, I go back to what I said kind of starting this conversation. I have full faith in this group when it comes to this conversation. I think a couple of things get prioritized and they do it well. They keep their flexibility well, and then when there is a drafted player, if you are drafted by the 49ers and you show to be a very good pick, you're getting your second deal. You're getting your second deal to stay
Eric
here.
Armstead, George Kittle, Debo Samuel, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa.
Ayuk will be next.
Ayuk should be next.
Yep.
But again, it gets to a point where you have to make hard decisions about players, and you can't keep pushing. I guess you can keep pushing the money down the road, but you mentioned George Kittle, and he still has 3 more years on his deal, and he's 30. So if he gets to a point where he's not as productive, and you owe him, a certain amount of money still on the cap, and I'm looking at George Kittle right now.
Where's the potential out on him?
Next year, he's got it's a $19 million cap hit, I think, after 2025.
Potential out, I'm looking at Spot Track right now. Potential out 2024.
Right, which would
That's
be
what the potential out is.
I mean, I think the dead money there would be about $12 million, so you can get out.
9.8.
Okay.
9.8.
Which is, it's still a hit.
Yeah, no, it's a hit.
You can get out, but it's a hit.
I don't see why they would want to at this point, but things happen fast in the NFL.
Absolutely.
You have no idea what injury is going to take place or what
Especially
players.
as physically as George Kittle plays.
Right. I mean, he's still just 30. He's still just 30, but he's also 30.
And he's been hurt in just about every season he's played.
Yeah, he plays one of those guys that plays kind of like Debo, where he plays with total reckless abandon, looks for contact. Speaking of Debo, this is one of the more interesting storylines I think that's been built this offseason, which is Debo Samuel came out a few weeks ago and just started kind of crushing himself. He hated the way he played last year. If you don't remember, this is from OTAs, June 6th. Listen to Debo back and forth with reporters.
How would you assess your season last year?
Oh, it was awful. It was awful.
In what way?
Every aspect.
Did that leave a bitter taste in your mouth?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Cal had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us, and just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and like how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that. And I never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Did you feel it as the season was going on, or was it not until you went back and watched it?
I was kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit for us, being in my routine that I normally be in for the offseason, getting ready to play because, like I said, a lot of distractions was going on. But, I kind of felt it, but I was just, trying to will my way to help the team in every aspect possible.
Okay, so that's the fear, is that something happens with Nick the same way it happened with Debo. Debo is admitting that there was a distraction leading up to camp, and that distraction was his contract, even though it got signed in July. So I think that's why the Niners were careful to be like, hey, Nick is not here, but he's working. He is working.
Well, we saw him at mandatory minicamp. Yeah. He was working. He was in the weight room, and he was doing all kinds of work. And he actually came out on the sideline. He didn't participate in the drills, but you could see him, and it's like, oh, yeah, he's been working.
Yeah.
He doesn't look out of shape. The guy's a monster.
He's a
so I'm with you in terms of I don't need to see him in training camp. I don't need to see him in preseason. I do need him signed, though, and I need this off of their to-do list.
We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. The Brock Purdy situation, if you're just joining us, he'll not be on the PUP list. He has been cleared. He will not practice every day, but he has been cleared, and Doc Pandy is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We'll talk that situation out. Also, looking ahead, tune in at 4:30 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Hot Wheels Monster Truck Live Glow Party. This is going to be Trucks in the Dark, a show unlike any other, August 5th and 6th at Chase Center, courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And also coming up next, do you know what's happening at Oracle Park tonight? Well, yeah, it's a baseball game, but it just so happens to be they are still the Oakland A's coming to town. And certain fans are being asked to do a little something special tonight. Giants fans, will you jump on the A's wagon and pick up the fight tonight at Oracle? They're going to be handing out Black Cell T-shirts. I wonder how a Giants fan feels about that. We'll get into that coming up next right here on Willard and Dibs.
All right, Team 95.7, it's time to report for camp.
Training camp is here. The questions are... Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, training camp is open. We gonna be there. We gonna be there.
We gonna be training camp.
We gonna be championship.
We gonna be camp.
95.7 The Game live, Hilton Santa Clara tomorrow and Thursday. If you're gonna be out there, make sure you stop by those dudes. Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Goo, doing the darn thing. They're all going to be all tan after being out in the sunshine all afternoon long. So go say hi to the guys at Hilton Santa Clara. We'll be down there as well at camp, and then hightail it back here to the studio for the show. A reminder while we're talking about this to join us at Hilton Santa Clara ahead of every home game this season for the public tailgate. No need to sit in traffic. You can enjoy beverages and great food from their very own food truck. This is open 3 hours pregame and an hour postgame. Admission always free. Plus, you can follow them on Instagram, and there you will get the sneak peek on upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items. So check that out. We're looking forward to all of it, and we're going to get back to the 49ers in just a bit. Doc Pandy is coming up in 10 minutes. Brock Purdy and Bronny James.
Yeah, geez.
On the discussion list.
That shook us up today on the golf course.
Yeah, I mean, and it really did because you were the first one to see it. And that, it just shakes you when someone does this. Hey, did you hear about Bronny James? And you're like, what? What happened?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, your first thought goes to places even worse than what did happen.
Exactly.
But those of you who don't know, cardiac arrest, basically has a heart attack. What is he, 18? Is he 18 years old?
18 or 19,
So that's super scary. We'll talk to Doc Pandy about the effects of that. Also curious to this, and I wonder where you sit on it, Dibs. So everybody's already gathering out on the Embarcadero right now. Giants A's, they are handing out black T-shirts that say sell. Major League Baseball at different stadiums has already tried to stop these T-shirts from showing up. We've gotten reports of people being asked to leave stadiums while they're wearing them. There are also posters being handed out, Unite the Bay.
Yeah.
If you're a Giants fan, how do you sort of receive this? I can only say this, like, I am in full support of the A's fans. I am in anything that does not support John Fisher and Rob Manfred. That's the side of the fence. However, I do wonder what Giants fans are actually going to do tonight. Like, how actively do you unite the Bay, join the fight at a time where your own team has lost 6 games in a row, and you might be? No, I'm just wondering where your focus is. Right, the A's are going to ask that. I think it's the first batter of the top of the 5th to signify the 55 years in the Bay. You stand and make no noise for the entire at bat in the top of the 5th. Are Giants fans going to get into this, or are you just going to kind of do we're with the A's, hope it goes well. Okay, we've got a baseball game to watch.
You should be into it because if you're a Giants fan, and I know that you are, and I make light of how big a fan I am. I like the Giants, and I want them to do well, but I would never I'm a Giants fan. Consider myself to really be a Giants fan. It's kind of a fun drop, and I embrace it because it's part of the bit. But you want the A's here. You need the A's here. Forget the Bay Bridge series, although I think it's a fun time for East Bay and Peninsula, North Bay, whatever, to collide and go back and forth. And it makes all of us better as a community to have 2 teams in MLB in the Bay Area, just like it made us better to have 2 NFL teams, and we don't have that anymore. So as a Giants fan, you can hate the A's, you can think the A's are below you, you can think the Coliseum's a dump, you can think whatever you want to think about the A's, but I also believe that it's in your best interest to have the A's here. So if it means putting on a black Cell shirt, if it means being in solidarity with A's fans for one batter in one half inning of an entire season, then you should do that.
I just wish they had creamsicle Cell shirts. It's Tuesday.
Yeah,
so
I get that.
City Connect night tonight. No, I'm with you. If I'm not going tonight. If I was, I would totally put the T-shirt on. It's an interesting thing to think about, though, with regard to what you just said. As a Giants fan, are you ignited? Are you interested? Are you helped in some sort of a way by the presence of the A's? I certainly don't think there's anything negative that comes from the A's being here. yeah, I like the Bay Bridge Series. I like 2 Major League Baseball teams in this city. You could even whittle it all the way down to I like young baseball fans in the East Bay to have something that's right there in their backyard to go, and then same in the West or South Bay, wherever you are. I'd love you to have access to Major League Baseball.
Right.
So I'm in on all of those things, but there's actually something separate here, which is just forget 2 teams, forget what this means for Giants fans and what it means for you and your team. How about just the right thing? The right thing here is not being done. The wrong thing is being done. And so I stand up and stand with A's fans for that reason. It's not because I want something for me or for my favorite team. It's not because I want the A's to stay because that's good for the Giants. I want the A's to stay because that's the right thing. I would like fans in the East Bay. I would like just consumers here in the Bay Area to have more things done right by them, by this ownership and by this baseball team. And then furthermore, I can even look at it. I have nothing against the people in Vegas. I would like the things to be done right by them as well. So take that money and put it into your schools and stop messing around with an awful owner who's going to come and rob from you too.
Right, and I think that things have been done right by Vegas already. You've got a hockey team that won the first ever title in Vegas, and you've got now a football team that I think is a much better fit for the city of Las Vegas than a baseball team is. I don't think that baseball is going to work there. Put aside this owner who is an absolute buffoon in hiding and a commissioner who is a borderline criminal, in my opinion. He's the worst commissioner maybe of all time. Forget the criminality and just the social nature of what's happening to Oakland, which hurts me. Vegas and baseball, it's not going to work. So I can't imagine Vegas coming out in droves, 25, 30,000 a game to support baseball when today, for example, it's 111 degrees. And I know that the baseball stadium is going to have a roof and it's going to be temperature controlled, but I don't know if you've ever lived in an area where it's 110 on the regular. You don't want to leave your house.
No.
Period.
I get that. And furthermore, I understand the need, all of the factors that go into this. I'm trying to think of how many times I've watched indoor baseball in my life. Like how many times I remember I went to a game years ago at the Kingdome in Seattle.
Yeah, I went to the Metrodome. Bad
example maybe because that was right in the last few days of the Kingdome before they blew that thing up and built Safeco. I'm trying to remember if when I went to Arizona, the roof was closed. There have been a few moments. Every time it happens, I'm like, this is wrong.
Weird.
Baseball should not be played indoors.
Exactly.
It just shouldn't be played indoors.
I went to Minnesota in the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome at the time with a deep drive in the right center field off the baggie out there in the outfield, and it doesn't feel right. Although, you know, when you're outside in Minnesota and it's 90 degrees and 90% humidity, it's not very pleasant to watch a game, but I'm with you in terms of the indoor experience. I think about this series, and I've made fun of the Bay Bridge Trophy, whatever it's called. I don't even know. You don't even know, which, you know, speaks to how unimportant it is, how irrelevant it is. But it's always nice to have these two teams here in the Bay Area. And I guess it meant more to me before when there was a true American League and there was a true National League. Now we don't even really have an American League and a National League anymore in terms of two different rules, and we're not going to play each other except for select few interleague games. Now with the balanced schedule, there is no interleague anymore, Mark. It's just everybody plays everybody.
The Bay Bridge Trophy fashioned from a piece of the original bridge.
I know that. Yeah.
As far as the name, I think it's actually called the Bridge. I think it's called the Bridge. Yeah, the Bridge.
Are you expecting me to react? I already told you that I think it's stupid. And I apologize to Brody Brazil and Ahmed Fareed, who are the ones who I believe came up with the idea. But I thought it was stupid at the time, and it's looking to be even more stupid now. as the A's are going to flee the area. So are we going to keep contesting this trophy when the A's are in Vegas?
Yeah, we're going to probably have to rename it.
Meet in Chowchilla, which is about halfway in between.
Call it the thermometer.
Or Tehachapi. I'm sorry. Tehachapi is about the halfway point.
What's the halfway point? Right. What's the thermometer in Barstow? We could fashion it after that.
Perfect.
Something like that. Anyway, we got some breaking news to tell you. Doc Pandy's going to join us here in just a second. Brock Purdy and Bronny James and everything else. Brandon Crawford, everybody who starts with the letter B. We're going to talk to Doc Pandy about that in a second. But Justin Herbert of the San Diego Chargers is next up. You ready? New contract extension all done for Justin. 5 years, $262.5 million extension will tie him to the Chargers franchise through the 2029 season. That just broke within the last few minutes.
Yeah, major.
Yeah, but it's the Chargers, so actually only $2 million is guaranteed.
Nice.
So that's unfortunate for Justin.
And we haven't mentioned the Jalen Brown contract.
We have not.
5 and 304 for Jalen Brown.
Largest in NBA history, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Turns out Jalen's not so unhappy with the city of Boston. 5 and 304.
Well,
that is 60.8 per year.
No.
And you know what, Mark? That contract guaranteed.
Yep. Fully guaranteed.
Hold my bag, Herbert.
Nobody's that mad at any city to turn down $304 million.
304.
Although Mbappe is like adorable.
That's half a year, is that? That's 8 games.
Like, I'm going to make that in August.
Totally.
Oh, gosh. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And here we go. Cleared to play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. We are so proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in our friend, Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Narab Pandya. Hey, Doc, how we doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing after your golf outing?
Well, look, I won't speak for Dib's back or knee or anything else. Body's feeling good. I'm very, very pleased. But, as always, we got to talk again in the morning when I wake up. But right now we're looking good.
Awesome. Good to hear.
Yeah. So, but that's not the injury anybody cares about. Brock Purdy, full clearance on July 25th. Doc, what? That's not what we thought this was going to sound like.
I think a little bit in the semantics. I mean, I think they said, he's cleared for everything, but we're going to be ramping him up. And I think that at 4.5 months post-surgery, that's essentially what you're doing. You're like, look, you can start throwing, you can do everything, but how much you're doing in terms of back-to-backs and volume and intensity is typically how you're going to get him ready for that, hopefully starting the season. I do think it was a little bit early in terms of him letting to do everything at practice. But I think that maybe in a couple weeks, if this had happened, it wouldn't be as quick. But I think it really does demonstrate that with these UCL repairs, if you hit each of these benchmarks along the way, that you can be back even earlier than what a lot of people would expected. But I use the example of when Klay Thompson came back from his Achilles. His Achilles was healed, but they didn't let him go out and play 30, 35 minutes. We're really in that phase of, is Brock's body basically ready to handle all this intensity? They'll do it slowly, and then sounds like with 6 to 8 weeks left before the season starts that he'll be ready to go, which is not super surprising based we were all thinking it would be around 6 months.
So what is the ramp up like in terms of the next hurdles he has to clear? Is it being able to play 2 and 3 days in a row in practice? Is it facing contact? Is it all the above? What is he looking at in terms of the next things we should all look at as fans?
I think a lot of it's going to be when he does first throw, we're going to see how much is he throwing in practice. If he comes out and he's doing a normal number of repetitions, then really the big thing is going to be doing back-to-back-to-back practices without needing that day of rest, and that's going to be the next big step up. If you see him limiting how many throws he's doing, if you say, look, he's doing 10, 15 throws, then it's a combination of the volume and the back-to-backs. I think the contact is going to be the last thing that they pretty much clear him for, and that is where the biggest unknown is. There's lots of benchmarks in terms of motion, stability, where you're throwing, but there's no good data in terms of when that elbow is ready to get contact. We can assume 6 months because that's pretty much what we use for a lot of other things, but I think that's going to be the great unknown we don't know until he gets in the game, is how is he going to throw after that elbow gets hit.
Doc, I want to play for you something that we've listened to a few times that Steve Young said recently, and he said this to Matty Mayoko, 49ers Talk podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area, but he was talking about having a conversation with Purdy's surgeon and then made this comment. Take a listen.
One thing's for sure is that if it stays on track, there is a 6-month period to kind of get it full strength. And the thing that's unusual is that he does it for baseball all the time. He's done it 3 or 4 times for football, but not in the car wreck scenario, the way that he described, what happened to Brock. And so it's just, he says it's just not sure. So I think no one can know exactly how it's going to go. So if Brock is ready game 1, it's not going to be 100%. Anyone who says he can rip a pass 6 months later, I don't think it belies reality. It doesn't mean he can't play 90%. So we'll see how that goes. But if he's ready, I'm sure they'll play him.
Do you back that statement, especially now with today's news, that even week 1, that Brock Purdy will definitely not be 100%?
I think he's going to be pretty close to it. And I think, the car wreck scenario actually bodes a little bit better for his ligament, because when you think about these pitchers or other quarterbacks who had it happen where it wasn't this one-time injury, that ligament is basically degenerated. It's torn. There's so much wear and tear in the joint. For all we know, Brock Purdy had a perfect elbow before this happened. So he's just dealing with this one-time injury. That ligament heals back in. He's got this internal brace. And pitchers start throwing pretty fully at 6 months, and there's less stress across that arm with a football throw at that 6-month mark. So I think he absolutely will be ready, given the fact that they're basically allowing him to do everything, just basically limiting how frequently he does it. I think he's going to be good to go based on what they're reporting today.
Well, the news is good today, and we still have another 6 or 7 weeks until the actual regular season, so we'll keep an eye on Brock Purdy. A little bit of scary news out of USC today, Doc, with Bronny James, LeBron's son, having needed medical emergent care because of cardiac arrest. What does this mean for his short-term and long-term ability to be healthy enough to maybe play basketball again?
I know, yeah. This is absolutely a very scary event whenever we're covering games. This is the one thing that you dread happening. ACLs, ankles, whatever, we can deal with that stuff, but this is obviously very scary. And they reported that it was a cardiac arrest, and I know everyone's kind of saying, is it a heart attack, is a cardiac arrest? And I think it's important to note a cardiac arrest is just when the heart rhythm, because of an electrical issue, just doesn't work. The key for him going back to sports is really what caused it. Was it some sort of congenital issue? Was it just some kind of off chance that his heart had a regular rhythm? So I think what the diagnosis that caused it's really going to determine whether he can go back and play. But if it's something big, if there's some huge congenital issue, this could impact his ability to play. We just don't know. But the good news is that in the short term, sounds like he's out of the ICU, you're kind of taking care of him. But it is definitely very scary. And until they figure out what happens, it's going to be hard. But I think it does emphasize once again that people can learn their CPR. They know where an AED is present. People can really save someone's lives. And it looks like whoever was there, the athletic training staff, were able to get him to the hospital in time, which is great.
No, it's critical, and it made me think about DeMar Hamlin, who has tweeted the family subsequently. How much does that play into maybe what we all understand now about these cardiac arrest episodes?
I think it totally plays a tremendous amount. I mean, I think that if you have that basic information and know that, look, you have a healthy young person that has this event where they fall down, you know where that AED is, you know where that CPR is, you can save someone's life. So I think everyone goes everywhere, what causes, et cetera, et cetera. The key is we can save people's lives and potentially get them back to play, especially if there isn't a large congenital issue. So definitely very scary. Hopefully he's, number one, healthy, but number two, can get back on the court and we can see him playing for USC.
This is Clear to Play. Doc Pandia joining us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Doc, want to get a thought on the Giants as well. That knee issue for Brandon Crawford won't seem to go away. They're all kind of a mess up the middle, and so that is a concern because they don't seem to have an exact timetable. What do you think he's facing the rest of the way here?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you get to his age, you've kind of had off and on knee issues. I think he had some of this last season as well, too. You just get worried about, is there enough wear and tear and degeneration in there where you're just basically trying to get the knee through the season? Are you taking time off? Are you getting injections? But it's troublesome, particularly at the position that he plays. That knee is going to get stressed. So can the team almost manage this soreness, have him play for a period of time, have him rest? But it's problematic at this age, especially when there's not like a discrete diagnosis like he had a meniscus tear and he needs to get fixed. It's just generalized wear and tear. And whenever you hear inflammation in a player over 35, you get worried if this is going to be something that's going to continue to be an issue season after season, game after game.
All right. Biggest issue of all, Doc. I mean, if Brock Purdy's cleared and just playing football, what the heck are we going to do when we talk to you each week? If we can't talk about Brock Purdy, what do we do?
there's nothing to talk about. I don't know. We can just we can always talk about Kevon Looney.
Yeah, we can always say that he's playing basketball tonight, even if he's not. We don't even care. That's fine. Doc, great to have you, man. Thanks always.
No problem. Take care, guys.
Okay, there goes Doc Pandy, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. One other injury note that is newsworthy. The Giants say Tyro Estrada will start hitting and taking grounders today. If you remember, his injury was a hand fracture. So if he is swinging a bat, that is a big, big step forward in his rehab.
And they are desperate to get him back. As we talked about it with Steiny. I think it was during the crossover. I might have been off the air because we had so much fun on and off the air with Steiny and Goo today. But just that bottom four in the order it's been tough to watch, and you need Tyro back to provide that punch at second base.
You need Crawford back, although even that doesn't inspire a ton of confidence right now. You absolutely need Tyro Estrada back and an acquisition.
Right.
And an acquisition. Wisely and Schmidt and Wisely, that's not going to work in a pennant race.
And you need Haniger, and you need Conforto's bat hot, and you need to get a lineup back again that you had in May and June, where you look 1 through 9 and you think, okay, they've got some threats up and down the order. And quietly, we haven't really talked about Yaz over the course of the past month, but he's been bad.
Well, listen, guys are going to go in and out of struggles. I don't worry so much about that because that's just part of the deal. I want to see the Giants, though, get aggressive in putting some more people in the lineup who are not automatic outs right now. They just cannot afford it, especially when, as you said, some of the guys who you usually do rely on are struggling as well. You mix that with 2 or 3 auto outs at the bottom of the lineup, and it really, really becomes a problem. Dodgers have already made their first move. It's not really a scary one, and it's a familiar name. They reacquired Kike Hernandez from the Red Sox today. Okay, fine. That doesn't really scare anybody. But starting pitching, middle infield help, tick-tock, what's today? So it's a week from today.
Yeah.
Week from today, got to get something done there. Got to get aggressive.
They got Kike back.
They got him back.
So funny because it reminds me of my 3-day run doing LA radio on the Beast 980. I was, they were looking to maybe expand their morning show.
Yep.
It was Marcus Johnson. It was Jeannie Zelasco,
yes.
and they brought in the Dibber for 3 days, and all Jeannie Zelasco could talk about was Kike Hernandez. Oh, the bat of Kike Hernandez. So whenever I hear Kike, it reminds me of my glorious 3-day run on the Beast 980.
Oh my gosh, Kike.
Number 3.
Is Kike Hernandez is he? I don't follow the American League as much. Has he even been a thing since he left the Dodgers?
I don't even know.
He's got a negative WAR this year. So
I know this.
Fancy move, Dodgers.
When he was with the Dodgers, Jeannie Zelasco loved her some Kike Hernandez.
Well, his OPS this year is under 600. So if the Dodgers would like to continue to acquire negative WAR players with an OPS under 600, I encourage it.
That's half the Giants' order right now.
Keep doing it.
Wisely, Schmidt.
Wise. Sponsored by Lucky California. Matty Barrows is going to join us in a half hour from Niners Camp. And speaking of Niners Camp, we need to get back on the horse with all of you at 888-957-9570 on what exactly Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had to say today. Very important things about Purdy and about Lance and about Darnold and even the other guy. We'll explain all of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Join Lucky Rewards today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
12 minutes, okay? 12 minutes. 4:30. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Hot Wheels Monster Truck Live Glow Party August 5th and 6th, Chase Center, courtesy Golden State Warriors.
I need these. I need those tickets
11
bad.
minutes.
I looked at video yesterday of exactly what this is, and the hell with the kids. I'm going, bro.
Yeah, it looks fun.
I'm going.
It does. It looks fun.
Yeah.
So we got a 4-pack of tickets coming up in 11 minutes. So make sure you're listening. We'll tell you exactly how to do it in exactly 11 minutes. Before we do that, before we get back to Shanny and Lynch, I got a quick trivia question for you, even though it's going to call for an opinion.
Well, it's not a trivia question
I know.
if it's an opinion.
I know, but it's sort of...
First time doing radio?
No, actually, let me count. 1, 2...
20-something years in.
47,362. No. Who is the most underpaid athlete in America right now?
Oh, we know the answer to this.
What do you think it is?
Kevon Looney.
It's a good answer.
Thank you.
Good answer, Dave. Good answer.
We were doing this on the
We've been
golf
Family
course.
Feud all morning.
We were playing the feud. Name something you would do.
No, for real. Who do you think right now? And this is based off of a little bit off of the news. This will be a little hint. Based off of the news we got about a half hour ago that Justin Herbert has now signed the richest quarterback contract
Okay, I
in
see
the
where you're
NFL.
going. I see where you're going.
He's now the guy, just got a new extension. Who is the most underpaid athlete in America?
It's Brock Purdy, Mark.
Thank you.
Rock out with
Good
your
answer,
Brock out.
Good answer.
I thought it was Kevon Looney. 20 rebounds. How many rebounds? I got it right, Grandy.
My man, it's Patrick Mahomes.
What?
It is Patrick Mahomes.
The dude makes like 40-something million a year. All he does is, look at me, behind the back, underhand. Without Andy Reid, he's nothing, my dude.
7 quarterbacks make more.
7, that's all?
7.
And counting.
Patrick Mahomes is the 8th highest paid QB in the NFL.
He's a system guy.
He is the clear face of the league. Forget best quarterback. Forget face of the Chiefs. Face of the Shield. Patrick Mahomes is 8th in quarterback salary. And then wait till you hear some of the beauts who are ahead of him. And in fact, game show music, please. This is based on an average per year, not total contract. Average per year. You obviously already have one. One of them is the guy who just signed. That would be Justin Herbert. Who are the other 6 quarterbacks who make more per year than Patrick Mahomes?
Man, per year, this is where it gets a little bit interesting.
Per year.
And I know that I know Deshaun Watson makes a lot, but I'm going to say Lamar Jackson is up there in the top 6.
He is now number 2. Number 2 behind Justin Herbert is Lamar Jackson, $52 million.
I know that ayahuasca didn't get a huge deal in terms of total number, but I believe his AAV is up there, so I'm going to say Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, number 4, $50.3 million.
I'm going to borrow from John Cougar Mellencamp and say Jalen Hurts so good.
Jalen Hurts is number 3, $51 million. So you've got Herbert, you've got Lamar, you've got Hurts, you've got Rodgers. Now, the next 3 that lead right up to Patrick Mahomes, that's what you're looking for. What do you got?
Yeah, here's where we get into the deep water.
Gets tough.
Because you got to think about guys who have somewhat recently gotten paid. Man, I will say Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills.
Josh Allen is not correct. He is right behind Patrick.
Easy with the buzzer.
$43 million. I thought you could have held on to it a little longer, to be honest with you. But anyway, no, Josh Allen is incorrect. That's strike 1.
Oh, how many strikes do I get?
Why don't we do 2? At a certain point, we got to move on. But yeah.
I'll say Deshaun Watson then, because I think he gets a lot of money.
Deshaun Watson is correct at number 7.
Okay.
Deshaun makes $46 million a year. That is $1 million more than Patrick Mahomes. even though he still wants to be a victim. Anyway, go ahead. There are two more.
Russell Wilson signed recently. How about Russ? Let
Russell
Russ
Wilson is number 5 at 48.5. Russell Wilson makes more than Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes is the 3rd highest paid QB in his division.
Oh.
In his division.
Oh, yeah, because Herbert and, Russell Wilson.
All right, can you get the last one? You have one more strike, or you will get it right at all. Comes down to this.
It does come down to this.
Comes down to this.
And I'm trying to think who the other quarterback is in that division.
Win the big game.
Totally. Thank you, Neeg.
The other quarterback in the division is Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right, and I don't think he's making 40 plus.
That's not him.
Although we played golf with him today and gave me a sleeve of balls.
We did well. I mean, he makes $24.3 million a year. He probably should have given us a little bit more. But
you know who makes a ton of money?
Who?
Calamari. How about calamari, Mark?
Okay, we are looking for
Kyler Murray.
We are looking for calamari.
Lowe refers to him as
calamari.
There's Ryan Tannehill, and then there's calamari.
Calamari.
Give it to me.
Is correct. Kyler Murray makes more than Patrick Mahomes.
Worth every penny.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
$46.1 million. Kyler Murray.
And Mahomes, and I blame his agent for this, and I know his agent.
That would be Lee Steinberg.
Yeah, sloppy Lee Steinberg, who put gum underneath the chair.
This really affected you.
Mark, what it was an embarrassment.
It's gross.
It's gross because Phil Simms sat in that chair an hour later, and I had to pick gum off of Phil Slim's slacks.
Phil Slim's?
I know. I knew I was going to butcher that.
Actually, probably
Phil Simms slacks. Stan Dibley here.
That should be his name.
I am pawing at Phil Simms's hamstring because he's got Lee Steinberg's ABC gum on there.
You could have let him do it himself. You didn't need to do that. You're not his handler.
I felt
you were just
bad.
his interviewer.
I felt responsible.
I hear you.
Lee Steinberg.
Yeah.
Sloppy. Sloppiest sober guy I've ever met. Disheveled.
I don't know.
And not a good agent. 10 years and $450 million?
Well, look, there are intricacies of NFL deals. All I'll do is fall back on this. Andrew Brandt, who I really respect and understands the cap and knows the business of sports, the minute it was signed, he goes, wait, count to 3.
Yeah.
And this is going to be the most team-friendly deal in the entire sport. He goes, I can't believe that Mahomes did that. And poof, here we are. Patrick Mahomes, the best player in the game. He's got a while to go before he's going to. Now, is anybody feeling bad for the guy getting $500 million? No, Patrick is fine. But if you care about such things, yeah, it's a team-friendly deal. It's a team-friendly deal. The Cardinals will pay more to Kyler Murray this year than the Chiefs will pay to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Mahomes' deal. It's so heavily backloaded that he can't really, reconfigure it in any way because the big money doesn't come until 2031. Mark, he makes $38 million plus a roster bonus. He'll make $52.4 in 2031.
That's less than Justin Herbert makes now.
Thank you. And so in 8 years.
I mean, next year. But
in 8 years, Mahomes is going to make $52.4 million, and he will be the 10th highest quarterback in that year.
What now?
Lee Steinberg, moron.
Since you have that in front of you, what does Mahomes make? Not this year, not next year. The year after that, 2025, what does Mahomes make?
He makes a base of 2.5.
Yep, but overall.
And a roster bonus of 38.9. The cap hit is 48.6.
48.6.
Yes.
He will make $2 million more than Daniel Jones that year.
Exactly. And is he...
Daniel Jones.
Right. And in that year, let's just play this game. So Brock Purdy plays this year, and then he plays next year. And then Brock Purdy at the end of next year, he'll be eligible for a contract extension. And if Brock Purdy plays as well as he did last year, he's going to make more money than Patrick Mahomes.
It's hard for me to wrap my head around Brock Purdy, even though I'm a huge fan and a huge supporter, and I think the Niners can win a Super Bowl with him and all that stuff. It's hard for me to wrap my head around him going from 3 years of making $900K to the year after that is by then what? 60?
Right.
60 million.
At least 55. I mean,
Brock Purdy has a chance. in 3 years to make more than Steph Curry does?
I mean, think about that.
Wow.
Well, Steph, I think, is going to make in that final year of his deal, he's making about 60.
Right. That's I mean,
it's about
3
what
years
Brock's
from now,
make.
that could be.
If
I mean,
Brock does what he did last
if
year
he
over
plays
the next
like
2
that,
years,
yeah.
he's making.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
That's unbelievable.
And so if I'm Patrick Mahomes, I'm calling Lee Steinberg and saying, "What were we thinking, Lee?"
You know what? And I don't know. This is the old Atlanta Braves game. And I don't know to what level you can even do this in football. I'll admit that. I don't know if I'm breaking a rule here. But if Brock Purdy starts out the year and goes 5-1, and you're like, okay, yep, we're convinced. This is all real. This is how good that he is. I mean, can you put something on the table right then? Because injury is such a scary thing in football, combined with a player who's only making $900,000. And I know $900,000 is a lot of money, but it's not like I'm set financially for the rest of my life. So this goes back to a conversation I had years and years and years ago when Mike Trout was doing such things, where it was like he just popped into the sport and you're like, he's amazing right away. And there's pre-ARB and then ARB and then ARB2 and ARB3 and ARB28 and all these things going on. And so I talked to a friend of mine who's an agent, and I go, if you were his agent, thank you, and the Angels came to you right now and said 10 years, $100 million, which obviously is woefully underpaid. But in that moment, he was making $600K a year, and it was going to be that way for 3 more years. I go, what would you do? He goes, oh my gosh, we'd say, where's the pen? Where's the pen?
Right.
Because it takes injury out of play and having the whole thing crumble, you need some guaranteed money. I don't know how different it is in the NFL. I don't know how far out ahead of a contract you can get in terms of an extension. But if the 49ers are convinced at some point that this is that dude, I mean, I don't know. I'd put something in front of him as quick as possible because in theory, the sooner you put it in front of him, the less it can be. And he'd sign it.
Right. In terms of if you wait 2 years, then all of a sudden now he's a $50 or $60 million a year player if he's playing this well.
Or if he's got free agency looming in a year and you're like playing games, so just be like, we'll play it out and we'll just be on the open market.
Yeah. I wonder how.
I don't know what the rule is, though.
Well, especially because he's got 3 more years under contract, right? Under his rookie deal. So you can't really, or you wouldn't want to rip up those years and start paying him big money now
I
because
don't think you can.
Well, and the benefit
Right.
in the NBA you can't. In the NFL you can move money around at a certain point. You can, have voidable years, which is what the Niners are so good at. They take a contract and they restructure it and they take whatever they owe you and they spread it out over 5 or 6 years and then they put years on. They tack on years at the back end of it, which is what they've done with McCaffrey and Kittle and many others.
All right, before we continue this conversation, because if you're just joining us, you did not hear what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had to say today. You're going to want to hear it. We'll have that for you in a moment. And the great Matty Barrows of The Athletic has been on the 49er beat forever, and he's going to join us in 15 minutes. We look forward to that. But if you want to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party, August 5th and 6th, at Chase Center, what you need to do is be caller 5 right now to the contest line, not the call line. The contest line, which is 415-951-2386. Fifth caller to 415-951-2386 wins the 4-pack of tickets to the Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party, August 5th and 6th at Chase Center, courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. One more time, 415-951-2386. Caller 5 is the winner. Good luck.
Yeah, you're going to want those tickets, no doubt.
Dibs will be there.
No doubt. That looks like a fun event. I'm excited.
It'll be so much fun.
Hot Wheel Monster Trucks, glow sticks in the dark.
I mean, again, as I told you yesterday, you had me at glow sticks.
Yeah.
And then the 49ers had us at this. John Lynch today on Brock Purdy.
Brock's cleared and ready to go. He's been cleared. He's going to be without restrictions. Now, having said that, we're sticking and we're adhering to a plan that's been put in place for some time. he got after it the last couple days. We upped his pitch count, so it was kind of the peak of the buildup, and so he'll take off day one. And but we believe in that plan, so he's cleared without restriction. There will be some time off, due to pitch count and all that, sticking to the plan. But the great news is Brock has worked his tail off, and he's ready to go.
I mean, it's really, to me, it's a stunning turn of events to hear them say that on July 25th. I think that all signs have been pointing forward for a long time as far as things going well with Brock Purdy's rehab. But with what we knew, admittedly, that was not much, but with what we knew and the history of this injury and what doctors had said, there have been questions all along. Even those who were the biggest Brock Purdy supporters, the most that we could say was he's starting week one if he's ready to go. Yeah. And I think he's going to be ready to go. But for the 49ers to literally say, yeah, he's practicing today and will practice again on Thursday, like in July, I don't think anybody, at least no one I talked to, thought that's the way that this was going to sound or play out. Avoid the PUP list completely. And in theory, now I'm sort of expecting to see him in maybe even multiple preseason games.
Right, more than just the third preseason game that we talked about. And now you start to think about maybe joint practice with the Raiders and then the first preseason game, which is against the Raiders. Maybe he will have a normal preseason load of, one series in the opener and maybe a quarter or a quarter and a half in game 2 and then a cup of coffee in game 3, but it feels like he's going to be fully ready to go come September.
And then I think we kind of glazed over this earlier when we talked about all this stuff. Kyle Shanahan said this because some people are stuck on he's still on a pitch count. He's still going to take every third day off. Okay, so when in theory would things just be normal? Listen to Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, I think the goal is a couple weeks from now. I haven't looked that far past. We won't change that till that happens, and as long as it keeps staying on the course, then I'll eventually go all the days. But
all right, a couple of weeks from now. Today is July 25th. A couple of weeks from now is August 8th.
Yeah.
That is still more than a month away from the start of the season. It is as things are just getting started on the preseason schedule, and Kyle Shanahan is sitting here going, full go, no restrictions, no holding back, no nothing in a couple of weeks. August 8th.
Exciting, which is only about 5 months, not even 5 months post-op from when he had the surgery. And we all were concerned, I know I was, in March where he waited to have the surgery. He waited a full month after the Super Bowl to have the surgery, and then he had it, and we all thought, okay, 6 months getting back, that puts him right about at week 1, and man, he probably won't be ready for week 1. Is it Trey for the first couple, or maybe Sam Darnold gets a couple, or what are they going to do, and can Brock be ready by October 1st? And now we're looking at the end of July, and he's already throwing, and he's practicing, and he's just on a pitch count, but he's trending toward being ready in a couple of weeks. My God.
So here's where it gets interesting. Okay, Kyle, so we can just assume that Brock Purdy will be getting first-team reps, right?
he will when he's out there. The throwing plan's a little different. We're never going to have him go 3 days in a row. And so, like, today he threw just with his schedule from the weekend and everything. So today he threw, so tomorrow he won't practice. So the other guys will do the same thing as OTAs. They'll both go with the ones. And then Brock will have practices 2 and 3 to go. Then he'll take the next one off. So keep going that way.
Okay, so when he's out there, he's the one. The other guys will split the ones when Brock is not there. Let's dive a little further in because that's what everybody is thinking about and talking about. Shanahan expanded on the plan for Trey and Sam Darnold when Brock is not at practice.
Most likely, we're going to go through that this afternoon as the coaches. So that is most likely what we're going to do, but hope you guys allow me to change my mind if we do it differently. But we'll make sure it's even for them, whether we split it up that one day or we give one practice and the guy the next one that Brock's not there.
All right, so he's talking about Trey Lance and Sam Darnold most likely getting even split. It may not be that way every day. Hey, media, don't lose your mind. If Sam gets more one day, Trey might get more the next day. But even Steven and as a coaching staff, we will discuss that in the coming days. How does that mere idea grab you?
It grabs me as like alleviating a lot of the stress that Kyle Shanahan's going to have to go through in terms of can Brock Purdy be ready for week 1? But it adds into the mix a whole big question mark of who's going to be QB2. because he wants to divide it up as evenly as possible. And Brandon Allen got a shout out as well. So feels to me like you've got 3 for 2, the old NBA 3 to make 2, where you'd get fouled and you'd have 3 free throw attempts to make 2 free throw makes. And that's kind of what this feels like to me. He's got 3 quarterbacks, and out of the 3, he's got to find 2 that are going to be QB2 and QB3. And if Trey Lance is not going to be QB2, well, then now we got a real interesting August ahead of us.
Well, so you mentioned Brandon Allen getting a shout out. Let's let everybody know what you're talking about, because here's Kyle Shanahan when asked, hey, what is the challenge with splitting up reps between backup quarterbacks?
There's more musical chairs with just one guy not always there. Going to take some days off. The fact that I was planning, because I was trying to be safe, that we'd have still a couple weeks before Brock came back. So the thought was always that we would just keep it going the same with Trey and I'm Sam. But I always was ready that this could happen. So the fact that this did happen is good. But, Brandon came on and did a really good job in OTAs. So that's, to me, what makes it a little bit harder, how to fit in a 4th guy. But he earned that. So that's what we're going to have to figure out as a staff with reps and everything. The 1s and 2s, pretty much, they get the same reps. So it's not a problem with the 1s and 2s. The 3s are the ones who don't get as much. I keep reminding Brock, who's might be stressed out, he's missing today or something. I keep reminding him all he got were 3 reps last year for like the first month. So he's going to have a lot more reps regardless of what happens this year. But that's now what we got to figure out for the 2s, because Sudfeld got those mainly with the 2s last year. Now we're going to split those up with those guys, and I know that'll bleed into the 3s, but when it's said and done, hopefully it'll balance out. I know we're going to give them all an op, and that's also why those preseason games will probably be a little bit more for those guys too than they have been in the past.
Tibbs, he brings up Brandon Allen and goes, he did a really good job in OTAs. And he, quote, earned some reps out there in our August practices. Listen, we've now listened to all of this a few times, and we've spent weeks hearing people say, look, don't you owe it to Trey Lance to see what he's got? He's a number 3 overall pick in the draft, and you moved 3 years worth of draft capital in order to select him. Don't you owe it to Trey Lance to see what he's got as your 1? The 49ers have now made moves all offseason and now use their words to say, not only are we not going to promise him the 1, we're not even going to promise him the 2. And on the way out the door, we're going to tell you how much we love our 4.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, you're implying that they haven't gotten a look at Trey Lance, and this is what all fans are missing. They see 95 to 99% more than what we think that we see. So they already know what they know about Trey Lance. That's what I hear Kyle Shanahan saying.
I hear that we're out
on Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
That's what I hear.
You can't be out on Trey Lance unless you have a taker for Trey Lance.
Right. They may need him. It doesn't mean they're going to cut him. It doesn't mean they're going to trade him. But they're not even going to make him the 2.
We'll see.
A lot of people believe that they just flat owe it to him to make him the 1. They won't even make him the 2. They might not even make him the 3. It's wild, man. And it's tough hand for Trey, but all I can tell you is what I hear. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. What do you hear when you hear what Kyle and John Lynch are saying as they arrive at 49er camp today? We will take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We will also talk to Matt Barrows of The Athletic next on Willard and Dibs.
All right, Team 95.7. It's time to report for camp.
Training camp. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, training camp. Training camp tomorrow. We're coming.
Oh, I can't wait.
95.7 The Game. Live. Hilton, Santa Clara tomorrow and Thursday. If you're going to be out there, stop by. See the roast. See Steiny and Goo. We'll be out there as well. But then we're going to come on back to the studio, do the show here. But while we're talking about Hilton, Santa Clara, every home game, that is the place to be for the public tailgate. Don't sit in traffic. If it's before the game, after the game, you can come, enjoy beverages, get food at their own food truck. Open 3 hours pregame, an hour postgame, and admission is always free. Follow them on Instagram. You can get a sneak peek of what's coming in terms of events, food, everything else. What's coming? Us. We are heading to training camp just to see you, Matty Barrows, the Athletic. I don't care about any of this quarterback stuff. We're coming to see you.
Purdy, Bosa, Barrows. That's the triumvirate.
That's right.
Training camp.
And not in that order either.
I don't think I could compete in the thigh competition among those because Bosa's are famously huge, and they call Purdy like mini Bosa because his quads are developed. I've got little noodle legs. I'm going to stand out in that crowd.
First of all, don't undersell noodles. They're delicious. And secondly, Bosa's not going to be there tomorrow. You are, Matty. Isn't that right?
True. That's true. I guess, here it is. The difference between Bosa's thighs to Purdy's thighs are the same difference between Purdy's thighs to my thighs.
Perfect.
So it's just symmetrical. It just fits.
Hey,
and can we put Javon Hargrave in there?
Oh,
Javon
God.
Hargrave? Because, my goodness, he makes Nick Bosa look like a Kenyan 10,000-meter runner.
Yeah, we should have a quad off. We should have a thigh off.
Seriously.
This could be like a sideshow at training camp. We could sell more tickets this way.
I'm in, man. I'm in. So anyway, we look forward to saying hi to you tomorrow. But beyond that, let's do something crazy and not start with a quarterback question since you already brought up Nick Bosa. Is there anything to be worried about for 49er fans?
Well, he's not showing up day one, it doesn't look like. It sounded just in listening to John Lynch, and I don't have any details on what the holdup is. It doesn't sound as if this thing is in the offing. Now, it could accelerate really quickly, and he could get done by tomorrow. That's a possibility. But I might circle Sunday, which is the first padded practice, which is the first, fully physical, the first real practice of the football season. That doesn't come until Sunday. So that's sort of a symbolic start to training camp, symbolic start to the season. That might be the day that they're really circling as far as finality to this deal. But from what Lynch said today, and he was very vague about it, didn't want to get into the details, it didn't sound as if they were very close right now.
Not close, but not overly concerned. And how much would the concern be for Brandon Ayuk and future contracts, depending on just how monster this deal turns out to be?
Yeah, I mean, we say that every time, though. I mean, going back to Jimmy Garoppolo back in 2018, and this is the team that signed him to what was then the highest contract in all of the NFL, certainly the highest for a quarterback, and then it went to George Kittle, and he had the highest contract for a tight end, and Fred Warner for a linebacker, and Trent Williams for an offensive tackle. The salary cap keeps going up every year, and the 49ers find more room to do this. I think it's a good question because at that stage you're talking about two very high-priced players at the same position. And the 49ers' track record with that, with the DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead deals, is that they weren't interested in doing that. So I think that becomes interesting when that comes up. Ayuk is signed for 2 more seasons, so I'm not sure when that's going to happen. But it'll be a question mark when it does. They certainly have 2 very motivated wide receivers this season. In alliance with all the other reasons to be optimistic about the 49ers is that Ayuk is kind of gunning to be one of the top receivers in the league, and Debo Samuel seems motivated to rediscover his 2021 form. And if you have both those guys operating at those levels, I think it's the makings of something very special this season.
Yeah, I think we want to get to Debo here in a second, too. Matty Barrows, The Athletic, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. But let's jump right into this, Matt, because you were there, and I want to know if maybe I've got the wrong impression. But here's what I heard today, because we spent a whole summer with a lot of people thinking there would be some sort of openness or who knows where it's going to go with the quarterback position. The 49ers came out today and clearly stated, Brock Purdy is healthy. He's pretty much ready to go. That's our one. We don't necessarily know who our two is. We're going to bounce all around and check that out. And, oh, by the way, on that way out the door, we'd like to mention that we really love our four. He was amazing at OTAs. I'm trying to figure out, Matty, how I don't add all that up to say the 49ers are just not that into Trey Lance. Am I out of line here?
Well, I mean, the comment about Brandon Allen struck my ear as well. He was asked. Allen was mentioned in the question, but it did sound as if Shanahan, took the opportunity to say, "Wow, he really looked good in the spring. We definitely have to get Brandon Allen some reps this summer." And that was interesting because when you're getting Brandon Allen reps, and when Brock Purdy is getting the number one reps, that means that you're squeezing the reps for Trey Lance and for Sam Darnold. But two guys who really need the reps. So it'll be interesting to see where those snaps come, because it's not your father's training camp where they're practicing for 3 hours in the morning, then there's a lunch break, and it's another 3-hour practice in the afternoon. It's curtailed. I mean, there's not a lot of quarterback repetitions to go around, and I guarantee you, each of those guys is going to come away thinking, "Gee, I could use a few more reps in practice this summer." So, I mean, keeping track of that, who's getting which reps, who has the most reps, I think that's going to be one of the sort of sidelights to training camp this summer.
Does it behoove Kyle Shanahan and the staff to continue to build up Trey Lance and kind of wait to see what other shoe drops around the NFL as far as the quarterback position goes?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it. I mean, I think that's what, sort of the luxury of having a Brandon Allen on your roster right now is that if you do get blown away by a trade offer for Trey Lance, and it's hard to see that happening, but if that did come down the pike, and then the 49ers have said time and time again that, they're willing to listen, as far as a trade offer on anyone, if that did happen, there's an injury somewhere else, if there's a team that really had Lance rated highly and back in 2021, if that were to happen, the 49ers theoretically would have I don't want to say the luxury, but the ability to trade him because they would still have three capable quarterbacks on the roster. So they do have the leeway to do that. Two of those guys, Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen, certainly don't have sterling records as starters, so there would be some risk there. I don't think that's going to happen. I think if Trey Lance gets moved, it happens sometime early next offseason. But, like I said, this gives them the ability to do it if they're blown away by an offer.
Matt Barrows, The Athletic, been on the 49ers beat forever, and as training camp gets set to open, he joins us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So, Matty, getting back to Debo now, the motivation that he's expressed, I get it. Football players just want to play well. One of the 49er receivers has been paid. The other one hasn't. Maybe the Ayuk thing is still off in the distance a little bit, but is there almost a budding competition between the two? And is there the thought that the two of them could both be paid long-term by the 49ers?
I mean, I think that's absolutely possible. All of it kind of hinges on the structure of all these upcoming contracts. I think Debo is signed for, I want to say, 3 more seasons, and Brandon Ayuk is signed for 2 more seasons. So I do think that there's room for them to coexist for 2 more years. I mean, I think there is a rivalry These two guys get along really well. I mean, you see them in the locker room interacting. They're the two alphas at that position, and they both want to be great. I mean, I think that's sort of the neat thing about those two players is that there is a lot of ego involved, and if it's kind of going in the right direction, that's going to lift both of them. But I think Debo Samuel was definitely chagrined by his 2022 performance and embarrassed by it. And Kyle Shanahan basically said today that it wasn't the greatest season in the world, but it was still respectable numbers. I remember that initial Rams game when this team was still sort of trying to find its feet. I mean, Debo Samuel took over that game, ran over, I don't know, half a dozen Rams defenders, and basically got the 49ers rolling, into their midseason momentum, which took them through the playoffs. So it's not like he was a non-entity last year. He just didn't have nearly the same season as he did in 2021 when he was by far the team's MVP.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Matt, as we get into camp here and we all want to focus on the quarterback and the Brandon Ayuk contract that's yet to be done or yet to be even pondered, what else are you looking at in terms of camp battles or other players maybe who we should keep an eye on as we head down there tomorrow?
Yeah, most of the starting spots I think are taken up. I mean, certainly the backup quarterback could be a huge one. Brock Purdy started 8 games last year, and he got hurt in 2 of them. So Purdy making it through 17 games, regular season games, I think is, I don't know, I would say that the odds are against that happening. So whoever is number 2 is going to have a huge responsibility on this team. So that's one. Nick Bosa is the starter at one defensive end spot. I'm not sure we've circled his bookend at the other spot. It's going to be Drake Jackson or Cleveland Farrell. I mean, watching both of those guys, they're going to get more reps if Bosa doesn't practice early on. I think that's going to be interesting. But these backup spots, cornerback. Teams had a lot of injuries at cornerback. If they had one major injury there, then you're looking at a scenario where is it Ambry Thomas who steps into a starting role? Is it Samuel Womack, who looked good early last offseason but then sort of disappeared a little bit? Or is it Darrell Luter, a 5th-round pick that John Lynch was talking up today, got off to a really good start in OTAs and then got hurt, but it doesn't look like it'll be a season ender, that he'll come back sometime early in the season. So, a lot of those backup spots on a team as talented as the 49ers could end up being pivotal if there are injuries.
Matt, great stuff. Hey, before you run, Brock Purdy in preseason games, like based on what they said today, are we seeing a normal complement for a starting quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to see less than you would for a guy who started 8 games in his career. It sounded as if, Kyle Shanahan's going to sort of make up for this lack of practice snaps for all of his QBs, having too many QBs, by playing Purdy just a little bit in these preseason games and playing the other guys quite a bit. So I think that'll be where he tries to make up some of the missing snaps from practice.
Matt, great stuff, man. And indeed we will. See you tomorrow for the thigh-off.
All right, I'll be there.
All right. Can't wait.
All right, bye.
See you then. There he is, Matty Barrows, The Athletic, with everything going on at 49ers camp.
Looking forward to it.
Yep.
And, man, he talked about the quarterback situation, and it's just fascinating to think about in terms of just how we're all going to chart what we normally chart. So tomorrow there'll be no Brock Purdy on the field, we know that, but it's not only going to be throws, it's going to be reps. How many reps did each guy get? And what's the rep count for all these quarterbacks?
In a way, this makes it a little bit more sort of urgent or intriguing in a way. I know most fans, most listening to us, are not going to consume any training camp days. However, people will consume this on social media or what have you. Normally, you've got your QB1, and that's what football fans want to know. Like, how does the A team look? The 49er practices are going to get interesting based on what happens next, what happens when QB1's not out there, how many reps is this guy getting, how many reps is that guy getting, and then once they get them, what are they doing with them? All the way down to QB4. All the way down to QB4. There will actually be data that matters when Brandon Allen is taking snaps for the 49ers. So, in a way, that time that you would normally take off, like, oh, I can go to the restroom or whatever, the A-team. No. Like, that's where, in some ways, the most intriguing stuff is going to happen.
And it's not only for the QB in terms of that depth chart, but many other positions as well. Because if you look at the 49ers, just the offense right now, and you run through their starting 11, their starting 11 is going to be their starting 11. You pretty much know exactly who they're going to be, all the way down to Williams, Banks, Brendel, Burford, and McKivitz on the offensive line. You know who your two receivers are. You know your fullback. You know your running back. And you know your starting quarterback. So your starting 11 on offense, and really on defense, it's pretty much settled. Also, it comes down to those battles for the backups in many of these spots, and no bigger battle in terms of backups than the quarterback backup.
Well, and that's what we're talking about. What did you hear today when you listen to everything? And we'll continue to play it for you from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And just the quick synopsis is Brock is cleared. He's going to take every third day off, but he's QB1 and will obviously take all the first-team reps when he is out there and he is healthy and ready to play. After that, QB2 will be a mix of Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. They'll try to do that about 50-50, but on some days it might tilt in one direction, some days it might tilt back in the other direction. And oh, by the way, before you just end the conversation there, we'd like to say that we really like Brandon Allen, who's sitting there at QB4, and Brandon has, quote, earned some reps in practice this summer as well. So put that all into the blender however you want, and it means what? 888-957-9570, Michael in Lemoore here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Michael, what are you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Continue to love the show, by the way.
Thanks, Michael.
I'm going into the season very cautious about naming Brock the guy, because we've all seen this movie before, i.e. Jimmy Garoppolo coming in guns a-blazing, 5 games, then they pay him $27 million a year just to let us down because he couldn't stay on the field. And I don't want to say history tends to repeat itself, but that's kind of the theme with this regime that we've been with for the past 7 years. But they look at quarterback, and we still have yet to solve the quarterback position in year 7. I'm not ready to crown him the guy yet.
Well, okay, so let's break this apart, Michael. What would you do if you were them? What would you do?
If Brock stays healthy and he plays great this entire season, that's fantastic. But I don't believe we have a quarterback right now that can beat Patrick Mahomes. I really don't.
Well, that's fine, but that's fine.
Yeah,
but I guess
this team's not built like that.
I guess my question would be though, like if you're going to say, hey, if Brock gets through the season healthy, then that's fine. It sounded like you were suggesting they should be doing something else now, like in August. You're not ready to call Brock the guy. Are you saying that there should be some sort of an open competition here this month?
I don't believe there's an open competition. I do believe Brock is high going season, but if he does get hurt again, then what are we going to be doing in 2024?
Well, that's,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, of course. That's a completely different question, and no one can answer that right now. How hurt is he? Is it a terrible injury? Is it something he comes back from? I don't even know that you need an injury to reboot that conversation. Michael, thanks so much. In other words, what if Brock just goes out and doesn't play well? I don't know how many weeks it takes before they would adjust. If the 49ers are 2-4 and Brock is looking like one of the reasons, would they make a change? Yeah, probably.
Well, it depends who QB2 is, and it also depends on how close you think that player is to where you think that Brock is. Steiny had a good point about the leash for Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's leash will say more about how they feel about his backups than they will about Brock Purdy, because if they think Trey Lance or Sam Darnold or even Brandon Allen, quite frankly, if they feel like they're close to Brock Purdy in terms of ability, then Brock Purdy's leash will be a lot shorter. Like, for example, Patrick Mahomes' leash, well, he has no leash. He's off leash because he's that much better than any other quarterback, and he's done enough. There are a few quarterbacks that have no leash in that way. Brock Purdy has a leash, but how long is it is determined not so much by how good is Brock Purdy, but also how good is his backup.
I guess like it feels like for some that the idea of declaring Brock Purdy QB1 means that you now have to stick to that for the whole year. I don't think that's what this is. I don't think that at all. But it's a great thing for it to be declared now. And quite frankly, I think, as we've been saying all along, behind closed doors, it was thought and declared a long time ago. You don't come out of a season like that and go, all right, we'll find out who our quarterback is. I mean, the quarterback's Brock Purdy. The only question was health. That question seems to have largely been answered today. So here we go. You don't have to believe that he's the long-term answer, but that's sort of irrelevant right now. He's healthy now, and he's the guy now. If something takes a right turn somewhere along the line in the season, then you handle it, and I would venture to say that it probably will, meaning that something's going to happen this year. Every team goes through some sort of a journey that's unforeseen.
Right, whether it's due to injury or regression or just bad luck, something, but you're in a spot here where you don't have to worry about if he's the quarterback of the future because he's got 3 more years under contract, which really means 2 more years under contract before you have to make a decision. So it doesn't matter if you think that he's the quarterback of the future right now. Let's say that the Niners believe that he is the quarterback of the future. Well, he's got 2 more seasons to prove it and stay healthy. Because if they believe that Brock Purdy can be a $50 million a year guy when he comes up for a contract in 2 years, you don't have to worry about that for 2 more years. Maybe something happens to Brock where he's not healthy enough to be the quarterback of the future that you thought he was going to be. So that question to me is meaningless. It's moot right now because of the situation. And you love your situation in terms of salary cap. You're paying the guy $900,000.
Yep.
You said, which is
that might actually not even be till next year.
It might be even less than that.
Yeah, it might be like $850 or whatever. I'll look it up.
But you're loving it is the point. And
totally.
You're paying Trey Lance a bunch to be a backup, maybe. You're paying Sam Darnold not a ton to be QB2 or QB3. Whatever you're paying to your QB room, it's a fraction of what most teams are paying.
$870 this year. $870,000.
Man.
$985,000 next year.
It's a nice bump.
And then the year after that, it balloons up to $1.1 million.
And that would be in his contract year, which you would never let it get to that. You would most likely after year 3 you would get him a new deal.
Well, but you would extend him, but it wouldn't kick in right away.
Right.
Yeah, he would still make.
Well, he would get a big
old signing bonus.
Top.
Yes, he'd get that guarantee. But yeah, Brock Purdy signed a 4-year, $3.73 million contract.
Yeah.
That's what he'll make over the life of the deal.
Which makes it genius that they drafted him, because if he was an undrafted player, then he wouldn't have gotten a 4-year deal, and he would have been a lot closer to getting that free agency money.
Well, yeah, worked out with that last bit. Yes, it worked out.
For the Niners, it did, yeah. Oh, yeah, for Brock Purdy.
Well, now here's something else to be careful with. This is something that I think everybody really needs to receive and give to the 49er quarterback situation. Brock Purdy's a 7th-round draft pick, right? And whether or not he's a 1st-rounder or a 7th-rounder, he's a young player. So that caller made a statement, oh, gosh, this regime always gets the quarterback position wrong. Remember when they gassed us up about Jimmy Garoppolo only to crash our hopes on the rocks below? I don't want to get too deep into this, but can I ask a question about that? Are we saying that they were wrong about Jimmy being the franchise quarterback? And I don't ask that so that we can have a Jimmy conversation. I ask that so that we can apply it to what's next. They didn't get over the mountaintop. They didn't win a championship. But if you tell me right now that Brock Purdy does what Jimmy did in a 4-year stretch, which is there's an injury that's going to get thrown in the middle, but the other 3 years we're going to at least go to the NFC title game? Well, come on.
2 injuries in the middle of it.
Well, but that was prior to the Super Bowl. There was a 4-year run going right now where the 49ers have had one QB injury situation, followed by 3 years that have gone at least to the NFC title game, and one of those also had 2, call it 3 QB injuries within. My point is I'm not going to look at Brock Purdy right now and be like, you win us a Super Bowl in the next 2 years or else you're not the guy. I think that's ridiculous.
Well, and I also think the notion of franchise quarterback is a curious one because you gave Jimmy Garoppolo a nice, juicy, 5-year contract. And like you said, during the time that he was under contract, you went to a Super Bowl and you went to 2 conference championship games outside of that. He had a successful run. Now, do you have to be there for 15 years to be a team's franchise quarterback? Or are you a franchise quarterback if you get a really big contract and a ton of money? And Matt Barrows, who joined us, said that when Jimmy G signed that deal, it was the highest contract
he was the highest paid player
for a
in the league.
quarterback.
Yes.
So if that's not a franchise quarterback deal, I don't know what is. Now, he didn't get a second contract that was at the franchise quarterback level. He got the 1-year insurance policy deal last year, and then that was all she wrote. But Brock Purdy, if he signs a second contract with the 49ers, that means he's a franchise quarterback.
Right. I guess my point is if we're looking at it through that lens, does this group ever get the quarterback position right, and is Brock the guy? I don't think we can only value that based on a Super Bowl win. That's where we are as a fan base. We're thirsty for the Super Bowl win because we've been knocking on the door now for 4 years. And we keep coming up short in some of the most frustrating possible ways. I can't think of more frustrating ways. Double-digit Super Bowl fourth quarter lead, followed by double-digit fourth quarter NFC Championship lead, followed by quarterback explosion in the NFC Championship game. Feels like they should have one and they don't. So that's where we are. But if Brock Purdy comes in and plays well and the 49ers are continued contenders in the next couple of years, but that doesn't necessarily win a championship, I'm not going to make the jump then to, well, Brock's not the guy. Like, obviously it's circumstantial. We'll see what the stats are. We'll see how his performance is.
Sure.
If he looks just like he did last year and that doesn't equal a Super Bowl win in the next 2 years, I don't think we can hang that around the guy.
Is Josh Allen not the guy?
Great point.
Is Joe Burrow not the guy? And we could play the not the guy sweepstakes all around the NFL.
Jalen Hurts.
Justin Herbert, guy who just got the highest contract in the history of the quarterback position. Is he not the guy?
Has he even won a playoff game?
I don't think so. Is Deshaun Watson not the guy? I mean, all these quarterbacks who the team has invested heavily in, Lamar Jackson's another great example. Is he not the guy because they've been unable to even get to the conference championship game, let alone win the Super Bowl? And you can go all around the league. Teams realize that you've got to pay a quarterback who you believe in to be competitive at the top level. Now, if Brock Purdy is not a guy that they believe in at that point, at that level, then you better have a plan B, Kyle, because those quarterbacks that I just mentioned, the top line quarterbacks in the NFL, they don't shake free ever.
No, and that's who wins. That's who wins. I mean, we all agree that the Nick Foles thing was kind of circumstantial and a one-off, right?
There have been more aberrations than there have been that being the norm.
Right.
Like quarterbacks who, oh, you won the Super Bowl? What?
Yeah. So
who are you?
I mean, there's the Nick Foles thing in 2018. Outside of that, you have to go all the way back to 2015. From 2016 on, there's the Foles year. Stafford gets one. Everything else is Manning, Brady, and Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
And really, Manning was only one of them, and he wasn't even that good. He had a great defense and half of a shoulder. But it's almost always the last 7-8 years, it's usually Brady or Mahomes. It's a bunch of Brady. It's a couple Mahomes. It's Brady over Mahomes. You get the idea. So I just want to bring that to this party when we talk about the 49er quarterback position. It's a little bit out of whack right now, the way that it's discussed. And that got proven today. That's not my opinion. We have spent all summer listening to, well, the Niners don't even know who their quarterback is. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. That doesn't mean he's going to be great. It doesn't mean they're going to win a Lombardi. But there have been unfair labels placed all summer long based on either not believing an unbelievable story or thinking someone is owed something that's not owed to him because of where he was drafted. But the little sentences that we have bought into, well, the Niners don't even know who their quarterback. Yes, they do.
Right.
Yes, they do.
Now,
well,
is he good enough is another question.
That's for the season.
Exactly.
Right? The Niners owe this. No, they don't. There's these little sentences that we rode with. Well, there's a quarterback. Now that there's a quarterback competition, no, there isn't. No, there isn't. This is much less of a soap opera than a lot of people think it is. They've got their QB. Now it's training camp. They've got some things to figure out behind their QB. Then a season happens, and we see how it goes.
And one of two things will eventually be proven out in all of this. Either Brock Purdy is good enough or Brock Purdy's not good enough. And if he's not good enough and you don't believe that Trey Lance is good enough and Sam Darnold's not good enough and Brandon Allen's not good enough and you don't get to where you think you should get, well, then we have a different question to ask and talk about when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. If Brock Purdy proves to be more of a Mr. Irrelevant than a real QB1 and none of these other quarterbacks can lead this team to where they should be, this team, and I mentioned it before, Mark, if you look at their top 11 on offense, you know who they are. And you've got a very talented top 11. You have one of the greatest left tackles in history. You've got a top 2 or 3 tight end. You've got the best running back. Your wide receiver tandem of a 1-2 punch is top 10 at least. You've got an elite fullback running an offense where you need to have an elite fullback. Your offense is stacked. If your quarterback just plays good, he doesn't have to be Mahomes or Allen or Burrow. Just be good, and this team can go places.
I think we'll get there, but to the point you're making, you know what's missing a little bit right now is just excitement. That's it. This is a little bit missing in terms of like, man, the 49ers are one of the teams this year, and they're stacked, and they're deep in certain spots, and they're in a division that they should win. This has an opportunity to be a really, really good season, and the fan base, at least in certain spots, has gotten a little bit too wrapped up in narratives that don't exist, and quite frankly, arguing about a quarterback situation that is completely settled for the moment, quite frankly, and it ignores the opportunity that's sitting in front of them. I mean, most people, if you walked into a fantasy football draft right now and said, hey, let's just talk football, who's good in the NFC? What do you got, like 2.5 teams?
Basically.
Some people think Dallas and Seattle might be good, and we know Philly and the 49ers. Outside of that, people think Detroit is going to be good.
Yeah, they're on the come.
We'll see. Is Minnesota going to overachieve?
They're all right.
Like, there's nothing in your way, which almost scares me because it feels like too easy, and I know that seasons don't go that way. But, man, like, at a certain point, that should be kind of where you're at. And instead of, like, I see people today cruising, they almost look like they lost an argument. Oh, boy, the Niners came out today and backed Brock Purdy. All right, I guess Brock Purdy's our quarterback.
But Brock Purdy's not that exciting. And you mentioned it before, like excitement.
Neither's Tom Brady.
No, but we're not talking about Brady. He's retired. But think about the NFL right now in terms of exciting quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes, you look on social media, and he's practicing a behind-the-back pass. He's won 2 Super Bowls. He's an MVP. He's exciting. Jalen Hurts, he can make plays with his legs. He's exciting. Lamar Jackson, he's exciting. Joe Burrow, tough guy. He got sacked more than any QB last year, and he stands in there, and he can make all the throws. He's exciting. Josh Allen is 6'11" and He's rugged and he can make plays. He's exciting. Brock Purdy, he's not exciting. He's efficient and he wins and he's got that aw shucks, boyish good looks, but you can't look at Brock Purdy and say, oh, I'm excited. I can't wait to watch Brock Purdy do X, Y, and Z.
I got you, but that's sort of I feel like that's a fantasy or a national view. Why can't you be like, I'm excited to watch 49er football? Because they are. They're very excited.
They are, but you were talking about
stuff
like
coming out all over the place in terms of weapons.
In terms of excitement, though, and you're talking about fans who are like, oh, yeah, Brock Purdy, feels like I lost an argument. And, it's tough to get excited about this 49er team right now when you see Nick Bosa coming around the edge with those tree trunk legs and Javon Hargrave wrecking shop and Fred Warner and Hufanga and the rest of this team. You'll get excited, but you're not going to look at this team and go, I cannot wait to watch Brock Purdy carve up a defense.
Why not?
Because he's not that kind of player. And we haven't seen, even at his best,
I don't know.
He doesn't do things that make you gasp.
Huh.
He wins. He's efficient.
That's fast. That's a fascinating comment. I don't think I agree. We've been watching Jimmy Garoppolo for 6 years. This is a way more exciting player.
Well, Jimmy doesn't make you gasp either.
No, Jimmy makes you vomit. Jimmy makes you right, but he terrifies you when he throws it deep. He terrifies you when he tries to go to go through his progressions and he gets to 3 and 4. He terrifies you. Brock Purdy, if you stop and think about some of the plays last year, I went to Vegas and watched him come back on the Raiders and put up 37 points. It was exciting. It was very exciting. When you we're going to run left. We're going to run back over here. We're going to find McCaffrey. Remember the drop in the end zone by Ayuk? These aren't exciting plays. What he showed up in Seattle injured and did with Kittle there in the first half of that game on a Thursday night. I don't know, man. He moves around pretty good.
Yeah.
He's not Jalen Hurts. He's not Patrick Mahomes. I understand that, but I don't know. He's the most exciting quarterback we've seen in a decade here.
You're disrespecting Blaine Gabbert right now, and I won't stand for it.
I mean, since Colin Kaepernick did what he did against the Packers, who's been the most eye-popping quarterback performer? Well, of course it's Brock.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in terms of success. And,
am I wrong? Was Trey Lance exciting to watch in those few games?
Pretty exciting, yeah.
He was?
When he threw that first touchdown pass of the season as a rookie.
Okay, that was fun. It was a 2-yard pass.
Well, and I think the Trey Lance excitement comes more from what we think he can be as opposed to what we've actually seen.
He's supposed to be an exciting quarterback.
Right, but we just haven't seen it.
But against Seattle, he got hurt. I watched him in Chicago. What did he get out of that? 10 points? 13 points?
11, I think.
Yeah, 11.
I think it was 11.
It wasn't
No,
11.
that was Denver. They had 11. Denver, they scored 11 in that loss. They lost to the Broncos last year.
Did they lose? Did the Broncos score 11 or did the Niners? Was the final score 11-10? What was the final score of that game? 14-11 or 11-10?
I think it was
11-10.
11-10. The Broncos got 11, not the Niners.
The famous Jimmy safety when he stepped out of the back of the end zone.
That's
Jimmy ran out of the back of the end zone.
Bears, they lost 19-10.
By the way, do you know where the Raiders play on week 1?
Denver?
That's right. Jimmy back in Denver.
Oh, boy. See ya.
I was looking at the schedule the other day. I was just staring at it. You just visualizing it. Oh, my gosh.
So you're telling me we get Jimmy Garoppolo against Russell Wilson week 1?
Week 1. Week 1. And you get the Cowboys and Giants on Sunday Night Football. There's some great stuff right out the gate. Right out the gate. I want to say the Packers are at Soldier Field with Jordan Love. Just go look at it. Start salivating. It's the best.
No, we're getting close.
It is the best.
Lions Chiefs on Thursday night.
Yep.
And then Bengals Browns. That's a good divisional matchup. And a lot of people high on the Browns this year. This is going to be their big breakout year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's always
Raiders, Broncos.
The darling teams. Detroit is the darling team of the NFL, don't you think? As far as the expectations have taken a leap. I think that's the Detroit Lions.
Eagles at Patriots is a fun one.
Patriots is really good.
Rams and Seahawks, a divisional game right out the chute.
Yep. Yep.
Packers, Bears, Dolphins, Chargers is a pretty good one on that Sunday late slot.
Dolphins, Chargers, Rams at Seattle.
Yeah,
Rams at Seattle.
Bills, Jets, Monday night. Wow.
And we've brushed off the Rams in a way that we probably shouldn't. Like, I think we forget that, like, Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp are going to play when they play again. It's not going to be whoever the hell played quarterback for the second half of the year.
Wolford, I think, right?
Whatever the hell they were doing.
Who are you?
Yeah, they could be more interesting. Rick in Redwood City is next up. Hey, Rick, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What you doing?
Hey, guys, just hanging out, listening to you, chop it up here. First of all, I got to disagree with you, Dibs. I think Purdy showed us some exciting moments, and his decision-making under duress was fantastic. And Willard, you pointed out a couple of his great plays that he made, and the things that impressed me is the way he was doing that little, he'd get a pass rusher right in his face, and he would do that little kind of Montana shimmy where he would just zip to the side and let him fly by him, and then he would reset and then deliver the pass. It's like, the guy's exciting. I got to take issue with that as well. But the main reason I called is that I think, obviously there's lots of dynamics here at play, and I think it's gonna settle itself on the field with the play of the players like it always does, of course. And the Niners have too much invested in Trey to just let him go for some, fifth rounder or whatever if some team shows any interest. So I think, Willard, you're right. It's going to be next year till or I guess that was the guy that was on the phone, the guest you had, was saying probably not till early next year, because I think the Niners, they owe it to themselves to see what do they have in this guy that they've invested all of these resources in. But I think what's going to play more than the play of the quarterbacks on the field is this patchwork offensive line that we've got. Trent Williams and a bunch of journeymen who can they protect the quarterback through 17 games. They certainly couldn't last year. They got all 4 quarterbacks hurt. So that's going to be the biggest thing. I mean,
yeah, Rick, it's a little bit, I get where you're coming from. Rick, thank you. But I get where you're coming from. That's a little bit of an unfair statement to say the O-line got 4 quarterbacks hurt. 4 quarterbacks got hurt. Trey Lance did it on a run. Jimmy Garoppolo, in the pocket doesn't move that well.
Shanahan got Lance hurt.
Okay.
Garoppolo got himself hurt because that's what he does. Brock Purdy got hurt because of a tight end. That was not the offensive line.
Well, and some would say that was too risky of a play call.
You had 2 tight ends. It was a 2 tight end formation.
Right.
It was not max protect, but that was just a case where the tight end whiffed on a block.
I would just say this. If you're saying that the offensive line got the quarterbacks hurt, we can go injury by injury and blame things if you want.
We just did.
But if you want to blame the offensive line, you could only do that if by metrics they showed to be a bad group all year, and that's not true. That's not true.
Mike McGlinchey better in run blocking than pass blocking.
No doubt.
But he was not the culprit when Brock Purdy got hurt. That was the backup tight end.
They were not perfect, but they were not bad.
No.
I would actually have to look at the advanced metrics on the offensive line. By and large, a good year for the 49ers. And I'm really not into Trent Williams and a bunch of journeymen either. Like, this is one thing that that it gets me about drafts, NFL drafts, and I guess any draft. Guy gets picked, and he gets picked with a relatively early pick, and he doesn't pop right away. And we go, bust, what a joke, that was a mess. And then it clicks, and the guy can play. And we go, silent. So many people owe Aaron Banks an apology. He got so ripped his rookie year.
He got written off.
He got and the Niners got torched for making the pick. He was, fantastic last year. Not good, like fantastic last year. And nobody wants to go, oh, you know what? Okay, good job. That was a good pick. And young man, good job for putting in the work and for getting better. And taking those strides. So
most people don't know about offensive linemen, and so when you see a guy taken in the second round, as Aaron Banks was, and then you see that player not play at all, you immediately go to, they blew that pick. He's a bust. No, it might just be that the player needs a year to assimilate to the National Football League. And the other one, Mark, that gets me is the Mike McGlinchey thing, where everybody wants to rip McGlinchey because that feels like it was the thing to do last year. Anytime that somebody would go by him, or if a quarterback got sacked, oh, McGlinchey, they got to get rid of this guy. He's no good. And then he goes out and gets, $60 million on the free agent market. And now we look at Colton McKivitz, and it's like, okay, McKivitz, you're up. And if the Niners struggle at all, people are going to be quick to rip him, even though we don't really know about offensive line play unless you're a football expert.
Yeah, I mean, you look at where they sort of landed last year. I'm not going to call them elite. They didn't have the Eagles' offensive line by any stretch. But you would not put them in the bottom half of the NFL. It depends on what sort of a metric you want to use. You would put them in the top half. You would possibly put them in the top 10 as far as offensive lines.
Find me a good team, a playoff team that has a bad offensive line.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
It doesn't exist.
It does not exist.
Right?
No, they are the bullpen of football. You cannot function at a high level unless they are playing well, period. 33 points a game with a bad offensive line. There's no way. Matt in the city here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
How's it going, guys? Just getting off work. Happy to tune in.
Happy you did it.
Yeah. So, hey, just coming back really quick to your point with Trey Lance and Purdy, it's kind of funny how you say, we all fell in love with the idea of what Trey Lance could be and then see the end result of what he has been playing like. Same thing can also go with Purdy. There was an expectation of what we thought he was going to play like, and he ended up playing great. So it's kind of like a two-way thing, but two completely different situations. But when I think with Trey Lance, the only flaw with that is that I think Shanahan and the rest of the coaching staff were just calling the wrong plays for that man. I don't think he's a running quarterback. And based on what I've seen, even though it's a little, there's little data on it, it just seems like it's unnatural to have him as a running QB. I say run the same plays you're running for Purdy. And I think it's also up to the QB to learn how to scramble when that pocket kind of breaks down. I don't think it's all on the O-line at all. I think Trey Lance should 100% be the QB going forward. And you can always have good backups. I think that's always something to have. We learned that last year, going all the way down to Purdy once Garoppolo went down, once Trey went down. So that's my take. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Matt, thanks. I would just say this, and I think we've said this before. I'll echo it again, and this is where I come from on this conversation. You're free to disagree. But when they call plays differently for Trey Lance, there's a reason. When people say, why don't you call the same plays? Well, I trust Kyle Shanahan has a reason for that. And Kyle Shanahan does not like the way that Trey Lance is running those plays when he sees them in practice.
And I wonder if his play calling would have changed last year if Trey didn't get hurt. It felt like maybe if Trey evolved into the position more, the playbook would have opened up. But what we saw early on, Mark, I'm with you, it was very limited because that's what Trey could handle.
It's just odd. When I look at the whole story from the moment Trey Lance came in, when I look at all the decisions that have been made, and you can poke holes in some of these, but it started with take a year to watch, and he does. Now, he gets in there a little bit. He also suffered some injuries. Okay, a little bit of a wonky rookie year. From the moment that ended, and Jimmy Garoppolo said, see ya, and they announced that Trey Lance would be taking over as the starting quarterback, look at the line of decisions that's happened from them. First, they bring Jimmy back. Then, so many have watched the play calling with Trey Lance and decided, that doesn't look right. Why are they doing it that way? Suggesting that Trey Lance is maybe not as fast as they thought he would be and is not as accurate as they hoped he would be. Then he gets hurt. Brock Purdy comes in, does his thing. The team could not be quicker behind the scenes to say, Brock's our starting quarterback. Then free agency shows up. They can't wait to sign Sam Darnold. Then 4 more weeks go by. They sign Brandon Allen to come in. All the while, Brock Purdy's health is looking perfect. Why are they doing all these things?
If they're sold on Trey Lance.
Thank you. I don't understand why people think that they're out to get him. the 49ers are like purposely putting him in a bad spot.
I think that fans some of them think that they're wrong about Trey Lance. Shanahan is wrong, and it's the same belief as with James Wiseman. Like, you gave up on Wiseman too soon, and now you'll see. He'll go to Detroit, and he's going to show you that you made a mistake with James Wiseman. And that we're not to that point yet about Trey Lance, but I think many fans look at the situation with Kyle Shanahan and think that he's doing him wrong because they believe that Trey Lance is better than Brock Purdy.
Based on?
Don't ask me, Mark. Based on what they think that they have seen, and maybe based on Bonte and Joe and their hype video from that first day at practice. And I'm only mentioning it because they mentioned it this morning. They're like, man, we might be to blame for all this hype because they were so hyped up after that first practice.
The funny thing is a lot of you, this comes from not necessarily trusting Kyle Shanahan, right? So let's follow the timeline. You think that Kyle's wrong about Trey Lance. The reason you think that is because Trey was drafted so high. Who drafted him so high? Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
So which side of this arc is your trust? Do you trust Kyle now that he's not seeing what he wants to see? Because if you don't, that means you think he's wrong about Trey, which is all based on your trust of what he did the first time by making you know who Trey Lance is by picking him third.
Yeah, so he can't be wrong twice.
Right.
He can't be wrong in
Pick a
thinking
side.
that he's good and then now wrong in thinking that maybe he's not good.
We get some more of your phone calls on this. As always, we're sponsored by Cars.com. 888-957-957 is the number. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I have a trade deadline update.
Go ahead. I'm leaving. I've had it.
Yeah, it's been a tough week for the Bridges. Listen, my only thought whenever this stuff goes on is I feel for the mental health situation that is going on. It's the second time in a handful of days now where we've got mental health stuff going on on Bridges here in the Bay Area. So I hope everybody's okay, and my heart goes out to whoever is both dealing with that and whoever has been put in an enviable or dangerous positions because of it.
I agree with you. I will echo
that's I want to say.
your sentiment. Shaka Khan, I feel for you. Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, Shaka.
Let
Shaka,
me rock you.
Shaka Khan, I feel for you. This just in, naked woman on the Bay Bridge firing a gun in the air. Expect major backups.
Yeah.
That is
Expect
courtesy
major delays.
Courtesy of our good friends at KCBS, All News, 74 and 106.9. 4 minutes ago, traffic stopped eastbound at the toll plaza. No estimated time for reopening.
I just hope everybody's okay.
I do too, Mark.
Everybody's okay. Just take a deep breath, and it's Taco Tuesday, and you're going to get there. You're going to get there, and I feel for whatever she is going through.
Well, whatever she's going through, she's doing it without clothes on.
She's going through the toll plaza, some might say. I feel also, though, for everybody who is either stuck or put in danger by said situation. So that's no good.
I feel for the people who are already on the bridge because you've got no recourse. And obviously, we feel for all the people out there struggling with mental health, etc. Yes, that goes without saying.
Yeah, I hope everybody gets where you're going safely. That's all I can say. I do have a trade deadline update, though.
Okay.
However, when I'm done with it, you're going to say that's not an update.
Okay.
But JP Morosi, who is one of our favorites, has just tweeted that sources say the Blue Jays, the Mariners, the Brewers, and the Giants are among the teams looking to acquire a middle infielder. Now, you might say,
we knew that.
Thank
you, JP.
And by the way, he names this one gets me. You name 4 teams and then you go, they are among the teams.
Sure.
Well, that could mean that there are 26 more.
Correct.
Is everybody attempting to acquire a middle infielder? A few names, though, for you. Available names include White Sox shortstop Tim Anderson.
Yeah.
I've already done a monologue on that.
I'm a big Tim Anderson guy.
Cardinals shortstop Paul DeJong.
Sure.
Or Rays utility man Vidal Brujan.
Don't know a lot about Vidal.
Who are you?
I know Vidal Sassoon. I know Gore Vidal.
Yeah. Here, let's get something on him.
We call him the Witcher.
Vidal, Baseball Reference. He's only had 54 at-bats so far this year with 11 hits. He's hitting .204 with no home runs.
Okay.
So I'm not sure why.
Sounds like a Farhan target to me.
Why is he a target? He does have 3 career home runs and a whopping career OPS of 450. Well, that's who they're getting. That's definitely the guy.
Right. For cash considerations. We'll consider giving you cash for your player who's not very good. And then he'll come and be a Giants.
Well, he's young. He's very young.
Well,
he's getting better.
He'll hit about 280 over the course of a month, and he'll be amazing. And then Farhan will trade him to Seattle for future.
Yeah.
Farhan will have him in, and he'll have him out. That's a perfect Farhan guy.
Yeah, he is. He's got 3 more pre-ARB years after this one.
There you go.
Before ARB even starts. There's pre-ARB. He's pre-ARB now, and then there'll be another pre-ARB. And then there's another pre-ARB after that.
So he's pre-ARB 2.
And then there's another pre-ARB after that.
Really?
And then in 2027, then he'll just be ARB 1. ARB 1.
The first of 3 ARBs.
This guy's controllable for the rest of his life.
Basically.
Baseball, what are you doing? It's so stupid. I don't understand. I don't understand the system. How'd this guy end up with 4 pre-ARBs?
You do understand the system.
I do.
It's indentured servitude.
Yes.
Basically, it's come up and be good, really good, as early as possible. But you better be good, really good for a long time if you want to cash in.
I do want to. I want to remind myself about Tim Anderson's contract because he does interest me. I think he would really be good with the Giants. Let's see. We've already got a club exercised option for 2023. Oh, that's right. Club option next year, $14 million.
Okay.
He's interesting to me. Tim Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's interesting to me. And also, courtesy of social media, I know you mentioned what's happening on the bridge. Well, down below there on Embarcadero, I'm seeing all kinds of videos and pictures of A's fans and Giants fans getting together with a little kumbaya, and people are chanting and putting on T-shirts and sell the team, and they're getting ready for the top of the fifth inning where everyone's going to stand in solidarity and be silent throughout the entire at-bat. It's Unite the Bay tonight at Oracle Park. And I stand with A's fans in their efforts.
I do too.
Yes.
And I love it. And I hope that the Giants fans will also take part in this simple protest and, remain silent for that first at bat in the fifth inning. I feel bad because all these protests, the anti-protest, we're all going to show up. And none of this is going to matter, unfortunately. And I know that's not the reason why. And Evan Giddings and I might have lost a friend when I was so harsh in my criticism of the anti-protest on June 13th. But I know that a lot of times you don't protest because you want a result. You do it. It's part of the process, and it makes people feel good, and you're doing the right thing.
It's the principle of the whole thing.
The ship has sailed, unfortunately, on all this, I think.
I don't know that. I think the ship has sailed in terms of this having some sort of measured actual effect.
Yeah.
I do not think the ship has sailed on the A's in Oakland. This is not done. I just think, unfortunately, there are times where the power is with the people, and this is not one of them. Right now, the power is with Major League Baseball, and it is with lawmakers in the state of Nevada, and it is with people with money in the state of Nevada. So it's almost like with casino overlords right now who run a lot of what's going on there. They've got the power. However, look, even if you just file this under, hey, it can't hurt, right? Like you said, if it makes A's fans feel more supported, if it makes A's fans feel good, even just to gather with one another and go through all this together, then, hey, come on. There's absolutely nothing bad happening with it.
Yeah, no one's getting hurt, and, it's just something. And I like the uniting part of Giants and A's fans banding together for a cause, because I think as a Giants fan, you want the A's here. It's good to have that rivalry. It's fun to have these games where you can go to Oakland and fill the Coliseum, and Oakland comes over here, and Giants and A's, and it's a friendly rivalry, and we can all debate whether or not you should wear a split cap. By the way, the answer is no under any circumstance, unless you have a kid on each of the two teams. But it's always something that comes up in certain circles.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a correct answer. There's no good reason to do it, tonight included. Mainly because even though it's just a terrible idea, I was always bothered additionally by the fact that they could never figure out how to split the bill. How come with a split hat, the bill always had to be one color?
Interesting. I never noticed that.
Yeah, like usually it's either a black bill or a yellow bill, and then the rest of it is split. How much money would it cost you to split the bill and just
go Dutch?
Right, like
Split
charge everybody $5 more. Thank you, go Dutch.
Just split the bill.
It was like, this is weird. It was almost like it's a split hat, but it had to lean one direction. This is a Giant split hat or it's an A's split hat.
Interesting. I never noticed that.
And I might be like, maybe I'm remembering this incorrectly, but I don't think so.
Get me Jim Kozimor, who famously is in favor of the split cap.
Get your sunscreen is what you need, because we're going camping. We are going camping, brother.
If I ever make it home.
Training camping. Well, why don't you just drive straight there? 95.7 The Game, out and about this week, man. From Berkeley Country Club to Santa Clara. Here we go. Hilton Santa Clara tomorrow and Thursday. If you're planning to be there, check out the Hilton as well. Say hi to the roast. Say hi to Steiny and Goo. And then, of course, remember the Hilton Santa Clara is a great spot to join us throughout the year. as we're there, and so is the public tailgate. You don't need to be dealing with traffic, for example, trying to get in and out of the stadium. Instead, go to Hilton Santa Clara, get some beverages, delicious food. They've got their own food trucks. It's open 3 hours pregame and an hour postgame, and admission is always free. Make sure you follow them on Instagram. Get a sneak peek of all the things that are coming in terms of events or food. All right, so we'll see you down at camp tomorrow, and then we get our butts in our cars and get right back here to tell everybody what we saw. You ready to go tomorrow?
I'm going to be sleeping here tonight, so
Okay.
sure, Mark.
All right, night.
Night.
Talk to all of you tomorrow, but coming up, it's Grandy, everybody, with the best of the game. Full hour of today's best stuff, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking,